simply pierced through his future trajectory. From the sidelines, Tang Tang cheered with absolute wild enthusiasm. Big sister Ning you are amazing. Gao Neng grinned from ear to ear. With Ning Er's absolute strength, combined with her ability to instantly spot weak points, this match is already set in stone, but that spear strike was terrifyingly fast. Could I ever achieve that kind of speed? He clenched his fists. No, I definitely can. I just need to reach the 6th tier. Back on the blood-stained arena, Ning muttered something under her breath. She provocatively curled her finger at Cheng Tai. It was a silent, undeniable challenge to bring it on. Cheng Tai desperately tried to steady his racing heart. She wants to shatter my mental state? I am not Quaran. My heart is as solid as bedrock. My mind is as calm as still water. In a flash, his entire body transformed into an invisible, raging whirlwind. A deadly blade trajectory lunged straight for Ning Yet, she casually swayed to the side, dodging it effortlessly. A confident smirk crept back onto Cheng Tai's face. So, the third stance was seen through. As expected. Then I will just advance step by step. As the next stance was unleashed, the air screamed with the sound of slicing steel. But Ning continued to casually weave through his razor-sharp attacks. The observing elders of the ancient Manhwa sect began stroking their beards in speculation. After surviving the 4th stance, it seems Ning is entirely on the defensive now. That first strike was definitely just a blind coincidence. Cheng Tai remains absolute and unshaken. If he keeps up this flawless mental state, he has a 70% chance of claiming victory. Cheng Tai let out a wicked, triumphant laugh. He was absolutely certain he had cracked Ning battle strategy. Just as I calculated, she changed her fighting style to feign an advantage, but in doing so, she abandoned her greatest strength. As long as I drag her into my own perfect rhythm, escaping will be absolutely impossible for her. Gathering his overwhelming aura, Cheng Tai unleashed a devastating ultimate attack. The 13 stances of the Clear Breeze. Stance number 8. Fresh blood splattered dramatically across the arena. Cheng Tai's eyes widened in sheer, absolute horror. He crashed heavily onto the cold stone floor, a terrifying wound suddenly appearing on his leg. How was this even possible? What just happened? Ning casually pointed her blood-dripping spear directly at Cheng Tai's throat. With an impossibly arrogant smirk, she looked down at him like a goddess of war. Do you still want to fight? The entire stadium erupted into absolute madness. Ning the crowd screamed in awe. She is insanely overpowered. They are completely on different levels. She only attacked twice, and left Cheng Tai severely crippled both times. Meanwhile, the Mount Hua elders were sweating bullets over their precious disciple. What kind of monstrous power was this? Once could be brushed off as pure luck. But twice? That was absolutely impossible to call a coincidence. How did Ning perfectly see through the legendary 13 stances of the Clear Breeze so instantly? A horrifying beaten straight to his knees. Cheng Tai's mind spirals into absolute chaos. Beaten straight to his knees. Cheng Tai's mind spirals into absolute chaos, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be happening to him? Impossible. My 13 stances of the Clear Breeze cannot be broken so easily. He tries to rationalize his defeat. This must be a coincidence. Ning is just trying to mess with my head. But could she really be that lucky? Refusing to accept reality, Cheng Tai forces himself back onto his feet. I refuse to believe it. I still have my ultimate trump card. Pushing his aura to the absolute limit, he unleashes the final stance of the Clear Breeze arts. His blade cuts through the air, summoning a devastating high-speed tornado. The sheer wind pressure threatens to blow the spectators right out of the arena. One poor old man even loses his toupee to the gale. The sect leader of the ancient Mount Hua sect bolts up in sheer panic. Cheng Tai, stop. Do not lose your mind to the battle. Watching the chaos, Gao Neng actually feels a pang of pity for their tragic sect. Great. Another guy completely lost his marbles. Cheng Tai desperately tries to stabilize his energy. Heart like water. Mind still as water. But his blinding bloodlust shatters his focus. I will kill you. Facing this earth-shattering attack, Ning remains as calm as a frozen lake. She gracefully raises her blade. The martial elders in the crowd instantly recognize her posture. She is actually using this life-or-death battle to test her spear arts. Her mental power and spear techniques have merged into absolute perfection. This is the combat mastery of a supreme high-level expert, a mere 6th-tier girl preparing her stance, yet her explosive aura made even the seasoned masters tremble. Ning locks onto her target, her eyes narrow with deadly precision before she hurls her blade straight at Cheng Tai. Ah! Cheng Tai screams, his eyes wide with absolute terror. He stares at the devastating energy hurtling toward him. What on earth is that? But it is already too late. The impact triggers a massive, earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the arena. Cheng Tai's sword shatters into pieces. His broken body free falls from the sky in pure agony. He crashes violently into the ground, completely unconscious. But the nightmare is not over. Ning'er's lethal blade plummets from above, aiming straight for the defeated Cheng Tai. This is bad. Cheng Tai is in danger. The sect master roars in panic. But the unconscious fighter cannot dodge. Just as the razor-sharp tip reaches inches from his face, it stops completely dead in its tracks. With effortless grace, Ning'er catches her weapon mid-air. The entire arena holds its breath. The elders scowl in deep displeasure. This ruthless strike was a total humiliation. Yet, in the world of martial arts, absolute power rules all. The men in the audience erupt into fanatic cheers, completely blown away by her overwhelming dominance. As expected of the military's future star, the genius of Ning'er is simply beyond human comprehension. Her brutal, head-on crushing of her opponent is an exact mirror of Cao Neng's earlier battle. It only took 3 moves to obliterate an S-rank fighter like Cheng Tai. Watching from the sidelines, Cao Neng sighs helplessly. She is not just fighting Cheng Tai, she is clearly declaring war on him. He asks himself honestly, if he fought Cheng Tai, he could win, but it would definitely end in mutually assured destruction. Yet Ning'er finished it with a single, devastating strike. He wonders, between the current Ning'er and the esoteric monk sitting at rank 1 of the dragon rankings, who is truly the strongest? Suddenly, Tang Tang waves her phone in the air. The dragon rankings just updated. Sister Ning'er skyrocketed to rank 6. That is a 51 rank jump. Cao Neng freezes in absolute shock. What? Straight to rank 6? He facepalms in pure frustration. Defeating the 10th rank with 1 strike gets her instantly boosted to number 6? Meanwhile, he obliterated rank 57 with a single blade, only to remain hopelessly stuck at rank 57 himself. This ranking system is completely rigged against him. Is his mocking aura just too strong? Suddenly, Tang Tang coughs lightly, shooting a sly, meaningful glance at Cao Neng. Mentioning S-rank fighters, he instantly catches her drift. A wicked, cunning smirk spreads across both their faces. Quick as lightning, Cao Neng bites down on a hidden packet and spews dark red liquid everywhere. The crowd instantly whips their heads around in a panic. What happened? Cao Neng drops to his knees, violently coughing up a massive pool of fake blood. Bystanders gasp in pure horror at the gruesome sight. A reporter immediately starts broadcasting, not caring about the actual facts. Breaking news, a sudden turn of events. Cao Neng has suffered catastrophic internal injuries. It seems his earlier victory was won at a terrible, life-threatening cost. Playing her part perfectly, Tang Tang bursts into loud, dramatic laughter to draw even more eyes. She puts on the most arrogant, gloating face possible. Oh, Cao Neng, who knew you would ever see a pathetic day like this? Death god Tang Tang has been waiting in the shadows for a whole month for this exact moment. The chilling look in her eyes is enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Absolutely terrifying. The surrounding crowd immediately erupts into chaotic whispers. What in the world is going on here? Aren't Gao Neng and Tang Tang supposed to be on the exact same side? Gao Neng slowly wipes the fresh blood from his mouth. Tang Tang, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to kick me while I am down? Consider this your final warning. Dozens of challengers have already fallen beneath my blade today. Do you really think someone like you can break my iron will? Tang Tang leans flawlessly into her dramatic role. That is exactly right, Gao Neng. I, the death god Tang Tang, officially challenge you right here and now. I have broken through to the late 4th stage. Against your wounded state, victory is mine. The two of them continue this incredibly theatrical exchange of words. To jump from the early 4th stage to the late 4th stage in just a single month. You truly are an absolute genius. Fine. I accept your challenge. My cultivation speed might never match yours. But my unyielding and indomitable spirit demands that I face you in battle. Only by shattering our own limits can we achieve true greatness. Isn't that right, Tang Tang? Do you finally grasp the true weight of an unyielding spirit? I have no doubt that your future path will be incredibly radiant. You flatter me too much, she replies smoothly. To recognize my boundless potential. You truly possess a divine vision that ordinary mortals could never comprehend. The surrounding sect elders stand completely paralyzed in sheer disbelief. 2 nearby female reporters lean in, furiously whispering. Are they seriously just violently flattering each other right now? Shh, just smile and pretend we do not hear anything. Meanwhile, deep inside the Dragon Rank headquarters, the bizarre broadcast causes a staff member to whip around toward Hong Ying. Chief. What in the world are we watching? Are those two not on the exact same team? Tang Tang is literally Gao Neng's official spokesperson. Hong Ying rests her chin on her hand, her eyes narrowing sharply. So, that is his little game. The exact words Gao Neng had spoken earlier echo clearly in her mind. In other words, as long as anyone at the 5th stage or below cracks the top 60 of the dragon rank, they are crowned a peerless genius, and that guarantees them an S rank evaluation, does it not? So this was his masterfully deceptive plan all along. The rest of the dragon rank staff suddenly gasp in realization. Wait a second, Chief, are you saying Gao Neng is going to throw the match on purpose? Also, Tang Tang can forcefully secure an S rank evaluation for herself. If Gao Neng actually fakes a defeat, then the records will show a 4th stage Tang Tang crushing the mighty Gao Neng. Even if we desperately wanted to deny her the S rank, our hands would be completely tied. Good heavens, these two are absolutely diabolical. A blazing aura of pure fury erupts from Hong Ying. Gao Neng, how dare you make a mockery of us? Back under the scorching sun of the battlefield, Tang Tang's dramatic voice booms out once more. Gao Neng, I am clearly taking advantage of your weakened state today. Yet you still accept my challenge with such noble honor. Because of that, I shall offer you my utmost respect by defeating you with everything I have. Say no more. I may be heavily wounded today, but for a late 4th stage fighter to dare challenge me, that overwhelming courage is truly priceless. Therefore, I shall defend my absolute dignity and strike you down, as expected from the heaven's chosen child. The legendary S-rank genius of the dragon rank, Gao Neng. The heavens themselves have ordained today's battle. I shall fight you as if you are the final opponent of my entire life. Witnessing such profound enlightenment and absolute grace, Gao Neng feigns utter shock. To think you have achieved such legendary emotional growth, even if I fall in battle today, I will never regret crossing blades with a truly magnificent opponent like you. Hearing this nauseating script, the opposing sect master clutches his head, his face turning pitch black. How in the world did our ancient Hua Mountain sect lose to a shameless clown like him? The surrounding martial brothers are completely losing their minds. Their patience has completely evaporated. This is psychological torture. They have been vigorously complimenting each other for 30 straight minutes. Are they ever going to stop? I have never witnessed such utterly shameless, thick-skinned behavior in my entire life. If the heavens truly have eyes, please send down divine lightning and smite these two actors where they stand. Meanwhile, hiding quietly behind a nearby wall, Ning covers her mouth, giggling uncontrollably at the circus act. Unable to endure another second of this torture, a senior brother violently steps forward. It has been half an hour. Are you two going to fight or not? Without missing a single beat, the dramatic duo snaps their heads toward the crowd in perfect synchronization. Of course we are fighting. Tang Tang strikes another arrogant pose, her voice dripping with fake intensity. From the very moment we stood here, we have already exchanged blows in our minds hundreds of times. I have desperately searched for a single microscopic flaw in Gao Neng's absolute defense, but every hypothetical strike I launched was completely neutralized by his invisible aura. It is glaringly obvious now. Your true strength far exceeds rank 57 on the dragon rank. Hearing this perfect cue, Gao Neng fiercely fires back. Tang Tang, that is the one thing I absolutely cannot agree with. What do you mean my strength exceeds rank 57? Are you openly daring to question the flawless fairness and absolute justice of the esteemed Dragon Rank Association? A mocking smirk creeps across his face as he delivers his punchline. Ning defeats Cheng Tai with a single spear thrust and instantly shoots up to rank 6. But my situation is completely different. I brutally annihilated Quaran with a single strike, yet I am magically left rotting at the exact same rank. Oh, what a gloriously fair and just system. Their eyes lock in a ferocious glare that leaves the entire audience utterly bewildered. Tang Tang flawlessly continues, showering him with praise. To think that even after suffering such horrific injustice, you still maintain your noble righteousness and prioritize the greater good. What a legendary mindset. With her monologue finished, she dramatically draws her weapon, pointing it straight at his heart. To claim victory over you today, it will be the greatest honor of my life. Gao Neng drops the polite facade in an instant. His eyes blaze with a terrifying blood-red intensity. Enough talk. Tang Tang, face my wrath. The rival sect members practically weep tears of joy at this sight. They had waited an eternity for these two to finally stop weaponizing their words. Enough talk? You two just talked for half a century. But in that split second, the atmosphere heavily shifts. A chilling, ethereal blue mist violently erupts from Gao Neng's entire body. The sheer pressure of his aura leaves the entire crowd paralyzed, their jaws dropping to the floor. The opposing master watches with wide, trembling eyes, his mind racing. Such a terrifyingly sharp blade aura. This strike is just as devastating as the one that obliterated Q Ran. Wait, did we completely misread the situation? He is not planning to throw the match at all. Is Gao Neng actually going to execute Tong Tong with a single, merciless strike? Even the mighty Qua Ran couldn't withstand this terrifying blade. Can Tang Tang really block such a devastating strike? Boom! The explosive energy from Gao Neng's scepter crashes into an invisible wall. He freezes in pure shock. My sure kill strike. It actually got blocked? To block the exact move that crushed Q Ran, and even launch a flawless counterattack, your true strength is leagues above his. If my guess is right, you are hiding far more power than your rank 57 on the dragon ranking. Meanwhile, the spectators are left completely speechless, holding their breath for the next earth-shattering clash. Smash. Back in the monitoring room, an expensive tablet is violently hurled against the wall, shattering into countless pieces. Seeing Hong Ying completely consumed by blazing rage, Chen Mo frantically barks orders. What kind of garbage monitor is this? It exploded in seconds. Guards! Bring Team Leader Zhang a brand new screen right now. A terrified dragon-ranking staff member forces an awkward smile, trembling like a leaf, as they carefully carry over a massive, upgraded display. The new screen flickers to life, showing Gao Neng's burning determination. Then let us see how you handle this, Tong Tang. A massive surge of energy manifestation takes physical form, roaring directly toward her like a wild beast. But she doesn't even flinch. With a few graceful, perfectly calculated movements, she casually deflects the deadly assault, her voice dripping with absolute disdain. To be honest, relying purely on your flying earth dragon was enough to crush Kuran, but what a pity. That parlor trick will never defeat me, Gao Neng. Even with the absolute upper hand, your energy manifestation remains terrifyingly sharp. Gao Neng coughs up a mouthful of crimson blood, yet he still refuses to hold back his genuine praise for her overwhelming power. Truly incredible, Tang Tang. My energy manifestation has enough raw destructive power to one-shot any rank 60 warrior. To think it still falls short against you. Hearing this blatant display of mutual respect, Hong Ying's blood boils over, her furious aura practically setting the room on fire. His patience snapped. He kicked the monitor, shattering the screen into a million pieces. The poor staff member wailed in despair. Team leader, that was my personal computer. Dripping with the arrogant aura of absolute wealth, Team Leader Zhang's face darkened as he barked an order. Here is 50,000. Go fetch another monitor. That was exactly what everyone was waiting to hear. The moment those words dropped, the rest of the staff scrambled like madmen. They sprinted over, desperately shoving their own computers forward. 50,000? Take mine. Take mine. Team leader, my screen is high-definition 2K. Meanwhile, Hong Ying watched the broadcast, grinding her teeth in pure frustration. If those two put even an ounce of effort into acting, I wouldn't be this furious. But those two brats are doing this on purpose. They are slapping my face in broad daylight. What absolute menaces. Back in the arena, the mockery continued. Tong Tong and Cao Neng exchanged flashy blows. One attacked, the other dodged, their coordination practically screaming fake. Tang Tang struck a dramatic pose and roared. Eat this! Galaxy Phantom, Ultimate Pulse Spirit, Extreme Annihilation Slash. Cao Neng instantly matched her theatrical energy. Behold, the Super Martial God Electronic. 99 consecutive Overlord Slash. Tang Tang gasped in mock awe. Such incredible skill, but how will you handle this? Extreme Void Piercing. Heaven's Driving. Accelerated Uniform Strike. Cao Neng smirked, spinning his weapon. Fascinating. Then taste my Flowing Gold, 8 trigrams, 4 symbols, Dual Aspect Origin. Slash. They went back and forth, screaming out ridiculously long attack names. The entire stadium watched this so-called battle, locked in an absolutely absurd stalemate. Tang Tang leaped back, wiping imaginary sweat. Cao Neng, your blade technique is truly peerless. I dare say your power level is at least rank 7 on the dragon ranking, just one step below senior sister Ning Er. Cao Neng puffed out his chest, faking a look of profound modesty. To think my deepest secrets have been exposed by you. But your strength is nothing to scoff at either. I can tell you belong at rank 8 on the dragon ranking. Just a single position beneath my own genius. Tang Tang threw her head back, letting out a villainous burst of laughter. A pity you are currently wounded. Victory is practically in the palm of my hand, because I still possess my ultimate super-secret weapon. Once this masterpiece sees the light of day, you will be utterly defenseless. With a flash of movement, she vanished from sight. Cao Neng's smug grin instantly dissolved. He replaced it with a perfectly exaggerated look of sheer terror. What? An ultimate super-secret weapon? Could you possibly be talking about the electromagnetic cannon number 4? The very same marvel recently developed by the legendary Heavenly King Corporation? Just how terrifyingly powerful is this electromagnetic cannon number 4? Back in the viewing room, Hong Ying reached her absolute breaking point. She violently punched through the glass window. Her furious roar echoed through the room. Others might be fooled, but do you think I am blind? That exact electromagnetic cannon number 4 was literally invented by Cao Neng himself. They turned a life-or-death tournament into a blatant television commercial. What is this, a primetime soap opera? Her subordinate frantically tried to calm the raging storm. Team leader, please breathe, don't be mad, we still have another monitor right here. Meanwhile, back on the so-called battlefield, Tang Tang was delivering her sales pitch with absolute passion. Oh, you have no idea, its power defies logic itself. This electromagnetic cannon, number 4, OFS, was initiated by the Heavenly King Corporation a year ago. We poured over 100 billion into its development. Due to immense technical hurdles, the project was tragically abandoned. However, just 2 months ago, we convened a monumental, historic summit. For the sake of the human alliance, for our glorious future victory, we boldly restarted this legendary project. Why, you ask? Because the electromagnetic cannon number 4 is a true, world-shaking, revolutionary marvel. Cao Neng crossed his arms, playing the role of the ultimate skeptic. A revolutionary marvel? Tang Tang, please, do not spin such wild tales. Tang Tang dramatically raised a finger to the sky. Wild tales? Absolutely not. Once I reveal the divine functions of this weapon, your mind will be completely blown. First of all, its compact design is a masterpiece. It is significantly smaller than the 3rd generation. The energy consumption? Reduced to an impossibly efficient level. In the past, I could only fire a single shot per day, but now, the rules have changed. I can fire whenever I want. A relentless barrage of radiant destruction. Cao Neng's eyes sparkled with perfectly acted fascination. Such terrifying power. Could I, perhaps, touch it? Tang Tang nodded with absolute solemnity. Of course, you are the rival I respect above all others. I implicitly trust your noble character. I know you would never launch a sneak attack during a product demonstration. Cao Neng stroked the weapon, gasping in pure awe. Such sleek, flawless curves. A truly elegant yet lethal design. What absolute genius could have created this? Right on cue, the two rivals suddenly spun to face the camera. Their voices boomed in perfect, practiced unison. Honored audience, esteemed reporters, disciples of the ancient Hua Mountain sect, and all you glorious sect masters and elders, direct your unblinking attention right here. Are your eyes wide open? This electromagnetic cannon, number 4, represents a new epoch for humanity. Up in the VIP stands, 2 venerable elders stared blankly at the farce. Pardon my confusion, but isn't this supposed to be a sacred martial arts tournament? They are using our hallowed grounds for an infomercial. Should we perhaps charge them an advertising fee? Meanwhile, down on the stage, Tang Tang smoothly transitioned into Q&A mode. She held an invisible microphone. A brilliant question from the crowd. Miss Tang Tang, how did the Heavenly King Corporation conquer the impossible technical hurdles of this cannon? She let out a charismatic celebrity-style laugh. That is a phenomenal question. However, you shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking Cao Neng. Their comedic timing was absolutely flawless. The ultimate tag team setup. Cao Neng soaked in the glorious spotlight, relishing every single drop of praise. He raised a hand, acting like a humble saint. Please, please, hold your applause. There is no need for such wild excitement. While my scientific breakthrough was one small step for me, it is one giant leap for the human alliance. However, combat exams still measure true personal strength. Tang Tang took the cue, sweeping her arm out grandly. I shall hide the truth no longer. Cao Neng is the elite collaborating technician for the Heavenly King Corporation. He is the singular genius who shattered the technical barriers of the 4th generation cannon. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a thunderous round of applause for this hero? Cao Neng slicked back his hair, flashing a blinding smile. Please, do not let my earth-shattering scientific fame distract you from my unparalleled handsome looks. Wait, I mean, my unparalleled combat talent. Crash. Back in the command center, another brand new monitor was violently embedded into the concrete wall. But this time, It wasn't Hong Ying who threw it. It was the absolute limit of the director's patience. The old man sighs heavily. Just let them smash it to pieces. After today, the Dragon Board's special task force is officially disbanding anyway. Chen Mo leans in, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Director, do we really have to just stand here and take this? Gao Neng and Tang Tang are pushing things way too far. The director massages his temples, letting out a defeated groan. What else can we possibly do? Just 1 month ago, we completely wrote off a monster like him, refusing to even rank him in the top 500 of the Dragon Board. Now that he is fulfilling his end of the bargain, we have no choice but to grit our teeth and swallow our bitter pride. Suddenly, a staff member's panicked shout shatters the tension. Look at the monitors! Tang Tang is firing the cannon. Sure enough, the young girl is currently unleashing the terrifying might of her heavy artillery. Feast your eyes on this. This is the raw power of electromagnetic cannon number 4. The massive energy beam erupts from the barrel, instantly reducing the reinforced wall before her into a pile of smoking rubble. The surrounding observers nod in absolute awe, frantically analyzing the sheer destructive force. The ancient Volcano Sect's legendary alloy arena can normally withstand full-power clashes between Stage 5 and Stage 6 energy warriors. Yet now, it is being torn apart like fragile tofu. The piercing power of that weapon is simply heaven-defying. A wild grin spreads across Tang Tang's face as she locks her sights directly on Gao Neng. Take this, and this. How is it? Isn't the energy consumption incredibly efficient? I can keep firing this baby all day long. Watching this chaotic display, the 3 grandmasters can only shake their heads in utter despair. In just one short morning, 2 priceless battle rings have already been completely dismantled. Who is going to compensate them for this astronomical financial loss? These 3 combat platforms had cost an absolute fortune to forge. Meanwhile, the 2 chaotic youths are still completely immersed in their own dramatic roleplay. Tang Tang points dramatically at the boy. Gao Neng, you are undeniably the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered in the Divine Hall. Gao Neng simply crosses his arms, radiating an aura of insufferable arrogance. Is that all you have left? Hearing this, a smug smirk dances across Tang Tang's lips. You were the one who invented electromagnetic cannon number 4. So I refuse to use your own weapon to defeat you. I still have one ultimate secret weapon hidden up my sleeve. By now, the Dragon Board staff members are so completely fed up that they refuse to watch the broadcast any longer. Forget this. I am going to brew some tea. Just call me when they are finally done destroying the place. Are they seriously still shooting that ridiculous commercial? Brew a cup for me too. But suddenly, the tone of their so-called advertisement takes an incredibly sharp turn. Ning steps forward, her expression growing dead serious. Tang Tang, are you absolutely certain you want to use that? If you unleash it right now, the deepest secret resting within your body will be exposed. Tang Tang flashes a blindingly confident smile. Sister Ning I am not afraid. I need to prove my true worth to everyone. I want to show them that I can rightfully earn an S-class evaluation. Realizing that the stubborn girl cannot be swayed, Ning reluctantly gives in. Fine. But you must strictly control the energy output. You can only use 1,000th of its true power at most. Do you understand? Tang Tang nods fiercely. I understand perfectly, Sister Ning Gao Neng, just watch how I crush you into the dust. Tang Tang's sudden spike in intensity leaves Gao Neng completely bewildered. What on earth is going on here? Does she actually possess some sort of ultimate secret weapon? How come he knows absolutely nothing about this? As Tang Tang radiates absolute confidence, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Board finally realize that the heavy tone in Ning voice is completely genuine. Could the little girl truly be hiding a catastrophic weapon? One of the staff members quickly chimes in. Do not be fooled, sir. Ning and Gao Neng are incredibly close. She is probably just playing along to hype up their performance. But the director's eyes narrow in deep suspicion. No, you fools do not understand Ning true character at all. She is entirely different from a trickster like Gao Neng. In front of an external audience, there is absolutely zero chance she would lower her pride to act out some childish play. Hurry up and bring me my security clearance drive. The encrypted flash drive is slammed into the terminal. A glowing system prompt immediately flashes across the screen, initiating a maximum security clearance check. The master monitor instantly populates with Tang Tang's highly classified personnel file. Female. Age 16. Military rank. Second lieutenant. She is the sole granddaughter of Fang Yuan, the untouchable chairman of the Heavenly King Corporation. She is the undisputed future heir to the entire Heavenly King Empire. The staff gasps in shock. To achieve the rank of second lieutenant at a mere 16 years old is monstrous. But considering her terrifying family background, it suddenly makes perfect sense. But as their eyes scan further down the file, a chilling detail emerges. Shortly after her birth, her mother suddenly passed away, followed closely by her father's untimely death. Both of her parents are dead? A heavy, stunned silence immediately washes over the entire control room. Her biological father had been Fang Yuan's only living son. And speaking of that man's legendary legacy, the director's eyes darken as ancient memories resurface. Fang Yuan's only son was a generational genius. He was the sole figure in history to be bestowed the supreme title of Tier 1 Divine Creator by the entire Alliance. His meteoric rise single-handedly transformed the Heavenly King Corporation into the most terrifying and undisputed weapon manufacturing powerhouse in the entire human domain. He was a supreme existence destined to elevate the corporation to unimaginable heights. Yet 16 years ago, tragedy struck without warning. Both he and his wife perished violently in a single night, leaving behind nothing but a fragile newborn baby girl. And immediately following his mysterious death, all 27 executive directors of the board unanimously appointed the infant Tang Tang as the supreme successor. No matter how you look at it, the blood-soaked history of this family is far too bizarre. The director drags the mouse cursor to click onto the next page of her military record, but the very second he clicks, a blazing red warning violently hijacks the screen. Warning: insufficient security clearance. The director stumbles back, his eyes widening in absolute horror. Insufficient clearance? I possess level 5 administrative authority. How is it mathematically possible that I cannot view the hidden talent of a mere military academy student? With my rank, I can freely audit the sovereign commander of the First Dragon Board of the Western Desert. Yet I am locked out of this little girl's file? Clenching his jaw, he furiously types on the keyboard. If her talent is locked, then bypass it. Pull up her military service and combat merit records instead. Military achievements can never be falsified or completely erased. Yet the system brutally rejects him once again, flashing the exact same blood-red warning: insufficient clearance. The director's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. What in the heavens is going on? I am completely blocked from viewing the origins of her military rank. Just what kind of classified, heaven-defying Black Ops campaign did this teenager participate in? The terrified staff members gather behind him, completely paralyzed by the unfolding mystery. Director, just what kind of terrifying monster is this little princess of the Heavenly King Corporation? The director grips his chin, cold sweat slowly dripping down his forehead as he stares into the encrypted black abyss of her file. I cannot say for certain, but whatever nightmarish secret is hiding inside that girl's body, it is clearly something the Alliance is desperate to bury. On the arena stage, Tang Tang's voice rang out loud and clear. Gao Neng, I am making my move. You better be ready. The crowd below whispered among themselves in sheer confusion. What kind of dramatic stance is Tang Tang pulling? The fake acting is way too much. It feels completely unnatural. Let us see what trick they are playing now. Meanwhile, Gao Neng was absolutely baffled. Prepare? Prepare for what exactly? This was definitely not in their pre-arranged script. Could she actually pose a real threat to him? Whatever. He had to play his part to the bitter end. With that thought, he dropped into a defensive stance. Ready whenever you are. Tang Tang flashed a mysterious smirk. Excellent. Gao Neng, you truly are the lifelong rival of Reaper Tang Tang. Now watch closely. The great Reaper Tang Tang is about to unleash her ultimate secret weapon. He secretly praised her in his heart. This girl's acting skills were seriously impressive. Wait, Ning had whispered something to her earlier. Something about one or whatever. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something terrifying. Ning was actually hiding behind a massive, fortified shield. Cold sweat began to pour down Gao Neng's face. No way. Was she playing for real? He forced a rigid smile and desperately tried to call a timeout. Hold on, Tang Tang, let us talk this out first. But Tang Tang did not even let him finish. Behold, my ultimate humanoid weapon. A devastating neutron aura erupted around Tang Tang. Blistering heat instantly consumed the entire arena. Gao Neng barely managed to throw his hands forward. Wait, what bomb did you just say? Life-form state transformation. Supergravity electromagnetic storm. An actual atomic blast materialized out of nowhere. The terrifying suddenness left absolutely everyone defenseless. Gao Neng pushed his power to the absolute limit, desperately trying to block the apocalyptic impact. A cataclysmic supersonic shockwave suddenly exploded outward, leveling the very mountain itself. Over on the spectator side, the Dragon Board screens instantly went pitch black. The crowd erupted in absolute panic. Heavens, what in the world just happened? Quick, switch the feed to the military drones. The drone visuals finally flickered onto the massive screens. What they saw left every single person completely paralyzed with shock. From the sky, all they could see was an apocalyptic pillar of pitch-black smoke billowing from the decimated arena. They stammered in horror. What? What is that thing? Everyone trembled violently, utterly speechless before that tyrannical display of absolute power. Good heavens, what did I just witness? Are we even still alive? Meanwhile, Ning finally let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness Tang Tang held back. She managed to contain that devastating blast entirely within the arena. But what about that guy? Was he completely vaporized? Deep within the suffocating curtain of thick smoke, a lone silhouette slowly emerged. A man was still standing tall, unyielding like a mountain. As the apocalyptic smoke finally cleared, it revealed a face covered in ash and scorch marks. The man still standing was none other than Gao Neng. He collapsed to his knees, violently coughing up ash beneath the stunned gaze of the entire world. The crowd was utterly shell-shocked. Gao Neng was actually alive. He survived. But Gao Neng himself was still reeling in pure trauma. Heavens, what kind of hell did I just walk through? The electromagnetic storm had completely shattered all limits of control. Every single elemental particle in the arena had been violently severed. It was absolute, uncontrollable chaos. If he did not possess a 100% absolute elemental affinity to reflect, convert, and absorb that apocalyptic blast, he would be completely erased from existence right now. Tang Tang slowly strolled out from the lingering smoke. Unbelievable. Gao Neng, you still have not fallen? You are seriously a monster, he stammered, his eyes wide with horror. Tang Tang, what kind of bomb did you just say that was? She lifted her chin, practically glowing with overwhelming pride. A neutron bomb. Basically, a miniaturized nuclear device. Is it not totally awesome? Did you know there is a type of primordial elemental energy called but? Before her arrogant explanation could finish, she felt a heavy, terrifying grip clamp down on the back of her neck. It was Gao Neng. He snatched her up by the collar, ready to deliver a vicious spanking as he roared in pure disbelief. A nuclear weapon? You literally just used a nuclear weapon to blow me up? I am going to beat the living daylights out of you, Tang Tang pouted, looking incredibly wronged. Gao Neng, how do you still have this much energy? This defies all logic of science. Over in the VIP stands, an elder practically leaped out of his seat. Did she just say, a nuclear weapon? The Grandmasters had finally realized the terrifying truth. Tang Tang had actually used her own internal energy to forge a literal nuclear detonation. While the ultimate scale of the blast was strictly contained, the terrifying elemental signature proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. This was a genuine, pure-blooded nuclear strike. High above, a trembling hand gripped a viewing rail. The director was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. I finally understand. I finally know why even my supreme clearance could never access Tang Tang's hidden talent data. It turns out she is. Hong Ying stepped forward, her voice chilling the room. Tang Tang must be the sole surviving success of the Alliance's humanoid nuclear weapon project from over a decade ago. And to think, Tang Tang's father was one of the brilliant masterminds who orchestrated that exact initiative. A nearby staff member frowned in absolute confusion. But during the catastrophic Great War 18 years ago, the human alliance was pushed to the absolute brink of extinction. Does that not definitively prove that the humanoid nuclear weapon project was an absolute failure in the end? The director means that the humanoid nuclear weapon project was actually a miraculous success. Another voice chimed in. Tang Tang is the living, breathing proof. The one and only successful humanoid nuke. The director immediately raised a trembling hand. This is merely my wildest speculation. Even I do not dare to confirm it as absolute fact just yet. But if it truly was a success, then a living, breathing nuclear weapon will undoubtedly become the most terrifying trump card in the entire human alliance. The command room erupted into frantic, terrified whispers. 0 flight trajectory required. No countdown sequence needed. Instant point-blank detonation. Even the most monstrous alien powerhouses would never see it coming. Exactly. A literal nuclear blast at close quarters. Even a Supreme Realm powerhouse would be instantly reduced to ashes. Right at that moment, a lone hand slowly pierced the tension. But director, may I ask one terrifying question? It was Hong Ying. The director locked eyes with her, his brow furrowed. What is it? Hong Ying narrowed her eyes, pointing out the absolute fatal flaw. If this humanoid nuclear weapon is truly that catastrophic, to the point where even supreme beings must flee for their lives, then how is Tao Neng still standing there like nothing happened? The crowd stares in absolute disbelief. He just took a point-blank nuclear blast, yet he is completely unharmed. The director clears his throat awkwardly. This is exactly why I said the results were inconclusive. The neutron bomb Tang Tang used was simply too weak. It could not even scratch a late-stage Tier 5 warrior like him. Someone from the crowd shouts out, "Look at him! He is literally jumping around." That makes no sense. Even a miniaturized neutron bomb is still a nuclear weapon. Taking a pure radiation blast at point-blank range, he should be completely crippled right now. Hong Ying watches with intense curiosity. Just what kind of monster is this kid? Meanwhile, Tong Tong is sobbing uncontrollably. "I will never do it again. I am so sorry. Cao Neng, you absolute monster. Not even a neutron bomb could leave a single scratch on you. I swear I will never use you for target practice again. Please, just let me go." The spectators share the exact same utter confusion as the Dragon Rank members. How is this even possible? Why is he completely unscathed? That was a genuine nuclear explosion. It is physically impossible to walk away untouched. But look at his aura. He barely looks like he took a light breeze, let alone a bomb. Ning stands by with her arms crossed. There is nothing a comprehensive full-body examination cannot solve. And if one is not enough, we will just do two. Suddenly, it clicks in Cao Neng's mind. He realizes he has made a massive miscalculation. Wait a minute, he realizes with a jolt. I just took a direct hit from a neutron bomb. I am definitely supposed to be half dead right now. Without warning, he forcefully coughs up a mouthful of blood and collapses dramatically onto Tong Tong. The entire crowd completely freezes in confusion. Cao Neng gasps for air. "Tong Tong, I thought I could withstand this devastating blow with my sheer willpower alone. But the sheer radioactive power of your attack is simply too overwhelming. I cannot hold on." He projects his voice for the entire arena to hear. Then, he leans in and drops his voice to a frantic whisper. "Quick! Punch me!" Tang Tang stares at him through her tears. "Hit you again? I already bombed you once and you almost killed me. You want me to hit you again? I am not falling for your tricks. I would rather die than strike you." Frustration blazing in his eyes, Cao Neng hisses through his teeth. "Do you want that S-rank evaluation or not, Tong Tong?" She just curls up, clutching her head in absolute terror. "I do not want it anymore. Just let me lose." Cao Neng curses violently in his mind. This absolute idiot. Tang Tang's wails echo across the arena. "I surrender. I quit." Panic sets in as Cao Neng desperately clamps his hand over her mouth. "Shut up." The male students in the crowd instantly erupt in furious outrage. "You shameless bastard. Assaulting a young girl in broad daylight? Unhand her. If you want to fight someone, go pick on Ning. Cao Neng is caught in an impossible dilemma. He has dominated battlefields and crushed countless formidable foes. But how on earth do you fight an opponent who is desperately begging to lose? His master plan was beautifully simple. Force a draw, and they would both claim the 57th spot on the Dragon Rank. The examiners would have zero grounds to interfere. It was completely flawless. But now, the script has completely flipped. He has to improvise and salvage this disaster. Stealing his resolve, he roars dramatically. "Well played, Death God Tang Tang. Your ultimate secret weapon has completely drained my life force. I have nothing left." Tang Tang stops crying, turning to him with a look of pure bewilderment. "You want us to perish together?" Cao Neng continues his theatrical performance. "After all we have been through, you want to drag me to hell just because of one tiny neutron bomb? Fine. If that is how it is, I will fight you to the bitter end. I am not just a bomb expert. I am a master of aura too." But before she can even process his absurd words, he brutally headbutts her straight in the skull. "Is your brain completely broken?" Cao Neng shouts over her dizzy groans. "Are your gears rusted shut? Did your IQ drop to absolute zero? Just pass out already." A massive comical bump instantly forms on Tong Tong's forehead. With her eyes rolling back, she finally slumps over unconscious. Seizing the moment, Cao Neng dramatically lets his eyes flutter shut and collapses into the dirt beside her. Ning covers her mouth, stifling a quiet laugh. The spectating crowd erupts into chaotic murmurs. Well, I guess that counts as a mutual knockout. After suffering Tang Tang's ultimate nuclear explosion, Cao Neng used his dying breath to ensure mutual destruction. Yeah, let us go with that. High up in the viewing stands, the ancient Huashan sect elders see right through the theatrical farce, so that was his brilliant scheme. The boy is dangerously cunning. By forcing a dead tie, he completely paralyzes Hong Ying's authority to intervene. That little snake just used our ancient Huashan sect as a stepping stone. The institute director reviews the footage with a heavy sigh. He turns to the fuming examiner. "It played out exactly as I predicted. Hong Ying. He engineered this perfectly to lock you out of your authoritative veto." Defeated, Hong Ying grinds her teeth. Issue Tang Tang an S-rank evaluation immediately. Place them both at rank 57 on the dragon rank. Shift everyone else down one spot. Her subordinate hesitates, utterly bewildered. Team leader. Are you absolutely sure about this? Their whole performance was a complete farce. Should we really allow it? Hong Ying's eyes narrow intensely. That is entirely beside the point. The real issue is that Tang Tang's terrifying secret has been completely exposed. She is the only successful humanoid nuclear weapon in existence. If we deny her an S rank, the higher-ups will have all of our heads on a spike. The subordinate pales, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Understood completely. I will update the system immediately. The massive digital leaderboard refreshes with a golden glow. Rank 57, Cao Neng, S rank, Tung Tung, S rank. Lin Ying of the Dongdu Military Academy looks on in absolute silence. A single strike to defeat Yi Qinglian, surging up 82 ranks to secure an S-tier rating. Reading these legendary updates, Yun Tian is so utterly ecstatic that he literally jumps onto the table. Another S-tier genius is born. That makes 3 of our own, breaking into the top 100. The Eastern capital has finally reclaimed its ultimate glory. Meanwhile, Gao Neng lies completely paralyzed on the battlefield, letting out an exhausted sigh. I guess that counts as a flawless mission complete, right? Ding! A glowing blue screen materializes. System alert. Congratulations, host. Mission successfully accomplished. Reward granted. The host now has the ultimate opportunity to upgrade 2 skills. Staring at the golden text, a deeply satisfied smirk finally creeps across Gao Neng's battered face. Finally, the moment of truth. The holographic interface expands, displaying his updated status window. Name: Gao Neng. Age: 18. Origin: City of Hope. Status: first-year cadet at the Eastern Capital Military Academy. Vitality Index: 1056 over 198. Evaluation: absolute perfection. Spiritual power: 526 over 78. Evaluation: absolute perfection. Energy reserves: 1,230 over 3,250. Evaluation: absolute perfection. Elemental affinities: iron, copper, steel, silver, gold, phosphorus, acid, and silicon, all maxed out at 100%. Special ability 1. Piercing gaze. Currently at intermediate level. Special ability 2. Advanced secondary core. Special ability 3. Basic life state transformation. Special ability 4. Basic wordless heavenly book. Special ability 5. Primordial body. Ultimate skill: infinite energy injection. Evolution progress: 6 out of 10. Gao Neng's eyes dart across the glowing data, carefully analyzing his own monstrous growth. My evolution points have already hit 6? Just 4 more missions, and the system will undergo a massive double evolution. Excellent. His lips curl into a confident smirk. Now, the only question left is which divine skill to upgrade first. The other abilities can wait. Awakening the wordless heavenly book to unlock high-tier combat arts. That is my absolute top priority right now. Ding! Wordless heavenly book upgrade successful. Evolved into Heavenly Book Evolution. Instantly, the digital interface shatters into shards of light, revealing 3 mysterious, ancient formulas. The damage formula, the defense formula. Gao Neng squints at the glowing text, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. And lastly, the enhancement formula. What kind of demonic power is this? He reads the terrifying description. This extreme enhancement formula. It can elevate advanced skills straight to the realm of secret arts, but the backlash is absolute madness. A double-edged sword that destroys 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of your own. The other 2 formulas carry the exact same brutal risks, but overthinking it now is a waste of time. Whether this power is a blessing or a curse, I will only know once I test it on the battlefield. I will experiment with it later. After all, this is destined to become one of my most lethal trump cards. As the battles grow increasingly terrifying, my core abilities must evolve to match them. It is time for the next enhancement. Let us do this. The holographic system flares with blinding light once more. Initiating upgrade. Life state transformation has successfully evolved into Life Element Fusion. The host may now extract and fuse the hidden elemental affinities within your talents. Fusion attempts. Unlimited. Cost of maintaining a single element fusion, 100,000 alliance coins per minute. Cost of maintaining a dual element fusion, 200,000 alliance coins per minute. Triple element fusion, 400,000 alliance coins per minute. Quadruple element fusion, 800,000 alliance coins per minute. Gao Neng's jaw drops to the floor, letting out a deeply pained groan at the astronomical cost. Are you kidding me? If I had known this monstrous ability was such a shameless money burner, I would have just dumped my points into upgrading the Heavenly Book evolution a second time. Right as he is drowning in financial despair, a sudden, spine-chilling sensation snaps him back to reality. A deathly cold hand is reaching out, firmly grabbing his paralyzed body. Looming behind him is a shadowy figure holding a massive medical syringe. The patient is critically injured. Prepare him for the stretcher, but administer the heavy anesthetics first. Once he is completely sedated, transport him immediately to the underground research facility. This is our very first living specimen to take a direct hit from a neutron bullet. After this injection, not even a miracle will wake him up. Hearing the words specimen and research facility, Gao Neng's survival instincts explode. He shoots up from the ground like a rocket, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Hold on a damn minute. I am wide awake." The medical staff stagger back in sheer disbelief. How on earth did he regenerate so fast? Well, if he is fully conscious, cancel the treatment. Meanwhile, in another sector, the sect elders are locked in a tense discussion with the dragon ranking officials. Captain Li, Captain Wang. To think you two would arrive here in person. Have you come to officially issue the new dragon ranking announcements? Cheng Tai and Quoran have sustained minor injuries in battle. Please wait a moment while we retrieve them. But the two mighty captains show absolutely zero regard for the elder's status, coldly cutting him off. Save your breath. There is no need for such trivialities. The official rank updates for Cheng Tai and Quoran will not be finalized until tomorrow. We did not travel all this way for them. A pristine document is suddenly thrust directly in front of Gao Neng's face. Lieutenant Colonel Shen steps forward with a booming voice. We have personally delivered your official dragon ranking decree. 3 days later, the real trial began. Arriving at the designated testing facility, the upcoming muscle exam hit him with a wave of shock. Candidate Gao Neng, this is your official summons, the examiner declared. Guard it with your life. The notice pinpointed their exact destination, the 17th floor of the federal government building, straight to the Joint Council's Special Phenomenon Research Institute. Captain Wang stepped up, offering a reassuring smile to ease the heavy tension. It is just a routine physical exam, so relax. Our testing protocols are flawlessly comprehensive. Does candidate Gao Neng have any concerns? Gao Neng's eye twitched. The more comprehensive you are, the more terrified I get, he screamed internally. He cleared his throat, stammering slightly. I am perfectly fine. I am just worried your institute's precious machines might blow up into pieces. I have a nasty habit of overloading testing equipment. Captain Wang burst into hearty laughter. Our Joint Council machinery has never exploded in history. Candidate Gao Neng is overthinking this. Suddenly, the usually silent Captain Li chimed in. Wait, where is the other recruit? Where is Tang Tang? The answer was hilariously grim. She was still lying completely unconscious on the cold arena floor. Ah, there she is, Captain Li exclaimed. Captain Wang reached out to grab her, but Gao Neng instantly blocked his path. Hold it right there. His gaze sharpened as he issued a firm warning. Tang Tang is still out cold. Whatever official business you have, it can wait until she opens her eyes. Captain Li waved off his concern. Do not worry about that. Our elite medical team is on standby. We can heal her injuries in a flash. But Gao Neng stood his ground like an unmovable mountain, refusing to budge. I said, she is not awake yet. The two captains frowned, their patience wearing dangerously thin. Candidate Gao Neng, what exactly are you trying to pull? We represent the mighty Joint Council. We merely want to wake her up to deliver her official mandate. That is all. Ninger finally broke the suffocating silence. Tang is still completely unconscious. Could you hand her official notification letter over to me? The two captains exchanged hesitant glances, clearly reluctant. But Ninger was not backing down. Our military department will personally guarantee her absolute safety. Her unyielding authority left them with no room to argue. Understood. We will leave this in Lieutenant Colonel Shen's hands. The time and location remain completely unchanged. Watching the captains fade into the distance, Ninger turned her sharp gaze toward Cao Neng. Why did you suddenly stop them from getting close to Tang Tang? They are high-ranking officials from the Joint Council. Making enemies out of them brings you absolutely zero benefits. Cao Neng simply smirked. Then why did you step in to back me up? Ninger's voice faltered for a brief moment. Obviously, it is for Tang Tang's sake. Never mind. But before the duo could make their exit, a booming voice halted their steps. Hold it right there, Cao Neng. The sect leader's eyes burned with furious daggers. You reduced our sacred arena to absolute rubble, and you think you can just walk away without paying? Cao Neng let out a hollow laugh, shifting his gaze to avoid the old man's blazing wrath. Wait, Battle arenas actually need to be compensated for? The sect leader instantly snapped back, his aura flaring. Normal wear and tear? Of course not. But you deliberately annihilated the entire structure. Completely shameless. Cao Ning continued to argue his ridiculous case. But senior, this is exactly what normal damage looks like. Quaran, Tang, and I fought 2 earth-shattering battles. Isn't it natural for the stage to crack a little? The sect leader pointed a trembling finger at the apocalyptic crater. You dare call this normal? The most infuriating part is this. Your final, devastating clash with Tang had absolutely nothing to do with the ancient Huashan sect. Even taking 100 steps back, we could ignore the collateral damage from the Quran fight. But you still have to pay for the crater you and Tang blew open. Tang briefly fluttered her eyes open in Ninger's arms, flashing a dangerously sly grin. Clearly, she was leaving this financial nightmare entirely to Cao Ning. Cornered with no escape, Cao Ning swallowed his pride. Fine, old man. Name your price. How much? The sect leader's eyes gleamed coldly. 20 million. A high-grade alloy arena like this costs at least 50 million to build. Even just the raw materials for repairs will cost 20 million. Hearing that astronomical figure, Cao Ning felt his soul leave his body. 20 million? Are you trying to rob me blind? But his outrage only triggered a terrifying tag team scolding from both elders. Cao Ning. Our ancient Huashan sect boasts thousands of years of prestigious history. Do you seriously think we would scam a junior for money? Anyone with functioning eyes saw exactly what happened in that arena. You hijacked our sacred grounds to broadcast your own legendary battle. The fact that we are not charging you a massive promotional fee is already an act of immense mercy. Cao Ning nodded thoughtfully, launching his cunning counterattack. I hear you perfectly, seniors. But realistically, repairing this stage should cost 2 million at most. The elder exploded, fiercely waving his hands in denial. Absolute nonsense. Repairing this tier of rare alloy for 2 million? Impossible. I challenge you to find a master craftsman who could do it for that price. A confident, borderline arrogant smirk spread across Cao Ning's face. Then how about a little wager? If I can perfectly restore it, you pay me 2 million. But if I fail to fix it, I will hand over the full 20 million. Do we have a deal? The 2 old masters exchanged hesitant, deeply tempted glances. Something about his absolute confidence felt like a deadly trap, but the sheer math was too good to refuse. The sect leader slammed his fist down. Deal. If you somehow pull this off, that 2 million will be your official repair fee. The trap was officially sprung as they shook hands on the binding deal. Cao Ning's grin widened victoriously. Excellent. Thank you for your incredibly generous patronage. Watching Cao Ning confidently stride toward the smoking ruins, the 2 elders continuously whispered their lingering doubts. Even if the brat actually possesses some heaven-defying forging skill, that specific alloy is forged from 5 extremely rare elements. Does he plan to camp here for months just to mend it? What exactly is this kid playing at? Is it actually possible for him to reforge the entire arena alone? Little did they know, Cao Ning was already communicating with his ultimate trump card. System. Initiate a comprehensive, full-scale elemental scan immediately. There was absolutely no point in hiding his elemental mastery anymore. Playing weak had completely lost its strategic value in this situation. If my deepest secret is destined to be exposed today, a wild, overwhelming aura erupted from Cao Ning's body for all to see. Then I might as well put on a spectacular, legendary show. Every single jaw in the expansive courtyard dropped straight to the floor. The sect leader's eyes bulged in pure terror, utterly paralyzed by the impossible miracle unfolding before him. Master-level affinity for all 5 rare alloy elements, and every single one boasted a purity exceeding 95%. Cao Ning flawlessly orchestrated the elements like a supreme deity reshaping the earth. Don't ever say I am stingy with my power. I refuse to take advantage of your prestigious ancient sect. So, I will go ahead and upgrade the other arena for free. In mere minutes, the swirling elemental chaos condensed into a massive, flawless metallic cube. With a casual flick of his wrist, the monolithic structure shattered into millions of precise, glowing fragments. Like a breathtaking scene pulled from divine mythology, the geometric shards cascaded downward. In a blinding flash, they rapidly locked into place, forming 3 absolute masterpieces of modern battle arenas. The collective minds of the entire sect practically short-circuited in pure awe. How is this physically possible? Meanwhile, Cao Ning enthusiastically dashed back to the petrified sect leader. Let us do some quick math based on your own glorious pricing. 1 arena was 20 million, meaning 2 should definitely cost 40 million. But I am only charging you a measly 2 million. A fantastic bargain, right? Even after the debt was settled, the elders remained frozen like statues. their worldview completely shattered by his heaven-defying talent. The scene then shifted to the elite military convoy of the Eastern Territory. Sitting securely in her armored transport, Ning delivered her final orders. I am leaving Tang Tang in your highly capable hands. We will reconvene at the Joint Council in exactly 3 days. Do not be late. As the heavy military convoy completely vanished into the dusty horizon, Cao Neng let out an exhausted sigh, effortlessly hauling the unconscious Tong Tong over his broad shoulder. Still, a thrilling rush of anticipation coursed through his veins as he thought about his massive gamble. Just wait until the official assessment in 3 days. When I finally unveil my absolute full potential, I am going to make the entire world drop to its knees in utter shock. Speaking of heaven-defying talents, his newly evolved abilities were practically begging for a test run. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to activate the Celestial Evolution Tome. His finger swiped the glowing interface, instantly summoning the holographic blue screen. The Supreme System rapidly scanned his requested parameters. His ultimate target was clear. Deducing the terrifying Ghost's Despair movement technique, he immediately authorized the third-tier rapid simulation formula. A blazing red warning notification instantly flooded his vision. Alert! Utilizing the third-tier formula to deduce the high-grade movement art, Ghost's Despair will consume exactly 18 million Alliance coins. Do you wish to proceed? We're swimming in cash now, Gao Neng complained to his system. Cut the nonsense and just give me the goods. The system instantly obeyed his command. The ultimate ghost-weeping deduction formula activated, unlocking a brand new, terrifying movement technique. Phantom Flash Technique. Gao Neng's eyes locked onto the screen. The deadly, elegant aura radiating from the display was absolutely suffocating. Oh, this is definitely my style. Done! Gao Neng shouted, practically glowing with satisfaction. Nothing felt better than a massive power-up. Meanwhile, miles away, Tiannan's phone suddenly buzzed with a heart-stopping bank notification. This was the direct result of Gao Neng's relentless spending spree. Old Li's hands began to shake uncontrollably. 18 million, he muttered, grinding his teeth. This brat sure knows how to be frugal. Beside him, the deputy chief of staff broke into a cold sweat, wondering why Old Li looked ready to murder someone. The deputy political commissar leaned in and whispered, "His mood is dangerously foul today. Whatever we do, let's not provoke the beast." Mustering his courage, the deputy chief of staff cleared his throat. Old Li, about that military academy you mentioned. Where exactly are we building it? The Forgotten Land, Tiannan replied instantly. The commissar froze in pure shock. Old Li, you haven't interfered with military affairs in 10 years. Why this sudden move? The deputy chief of staff nearly choked. Wait. What? The Forgotten Land? Completely ignoring their panic, Tiannan took a slow, deliberate sip of his tea. Why? Is that going to be a problem? The officer's voice trembled with hesitation. Old Li, you know the history of that desolate wasteland. Before he could even finish his sentence, Old Li's phone violently vibrated again. Alert. Bank card ending in 0558 has been charged 7 million Alliance credits. Rage blazed in Tiannan's eyes as he slammed his fist into the table. The sheer force of his killing intent instantly suffocated the room. Misunderstanding his terrifying aura, the two commanders turned pale and immediately backpedaled. Old Li. Actually, we see absolutely no problem with this plan. If you want an academy in the Forgotten Land, we will build it immediately. The other nodded frantically. Exactly. Your word is absolute law, sir. It's just that our military resources are currently. Tiannan waved them off dismissively. I'll handle the funding, but I need you to transfer 20 elite instructors there immediately. He paused, his sharp mind calculating the logistics. Sending 20 instructors into the deadly Forgotten Land was no small feat. It was practically a death sentence. What sane instructor would willingly walk straight into that forsaken graveyard? Before he could formulate a plan, another notification struck like lightning. Alert. Bank card. Ending in 0568 has been charged 185 million Alliance credits. The mahogany table completely shattered under his explosive fury. Terrified out of their minds, both commanders leaped to their feet and snapped crisp salutes. Sir, yes sir, we guarantee mission success. The academy paperwork will be pushed through instantly. We will personally handpick all 20 instructors, ensuring they are the absolute best of the best. Is there anything else you require? Their minds were perfectly synchronized in absolute survival mode. The atmosphere was far too deadly to negotiate. Total submission was their only option today. Tiannan sighed heavily. No, just get those two things done flawlessly. Oh, and one more detail. The new academy principal will be Gao Neng from Dongdu Military Academy. The commanders exchanged baffled glances. Gao Neng? Who the hell is Gao Neng? Does Dongdu even have a commanding officer by that name? Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the chaos he had caused, Gao Neng was grinning like a madman at his newly acquired spoils. Sure, it cost an absolute fortune, he chuckled. But the power? Completely off the charts. 186 million to upgrade the supergravity electrostorm into the Thunder God domain, and 7 million to evolve my quick draw technique into the Blood Blade art. Even without relying on the system now, cracking the top 100 of the dragon ranking will be a walk in the park. He stretched out lazily, soaking in the victory. Ah, the peak of strength is so lonely, but legends as handsome as me are never truly alone. Just as he closed his eyes to bask in his glory, his phone suddenly vibrated with a loud alert. A breaking news notification flashed across the screen. Lin Ying of Dongdu Military Academy has officially challenged rank 29 of the dragon ranking, Yi Qingge. Gao Neng bolted upright, his eyes widening in shock. Lin Ying is still going through with the challenge? The live broadcast chat was already exploding with thousands of comments. The forums are absolutely melting down, someone typed. Yi Qingge actually accepted a challenge? I thought that guy completely isolated himself from the world just to cultivate his holy arts in peace. Another user quickly fired back. Bro, if you shattered the chest of Yi Qingge's little sister with a single strike, do you really think he'd just let you walk away alive? The top analysts from the Great Rock faction completely agreed that this was no ordinary duel. It was a brutal blood feud. Gao Neng clutched his phone, bursting into nervous laughter. I never realized Senior Lin Ying was such a ruthless savage. Targeting a girl's chest like that? That's just vicious. Oh, I am absolutely not missing this legendary showdown. He grinned, instantly turning up the dramatic stream volume. The truth finally clicked in his mind. Senior Lin Ying's true target had always been the 29th rank. Knowing Yi Qingge would dodge the fight, he deliberately crippled his sister to force his hand. What a terrifyingly brilliant strategy. Suddenly, the main broadcast feed cut to a live video. A panicked reporter was screaming into the microphone, pointing frantically at a massive explosion in the background. Greetings everyone. Today, the ultimate defender of the dragon ranking, Yi Qingge, is finally descending upon the battlefield, the reporter gasped. As the entire world knows, this peerless genius is the legendary second son of the Jimingyi clan. He serves as the chief enforcer of the Radiant sect. Aside from Gao Neng and Tang Tang, he is the youngest S-class powerhouse on the entire ranking at just 20 years old. Hearing this, Gao Neng's eyebrows shot up. Only 20 years old? That makes him a year younger than Lin Ying, Gao Neng muttered, rubbing his chin. No wonder he's ranked S-class. Wait, I wonder how big that sister whose chest got smashed actually is. Completely glued to the thrilling live stream, Gao Neng was entirely oblivious to the terrifying presence materializing right behind him. A pair of eyes, blazing with murderous intent, locked onto his back. Tiannan gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at the boy's slacking posture. This little brat is actually watching a live stream? The old man fumed. And here I thought he was off doing something truly magnificent. Over 2 billion credits vanished in a single swipe. And what was the result? A flashy live stream playing right on the screen. Fury blazed within Old Lee's heart like a raging inferno. Did this rotten brat really just throw away over 2 billion to tip some female idol? What a bold brat. Virtual rockets and airplanes were not enough, so he started gifting virtual spaceships? Such a rebellious disciple. This master's luck is truly tragic. Without another word, Old Lee decisively drew his weapon. The razor-sharp dragon-slaying saber gleamed with deadly intent. However, completely contrary to Tiannan's assumptions, Gao Neng was actually watching a high-stakes martial arts duel. The two fighters in the video clashed with earth-shattering momentum. Every movement on screen was ruthlessly precise. As their heavy fists collided, Gao Neng was completely mesmerized. He did not even notice that Tiannan had silently appeared inside his house. The boy was still utterly absorbed in analyzing the two powerhouses. One was a mid-stage Tier 6 warrior, the other was at the late stage of Tier 6. Yet, after Lin Ying activated his blood rage berserk state, he miraculously seized the upper hand. Unlike Lin Ying's endurance-based combat, this Qingge relies entirely on explosive burst damage. He is about to unleash his ultimate move. Yi Qingge has clearly suppressed this terrifying energy for a long time, aiming to decide the battle with a single, devastating strike. His analysis was spot on. The two powerhouses charged forward, colliding like meteors. Finally, a blinding flash of light completely swallowed the arena on Gao Neng's screen. His phone literally looked like it was about to detonate. Gao Neng gasped in pure shock. Heavens, this shockwave is way too intense. It actually blew up my phone. Wait a second. Why would a video make my actual phone explode? Now that his main distraction was literally shattered to pieces, he finally sensed a foreign presence lurking inside his room. Gao Neng did not waste a single word. He instantly drew his precious saber. Without hesitation, he unleashed the legendary Thunder God Blood Saber Slash. Tiannan casually sidestepped the deadly strike. He wondered internally, did this kid actually elevate the electromagnetic storm to such a height? What a pity, he is still far too green. With effortless grace, the old man clamped down on the razor-sharp blade. He then sent the boy flying backward with a single, casual punch. Gao Neng immediately hugged his head in pure terror. Spare my life, great hero. My master is the great Tiannan. If you dare lay a finger on me, my master will definitely hunt you down. Furious, Tiannan fiercely smacked his foolish disciple on the back of the head. You rotten little brat. Right now, I am the one who wants to kill you. Gao Neng blinked in sheer surprise. Master? I really thought an assassin came to take my life. Tiannan turned his face away, immediately launching into a lecture. You are quite self-aware, aren't you? You know people have their targets locked onto you. The tallest tree catches the most wind. Remember, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Hearing this classic opening line, Gao Neng instantly knew the old man was about to nag him for a solid hour. Gao Neng quickly used his sharp wits to make an excuse. Master, please have a seat. I will go brew some premium tea for you. Now that the room was finally empty, Tiannan took a moment to observe his surroundings. A deeply cunning smile crept across the old man's face. After taking a satisfying sip of the freshly brewed tea, Tiannan gently placed the teacup onto the wooden desk. Only then did he officially congratulate his disciple. Congratulations on achieving an S-rank evaluation. Gao Neng awkwardly scratched the back of his head. This is all thanks to my master's brilliant guidance. Without your profound teachings, I would not be the man I am today. Old Li obviously saw right through these cheap, bootlicking words. Nice flirtery brat. But since you actually secured that S-rank evaluation, I will not go back on my grand promise. The military's official quota for establishing the academy should be approved in 10 days. In addition, you will be assigned 20 elite instructors. Gao Neng's eyes lit up with absolute excitement. Really? Master? You are incredibly awesome. Tiannan's tone instantly shifted to dead seriousness. Let us get back to business. Even if you establish this military academy in the Forgotten Land, I absolutely do not want you wasting too much energy over there. The apocalyptic war coming in 1.5 years is our most urgent priority. Hearing this grim reminder, the boy immediately stood at attention. He clearly understood the heavy burden. This disciple comprehends. We only need to establish the military academy and spread the news. That alone will ignite the absolute faith of the Forgotten Land. As long as that unyielding faith exists, the human alliance's hope will never die. Yet, Tiannan was far from satisfied with this heroic speech. You speak sweeter than a songbird. If I had not just caught you tipping 2 billion credits to a couple of female streamers, I almost would have believed your righteous nonsense. Gao Neng blinked in genuine, innocent confusion. Huh? What live streams? What tips? I absolutely did not do that. The old man could not believe his disciple was still daring to deny the absolute truth. His face darkened with pure wrath as he pulled out the phone to interrogate him. You did not do it? The moment I arrived, I saw you drooling over that live stream with my own eyes. The ironclad evidence is right here, yet you still want to stubbornly deny it? The glowing screen clearly displayed the massive account deduction notification. At this critical moment, Gao Neng could only mentally curse the main character system. This damn system is literally trying to get me killed. It even generated a fake deduction receipt. Tiannan took another deep sip of his tea, desperately trying to regain his masterly composure. I will give you one final chance to explain yourself. Speak. If you were not heavily tipping internet girls, then what exactly were you doing? Gao Neng frantically stuttered. I swear, I really was not tipping any girls, but the old man pursued the matter relentlessly. Then, how did you blow through 2 billion credits? Pushed to the absolute brink, Gao Neng decided to reveal the brutal truth. Fine, if you must know. I was actually tipping a male streamer. The moment those cursed words left his mouth, Tiannan violently spewed out every single drop of tea he had just drank. The old master's furious roar violently echoed throughout the entire dormitory building. You, completely shameless, rebellious disciple, watch me cleanse the sect's reputation today with your blood. Gao Neng frantically waved his hands in pure panic. Master, please calm down. It was a joke. I was purely messing with you. Tiannan heavily sat back down, finally dropping the comedic nonsense. He completely shifted to the main topic. Forget it. Do you have any idea where you need to go 3 days from now? Gao Neng lowered his head in confusion. Wait, do I not just have a normal inspection in 3 days? Tiannan rubbed his temples in sheer annoyance. I am talking about what happens after the inspection. Gao Neng blinked, completely clueless. Where else could I possibly go after that? The old man let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Back to the academy, back to the Eastern Capital military. But if I simply toss you back into that safe little academy, then what was the absolute point of you fighting for a spot on the legendary dragon rankings? There are terrifying truths in this world you have not even begun to see, and I cannot speak too freely about them just yet. I can only give you one final, deadly warning. Once you step foot inside the underground city, do not let your burning curiosity get the better of you. Or else, you will face absolute, undeniable death. Gao Neng's eyes went wide. Wait, Master, an underground city? The Human Alliance actually has a hidden city beneath the surface? Tiannan gave a slow, deliberate nod. It is perfectly normal that you have not heard of it. But surely you know. A massive crystal mine lies directly beneath the capital of Hope. The revelation hit Gao Neng like a thunderbolt. I have heard the rumors. Wait a minute. The Dark Elf Holy City also sits above a colossal mine. Could it be? Tiannan slowly rose to his feet. Exactly. The underground city was forged entirely from that very mine. This subterranean fortress. It is the true foundation of the Human Alliance. Naturally, the deepest and darkest secrets of humanity are locked away down there. Dig too deep, and you will only burn yourself. He sighed heavily. That is enough. I have said my piece. Once you step into that city, remember my warnings well. Seeing his master turn to leave, Gao Neng scrambled after him. Hold on, master. I have one more question. It is about Tang Tang. Tiannan already knew what his disciple was going to ask. The humanoid nuclear weapon project. That is all I can reveal. Knowing anything else will not help you. Panic gripped Gao Neng's heart. Is she in danger? For once, the Grand Master hesitated, unable to give a certain answer. If it were perfectly safe, Fang Yuan's son would not have perished. But right now, you need to worry about yourself. Because the higher-ups, they see you as a potential humanoid nuclear weapon too. Gao Neng froze, pointing a trembling finger at his own chest. Me? Tiannan waved his hand, tearing open a spatial portal. Who else? You took a direct hit from a neutron bomb and walked away without a scratch. Mere talent cannot explain that kind of monstrous survival. The old man stepped into the swirling rift. Unless you can prove exactly how your body withstood that blast, they will keep watching. As his master vanished into the void, a heavy dread settled over Gao Neng. This time, I am not going to get off so easily. Gao Neng paced around his room in an absolute panic. This will not do. I only have 3 days to power up. I need to break through to the 6th stage, right now. The only way to hide my system hacks is to become undeniably strong. I need a legendary combat skill, something that completely crushes the clear wind 13 stances. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the empty chair, the very spot where old Li had just been sitting. Resting on the cushion was a data disk, boldly labeled. Tyrant Saber, Gao Neng gasped. A supreme secret manual had practically fallen from the sky. Master may be an arrogant, greedy, thick-skinned old hypocrite, but deep down, he really does care about his disciple. While the young disciple was shedding tears of gratitude, Tiannan was somewhere else, clutching a massive pile of precious gemstones. A wicked, triumphant smirk stretched across the old man's face. You foolish brat. Making me do a live stream with you. Since you are rolling in so much cash, my conscience would not let me sleep if I did not swipe a few of your gems. He gleefully hugged the radiant, rainbow-colored ores tightly against his chest. But the moment the words left his mouth, a terrifyingly familiar vibration buzzed in his pocket. It was a bank notification. Your card ending in 0568 has just been charged. 240 million credits. Tiannan's face turned purple with absolute fury. Gao Neng, I swear on the Alliance, I am going to murder you. Back in his room, Gao Neng was twirling a black premium card between his fingers, grinning like a devil. Master is so generous. Just consider this an investment in the future of humanity. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. 2 billion credits consumed. Tyrant Saber has successfully evolved into the Supreme Tyrant Saber. Gao Neng paused, his eyes narrowing at the data. Wait a second. The evolution compressed the 9-stance technique into just 3 absolute strikes. Gao Neng immediately tested it on the training dummy. Whoosh! The first strike unleashed the power of the first 3 stances combined. The second strike exploded with the raw force of stances 4 through 9. But this final third strike, it requires unleashing all 9 stances in a single, devastating blow. He wiped a drop of sweat from his brow. Even with my insane talent, mastering that in 3 days is impossible. The pressure was mounting like a crushing mountain. I still have the Phantom Flash movement art, the Blood Saber, and the Thunder God technique. I have to master all three. There is never enough time. Deep into the dead of night, completely ignoring the hour, Gao Neng dialed Xian's number. Teacher Gui, can you spar with me for the next 3 days? A groggy, sleep-filled voice echoed from the speaker. Sparring? Fine. Thank you, teacher. Staring at his glowing screen in the dark, Xian felt a sudden wave of pride. This brat is actually taking the initiative to train, and he specifically sought me out. Has his ambition really grown this much? He let out a soft chuckle and fell back onto his pillow. Whatever. It is a good thing anyway. It is about time I beat some discipline into that kid and grounded his ego. Meanwhile, in an impossibly lavish and extravagant chamber, a sharp gasp of astonishment shattered the silence. Lin Ying, from the Eastern Capital Military. She actually defeated Qing Jie, and she claimed the final S-rank evaluation on the Dragon leaderboard. This Lin Ying is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Ye Ying's delicate brow furrowed in deep thought. But in just 3 days, Gao Neng will descend into the underground city. It is a pity that my strength is far too weak to sneak in after him. As her eyes scanned her phone screen, a chilling sensation crawled up her spine. Someone was standing right behind her. She spun around with lethal speed. Who goes there? She grabbed the intruder in a vicious lock. The human shrieked in absolute agony. Ow! Ow! Let go! Release me at once! Yi Ying blinked, finally realizing she had her boss in a death grip. She instantly dropped her hands and bowed her head. Manager, is there something you need? The manager cradled his bruised wrist, his face red with fury. You have the nerve to ask me that? VIP guests have just arrived at table 9. Why are you still standing around here, slacking off on the clock and assaulting your superior? You have grown far too bold. Ye Ying kept her gaze glued to the floor. My deepest apologies. I will attend to them immediately. The manager sneered, turning on his heel with a dark scowl. Hurry up and get it done. Once you finish serving them, report directly to my office. It is high time I taught you some proper manners. She stood perfectly still until his footsteps faded away. Then, a look of utter disgust twisted her beautiful features. Humans. Filthy. Disgusting humans. Suddenly, a chilling, unfamiliar voice echoed through the room. Oh? So you find humanity filthy as well? Yi Ying froze, the blood draining from her face. She stammered in absolute terror. Greetings, my lord. Would you care for a cup of tea? Xiao Meng hides her face beneath a dark hood, her aura dripping with mystery. I want to propose a deal, she whispers. Ye Ying blinks in surprise, completely off guard. A deal? What kind of deal? Ye Ying asks. Xiao Meng's voice is chillingly calm. No need to be nervous. I just want one little thing from your body. Ye Ying's eyes dart around as she plays dumb. Desperate to escape, she stammers. I am sorry, I do not understand what you are talking about. I have things to do. But before Ye Ying can take a single step, a vice-like grip crushes her throat. Xiao Meng's eyes gleam dangerously. I told you. I want what is inside you. Despite Ye Ying's towering height, she dangles helplessly in the air. Xiao Meng effortlessly lifts her by the neck, repeating her terrifying demand. I told you, I need the thing on your body. Right at that moment, the tea house manager bursts into the room. Seeing his subordinate choking, he screams at the top of his lungs. What the hell are you doing? Are you looking for a death wish? Let her go right now. Suddenly, a mysterious cat leaps from the shadows. With a vicious swipe, 3 bloody claw marks tear across the manager's face. Clutching his bleeding cheek, he roars in agony. Where did this stray beast come from? The commotion draws a massive crowd of heavily armed bouncers. Hold it right there. Who are you? They shout. We belong to the security bureau. Release her instantly. Xiao Meng slowly turns her head. With a single, crushing glare, the terrifying pressure forces every guard to their knees. The air grows unbelievably heavy. One of the guards gasps in absolute horror. This pressure, this is high-tier spiritual suppression. Ignoring the groveling guards, Xiao Meng turns her deadly focus back to Ye Ying. Give me the seed inside you. I can make it take root again. It is the very thing keeping you alive. Hearing this dark truth, Ye Ying's eyes widen in sheer terror. Before she can resist, Xiao Meng unleashes a tidal wave of spiritual power to crush her will. No, do not. Ye Ying barely chokes out the words. In a flash of brutal energy, Xiao Meng rips the glowing seed straight from her core. Stripped of her life force, Ye Ying's empty vessel is tossed aside like garbage. Mission accomplished. Xiao Meng coldly glances at her feline companion. We are done here. Let us move. Following its master's silent command, the cat unleashes a flurry of savage strikes on Ye Ying's corpse. Flesh and blood are torn apart, creating a flawless, gruesome fake crime scene. The moment the mysterious duo vanishes, absolute chaos erupts. Murder. Someone is dead. A high tier awakened just killed someone. Run for your lives. A terrified staff member scrambles for his radio. Security main bureau. Come in. We have a high tier homicide on the streets. Vice Captain, you need to see this. Suddenly the crowd gasps in shock. A translucent, bird-like soul bursts from Ye Ying's mangled body. What in the world is that? A manifested soul? She was an alien race all along, but horror turns to dread as the glowing bird shatters into a million fragments. The guard freezes. Her soul, it completely dissipated. The radio operator screams into the mic. We have a major incident. Suspected alien infiltration in Hope City. Location is the East Street Fortune Tea House. Meanwhile, in a desolate clearing surrounded by glowing-eyed cats, a tiny trench has been freshly dug into the earth. Xiao Meng delicately drops the stolen seed into the soil. The moment it touches the dirt, it phases out of reality and vanishes. Her expression turns dead serious. Biting her index finger, she lets a single drop of her own blood fall. A radiant, golden tear of blood soaks into the earth. Instantly, a vibrant green sprout bursts through the soil. Xiao Meng exhales a breath she didn't know she was holding. The ancient spirit tree. I finally have it. Scene shift. The air crackles with intense combat. Gao Neng swings his blade with everything he has, but Xian effortlessly blocks the strike with his bare hands. Xian's eyes narrow sharply. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sends Gao Neng flying backward into the dirt. You are still way too green. Kid. Xian taunts. Gao Neng grits his teeth and forces himself up. Damn it. Is the One Blade Three Cleaves really this impossible to master? Meanwhile, Xian hides his absolute shock. It has not even been a full semester. New Year's break is still half a month away. Yet this freshman is already forcing me to take him seriously. Xian mentally breaks down the boy's monstrous growth. His spiritual power is flawlessly infused into his blade. One single strike carries two completely different types of destructive force. His timing and targeting are viciously precise. And his stamina is utterly terrifying. If I was not a high-tier fighter, would I even stand a chance? He would probably finish me in less than 3 moves, Xian admits to himself. Truly worthy of being that monster's disciple. The tyrant blade style fits his legendary reputation perfectly. Teacher Gui, Gao Neng shouts, wiping sweat from his brow. I am done resting. Let us go again. Anne snaps out of his thoughts, stunned by the kid's sheer willpower. Already? Xian smirks. All right then, bring it on. But inside, he is sweating. He fought at full throttle for over 4 hours and already recovered? What an absolute monster. Gao Neng grips his heavy blade, his aura igniting like wildfire. The first stance of the tyrant blade. I must merge 3 strikes into one. Not for glory, but simply to survive. He remembers the core theory. One swing must carry 3 distinct powers and essences. I have already mastered 80 to 90% of the first stance's razor sharpness, and the second stance's blistering speed. The bottleneck is the finesse of the third stance. Eyes burning with resolve, Gao Neng launches himself at Xian like a human missile. Boom! Xian catches the monstrous strike, but the sheer force rattles his bones. Good! The power is heavier, and the speed is lethal. Suddenly, every instinct in Xian's body screams danger. Gao Neng swings down with bone-crushing force, but mentally curses. No! It is still wrong. It is not enough. My explosive power and speed are maxed out, so where the hell does the finesse come from? Anne watches in awe. Every single strike. He is evolving mid-battle, with this kind of terrifying talent. Suddenly, a spark of pure genius flashes in Gao Neng's mind. I got it. I found the feeling. Without hesitation, he unleashes his ultimate attack. Take this. He brings the heavy blade crashing down towards Xian. Caught completely off guard, the seasoned master finally exposes a critical opening. Xian's eyes widen in disbelief. This kid, he separated his attack timing from the actual point of impact? Gao Neng roars, pushing past his limits. Teacher Gui, take my absolute strongest strike. Bloodblade art. A deafening explosion shatters the training grounds. As the massive dust cloud settles, Xian is standing there, his bare hand trembling as it grips the razor-sharp edge of the blade. The master takes a few heavy, ragged breaths before brutally kicking Gao Neng away. Sprawled on the ground, beaten and bruised, Gao Neng simply grins at the sky. I did it. I actually did it. Teacher Gui, I finally mastered the One Blade 3 slashes. Looking at the fresh blood dripping from his trembling hand, shoo. Anne freezes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gao Neng remains completely clueless and excitedly praises his mentor. As expected of Teacher Gui, you effortlessly blocked my full power strike. Let me try a few more strikes, Gao Neng offers. Shu An quickly hides his bleeding hand behind his back and forces a bluff. If I wasn't formidable, how could I be your master? Inside, the teacher is absolutely panicking. I am at the mid-stage of the 7th tier. How did a late-stage 5th tier brat just shatter my defenses? This rate of improvement defies all logic. It is like strapping a rocket to his cultivation. Desperate to change the subject, Shu An calls out. Wait a moment. What color is your magnetic core right now? He asks casually. Gao Neng flashes a bright, innocent smile. It is silver. Hearing this, the blood drains entirely from Shu An's face. He forces a stiff, awkward smile. Silver? That is excellent. Deep down, a wave of bitter defeat washes over him. My own core is only silver. How can a student match a master's core level? He cries internally. This kid is not a genius. He is an absolute monster. Returning home from his grueling training session, Gao Neng immediately calls out to his companion, Xiao Meng. I need to head to the federal government for my official physical exam. Are you really planning to tag along? Xiao Meng gives a firm nod of confirmation. The world is vast, and I want to see it for myself. Gao Neng decides not to argue any further. Suit yourself, he sighs heavily. At the end of the day, he is just bringing a cat along. Security cannot possibly be that strict. If they ban pets, I will just toss it out the window, he rationalizes. After all, nobody would dare to kidnap this bizarre creature. Stepping outside, he bumps straight into Shu An. Gao Neng quickly bows. Good morning, Teacher Gui. Why do you look so miserable and stiff this early in the day, looking more haggard than a ghost? Shu An lets out a painful groan. The exhaustion of a middle-aged man cannot be cured by a mere night of sleep. Hurry up and get going. The headmaster and the entire student body are already preparing your grand send-off ceremony. Looking at the empty space around him, Gao Neng tilts his head in confusion. I only see Senior Lin Ying and Ning Where in the world is Tong Tong? He wonders out loud. Has she not been staying at Ning house lately? Meanwhile, at the Academy Plaza, Headmaster Yun Tian is burning his remaining elderly passion into the microphone. This time, the Eastern Capital Military Academy has secured 3 S-rank evaluations in the fierce Dragon Rankings battle. This is a legendary honor we have never achieved in our decades of history. Now, let us hear a few words of wisdom from our champions. First, please welcome our youngest S-rank prodigy, Tang Tang. Tong Tong steps up to the podium, putting on her absolute cutest smile. Hello everyone. Thank you all so much. She greets the cheering crowd. Then, her sweet expression instantly turns arrogant. First of all, I have absolutely zero experience to share with you. My peerless talent is a gift from the heavens, and my greatness cannot be copied by anyone. Even if I stood here and spoon-fed you my secrets, you commoners simply lack the brainpower to comprehend them. You are vastly inferior to me right now, and you will be vastly inferior to me in the future. But do not let that make you cry. Since you can never compare to a goddess like me, you can always try comparing yourselves to other losers. Hearing this incredibly arrogant speech, the other elite students sweat drop, too embarrassed to make eye contact. After delivering the least humble speech in human history, Tong Tang proudly sticks her nose in the air and tosses the microphone back to Yun Tian. The headmaster stammers, sweating profusely. Thank you for those inspiring words, Tong Tong. Next up, please welcome Gao Neng to the stage. Below the podium, the freshman crowd instantly erupts into wild excitement. Gao Neng is finally coming up. He is a freshman just like us, but he is already a complete legend. The peerless genius who obliterated a late-stage 6th-tier ancient cultivator with a single strike. He is the absolute pride of our new generation. Diluo crosses his arms and sneers at the crowd. The gap between you weaklings and him is like heaven and earth, but me, Gao Neng and I forged a bond through our fists during the freshman tournament. A guy standing next to him immediately rolls his eyes and mocks him. Really? Because I clearly remember you getting beaten into a human stepping stone. Up on stage, Gao Neng clears his throat and begins his highly anticipated speech. My fellow students, today I want to share a profound piece of ancient history. The Great Cataclysm happened almost a century ago. To most of you, it is just a distant memory. However, there are ancient, deeply rooted philosophies from that era that we must absolutely study and master. You all know I clawed my way up from the slums of the Forgotten Land, a place 1,000 times darker than this capital of hope, but I survived, all because my soul was anchored by 24 sacred words. The crowd instantly bursts into a frenzy of whispers. 24 sacred words? What kind of legendary martial arts mantra is that? Refusing to keep them in suspense, Gao Neng unleashes his ultimate secret. Those words are, prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law, followed by patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendship. These were the most supreme, invincible ideals held by humanity before the Great Cataclysm. I reached this pinnacle of power today solely because my heart burns with these righteous beliefs. Headmaster Yun Tian listens to this incredibly absurd speech and actually bursts into dramatic tears of joy. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He sobs uncontrollably. To think that a modern student still engraves these 24 holy words into their soul. No wonder this brat's cultivation is so monstrously fast. His foundation is flawless, he praises internally. Down in the plaza, thousands of students throw their fists into the air. Learn from Gao Neng? Emulate Gao Neng. Gao Neng points dramatically at the roaring crowd. Passing down these core values is the absolute duty of every cultivator. After suffering through an endless wave of handshakes and flashing cameras, Gao Neng's squad finally boards their military transport. He blinks in sheer surprise when he sees the man behind the steering wheel. It is his old buddy, Chen Bai. The young driver flashes a bright grin. Lieutenant Colonel Shen. And Gao Neng too. It has been entirely too long. Gao Neng immediately leans forward, practically buzzing with excitement. Old Bai, you sly dog. I heard rumors that you just got promoted to first lieutenant. Chen Bai instantly blushes, scratching the back of his head. Ah, it is true. But it was mostly just pure luck. This Gao Neng is such a loyal bro, Chen Bai thinks, touched. I only got promoted recently, yet he already kept tabs on my success. But before his heartwarming tears can even fall, Gao Neng violently shatters the wholesome moment with his trademark arrogance. Well, you better start calling me boss right now. Because I am already a captain. Gao Neng's words barely fade before Tong Tong chimes in with a smug grin. I just got promoted to first lieutenant too. Lieutenant Chen, you better watch your tone with me from now on. Also, why did you not salute me earlier? Shockingly, the usually stoic Lin Ying joins the teasing. Oh right, I am also a first lieutenant now. Chen Bai feels a shiver of dread down his spine. The attitude of these Eastern Capital students is absolutely terrifying. Lin Ying used to be such a good kid. When he first came to the military base for his internship, he was so deeply respectful. Now, he has been completely corrupted by these two monsters. Gao Neng bursts out laughing. Old Chen, do not be mad. You are not that old. You still have plenty of room to grow. Tong Tong immediately follows up with a combo attack. I heard you have not even reached 35 yet. What rank are you on the dragon board again? Gao Neng shakes his head. Tang tang. Now that is just cruel. Have you not heard that old Chen has been hard stuck at tier 3 for years? Never poke at a man's deepest wounds. He turns to pat Chen Bai's shoulder. Old Chen, you have to stand tall. Forget about catching up to me, but at least try to catch up to Tong Tong. She is only 16 years old, after all. Hearing this absolute disrespect, Chen Bai finally snaps. If everyone was a freak of nature like you guys, the alien races would have been wiped out ages ago. Tang Tang crosses her arms, looking heavily offended. Hey, what do you mean, catch up to me? I am a tier 5 powerhouse too, you know? Lieutenant Chen, you really need to set your sights on a more realistic target. Anyway, Lieutenant Chen, just focus on driving your car. Our conversation topics are way too high level for you. You definitely cannot keep up. Gao Neng sighs with exaggerated pity. It is completely normal. We hit tier 5 at such a young age, while you are over 30 and stuck at tier 3. We just have such incredibly bright futures. Chen Bai feels a crushing wave of regret. If he could turn back time, he would rather die than drive this cursed car. Moments later, the heavy military vehicle finally pulls up to their destination. A massive crowd instantly swarms the front of the car. Look over there! The Eastern Capital team is here. 4 S-class prodigies arriving together. This is absolutely unprecedented. These 4 monsters rank 6th, 27th, and 2 are tied at 57th. A true legion of supreme geniuses. Well, except for the totally average driver ruining their epic aesthetic. Chen Bai wants to cry a river of tears. I should not be inside this car. I belong under the tires. Whispers erupt through the stunned crowd. I heard Tang Tang is literally a humanoid nuclear weapon. Her future potential is beyond human comprehension. And Lin Ying. Defeating Qingge was no joke, especially against his blood rage berserker state. Lin Ying truly lives up to the title of a supreme genius. Another student gasps in pure awe. But look at Gao Neng. He is tier 5 and does not even have a nuclear trait, yet he still crushed his way to rank 57. His battle at Mount Hua was so epic it made me cry. And Yu Er at rank 6 is a literal god of war. The fearsome foursome steps into the grand hall, where a staff member is already waiting. Greetings, young heroes. I am an official of the Federation government. Welcome to the facility. Gao Neng awkwardly rubs the back of his neck. Excuse me, are pets allowed inside? Thankfully, the official is highly accommodating. As long as it passes the security scan, there should be no problem at all. Please, follow me. The group steps inside the imposing building. Tong Tong practically bounces ahead, overflowing with chaotic energy. Gao Neng nearly suffers 3 heart attacks trying to hold back her reckless mischief. He looks around, his mind racing. These security checkpoints are insanely strict. The entire place is packed with cutting-edge technology he has never even seen before. The Federation's resources are truly terrifying. They step into the elevator and hit the button for the 17th floor. Destination: the Special Anomalies Research Institute. A drop of cold sweat slides down Gao Neng's face. Is he finally going to be dissected and studied? His 100% Omni talent is bound to shake the entire world. He shoots a nervous glance at Tang Tang. Then again. Walking next to a literal ticking nuke makes his own freakish abilities seem perfectly normal by comparison. The elevator doors slide open. Gao Neng instantly spots familiar faces from his old sect. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Wow, quite a few acquaintances here. If all these random cats and dogs are being tested too, then this must be a mass inspection. I am not being singled out. I should be perfectly safe. But suddenly, a booming, aggressive voice shatters the silence. Get out of the way. Gao Neng freezes in his tracks. The killing intent radiating from this guy is suffocating. Wait, this man looks incredibly familiar. It hits him like a lightning bolt. That is Qing Ge, the guy who fiercely battled his senior brother, Lin Ying, and the woman beside him must be Qing Lian, the very same Qing Lian who was rumored to have her chest blown up by senior Lin Ying. Gao Neng shamelessly drops his gaze to Qing Lian's chest area. He gulps in sheer amazement. Whoa, those are definitely massive. He leans in and whispers to Lin Ying. Senior brother, are those the legendary assets you destroyed in battle? Before Lin Ying can even process the question, the fiery-tempered youth stomps forward, his aura blazing. Move aside, you sneak-attacking dogs. But before Lin Ying can draw his blade, Tang Tang boldly steps right in front of the giant. What do you want? Ever heard of waiting in line, you arrogant jerk? Hey, fatty, roll your way to the back of the queue. Qing Lian's eyes go bloodshot at the word fatty. What did you just call me? Tang Tang flashes a wickedly provocative smirk. What? You want a piece of me? One swing of my blade, and the only thing left to inspect today will be your upper half. Want to test your luck? Qing Lian sneers back, utterly fearless. Oh, you think your pathetic all-natural flat chest scares me? Bring it on. Gao Neng instantly steps between them, throwing his arms wide. Hold on. Everyone, calm down. Tang Tang scowls, annoyed at being held back. Gao Neng, do not stop me today. One look at this woman, and I know we are destined to be mortal enemies. Gao Neng suddenly turns his intense gaze toward Qing Lian. No, let me handle this. I will take care of everything. A terrifying thrill flashes in Gao Neng's eyes. I absolutely love a good fight. Come on, let us battle right here, right now. And do not worry, I will never sneak attack. I will blow you to pieces, fair and square. In the end, it is Brother Qing who remains the most level-headed. He steps forward, his voice cutting through the heavy tension. Qing Lian, we are not here to start a war. Qing Lian scoffs, turning her back with a furious huff. Those brats from the Eastern Capital Academy are nothing but trouble. Each one is a bigger scoundrel than the last. But Gao Neng refuses to let the siblings retreat so easily. He stands in the background, taunting them without mercy. Leaving so soon? Come on, let us have a real match. He sneers, his smirk dripping with sheer disappointment. What a total buzzkill. Lin Ying steps up, making sure to thank his bold brother Gao Neng for saving the day. Gao Neng just pats his shoulder with a mysterious grin. Senior brother Lin, I just read the heavens. You and this Qing Lian are bound by a twisted fate. Lin Ying immediately waves his hands, trying to deny it. No way, you have got to be. But before he can finish, Gao Neng completely cuts him off, eager to reveal more. The bystander always sees the clearest picture, Gao Neng declares with absolute confidence. In everything we do, we must maintain a sharp and awakened mind. Right at that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoes through the crowd. By the great sun Tathagata! To think benefactor Gao Neng is also skilled in the art of reading karmic threads. Gao Neng blinks, turning his absolute shock toward the bald monk who just spoke. Ninger instantly recognizes the holy figure. That is Si Mo, she gasps. Gao Neng raises an eyebrow, his interest instantly piqued. Wait, you mean the absolute #1 genius of the dragon rank? That Shimo? Shimo lets out a gentle, knowing chuckle. Truth be told, this humble monk was also observing the karmic flow just now. Benefactor Lin Ying and benefactor Qing Lian do indeed share a profound thread of destiny. The monk's smile fades into a serious expression. However, destiny is split between good fortune and bitter calamity. The past grievances between you two run incredibly deep. From what this humble monk can see, keeping a safe distance is the only way to sever this toxic resentment, the monk advises. Gao Neng's eyes sparkle with absolute delight. Ah, so the great master is a fellow man of culture. Gao Neng leans in closer, his smirk growing dangerously wide. If your readings are that legendary, why do you not calculate if you and I share a special destiny? Shimo flinches, utterly caught off guard. He never expected benefactor Gao Neng to have such bizarre preferences. What a pity, the monk stammers. This humble monk already has a firm conviction in his heart. I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts with you. Hearing this, Gao Neng flashes a wicked, all-knowing grin. You really are a monk with worldly desires, but even if you try to hide your true feelings, I can see right through your holy act. I already know the hidden truth. Gao Neng exposes him flawlessly. The one occupying your heart is none other than Qing Lian, is it not? Standing far away, Qing Lian suddenly feels an unexplainable chill. She literally did nothing, yet somehow caught a devastating stray bullet. Qing Lian remains completely speechless, her face dark with unspoken rage. Meanwhile, the mighty Shimo goes dead silent, freezing up like a trapped rat. Gao Neng analyzes the situation with a razor-sharp mind. Looking at Qing Lian's guilty reaction, she obviously knows about the monk's massive crush. Having such a terrifying powerhouse as a loyal follower perfectly explains her arrogant attitude. He shifts his gaze back to Shimo, trying to hold back a laugh. Looking at the poor monk's tragic expression, it is painfully obvious that his divine feelings are being completely ignored. Every hopelessly devoted man under the heavens truly carries his own heavy burden, Gao Neng philosophizes inwardly. Around them, the crowd erupts into a storm of fierce, whispering gossip. Did Shimo, the absolute peak of the dragon rank, really just say that to Qing Lian? Someone mutters. Gao Neng publicly humiliated her just a moment ago. Is the great monk here to violently reclaim her honor? Are they about to tear this place apart? Hearing the chaotic whispers, Shimo merely lets out a cold, detached scoff. He slowly brings his hands together in a prayer motion, his spiritual aura shifting. The monk bows his head slightly toward the smirking teenager. Benefactor Gao Neng, you are truly no ordinary human, he admits. With those final, heavy words, Shimo silently turns and walks away into the shadows. Tang Tang crosses her arms, visibly annoyed by the anticlimactic exit. What a total letdown, she complains. I actually thought that Bald Donkey was going to launch a full-scale attack on you. Gao Neng's eyes narrow with tactical precision. He might not have attacked, but that was a crystal-clear warning. His grin returns, sharper this time. Still, for the sake of senior brother Lin's eternal happiness, crushing that monk is only a matter of time. Lin Ying practically jumps out of his skin, pointing a trembling finger at himself. Wait, how in the heavens is this my fault? Meanwhile, far above their heads, this entire dramatic scene is broadcasting flawlessly onto a massive surveillance screen. Powerful figures watch intently from the command room, evaluating every single move. These youths are the pinnacle of absolute strength. They are the supreme geniuses of ancient aristocratic families, legendary sects, and the formidable military command. They naturally possess an untamed, fiery spirit. One observer nods with deep approval. This is far from a bad thing. Where there is fierce conflict, there is the pressure needed to forge true diamonds. But that Gao Neng kid is truly something else. Another official chuckles in disbelief. To actively provoke Qing Lian like that, does he truly have zero fear of Shimo utterly destroying him? An elder strokes his beard thoughtfully. I still believe Changsheng's granddaughter is quite remarkable. She remains perfectly unbothered, steady, and magnanimous. The future of our grand design might very well rest in her capable hands. Suddenly, a breathless staff member rushes into the room, clutching a stack of classified documents. Chairman, all 300 elite candidates have officially assembled. Chairman Qingjing's eyes flash with absolute authority. Then let the grand trial begin according to protocol. Standing at the absolute pinnacle of power, the chairman of the Alliance Council steps forward to deliver his earth-shattering commands. We will completely conceal Tang's innate talent. She is exempt from the standard examination, he orders coldly. As for Gao Neng, arrange a highly classified, isolated assessment for him alone. But out of nowhere, a dissenting voice shatters the room's silence. Chairman, this is our most critical hour. The speaker tries to mention the powerful figures waiting outside, but the chairman ruthlessly cuts him off. There are no ifs or buts in this command room, he roars, his killing intent spilling over. If those outsiders wish to make the ultimate decisions, then they must wait until they actually possess the supreme power to do so. The chairman clenches his fist, the sheer pressure making the air heavy. Under my supreme authority, I will absolutely never allow another tragic catastrophe like Haotian's to repeat itself. Meanwhile, back in the designated rest area, Gao Neng sighs in sheer boredom. He carelessly takes a massive gulp of water just to kill the agonizing time. He has completely lost track of the hours. They were ordered to wake up at the crack of dawn, yet the legendary assessment still shows zero signs of starting. Just as his patience runs dry, a crisp, commanding voice echoes through the hall. Apologies for the long wait, everyone. I am the supreme official in charge of your comprehensive trials today, the voice declares with absolute confidence. And I will also be serving as your future examiner. Hearing that painfully familiar tone, Gao Neng violently chokes. He absolutely loses control, spraying his mouthful of water straight onto the person sitting across from him. And as fate would terribly have it, his unfortunate victim is none other than the arrogant Qinglian. Gao Neng, are you out of your absolute mind? She screeches, wiping the water from her furious face. Her aura erupts with devastating killing intent. Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight with me? Ignoring their chaotic clash, Team Leader Zhang continues her speech. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Zhang Hongying. In the ancient traditions of your noble sects and aristocratic families, I am your sect master. But in the absolute ironclad terms of the military, she smirks, her gaze piercing through the terrified crowd. I am the supreme commander of this entire rookie battalion. Staring at the terrifying, blood-red whip gripped tightly in her hand, the new recruits instantly break into a panicked frenzy. Wait, is not she the exact same instructor who made that insane bet with Gao Neng and got brutally humiliated? Someone whispers in pure shock. If she is the supreme official in charge of everything. Another recruit gulps, trembling violently. Does not that mean Gao Neng is completely and utterly doomed? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I have endured far too much, Gao Neng mutters, feeling a cold sweat drop. Far away, Shimo bows his holy head with a cryptic smile. The Buddha dictates, the monk whispers softly. Karma never skips a beat. It merely waits for the perfect moment to strike. My ultimate authority comes directly from the Supreme Federation Council. Defiance is utterly impossible. Hongying's voice cracks like thunder, leaving zero room for debate. From this very second onward, you will all address me exclusively as Instructor Zhang, and the real nightmare is just beginning. Cao Neng's hand shoots into the air the moment the words drop. I object, he declares. But as fate would have it, another voice echoes his exact words in the exact same breath. Understood, Instructor Zhang. Everything is set. Cao Neng's face twists into a bitter scowl. Damn it all. Enemies clash on a narrow path, but this path is suffocatingly tight. Even if there is bad blood between us, he mutters. Surely you wouldn't dare make your revenge this blatantly obvious. Hongying completely ignores him, seamlessly continuing her task. All right, listen up. The testing groups will now be assigned. The purpose of these groupings is not actual combat. It is to make you feel the crushing pressure of your absolute equals. Only through that pressure can you awaken the dormant potential within your bodies. Group 1, Simo and Cao Neng. Cao Neng could have guessed this setup with his eyes closed. The blatant targeting is almost insulting. Left with no choice, he roars out, I object. Hongying, you are clearly using your official power to settle a personal grudge. But his furious protest bounces right off her like wind against a mountain. Settling a personal grudge? Don't be ridiculous, she sneers. I prefer the term abusing my authority for personal gain. I am simply giving you special treatment. Weren't you the one bragging earlier that you would inevitably challenge Simo? Cao Neng's expression darkens immediately. Heavens above, she is actually playing this card. Since when did they have the kind of relationship that warrants special treatment? He lets out a dry cough. Well, if you are abusing your authority for my sake, then I must thank Instructor Zhang in advance. Cao Neng deliberately raises his voice for all to hear. It seems those magnetic ores I gifted you are finally paying off. Instructor Zhang, be a dear and use some of your dirty tricks to suppress Shimo. We absolutely cannot let him steal my spotlight today. Whispers instantly erupt among the cadets standing behind them. Good lord, this kid genuinely has a death wish. He is already in the crosshairs, yet he still dares to drag the instructor's reputation through the mud. Does he truly not understand that when you stand under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head? Tang Tang leans in, her eyes wide with burning curiosity. Cao Neng, did you seriously give her those magnetic ores you looted from the Dark Elf City? No wonder she purposely made that promise to you, and even handed us an S-rank evaluation. Ning chimes in, her brows furrowed in confusion. Did you actually bribe her? Lin Ying steps into the conversation with a knowing nod. He definitely handed them over. I heard from my master that Cao Neng brought back a mountain of magnetic spirit ores from the battlefield. Now, his pockets are completely empty. The surrounding cadets exchange sour looks. Did this guy actually buy his way to the top? Is blatant bribery really happening right in front of them? Does this mean the promised S-rank evaluation was just a corrupt maneuver by Instructor Zhang? It has to be. Did you not hear Instructor Zhang literally confess to abusing her authority for personal gain just a second ago? Hong Ying completely ignores the brewing storm of gossip, coldly continuing the assignments. Next, Ji Weiya and Zhou Jing. That makes 150 groups in total. Everyone, proceed to the testing zone for comprehensive evaluation. The first phase of the examination will now commence. Group 1, Shimo and Cao Neng. Step forward and demonstrate for the rest of the academy. Simo steps up and exhales a long, heavy breath. Great Sun Tathagata, he chants. Lin Ying watches in absolute awe. He truly lives up to his title, the Golden Arhat. Turning to Cao Neng, Lin Ying warns, "You are incredibly strong, but do not clash with him head-on during this test. Rumor has it that Shi Mo possesses a mutated gene." A mutated gene? Cao Neng's mind races. He remembers Ning mentioning something like this before. Her brain had reached a horrifying 100% development rate, precisely because of a genetic mutation. It seems that the manifestation of these genetic mutations varies wildly from person to person. But what about a mutation that turns your entire body into a glowing golden statue? Does it synchronize with the element of life itself? Before he can ponder further, the system screen flashes to life. Base stat 9.07, mutation bonus 13.59, total power output 22.66. Cao Neng's eyes widen in sheer shock. To shatter the 22 barrier, he truly deserves his spot as the undisputed number 1 on the dragon rank. Hong Ying's voice cuts through the stunned silence. Listen closely. This index measures raw muscular intensity, using the absolute limits of the human body as a baseline. Breaking the human limit 3 times grants a base score of 6. Breaking it 4 times grants an 8. Through brutal, unyielding training, Shimo's base muscular intensity has reached an astonishing 9.07. That massive secondary number, that is the explosive multiplier granted by his mutated gene. The crowd instantly erupts into a frenzy of terrified whispers. So this is the terrifying reality of the Golden Arhat. His absolute dominance lies entirely in his physical density. With flesh that dense, even high-tier awakened would break their weapons trying to scratch his defense. Heavens. I would be lucky to hit a measly 8 points on my best day. Exactly. And without a mutated gene pulsing through my veins, I have 0 chance of getting those insane bonus multipliers. Nobody in this entire academy is beating that terrifying score, and Cao Neng actually has to step up next and compare himself to that monster? I almost feel bad for the guy. Hearing the whispers, Shi Mo turns his golden gaze toward Cao Neng. Great Sun Tathagata, Shi Mo chants, pressing his hands together. Benefactor Cao Neng, please do not take this to heart. This humble monk merely possesses an unfair genetic advantage. Furthermore, as Instructor Zhang stated, this grouping was never meant to be a direct confrontation. Cao Neng responds by lazily digging his pinky into his ear, looking supremely unimpressed. What kind of pathetic act is this guy putting on? If you want to flex your overwhelming power, just flex it. Why play the innocent white lotus? Is this what he calls walking the path of Buddha? What a massive hypocrite. Tang Tang immediately catches his drift and scoffs loudly. Right? Opening his mouth just to drag the great Sun Tathagata into his bragging. Seriously, what did the Tathagata ever do to deserve being your hype man? Shimo's calm facade cracks. He is completely outmatched by their venomous tongues. You people. Before he can retaliate, Hong Ying's voice cracks like a whip. Enough! Cao Neng, get up here. It is your turn. Cao Neng takes a steady, unyielding step forward. Understood. Lin Ying grabs his shoulder, offering one last piece of comfort. Do not let it get to your head. You have broken the human limit 4 times. Your raw base power is right on his heels. He is only riding the coattails of his mutation. Just let him have this win. A dangerously mysterious smirk curves across Cao Neng's lips. Oh, but where is the fun in that? If there is a throne, I absolutely must fight for it. Stopping right in front of the testing pillar, Cao Neng narrows his eyes and glances back. Instructor Zhang, I have one quick question before I shatter this machine. Exactly how does the system calculate those mutated gene bonus multipliers? Hong Ying lets out a sharp, mocking laugh. Why? Are you about to tell me you have a mutated gene hiding in there too? The surrounding cadets burst into a chorus of arrogant laughter. Who does this kid think he is? A mutated gene is an ultra-rare lottery ticket blessed by the heavens themselves. Not just any street dog gets one. If he actually had a mutated gene, he would have flaunted it ages ago. Someone sneers from the crowd. Losing to a monster like Jimo brings absolutely zero shame. Why is he trying so desperately to save face at the final hour? She continued her explanation. Mutant genes fall into two main categories, innate and acquired. From there, the classifications multiply. Take Shen Xiao, for example. His mutation directly targets the brain's central nervous system. Meanwhile, Shashimo can actually fuse elemental energy directly into his physical body. Gao Neng rubbed his chin, pondering her words. Fusing elemental energy, Hong Ying impatiently urged him on. All right, Gao Neng, hurry up and begin. He turned toward Tang Tang with a quick request. Tang Tang, keep an eye on Xiao Meng for me. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng took his seat in the testing chair. Sensory cables locked onto his body. Hong Ying signaled the start of the muscle resistance test. 9.05. The very crowds who mocked him earlier now stared in absolute disbelief. The rumors were actually true. He really did break the human body's limit 4 times, to hit a muscle density of 9.05 at just the 5th tier. This kid is a monster. The massive screen flashed his base coefficient. 9.05. The supervisor rubbed his eyes in shock. 9.05. Wait, it's still climbing. Gao Neng smirked confidently. Iron element fusion, he whispered. The numbers on the digital display skyrocketed. Base 9.05, plus 9.80. Total combat data, 18.85. The crowd erupted. A mutant gene enhancement. The total output is 18.85. Hong Ying's jaw hit the floor. What? That's an iron reaction. His body can seamlessly fuse with iron. Shashimo nodded with a pleased expression, quickly chiming in to add to her shock. To think his numbers rival even my own. Benefactor Gao Neng is truly formidable. But Gao Neng actually looked annoyed. Is that all it gave me? My bad, I used the wrong one. Let's go again. His casual declaration sent shockwaves through the entire room. What did he just say? The wrong one? Gao Neng's voice echoed through the hall. Life element fusion. Gold. The system went completely crazy. Base 9.05 plus 15.99. Absolute silence fell over the room. Gao Neng, someone gasped aloud. This monster was holding back his true power. Ning analyzed the situation with deep focus. There is definitely a unique energy coursing through Gao Neng's veins. Could that mysterious force be the trigger for his mutation? The smug smile vanished from Shashimo's face. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as awe replaced his confidence. How is this even biologically possible? The peanut gallery in the back couldn't contain themselves, and they said there was only one golden body Arhat in the world. Are you blind? That's way past a golden body Arhat. His mutant genes crush Shashimo's stats. We should be calling him the golden body Tathagata. Gao Neng casually draped his jacket over his shoulders, flashing an arrogant smirk. You guys get blown away too easily. The current generation is way too soft. If I wasn't trying to keep a low profile, I could have cycled through every form from bronze to platinum Tathagata without breaking a sweat. Hong Ying snapped out of her daze and barked orders. Next phase, crank the pressure test all the way to level 7. Her insane demand made the technician freeze in panic. Level 7? But ma'am, a level 7 test is meant for 7th tier elites. She glared back at Gao Neng and Shashimo. What are you so afraid of? They're both running on mutant genes. They won't be crushed to death. Turn it up to level 7 right now. Gao Neng. Shashimo. Got a problem with that? Gao Neng opened his mouth to object, but Shashimo effortlessly accepted the challenge. I have no objections. Level 7 pressure is actually the perfect warm-up for me. Gao Neng aggressively scratched his head, glaring daggers at Hong Ying's back. This crazy woman is out for blood, he grumbled. She's trying to assassinate the king. Shashimo inwardly burned with the exact same competitive fire. In this next phase, he had to reclaim his dominance. For context, the pressure test utilized bioacoustics developed by the Alliance. These specialized sound waves forced biological tissues into hyperdrive, forcefully stimulating a fighter's absolute physical limits. It tested one's total capacity for energy absorption and output. Shashimo was already at the late 6th tier, a full realm above Gao Neng, plus he had his golden body Arhat. Facing a level 7 pressure zone, he could definitely withstand the crushing force, but Gao Neng was merely at the 5th tier. If the pressure exceeded his energy output limits, it might not kill him, but it would not be a pretty sight. The spectators began placing their mental bets. A whole realm of difference is just too massive. Under level 7 pressure, could he even last a single minute? Don't count him out so fast. He broke the human limit 4 times over. His baseline output crushes your average energy warrior. A young man in a blue tunic chimed in with a serious tone. Even under the crushing weight of level 7, I'd bet he can hold out for 2 full minutes. Make it 2.5, another countered. But definitely not a second longer. A third bystander watched with anxious curiosity. Is Gao Ning actually going to survive this? A 5th tier entering a level 7 pressure chamber is basically a death wish. A warrior in purple turned deathly pale, visibly shuddering at the mere thought of it. When I was at the 5th tier, I tried a level 6 chamber. The gravity forced me to my knees instantly. I couldn't even last 2 pathetic minutes. This kind of brutal test heavily favors higher realms. If you ask me, Shashimo will easily tank it for at least 5 minutes. Completely ignoring the peanut gallery, Hong Ying issued the final command. Commence the test. Understood, the technician shouted back. Boom. Both Gao Neng and Shashimo's bodies instantly tensed under the invisible weight. Gao Neng felt like he was drowning in deep space. His very consciousness began to warp. So this is bioacoustic pressure. The energy in his core was draining at terrifying speeds. It felt exactly like a life-or-death clash of internal energy against a legendary martial arts master. Outside the chamber, the crowd gasped in awe. Not bad at all. Gao Neng hasn't even dropped to his knees yet. But how long could he truly last against this overwhelming force? The guy beside him nodded in agreement. Not bad, but he won't last much longer. 2 grueling minutes ticked by. The observation room buzzed with growing impatience. What is going on? 2 minutes have passed. Why hasn't Gao Ning collapsed yet? This defies all logic. The researchers stared closely at Gao Ning's monitor. Just look at his face, one gasped. He looks like he is humming a tune. His relaxed demeanor was the exact opposite of Shashimo's agonizing struggle. How could a measly 5th tier act like a high-level powerhouse? A technician zoomed in on Gao Ning's lips, squinting in pure confusion. What on earth is he saying? The chamber's soundproofing was far too thick. Is he reaching his limit? Is he begging for mercy? But as the lip reader finally deciphered the words, his jaw hit the floor. He nervously reported to Hong Ying. Level 7 is boring. Bump it up to level 8. In the adjacent chamber, Shashimo heard the broadcast and gritted his teeth. What the hell is this brat playing at? He growled. Is this a dying struggle to drag me down with him? I see right through his little scheme. The monk quickly convinced himself of Gao Neng's true motive. If he collapses at level 8 pressure, while I only survive level 7, then no matter the final outcome, Gao Neng can claim he didn't lose to me. He only lost to the level 8 chamber. Driven by his own competitive fury, Shashimo refused to be outdone. I won't let him steal my glory. Crank my chamber to level 8 too. Hong Ying pushed up her glasses, a cold glint in her eyes. She approved the request instantly. Bioacoustic waves leave no permanent physical damage, she noted. If they want to play with fire, let them burn until they are satisfied. The massive digital displays flashed a bright red alert. Level 8. Shashimo clenched his jaw, veins bulging. Meanwhile, Gao Neng's face finally flushed. Level 8 really packs a punch, he murmured to himself. My first energy core is already bottoming out. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng focused his mind. He boldly commanded his body to ignite his second energy core. In the next room, Shashimo trembled violently. This pressure, it is suffocating, he gasped. But I must endure. What about you, Gao Neng? Through the glass, the monk forced a twisted, agonizing smirk. This time, I will crush your spirit completely. But his smug expression shattered into pure shock. Gao Neng looked perfectly relaxed. What? The monk gaped. Outside, Ninger smiled proudly. I told you. Gao Neng is leagues above that bald monk. The control room desperately asked if Shashimo wanted to tap out. But the stubborn monk clamped his teeth together, refusing to yield to Gao Neng. No! I can take more! I can still take more! He chanted the words like a madman, fully consumed by his fragile ego. Gao Neng, even if it kills me, I will drag you down with me. But suddenly a deafening squelching sound echoed through his chamber. The monk lost complete bodily control, letting out a horrified, agonizing scream. The technicians outside instantly recoiled in pure disgust. Good Lord! Shashimo blew his lid. Run for your lives! The pristine testing chamber was instantly painted with a horrifying, pitch-black disaster. Pure chaos erupted as the frantic staff scrambled to contain the biohazard. Kill the pressure in Shashimo's chamber. Now, a metaphorical sensor bar practically slammed over the screen to spare innocent eyes from the nightmarish aftermath. Hong Ying stared at Gao Neng, who was still chilling like he was on a beach vacation. Shashimo completely broke down, she whispered, her voice trembling. Just what kind of monster is this, Gao Neng? The panicked crew launched a desperate rescue mission for the soiled monk. Drag him to the showers immediately. Crank the exhaust fans to maximum power before we all suffocate. Pinching their noses tightly, the surviving staff could not help but analyze the mess. Lasting that long under level 8 pressure is already a miracle. But even with his fabled golden Arhat physique, forcing himself past his limits led to this. All eyes slowly shifted back to Gao Neng, their gazes filled with absolute dread. What kind of freak of nature was he? His cultivation base was an entire major realm, lower than the monks. Sha Shimo literally exploded. Yet this guy is sitting there like an enlightened sage deep in meditation. This is utterly absurd. I am starting to think his pressure chamber is malfunctioning. In the VIP lounge, Qing Jing and his associate stared at the live feed, completely paralyzed by shock. The associate aggressively pointed at the screen. Are you seriously telling me he is surviving level 8 pressure? Did your daughter secretly rig the system for him? Old Zhang slammed his hand on the table, fiercely defending his reputation. Pure garbage. Do you honestly think Hong Ying would help him cheat? She would rather watch him crash and burn. Qing Jing finally broke his silence, his voice chillingly calm. The sensors do not lie. That is genuine level 8 pressure. It seems Gao Neng's hidden potential vastly eclipses our wildest estimates. Another high-ranking official leaned forward in the shadowy boardroom. The room erupted into hushed, intense murmurs. He possesses dual mutated genes. His energy processing rate is practically peerless, and rumors say his spiritual power is equally terrifying. A supreme genius. An 18-year-old unparalleled monster. Was someone of this caliber truly born in the Forsaken Wastelands? The files confirm it, someone noted, flipping through a dossier. His father vanished when he was just a child. He was raised entirely by his single mother. The background check flashed on the main screen. Zilan, a completely ordinary woman from the slums. She raised the boy purely by breaking her back with menial labor. Qing Jing narrowed his eyes, repeating the name like a puzzle piece. What did you say her name was? Zilan? He tapped his chin thoughtfully. I have never heard of such a figure. He analyzed the young man's heaven-defying rise from the absolute bottom of society. There are only two logical explanations for this anomaly, he declared. Either he stumbled upon a legendary, undiscovered inheritance, or there is a terrifying powerhouse secretly backing him. An elder shook his head dismissively. A secret backer is highly unlikely. If a major player was protecting him, he would have been escorted to the capital of Hope years ago. He would not have been randomly discovered by Ning. A collective gasp rippled through the shadowed boardroom. If there was no backer, that left only one earth-shattering possibility. Back at the testing facility, Hong Ying's stopwatch clicked ruthlessly. 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Over 9 minutes, she whispered, her brow furrowed in sheer disbelief. 5 minutes under level 7 pressure, followed by over 4 minutes under the crushing weight of level 8. Gao Neng had casually survived hell itself, and he still wasn't breaking. Meanwhile, the testing room buzzed with electrifying anticipation. I honestly thought Gao Neng would crumble just like Shashimo, a female staffer whispered in awe. But look at him. He is completely unfazed. The man beside her swallowed hard, wiping cold sweat from his brow. This is absolutely terrifying. Just how long can this monster actually hold out? The digital clock mercilessly ticked forward, crossing the 11-minute mark. Panic flashed in Hong Ying's eyes as she hurriedly yelled out, "Stop the machine! Stop it right now!" Gao Neng casually strolled out of the chamber, stretching his stiff limbs. Wow, that sonic wave pressure really packs a punch. It has been a while since my blood pumped like that. Wait, it is over already? The final time logged in, 11.11 minutes. Sha Shimo could barely survive for 6.5 minutes. The sheer gap in their raw endurance was utterly devastating. The massive screen then flashed Sha Shimo's personal data. Sha Shimo's pressure test coefficient, 7.01. A chorus of stunned gasps echoed through the observation deck as the numbers lit up. A score of 7.01 meant Sha Shimo's initial energy discharge was monstrously powerful. But what about the rookie? It was Gao Neng's turn. The entire room held its breath as his name materialized on the screen. Pressure test coefficient, 8.59. Jaws dropped, and eyes widened in absolute shock. 8.59? That level of power rivaled a genuine 8th-tier elite, but no one was more shattered than Sha Shimo himself. His hands trembled uncontrollably. His energy discharge actually reached the 8th tier, and I genuinely thought I could fight him to the death earlier? Sha Shimo desperately tried to calm his racing heart. No, do not panic. So what if he has mutated genes? So what if his discharge system is elite? There is absolutely no way his bone density can eclipse mine. When it comes to the skeletal strength test, I will absolutely crush him under my heel. A twisted, arrogant smirk crept back onto his face. He muttered under his breath, "Fools. The world actually believes the golden Arhat body's greatest asset is its indestructible flesh. But they are dead wrong. The true, terrifying essence of the golden Arhat lies in the bones. If my bone density loses to a punk like Gao Neng, I might as well bark like a dog." Hong Ying's voice cut through the tension, formally announcing the completion of Group 1's first 2 trials. The remaining groups would now step up to face the grueling muscle and pressure discharge exams. The giant screen immediately shifted to the next challenger's jaw-dropping stats. Ninger. Muscle system 10.98. Plus 0.00. Total coefficient 10.98. This girl's raw data was an absolute nuke. Relying entirely on pure, unmutated muscle strength, she had effortlessly shattered the 10-point barrier. The evaluator stared at Ning like she was looking at a ghost. Pure muscle density hitting 10.98. She endured 13 minutes under 7th-tier crushing pressure. Final evaluation, 7.98. Officially overtaking Sha Simo. Ninger smirked at Hong Ying. "Well, I am a warrior who has shattered my physical limits 4 separate times." Gao Neng chuckled, his eyes gleaming with fiery excitement. "Fascinating. It looks like Ning Er's genuine combat prowess truly eclipses Sha Shimo. My ridiculous muscle density comes from genetic fusion, and my pressure resistance is thanks to the magnetic core. But her power? That is 100% pure, hard-earned strength." The screen flickered again, revealing the next combatant. Lin Ying's muscle density secured the 3rd place rank. Muscle coefficient 9.00 plus 9.87. Pushing her comprehensive score to 18.87. Even in the brutal pressure test, she was only a hair's breadth behind Sha Shimo. The Eastern Capital's lineup is completely stacked this year. Someone from the crowd shouted in sheer admiration. "Hold your horses," another voice coldly interrupted. "Do not forget the Eastern Capital still has one terrifying S-rank wildcard yet to be tested." The female staffer nearby immediately realized who he meant. "You mean Tang Tang, right? She is literally one of the youngest prodigies to ever grace the Dragon rankings. Could she be the ultimate dark horse of this exam?" The explosive answer materialized on the glowing screen for all to witness. Tang Tang's stats. Muscle coefficient 6.23. Pressure test 6.32. Emerging from the hellish pressure chamber, she looked completely destroyed. She crawled out on all fours, tears streaming down her pathetic face as she wailed out loud. "I am dying. I am literally going to die. I cannot do this anymore." Gao Neng could not help but smile at her dramatic entrance. Honestly, considering Tang Tang's unstable 5th-tier state right now, scoring these numbers is already a solid victory. After all, her true, earth-shattering power relies entirely on her innate talent as a walking, talking humanoid nuclear weapon. Refusing to let the chaos distract her, Hong Ying maintained her flawless scientific composure and announced the next phase. "Brace yourselves. The next trial is the bone density test. We will subject your skeletal structures to intense scanning using high-frequency rays and sonic waves." Tang Tang suddenly stopped crying, her eyes sparkling as she turned to her partner. "Gao Neng, did you hear that? Bone density. This is it. Our ultimate specialty is finally up." He nodded without a second thought. "You are absolutely right. This is exactly where we shine the brightest." Watching their confident exchange, Hong Ying frowned deeply, her mind swirling with doubt. "Your specialty? With your mutated genes carrying your muscle scores, I could let it slide. But bones? Sure, dominating the pressure test was impressive, but claiming his bone density was just as flawless? That was pure arrogance. Did Gao Neng really think he could hog all the talent for himself? Her gaze shifted sharply toward the shadows, landing directly on Sha Shimo. When it came to bone density, the esoteric sect's secret body tempering art was the absolute pinnacle. Sha Shimo knew perfectly well that tempering the skeletal core was a martial artist's greatest hurdle. For countless millennia, the White Sect had prioritized bone refinement above all else. No other faction in the world could even hope to compare. "Gao Neng is completely sectless," he scoffed. "How could a rogue cultivator ever surpass my skeletal foundation?" Sha Shimo's piercing glare locked onto Hong Ying. His mind raced with dark suspicions. Unless someone has been secretly feeding him resources. Without warning, both competitors were shoved onto the examination tables. The machine whirred to life. Their eyes widened in high alert as a piercing red laser swept across their skulls. The results flashed across the massive screen. Sha Shimo's numbers were out. Skull density, 7.96. The entire crowd gasped at the terrifyingly high measurement. It completely shatters the normal Tier 7 limit. As expected of a monk, his skull is literally forged from iron, but anticipation crackled through the air for the main event. What about Gao Neng? Jaws dropped as the screen refreshed. What? 7.95? How is this even possible? Shashimo grit his teeth, his pride taking a massive hit. Impossible. His skull is virtually as tough as mine, a mere 0.01 difference. Meanwhile, Gao Neng pouted in pure dissatisfaction. Are you kidding me? Gao Neng muttered. My head is actually weaker than this bald monk by 0.01? A cold smirk slowly crept across Shashimo's face. Stay calm, he told himself. The brat is freakishly strong, but my skeletal foundation still reigns supreme. A win by 0.01 is still an absolute victory. A terrified staff member turns to her, pure panic in his eyes. Team leader Zhang, look at this. The stats for Shashima and Gao Neng are in an absolutely brutal tug-of-war. Shashima's upper body bone density is 7.89. His lower body is 8.01. Meanwhile, Gao Neng's upper body sits at 8.35, and his lower body is a monstrous 8.45. However, that terrifying number 8 is what drops every single jaw in the room. 8.45. Aside from his skull, his bone density completely crushes the esoteric sect's Vajra Arhat body. Even Cao Neng is utterly amazed by his own revelation. So that is the reason. I always prioritized magnetizing my lower body, but I still have not finished magnetizing my skull's energy. That must be the exact reason why my skull's density is lagging behind. But the bald monk nearby grinds his teeth in blinding rage. He shoots to his feet and starts roaring. Fraud. Gao Neng is clearly cheating. I refuse to accept this garbage. Gao Neng does not hold back his venomous counterattack. Shashima, you are completely losing your mind right now. Instructor Zhang is personally overseeing every single test. Are you openly implying that Instructor Zhang is in cahoots with me? The furious monk loudly bellows. Cut the crap. Do you dare to let them inspect the machine? Cao Neng turns to Hong Ying, cleverly testing the waters to solidify his own trap. Inspect it then. What do I have to fear? I am only worried about one tiny detail. You are going to massively offend Instructor Zhang with this stunt. Are you absolutely sure you want to risk her future wrath over something so petty? Being put on the spot, Hong Ying fiercely snaps at the staff to inspect the equipment. Right now, the poor trembling staff member can only bow his head and obey her absolute command. Yes, ma'am. Observing from the shadows, Qing Jing finally whispers to the person beside him. This guy, Gao Neng, is truly a ruthless schemer. Old Zhang, I am afraid your daughter is taking a massive loss here. Old Zhang simply watches the chaotic scene unfold in dead silence. Shashima's bold accusation sends the entire crowd into a massive frenzy. Cheating? Is Gao Neng actually cheating? How could Instructor Zhang possibly help him do that? Could there really be a critical glitch in the machine itself? But that is practically impossible, right? The technicians frantically run their diagnostics before shouting their reports. Machine A has 0 issues. Machine B has 0 issues. The more Shashima hears, the more his fragile mind shatters. What did you just say? His jaw hangs wide open in absolute disbelief. Could it be? Is my great Tathagata golden body, forged from the esoteric sect's ultimate forbidden arts, genuinely inferior to his? Inferior to a factionless nobody? Suddenly, Gao Neng appears right behind his back like a ghost, dripping with pure sarcasm. My dear friend Shashima, stop wasting your breath. Did you honestly think I was naturally stronger than you during the pressure test earlier? The monk fiercely glares at him, his mind spinning in utter confusion. What? Cao Neng lets out a cold, arrogant scoff, looking down on him with absolute disdain. The researchers, the mechanics, the instructor, the recorders, every single one of them is my person. What exactly are you fighting me with? Pushed over the absolute edge, Shashima violently roars. That is a total lie. I demand a retest right now. I want to swap our machines. I will use Gao Neng's machine. Hong Ying immediately frowns, thoroughly disgusted by his endless tantrum. Shashima, what exactly is the meaning of this? Cao Neng effortlessly rides the wave, throwing more fuel onto the monk's blazing fire. Yeah, Shashima, you are making absolutely 0 sense right now. You use your machine, and I use mine. On what grounds should I swap with a sore loser like you? He screams like a total madman. Are you too terrified to swap? They clash back and forth, but the one whose blood is truly boiling is Hong Ying. Why wouldn't I dare? It is just that you stand in front of everyone, daring to openly question even Instructor Zhang's integrity. I truly fear for your miserable future here. Tisk, tisk. I fear absolutely nothing. Shashima sits at the absolute peak of the dragon ranking using his own raw power, not by begging for outside help. That is exactly where you and I are completely different. A terrified staff member stammers, seeking guidance from the furious instructor. Instructor Zhang, what should we do? But she is trembling with sheer, unadulterated rage, forcing herself to turn away as she issues her final command. Then do the retest immediately. Let everyone witness the undisputed truth with their own eyes. Cao Neng confidently steps into the testing capsule, throwing his hands up. Fine, fine. If you insist on dragging Instructor Zhang's name through the mud, claiming we cheated, then I will swap with you. Let us see what pathetic excuse you make next. Shashima's aura erupts with blazing intensity as he violently grinds his teeth. The absolute truth will be revealed in a second. The digital stats immediately flash across the massive screen. The retest results are finally out. Cao Neng, skull density, 7.95. Upper body density, 8.35. Lower body density, 8.45. Shashima, skull density, 7.96. Upper body density, 7.89. Lower body density, 8.01. It is the exact same legendary outcome as before. Cao Neng shrugs his shoulders effortlessly, simultaneously backing up Hong Ying while kicking Shashima straight into the abyss of humiliation. I told you so. Instructor Zhang is definitely not the type to cheat. But Shashima insisted on a retest and desperately begged to swap machines with me. How utterly pathetic. Tang Tang flashes a radiant, thrilled smile at his absolute verbal destruction. They exchange a victorious high five as she cheers. I knew you were infinitely stronger than that bald donkey. Shashima instantly collapses mentally, his legs trembling so hard he can barely stand. How is this even possible? Cao Neng leans in close, dropping another verbal bomb. Brother Sha, do not lose your fighting spirit so quickly. You are a late-stage Tier 6 warrior, the absolute #1 on the dragon ranking. We still have 3 more test categories to go. The monk violently grinds his teeth, cursing straight into his face. Get lost. I do not want to speak another word to you. But Cao Neng is not about to let his prey escape so easily. He ruthlessly twists the knife further. Do not be like that. We are going to be classmates from now on, seeing each other day in and day out. Wait. Do you actually feel like you have zero chance of ever surpassing me? Driven to the absolute edge of madness, he fiercely roars out of pure ego. Of course I still have a chance. Surprisingly, Cao Neng nods in total agreement. Exactly. So what are you so afraid of? Think about it. You clearly cannot beat me in mental fortitude. But there is one specific category where you might actually win. Shashima glares at Cao Neng, his eyes flashing with utter confusion and lingering suspicion. Are you talking about the cellular tissue activity test? He nods, a sharp glint in his eye. Exactly. You possess the legendary Golden Arhat physique. Your regenerative healing abilities must be absolutely insane, right? Besides, you have already reached the late stage of the 6th tier. There is no way you could possibly be weaker than me in this aspect, right? Shimo lets out a cold sneer, his overbearing aura flaring back to life. Of course he isn't weaker. No, he doesn't just match him, he leaves him completely in the dust. Gao Neng casually observes the buzzing excitement radiating from Shimo behind him. He chuckles inwardly. Truly, battling against others brings endless, absolute joy. Meanwhile, Tang Tang's face lights up like a festival. She excitedly exclaims, "This is amazing. That bone-forging technique you gave me actually works wonders. At this rate, my bone structure test later is going to absolutely crush the competition." Suddenly, Ning'er chimes in, catching both Gao Neng and Tang Tang completely off guard. Gao Neng gave you a bone-forging art? Ning'er's voice cuts through the air. Tang Tang eagerly nods in response. That is right. The real deal. Sister Ning'er, you definitely got one too, right? Gao Neng showed it to me. Rumor has it that it is a legendary King Realm bone-forging art. I am practicing it too, Tang Tang adds. Ning'er slowly repeats the words, bone-forging art, under her breath. She slowly turns her head, shooting Gao Neng an absolutely freezing smile. And a King Realm one at that? A massive drop of cold sweat instantly rolls down his back. Crap. He is dead meat. He completely forgot to give the bone-forging art to Ning'er. Gao Neng desperately tries to soothe his racing heart. Stay calm. Do not panic. At worst, he just takes a brutal beating later. With his current combat power, even if he cannot secure a win, sneaking in a few accidental touches during the brawl will not be a problem at all. But just as he manages to mentally prepare himself, reality steps up and delivers a ruthless, stinging slap right to his face. Unbelievable. Is Ning'er's bone density actually this terrifying? The stats displayed on the screen for Ninger are nothing short of absolute domination. Ninger's cranial bone strength sits at an astonishing 7.53. Her upper body bone strength reaches 7.48, while her lower body clocks in at an impressive 7.51. The crowd erupts into awestruck whispers. Ninger has likely never even undergone any formal bone-forging training, yet she is only slightly weaker than the mighty Shimo. Hearing the endless comparisons, Shimo's frustration boils over. He aggressively grits his teeth. Damn it all, his numbers are clearly higher than hers. He should be the one bathing in their glorious praise right now. Instead, his entire spotlight has been completely overshadowed by the monstrous Gao Neng. Stepping up right after Ninger is Tong Tong. Her cranial bone strength registers at 6.52, upper body at 6.48, and lower limbs at 6.60. How on earth can Tang Tang's stats be soaring this high? She has only just stepped into the 5th tier. Her magnetic transformation is not even complete, yet her scores completely crush Wei Ya, the fierce warrior ranked 2nd on the dragon ranking. Tang Tang's smugness instantly skyrockets to the heavens, her pride swelling wider than the Pacific Ocean. She dramatically waves her hand to flex on the stunned crowd. Calm down, calm down. Everyone, please take a seat. These are just basic operations, really. Meanwhile, the chilling aura around Ninger continues to lock onto Gao Neng, applying crushing pressure. Do you not have a single thing you want to say to me? He desperately averts his gaze, stubbornly playing the fool to survive. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. Thankfully, the system announcement suddenly echoes through the arena, saving his life. Next category, spiritual power assessment results. The glowing numbers reveal Shimo's spiritual power intensity at an incredible 6.89. Shimo confidently closes his eyes, silently analyzing the battlefield in his mind. He has already witnessed the terrifying viral footage from the Minshan incident, where Gao Neng's spiritual power literally materialized into physical blades. Barring any absolute miracles, his own spiritual power truly cannot match that monster's level. He shoots a heavy, calculating side glance toward Gao Neng, his guard raised to the absolute maximum. This guy simply cannot be human. The massive screen violently flashes with the protagonist's stats. Gao Neng, spiritual power intensity 8.34. The blinding numbers send a massive shockwave of disbelief crashing through the entire crowd. His spiritual power has shattered past the 8th tier. His bone density sits at the mighty 8th tier. His terrifying energy output is also locked firmly at the 8th tier. Every single core attribute screams tier 8. Amidst the absolute chaos, Gao Neng casually shifts his gaze to Ninger's blazing name on the scoreboard. Spiritual power intensity 7.56. He inwardly clicks his tongue in sheer admiration, truly worthy of someone possessing a legendary brain mutation. Honestly, if he had not devoured that miraculous soul fruit, he probably would not even hold a candle to her insane numbers. Suddenly, a sharp pinch grabs his arm. He looks down to find Tang Tang aggressively pouting, desperately trying to squeeze another divine secret technique out of him. Gao Neng, almighty boss, do you happen to have any hidden scrolls for strengthening spiritual power? Share a little taste with me. Her desperate plea stems directly from her own tragic score on the giant screen. Tang Tang's spiritual power intensity, a miserable 5.56. Gao Neng ruthlessly shakes off her grip, delivering a heartless rejection. Let go. Do you really think I am a walking library of endless divine arts? Senior Hong Ying pushes up her glasses, sharply signaling the group. Next category, cellular tissue activity assessment. Everyone, prepare to enter the specialized testing chamber. Shimo flashes a strangely relaxed, confident smile as he strikes up a conversation. Haha, benefactor Gao Neng. It seems the grand finale of these tests is finally upon us. Gao Neng shoots him a deeply skeptical side-eye. Let me guess, you suddenly feel like you can win again? Shimo bursts into a hearty, booming laughter, fully embracing the call-out. But of course, I have been completely humiliated for 4 consecutive rounds now. This time, no matter what it takes, I absolutely must reclaim my lost honor. Shimo's unwavering resilience makes Gao Neng burst out laughing. In a day filled with nothing but dry, monotonous assessments, crushing this guy's ego is the only true source of entertainment. Stepping forward, Gao Neng boldly declares, "All right then, allow me to take the lead this time." Hong Ying smoothly hands him a mysterious small vial. Drink this first, then securely equip the sensory simulation helmet. The vial contains Genesis matter. It is a legendary, anomalous substance unearthed from the ruins of the magnetic civilization, specifically designed to push cellular activity into absolute hyperdrive. Once perfectly synchronized with the environmental simulation helmet, it aggressively mobilizes every single ounce of cellular activity within the host. This includes violently stimulating both raw emotional responses and the deepest depths of the brain. The true, terrifying nature of this trial lies in its absolute amplification. It violently forces every single human emotion, both the pure and the incredibly dark past, their absolute breaking points, dragging them out into the open. Because of this brutal psychological pressure, this trial is notoriously known as the taste of the demonic path. A sharp glint flashes across Hong Ying's calculated glasses as she pushes them up. Therefore, do not be fooled. This is not merely a cellular assessment. In the truest sense, it is a devastating psychological warfare trial. Countless so-called flawless geniuses have completely shattered during this exact stage, their hidden dark sides and fatal mental weaknesses completely dragged into the light. Her piercing gaze locks directly onto Gao Neng, overflowing with a dangerous curiosity. So, what buried nightmare will you reveal? Cao Neng clawed his way up from the grim depths of the forgotten land. Could a heart-crushing darkness be hiding within his soul? He quickly chugs the mysterious liquid, taking his seat with terrifying composure. The crowd below buzzes with a single, burning question. Can Cao Neng completely crush Simo once again? Are you kidding me? Cellular activity is strictly bound to a fighter's rank. Do you seriously think he stands a chance? But then again, what if a miracle actually happens? The machine operator gasps in pure, unadulterated shock. It is rising way too fast. 5.88 is already the absolute standard for a late-stage Tier 5 expert. But this terrifying momentum shows zero signs of stopping. 6.43, he screams, and the numbers are still skyrocketing. Hong Ying leans toward the glowing screen, her eyes wide in absolute disbelief. With a spike this violently fast, Cao Neng's emotional state must be in absolute chaos. Quickly! Check Cao Neng's vital status. Every single spectator drops their jaw, their eyes bulging as the godlike stats flash before them. Yet the boy simply smiles with terrifying calm. The room erupts in sheer disbelief. How can anyone be this deeply at peace? Let us rewind the clock of fate. After the Great Withdrawal, the Forgotten Land became a cursed wasteland, half abandoned by the Alliance, starved of every precious resource. The crushing weight of survival broke the people's spirits. Cao Neng grew up watching a living hell unfold. The scraps of resources were ruthlessly hoarded by Tang Day's vicious syndicate, used as a whip to enslave the weak. In a toxic wasteland like this, pure despair would corrode anyone's sanity, breeding nothing but pitch-black malice. Hong Ying stares in utter bewilderment at the perfectly relaxed boy. Surrounded by such a grim past, the only emotion he radiates is pure, unadulterated joy. Was your life in the Forgotten Land really that happy? Tong Tong aggressively points at the carefree boy. Sister Ning you need to see this. Cao Neng's cellular activity just shattered the 7.3 threshold. Ning crosses her arms, her gaze sharp. Yes, and from the looks of it, his power is still climbing. But a heavy frown suddenly darkens her flawless face. Happy, you say? Ever since our fateful encounter in the Forgotten Land, my deepest fear was that a bitter hatred for the Alliance secretly burned within Cao Neng's heart. Ning quietly lets out a breath of relief. It seems I was agonizing over absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, another competitor looks like he just took 1,000 lightning strikes to the soul. The apocalyptic number reflects in Shimo's trembling eyes. 8.13, he screams in sheer, mind-numbing horror. It is over 8! It broke past 8. He reached 8.13. Heavens above. The meter is still climbing. Just what kind of heavenly treasure did this freak eat growing up? The roaring crowd outside explodes into pure pandemonium. His bone density, his overwhelming spiritual force, his monstrous energy output, his blazing cellular activity. Every single stat screams peerless, god-tier genius. An absolute once-in-a-century prodigy. To possess such a terrifying physical vessel at the late Tier 5 stage. Cao Neng's future is completely limitless. The elite-suited officials exchange trembling glances. If given enough time to bloom, this boy will undeniably ascend to become a supreme powerhouse. It is just a damn tragedy we found him so late. The executive beside him flashes a complicated smile. Who could have ever predicted that a heaven-defying monster was hiding in the wretched Forgotten Land? No, it is never too late. 20 years from now, he has at least a 60% chance of reaching the supreme pinnacle. We absolutely must survive the Great War coming in 18 months. Suddenly, a dead silence chokes the room. Jaws hit the floor as the digital display locks onto a terrifying new peak. 8.89. Qingjing completely loses his legendary composure. 8.89. He actually pushed it to an impossible 8.89. His self-healing factor is absolutely absurd, like an unkillable immortal. To think that during my tenure, I would witness the birth of such an absolute monster. A subordinate quickly leans in, whispering into his ear, "Chairman, what are your orders? Shall we summon the boy immediately?" The old master forcefully swallows his shock, locking his expression into a mask of iron authority. No, I refuse to interfere with his destiny. Meeting him now would only shackle his boundless potential. True steel is forged through 100 blazing fires, and time is still on our side. Down in the arena, Cao Neng flashes a razor-sharp grin. This piece of steel can take a little more heat, but his cocky attitude vanishes in a split second. Staring at his glowing stats, he clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment. What kind of pathetic garbage stat is this? It is neither shockingly high nor completely low. I really thought I would easily smash past level 9. Talk about ruining a perfectly epic moment. Is this stupid machine broken or something? Across the room, a devastated Shimo violently punches the floor, spitting out a string of filthy curses. Damn it all to hell. Can I just forfeit right now? I am absolutely done competing with this freak. A vial of glowing liquid, exactly like Cao Neng's, is mercilessly shoved right into his face. Simo, you are up next. Cornered by fate, Simo grits his teeth and accepts his grim destiny. Once you ride the tiger, there is no stepping off. Just end my misery already. He is strapped into the massive testing rig, his eyes completely dead inside as the operator announces the start. The luminous matter is taking effect, commencing the power sequence. The cold, mechanical voice echoes through the silent hall. Cellular activity at 1.98, climbing to 2.35, reaching 2.97. 2.97? Shimo twitches violently as the operator brutally mutters. That is rising painfully slow. 2 hot streams of humiliating tears silently roll down Shimo's face. A storm of grief rages in his mind. I am the chosen one, the future supreme master of the esoteric sect. I carry the blazing hopes of my entire lineage. His teary eyes slowly drift toward a stunning girl named Qing Lian, who watches him with absolute, soul-crushing indifference. For the first time, I finally found a glory worth bleeding for. For the first time, I finally found a woman I desperately wanted to protect. So why? Why has my life turned into this pathetic cosmic joke? His mind forcefully flashes back 20 years. The sky burning red in the Great War. His parents dying brutally on the blood-soaked battlefield. His old master declaring that the crushing weight of their legacy would rest entirely on his fragile shoulders. The sheer, ungodly torment he had to endure. This invincible golden Arhat body, I forged it through 20 years of absolute, living hell. There were nights I screamed to the heavens in pure hatred, cursing the cruel fate that forced me to become a golden Arhat. But was this miserable destiny about to shatter into a million pieces? Crushing humiliation finally breaks him. Tears stream down his face as reality sets in. He just lost to yet another genius. The surrounding crowd frowns, murmuring in deep concern at his pathetic state. Shashima is actually crying. It is incredibly tragic. The luminous matter clearly took a devastating toll on his fragile mental state. But honestly, getting ruthlessly face-slapped in front of his secret crush over and over again, who would not break down? His final score flashes on the screen, 7.13. Suddenly, a figure steps toward the weeping Shashima. The gentle voice belongs to Qing Lian, the very girl who haunts his everyday thoughts. Are you feeling okay? She asks softly. That simple question is the final fatal blow to his ego. Shashima completely shatters, turning and sprinting away while bawling his eyes out. Watching him flee, Qing Lian's older brother places a heavy hand on her shoulder. Little sister, you might have gone a bit too far this time, he sighs. Nearby, Tang Tang crosses her arms and shoots Gao Neng a questioning look. Hey, do you think you bullied him a little too relentlessly? What if he walks out that door and just completely self-destructs? Gao Neng shrugs, not even trying to hide his helpless expression. How was I supposed to know his own crush would deal the final critical strike? I will try to hold back a little next time. The harsh testing phase immediately resumes. The proctor's voice booms across the hall, calling the next group. Wei Ya, Zhou Jingjia. A crisp, yes sir, echoes in response. The crowd watches with bated breath as the students step up to the plate. However, no one exudes the same overwhelming aura as Gao Neng. Just as expected, a standard genius can only push their score to around 7. Exactly. It is just Gao Neng who is an absolute monster. It is not that we are desperately weak, someone shouts. Everyone, keep your heads up and hold on to your confidence. Do not let that terrifying freak ruin your mental state. Just focus on yourselves. Suddenly, the system chimes with a new notification. All eyes snap toward the glowing board as someone gasps in pure shock. Another score over 8? You have got to be kidding me. There is another monster? The crowd parts, revealing the unmatched elegance of none other than Ninger. 8.31. Her cellular tissue activity level has astonishingly broken into the 8th tier. The crowd erupts into chaos. The military faction claims another prodigy. They are being absolutely ruthless this year. Standing on the sidelines, Gao Neng rubs his chin in deep thought. He mutters to himself, the only difference between us must be the immortal fruit. Without the sheer power of the immortal fruit, my first evolution might not have even matched Ninger's level. Suddenly, she materializes right behind him like a haunting phantom. Her smile is eerily sweet, but blazing fury drips from every word she speaks. We both went through the same evolution. So why in the world are you stronger than me? Do not tell me. You have already triggered a second awakening? Gao Neng stammers, completely caught off guard. Well, about that. But Ninger cuts him off like a striking blade. Forget it. You do not even have to answer me. However, our little 3-year agreement? Consider it slashed down to 1.5 years. In fact, exactly 1 year from now is when we will finally settle this. Gao Neng simply lets out a confident smirk, fearlessly accepting the challenge. Do we really need a whole year? Give me just 3 months, and I will beat you so badly you will be begging for mercy. Ninger flashes a dangerously competitive smile. My, someone is feeling incredibly arrogant today. You better think carefully about those big words. If you fail to defeat me in 3 months, our entire agreement is instantly cancelled. A sudden, unexpected blush creeps across her cheeks. Gao Neng tilts his head, utterly confused. Wait, what agreement? Realizing she had exposed too much, Ninger desperately scrambles to change the subject. Fine, then. Just as you said. 3 months. But before she can even finish her sentence, he sharply cuts in. No way. Let us stick to the original plan. 1 year from now, we clash. She lets out a soft, challenging giggle. Are you absolutely sure about that? Gao Neng does not hold back an inch, throwing the taunt right back. Just make sure you wash yourself clean and wait for me next year. Ninger's smile turns absolutely wicked. Deal. I will be scrubbed pristine, waiting just for you. But then, she drops a ridiculously bold condition. However, if you lose, you will spend the rest of your life submitting beneath me. Those provocative words hit Gao Neng like a thunderbolt. His mind instantly spirals into wildly inappropriate directions, completely betraying his tough facade. Heavens above, she is practically begging for it with those blatant hints. And she actually possesses the sheer audacity to think she could ever top him? He glares at her retreating figure, silently making a blood oath. This little demoness. One day, he will use absolute dominant strength to show her exactly who belongs on top. Suddenly, the massive screen flashes with a brand new score. Lin Ying's results are in 8.13. The testing hall erupts into a frenzy of whispers as Lin Ying's name lights up the board. Unbelievable. He has also smashed straight through the legendary 8th tier barrier. Is this the terrifying aftermath of the Blood Rage transformation? Someone gasps in awe. This is absolutely insane. The Dongdu military faction is truly soaring into the heavens this year. But hold on, Ning Er is an unparalleled super genius, which explains her score soaring past the 8-point mark. It makes total sense. Lin Ying awakened the Blood Rage path, so hitting tier 8 is entirely within reason. But then, the crowd's piercing gaze slowly shifts directly onto Tang Tang. But what about Tang Tang? She is only a measly 5th tier rookie. What on earth gives her the right? Meanwhile, the arrogant girl in question tilts her chin toward the heavens. Her glorious score flashes bright for all to see, 7.39. Go ahead and cry your hearts out. Keep seething with that bitter resentment, she silently gloats. All you elite trash from the dragon rankings who dared to stand above me. How do you feel now? Shashima clenches his fists, grinding his teeth until they nearly crack. This is pure, unadulterated humiliation. Being crushed beneath the monstrous boots of Gao Neng and Ninger is one thing, but for a pathetic 5th-tier weakling to dance on his grave, this absolute disrespect crosses every line. Taking a deep breath, he desperately tries to anchor his shattering sanity. Stay calm. The final round is the Hidden Talent Assessment. The Hidden Talent Examination. There is absolutely no way I will be suppressed here. I absolutely refuse to lose again. His bloodshot eyes snap toward Gao Neng. He had already gathered extensive intelligence on this terrifying bastard. During the military academy's initial trials, Gao Neng triggered a hidden talent of 5 elements at 80%. It is an undeniably god-tier foundation, but deep in his core, Shashima knows the ultimate truth. Compared to my legendary talent, he is still lagging a step behind, and a person's hidden potential can never be altered. This round is my guaranteed victory. Right on cue, the metallic voice of the system reverberates through the arena. The final hidden talent assessment is officially beginning. Shashima flashes a sinister, desperate smirk. It is showtime. This is my absolute last chance at redemption. However, the very next announcement from the system freezes his blood completely cold. Due to highly classified circumstances, candidate Tang Tang will undergo the hidden talent examination in complete isolation. Shashima narrows his eyes, his mind racing. This arrogant little brat actually gets a private assessment? Whatever. She is basically a walking humanoid nuke anyway. Her raw talent is probably a state secret. I will swallow my pride and wait for the real target. His gaze locks fiercely onto his true rival. So, what about you, Gao Neng? Do not tell me you are also a classified humanoid weapon? The very nightmare he was dreading is about to manifest right before his eyes. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed through the hall. Gao Neng selected for solo hidden talent assessment. The crowd erupted into absolute chaos. This earth-shattering news sent shockwaves through the entire 3 realms. What is going on? Why is Gao Neng getting a specialized solo exam? Wait, quiet down. The system is still announcing names. The broadcast continued without missing a beat. Ning selected for solo assessment. Zhou Jing selected for solo assessment. Yi Qinglian selected for solo assessment. The spectators flushed red with excitement, their minds racing to connect the dots. If it was just one person, they might just be protecting a secret bloodline. But with this many top tiers called out, the Federation must be drafting a secret elite task force. As if synchronized by fate, every single eye in the arena slowly turned toward Shashimo. He was the only top-tier genius left standing with the commoners. In this brutal world of martial arts, being called out wasn't terrifying. Being the only one left behind? That was an absolutely soul-crushing humiliation. The aforementioned candidates will follow the Invigilator for private testing, the voice droned on. By order of the Supreme Federal Council, the rest will proceed normally. Shashimo's eyes burned with raging disbelief as he roared, "Why?" The crowd watched the proud monk crumble. Their gazes held a devastating mix of pity and absolute disdain. The elite roster was finalized, and Shashimo had been completely abandoned. Ninger stands quietly in the corner, her arms crossed in deep thought. Tang Tang's talent is simply impossible to test under normal circumstances. The sudden announcement for a private assessment makes one thing crystal clear. The higher-ups absolutely do not want this getting out to the public. Her own talent is already fully documented in the military archives. Zhou Jing has decent potential, but certainly nothing worth hiding. As for Yi Qinglian, she is a bit special. Ninger furrows her brows, her mind racing. If her intuition is correct, this entire secret testing charade is just a massive smokescreen set up for one person, Gao Neng. The rest of them are nothing more than convenient decoys to divert attention. She shifts her piercing gaze toward Gao Neng, analyzing him with intense scrutiny. She had already guessed his true potential extended far beyond the 5 simple metrics shown on paper. But could his hidden abilities be so terrifying that they triggered an emergency meeting among the absolute highest echelon of the Federation? Meanwhile, the man in question wears a maddeningly carefree smirk. The highest Federation Council is watching. It seems this trial will not be a walk in the park. Gao Neng chuckles softly, his brilliant mind already calculating 10 steps ahead. If they are going to such extreme lengths, there is no point in holding back anymore. After all, he is not tied down by any secret system missions this time around. Why bother hiding his overwhelming power? It is time to absolutely shatter the egos of these so-called geniuses. A stern voice cuts through the air, calling out the VIP list. Ninger, Tongtong, Gao Neng, and Zhou Jing follow us immediately. Left behind, Shimo stands frozen in total disbelief, completely unable to recover from the devastating psychological blow. Why? Why does that infuriating guy always get all the legendary opportunities? As the chosen elite move out together, Gao Neng casts a sideways glance at Yi Qinglian, his curiosity piquing. Why is this little brat included in the top-secret private testing? Her official rankings are vastly inferior to her older brothers, so what makes her so special? He narrows his eyes, his mind spinning. Could it be that this girl is not just some air-headed beauty? Does she harbor some kind of terrifying, world-shaking secret? Sensing his blatantly disrespectful stare, a spark of pure irritation flashes across her face. She glares daggers right back at him. What on earth are you staring at? But Gao Neng is not one to back down. I am looking at you. So what? I will stare all I want. Do you want to settle this with our fists? His arrogant provocation makes her grind her teeth in blinding rage. She curses him silently in her mind. She has lived her entire life without ever being threatened by someone with such impossibly thick skin. It is absolutely infuriating. Sensing the rising tension, Ninger leans in and whispers directly into Gao Neng's ear. You need to stop playing with fire right now. Yi Qinglian is the designated next-generation holy maiden of the legendary Radiant Light sect. The revelation strikes him like a bolt of lightning. A holy maiden? A holy maiden this astonishingly weak? He studies her again with a newfound intensity. It seems her dormant hidden talent is truly something out of this world. Right on cue, a mechanized voice echoes through the cabin as the heavy elevator grinds to a sudden halt. Valued guests, we have arrived at our destination. The massive magnetic doors slide open, and Gao Neng's eyes widen in absolute shock. He is completely blown away by the sheer, staggering scale of the facility before them. Is this really just a simple talent testing center? This looks exactly like a heavy military armory. Suddenly, an imposing voice echoes from the shadows. Welcome to the Federation government's absolutely top-secret scientific research center, number 001. Ruosi steps forward, her piercing gaze locking instantly onto our main character. You are the infamous Gao Neng, aren't you? I've heard my sister sing your praises constantly. You truly are a rare prodigy. Gao Neng blinks, completely bewildered by the sudden compliment. Beside him, Ning'er politely raises her hand to greet the newcomer. Director Lan? Gao Neng echoes, his confusion mounting. The man simply offers a warm smile in return to the young girl's greeting. No need to be so formal, little Ning'er, he chuckles gently. A realization suddenly strikes Gao Neng like lightning. This man is Dr. Lan's older brother. Before Gao Neng can utter another word, the man clamps both hands onto his shoulders with intense familiarity. My sister met you back in the Forgotten Land. She hasn't stopped talking about your immense potential. Gao Neng instantly goes on high alert. This guy shares the exact same chaotic energy as his sister. As the saying goes, birds of a feather truly flock together. Their expressions are practically identical to Ruosi's whenever she is scheming something crazy. Don't be so nervous, my young friend Gao Neng. I am strictly interested in your physical body. I harbor absolutely no other intentions. How am I supposed to relax after hearing that creepy line? Gao Neng snaps back loudly. Luckily, the young woman standing nearby steps in to defuse the madness. Dad, please. You are going to terrify the poor guy to death. She turns to him with an apologetic smile. Please forgive my father, Gao Neng. He completely lacks a basic social filter. I am his daughter, and also his personal assistant. My name is Lan Xiaobing. Gao Neng politely extends his hand. Nice to meet you, Senior Xiaobing. But the moment their hands connect, a deeply unsettling, maniacal gleam ignites in Xiaobing's eyes. 4 complete limit breaks of the human body. Exactly as the rumors claimed, she mutters rapidly, her grip tightening. Excellent muscle elasticity, incredible fiber toughness. Not bad at all. Now, be a good boy, and strip off your clothes so I can thoroughly examine you. Gao Neng freezes as if struck by divine lightning, utterly horrified by this sudden 180-degree shift. Xiaobing steps closer, her tone alarmingly persuasive. Come on, just a quick peek. Stay back. Do not touch me. Gao Neng wails in pure despair. Thankfully, Ruosi suddenly intervenes, aggressively yanking Xiaobing back by her collar. Xiaobing, what kind of ridiculous joke is this? She scolds sharply. You absolutely cannot strip him down in the middle of a public space. The 2 women stare at him with absolute hunger in their eyes. Take him to the inspection room. We need to examine him. Thoroughly. One mutters. Gao Neng panics, screaming at the top of his lungs. Ning'er, Tang, save me. But the 2 girls just offer him a helpless, sweet smile. Just follow the organization's arrangements, Gao Neng. Since they called your name, just go in peace. Ning'er chimes in right after Tong. Besides, what were your exact words earlier? As a soldier of the Alliance, one absolutely cannot refuse an official inspection. Well, the time to stand by those words has finally come. Without another word, Gao Neng is mercilessly dragged away. His tragic screams echo down the hallway. Wait, just give me a second. Suddenly, Yi Qinglian snaps. She points an angry finger at the researchers, her patience completely gone. Ever since we walked through that door, you have only been swarming him. Are you completely ignoring us? What about our inspections? Tears of pure gratitude stream down Gao Neng's face. He silently praises her in his heart. The holy maiden. She truly lives up to her title. I swear I will never call you a brainless beauty ever again. Director Lan Ruosi stares at the furious girl in absolute confusion. Who in the world is she? Xiaobing shakes her head, looking equally clueless. Not a clue. Excuse me, miss, but who are you exactly? The question makes her blood boil. She puffs out her chest, announcing her title with pure arrogance. I am Yi Qinglian, the next holy maiden of the Holy Light sect. Xiaobing couldn't care less about the grand introduction. She turns to her father with a deadpan expression. So her name is Yi Qinglian? Dad, why is she even here? The older man gives a brutally blunt reply. just to make up the numbers. Those 6 words hit like a physical blow. Yi Qinglian's face turns beet red as she violently grinds her teeth. You. What did you just say to me? The Lan father-daughter duo wave her off like an annoying fly. You extra headcounts, please wait over there in the corner. A standard researcher will be with you shortly. Xiaobing doesn't even look back at her. We are extremely busy right now. Director Lan flashes a terrifyingly eager smile. Let us get moving, student Gao Neng. Time waits for absolutely no one. Gao Neng thrashes around, screaming for mercy. Please, stop. I just wanted a normal, quiet inspection for my hidden talent. Why don't you just treat me like Yi Qinglian? Let me be an extra headcount. Hearing herself being used as the lowest benchmark, the holy maiden practically snaps her own teeth in pure rage. Director Lan scoffs at the very idea. How could you possibly be on the same level as her? 100 of her wouldn't even equal a fraction of your worth. Gao Neng wails in absolute despair. No, I want to be worthless. Let me be the extra headcount. That was the final straw. Yi Qinglian releases an ear-piercing shriek of sheer fury. Suddenly, a blinding, majestic aura erupts from her entire body. You arrogant, disrespectful peasants. Ever since I stepped foot into this government building, I have tolerated your insolence. Who do you think you are dealing with? I am Yi Qinglian, the future ruler of the Holy Light sect. My awakened talent is the legendary Titan tier. Do you have any idea what kind of supreme power that represents? Her terrifying aura floods the entire hallway as she glares at them. You are merely 2 insignificant researchers, yet you dare to treat a divine existence like me as an extra? But before she can unleash her grand power, boom! Ninger instantly launches into the air and delivers a devastating strike. A brutal lesson for her sheer disrespect. The Holy Maiden violently raises her arms to block the incoming attack. Ninger, what are you? But the sheer force of the blow shatters her defense. Yi Qinglian is sent flying like a broken ragdoll across the corridor. Coughing up dust, she slowly lifts her trembling head. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Ninger, how dare you launch a sneak attack against me? Ninger frowns, her gaze colder than absolute zero. You can be as arrogant and as bossy as you want, but you will never insult Director Lan in my presence. She takes a menacing step forward. The supreme contributions he has made for the Alliance are something a brat like you couldn't achieve in 100 lifetimes. The Holy Maiden freezes, thoroughly confused by this fierce defense. Ignoring the fallen girl, Ninger turns back to Director Lan. Sir, I assume I am also just here to make up the numbers? The older man gives a simple nod. Indeed you are. Ninger immediately seizes the opportunity. In that case, may I stand by and observe Gao Neng's inspection? To tell you the truth, I was the one who personally led his initial talent evaluation back in the Forgotten Land. I might be able to offer some highly valuable reference data for your research. Director Lan pauses, his eyes gleaming with academic interest. Oh? Is that so? Very well. You may join us. He casually waves her over into the secure room, and Ninger, the director adds with a humble sigh, please refrain from constantly bringing up my past achievements. It was merely a minor effort. My contributions to the Alliance are hardly worth mentioning. Inventing 13 heavy-class superweapons and pioneering 23 advanced research subjects. They are just insignificant footprints in the sands of time. He briefly glances at Tang, shaking his head. Compared to her legendary father, my work is basically nothing. On the floor, Yi Qinglian's eyes widen in absolute horror. The gears in her head finally start turning. Wait, could he actually be? Is he the absolute maniac of the science division? The man the entire Alliance terrifyingly refers to as the director of the madhouse? The legendary Luo Ruosi? Cold sweat completely drenches her back as the chilling realization sets in. She had just screamed at a living legend. Forget a mere holy maiden like herself. Even if the Grandmaster of the Holy Light sect stood here, he would have to bow respectfully to this man. Completely ignoring her existential crisis, Director Lan turns to the other girl. Ah, that is right. Tang Tang, you do not require an inspection today. If it piques your interest, I can have an assistant escort you to our central weapon fabrication lab. Feel free to take a grand tour. Tang's eyes instantly light up at the mention of the ultimate armory. Oh, absolutely. That sounds amazing. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing awkwardly shuffles over to the still paralyzed Holy Maiden. He nervously clears his throat. Director Lan, I assume Yi Qinglian and I should just wait out here? The director gives a dismissive nod without even looking back. Just wait. Yi Qinglian looks up at Zhou Jing, her eyes still trembling with residual shock and grievance. Zhou Jing heavily sighs, shaking his head. Just drop the ego, Qinglian. Ninger actually did you a massive favor by striking you. If you had thrown a full tantrum in front of that man, a simple physical beating would be the least of your worries. The holy maiden violently bites her lower lip, utterly humiliated. I know I was in the wrong, she hisses bitterly. But it makes my blood boil. Why are we reduced to absolute background decorations for Gao Neng? Why do we have to be his extra head counts? On cue, Gao Neng's miserable screams echo from the room again. Why am I the one taking the blame for this? The boy wails internally. Ning Er is the one who violently smacked you. Director Lan is the one calling you worthless extras. I am literally about to be dissected alive in here. And now I have a raging holy maiden holding a death grudge against me? This is absolute injustice. Sadly, his mental cries for help fall on completely deaf ears. In their minds, his heaven-defying talent is exactly what caused this mess. The heavy, reinforced steel door ruthlessly slams shut, sealing Gao Neng inside his ultimate nightmare. Xiaobing flashes a predatory smirk, her scalpel practically gleaming in the dark room. She can barely contain her terrifying academic excitement. All right, student Gao Neng, there is absolutely no need to be shy. It is just us in here. Take off all your clothes. The boy crosses his arms over his chest, shivering in pure terror. Is taking off my clothes absolutely mandatory? The crazy female researcher shrugs nonchalantly. Fine, just taking off your pants works too. Desperate to protect his final shred of pure dignity, Gao Neng makes a heavy choice. Nope, absolutely not. I will just take off my shirt. Xiaobing traces her bare fingertips across Gao Neng's chiseled abs. She clicks her tongue in absolute approval, unable to hold back her relentless commentary. Perfect. Absolutely perfect, she purrs. This young man's body is practically overflowing with boundless vitality. The muscle density is incredibly firm, bursting with explosive power. Auntie was completely right about you. A furious blush creeps up Gao Neng's neck as he nervously stammers. Hey, aren't we supposed to be testing my hidden innate talents right now? Patience, little boy, she teases with a sly wink. We must test your talents, but we also must evaluate your physical development. We cannot neglect either one. Meanwhile, in the observation room outside, Ninger turns her attention to Ruo-Si. Uncle Lan, she begins, her voice laced with deep concern. Back in the Forgotten Land, a massive anomaly occurred during Gao Neng's talent evaluation. We must be on high alert this time. Ruo-Si arches an eyebrow, his scientific curiosity instantly piqued. An anomaly, you say? What exactly happened? Ninger shakes her head solemnly. The exact cause remains a complete mystery. My best theory? The intermediate testing terminal simply could not withstand the sheer pressure of reading his stats. Ruo-Si merely chuckles, a confident smile spreading across his face. A valid concern, but you need not worry today. We are utilizing an advanced tier talent scanner. Not only is its endurance far superior, but its data calibration is precise, down to 10 decimal places for every single talent. Suddenly, the heavy mechanical doors slide open. Xiaobing emerges from the testing chamber, clutching the preliminary results. She turns directly to Ruo-Si, her expression turning dead serious. Based on my initial sensory scan, Gao Ning's metal attribute resonance is off the charts. I can confidently guarantee his innate affinities for iron, copper, silver, and gold are all above 95%. Ruo-Si's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Such an astronomical estimation? Ninger blinks in awe, her gaze darting between the two researchers. Wait, she mutters to herself. Sister Xiaobing can actually sense dormant elemental energies with just her touch? Adjusting his glasses with a gleaming flash, Ruo-Si puffs his chest with pride. It is a rare genetic mutation. Through mere physical contact, Xiaobing can perfectly read the elemental activity pulsing within any subject. He strokes his chin, suddenly looking troubled. But if your initial readings are truly that massive, processing 10 decimal places might actually overload the system. Let us lower the precision to just 2 decimal places for absolute safety. Right on cue, the system's mechanical voice echoes through the room. Subject's vitals are perfectly stable. Commencing full scan now. Ning Er furrows her brows, her heart pounding with heavy anticipation. Gao Neng, she thinks to herself, do you really only possess 8 hidden talents like you claimed? It is about time you show me exactly what kind of monstrous power you have been hiding all this time. Suddenly, Xiaobing's voice breaks the silence. The data is locked in. The first reading is rendering now. It is his iron element affinity. Ruo-Si slams his hand on the console. Perfect. Display the final numbers on the main screen. The massive screen flickers to life, projecting a terrifying result. Iron affinity, 100%. The father-daughter duo of the Lan family gasps in utter shock. A flawless 100% index rating? The gap between 95 and a perfect 100 is like comparing a puddle to an ocean. On the other side of the glass, Ninger is equally stunned. Heavens, It truly is absolute perfection. Even the highest brass of the Alliance must suspect it by now. Gao Neng is not just a student, he is a walking humanoid nuclear weapon. The screen flashes again. Copper affinity, 100%. Xiaobing screams in disbelief. Father, it is another perfect score. Ruo Si staggers back, his mind short-circuiting. 2 flawless elemental affinities? But before they can celebrate, the main console violently glitches. Red warning sirens blare, signaling absolute disaster. This is bad. The data processor is buckling under his sheer power. Panicking, Xiaobing frantically types on the keyboard, completely removing the decimal settings to save the mainframe. I am forcing it to only read whole numbers. The 3 researchers hold their breath, their eyes glued to the flickering monitor. The terrifying stats roll in like thunder. Iron, 100%. Copper, 100%. Tin, silver, and gold. All a flawless 100%. Xiaobing clutches her head, feeling her absolute grip on reality shatter. A single perfect affinity is a generational miracle. 2 perfect affinities have appeared in history. But 5 perfect elemental affinities? That is utterly unprecedented. Ruo Si finishes, sweating profusely. Ning'er slams her hands against the glass, her voice trembling. Wait, do not celebrate yet. It has not finished reading his other talents. Meanwhile, inside the sealed testing chamber, Gao Neng is completely engulfed in thick, acrid black smoke. He coughs violently, pounding on the door. Hey, are you guys trying to assassinate me? Your stupid machine is acting up. He continues to scream for his life as blinding sparks erupt around him. Moments later, they drag his soot-covered body out of the ruined chamber. Looking like a burnt potato, he fiercely glares at the scientists. What kind of demonic death trap is this? He roars, jabbing a finger at the smoldering wreckage. Were you trying to blow me to kingdom come? If my reflexes were not so godly, I would have lost at least 3 precious strands of my beautiful hair. Yet, completely ignoring his dramatic outburst, Ning'er turns her intense gaze to the head researcher, Uncle Lan. It seems even the advanced tier terminal could not contain his immense aura. Ruo Si stares blankly at the destroyed multi-million-dollar equipment, visibly trembling. To think a monstrous existence with perfect innate talents actually stands before us. To think a monstrous existence with perfect innate talents actually stands before us. He mutters, swallowing hard. And the most terrifying part? We still do not know exactly how many perfect affinities this boy truly wields. Xiaobing steps forward, a dangerously excited grin spreading across her face. Father, since things have escalated to this point, we have no choice. We must activate the Supreme Tier Scanner. Ning'er tilts her head, turning to the girl with sheer confusion. The Supreme Tier Scanner? Is it capable of even deeper precision? Ruo Si steps in, his voice grave as he corrects the young girl. It is not about precision, child. It is about sheer endurance. The Supreme Tier model actually lacks the delicate 10 decimal precision of the advanced scanner. He narrows his eyes, delivering the heavy truth. However, its structural integrity is unmatched. That monstrous machine is strictly reserved for evaluating Supreme Tier powerhouses. Ning'er's breath hitches, a mix of awe and deep dread washing over her. A scanner meant for absolute legends. Does this humble research facility actually possess one? Ruo Si puffs his chest, overflowing with supreme arrogance. There is only one single unit in the entire global alliance, and it rests entirely in my hands. Xiaobing's eyes practically shine with fanatic devotion. Father, to fully measure the abyssal depths of Gao Neng's true potential, that machine is our only hope, she begs. Plus, built with supreme-grade materials, there is absolutely no way it will blow up on us. Ruo Si scowls, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. But what if the impossible happens? He paces the room, analyzing the grim variables. Its endurance threshold is exactly 35 times greater than our advanced model. Logically speaking, an explosion is mathematically impossible. Yet, this is the single most valuable artifact in the entire alliance. If an accident happens, the loss would be catastrophic. But the finest celestial-grade materials in existence are currently sitting right here in my lab. Making up his mind, he firmly nods. Seeing this, Xiaobing snaps her fingers with vicious glee. It is decided then. Watching these 3 mad scientists plot his fate, a profound chill runs down Gao Neng's spine. He instinctively edges toward the exit, his survival instincts screaming. Hold on, what are you maniacs planning? Why are you looking at me like I am a prized lab rat? The test is over, right? I am leaving. But his escape path is instantly blocked as Xiaobing stalks toward him like an apex predator. Student Gao, she purrs, a terrifyingly sweet smile on her lips. I have one incredible piece of news and one very bad piece of news. Which would you like to hear first? Cornered, Gao Neng can only avert his gaze, sensing that the true nightmare has just begun. Sister Xiao Bing, please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Despite his hesitation, Gao Neng makes his choice. If there's good news, let's hear that first. Her eyes practically sparkle with fanatic excitement. The good news is, you are the only person in the entire research center's history to test with 5 talents at a perfect 100%. Are you thrilled? Are you surprised? Gao Neng rubs the back of his neck awkwardly. Well, that is definitely unexpected. But his sharp mind quickly catches a loophole. Wait, Sister Xiaobing, does that mean there are others with a single talent at 100%? A proud smile graces her lips as she explains. Of course, every supreme powerhouse has at least one perfected talent, but you are an absolute monster who has 5 of them. Gao Neng's brows furrow, his gaze turning razor sharp. What does that actually mean? Does having a perfected talent guarantee you'll become a supreme powerhouse? Or is it that becoming a supreme powerhouse automatically perfects your hidden talent? Anyway, what's the bad news? Her smile widens, radiating pure menace. The bad news is, this time, the pants really have to come off. Gao Neng immediately bursts into desperate screams. No way. At least let me keep one piece. Have some mercy on my dignity. Not even an old sock. Any non-biological material will completely ruin the scan's accuracy, Xiaobing declares with terrifying enthusiasm. Her eyes roam over him like a predator. Look at that perfectly straight spine. And the resilience of the arteries under that collarbone. He desperately tries to shield his modesty. Doesn't this count as a massive sacrifice for the Alliance? You better record this in my military merits. Outside the chamber, Ruosi glances at his daughter. Ninger, do you want to step out for a moment? Her response is ice-cold and brutally brief. No need. I've already seen it all anyway. Hearing this from inside, Gao Neng's soul nearly leaves his body. He starts wailing in absolute despair. When did you see anything? Why don't I remember this? Ninger's cheeks flush crimson, quickly turning her head away as her thoughts race. He is devastated, utterly shattered. He wants to sink into the floor, but there is nowhere to hide. I don't even know when my innocence was stolen from me. This is a massive loss, a complete tragedy. Gao Neng observes the Lan family duo and internally calculates. Wait, I saw her entirely in the Forgotten Land too. I guess we're even, but until my combat power surpasses hers, I'll take that secret to my grave. Xiaobing strokes her chin, her analytical mind whirring. Based on my direct physical assessment, I can confidently say Gao Neng's hidden talents exceed 15. Perhaps even 20. Ruosi's eyebrows shoot up at that absurd estimation. 20? Ninger, what are your thoughts? She nods in agreement with Xiaobing. It's highly possible. He successfully extracted iron sand on the battlefield and perfectly synthesized an alloy arena at the Huashan sword sect. Those feats alone prove it. Sister Xiaobing's hypothesis is absolutely correct. Ruosi pushes up his glasses, a fiery resolve igniting in his eyes. It seems this test will yield a result that could overturn our entire understanding of the world. The system voices its prompt, and the scan begins. The initial data flows in without surprises. Iron, copper, tin, silver, and gold all max out at exactly 100%. Then the next wave hits. Phosphorus, 100%. Xiaobing's jaw drops. Another perfect score. That's the 6th one. Next is sulfur, 100%. Ruosi gasps in sheer awe. The 7th talent blares across the screen. Silicon, 100%. Ninger watches with calm realization, no longer shocked by his monstrous potential. That's 8, she mutters. But the 8th talent he revealed in the Forgotten Land wasn't among these, which means she was right all along. A devastating cascade of maximum values floods the monitors. Chromium, indium, aluminum, lead, potassium, mercury, osmium, hydrogen, magnesium, iron, cobalt, zinc, every single one locks at exactly 100%. Xiaobing grabs her father's arm, bouncing with euphoric joy. Over 20 talents maxed out at 100%. Dad, are you seeing this? Do you see it? He cheers right back, completely losing his composure. I see it. I see it. But suddenly, an ominous mechanical groan echoes through the lab. Critical warning, machine integrity compromised. The system blares. Uranium affinity, 100%. All 3 of them freeze, staring in absolute horror. Uranium? Ruosi's mind races furiously. Nitrogen and uranium talents combined. Good heavens. He truly is the second coming of the humanoid nuclear weapon. Xiaobing panics as the massive machine begins violently shaking, glowing with scorching heat. This is bad. Dad, the core is going critical. Shut it down. Now. But they are a fraction of a second too late. The machine violently detonates. A deadly wave of black energy surges forward, aiming straight for the Lan family duo. Ning'er instantly blurs into motion, shouting a warning. Get back! She raises her hands to intercept the catastrophic blast. Thick, ominous black smoke billows out, visible even from the exterior observation deck. A blaring siren pierces the air, painting the facility in flashing red light. Emergency rescue teams to your stations immediately. The entire staff scrambles in a state of sheer chaos. What just happened? Qinglian takes command, her face deadly serious. Sever the main power grid. Engage backup generators and prepare for immediate rescue ops. But the volatile energy surrounding Gao Neng lashes out unpredictably. It violently repels anyone trying to approach, making him completely untouchable. Main and backup power are swapping. Everyone, stay clear of the machines. A stray bolt of electricity suddenly blasts Qinglian, making her hair stand up on end as she screams in frustration. What kind of garbage equipment is this? Your research center is going to be the death of me. Meanwhile, amidst the smoke, Ruosi signals desperately to Ning'er. This is a disaster. The entire reaction chamber is going up in flames. If we don't contain this, District 1 will be wiped off the map. Suddenly, crackling blue lightning surges from someone's hands. All three stare in absolute awe at Gao Neng. He has effortlessly enveloped them in an impenetrable energy barrier. Their eyes are glued to his magnificent display of power. Ning'er is the first to break the stunned silence. This is an electronic domain combined with a gravity field. Gao Neng smirks, his voice dripping with absolute confidence. Relax. This move of mine can easily tank a little explosion. As expected of my superfighter form, spending over 1 billion evolution points on this was completely worth it. While he flexes his tyrannical strength, Xiaobing can only fall to her knees, weeping bitterly over her completely destroyed machine. The real nightmare is just beginning for their budget. The Alliance's only testing machine meant for supreme experts was completely obliterated. It was destroyed beyond recognition. However, Ning'er cared far more about human lives than broken equipment. Sister Xiaobing, Director Lan. Are you two all right? Xiaobing nodded, quickly regaining her composure. After all, no matter how massive the explosion, it still beat taking a bullet. Of course, a blast like that cannot harm me. Ning'er turned her intense gaze toward Gao Neng. What about you? He nodded nonchalantly. I am perfectly fine. The two of us managed to block the main shockwave. Gao Neng smiled brightly. Besides, it is all thanks to the combat suit Ning'er gave me earlier. It completely absorbed the brunt of the explosion inside the chamber. Ning'er scoffed and turned away, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had been terrified he would emerge completely exposed. He quickly comforted the pouting girl, relieved that everyone had survived unscathed. Suddenly, Ruosi placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. No, you are in deep trouble, he declared. Gao Neng blinked in sheer confusion. What is wrong with me? Director Lan's expression grew incredibly solemn. You have a massive problem on your hands, the old man stated. Meanwhile, Xiaobing looked at Gao Neng with absolute thrill in her eyes. Gao Neng, do you have any idea what your awakened talent is? He stared back, completely clueless. What is it? She practically vibrated with excitement as she revealed the truth. Just from the ones we could verify with 100% certainty. You possess 23 distinct talents. Do you grasp how insane that is? Out of the 5 billion citizens in the Alliance, you are the only one. And the most terrifying part? You awakened both hydrogen and uranium attributes. Do you understand what that means? He swallowed hard, the weight of her words sinking in. Does that mean I am basically a living, breathing humanoid nuclear weapon? Ruosi immediately chimed in. Well, let us not jump to conclusions. It just means you have the terrifying potential to become one. A true humanoid nuke does not just possess the hydrogen talent, they must also master the isotope talent, Xiaobing interrupted eagerly. How exactly the isotope talent is formed remains a top-secret black box within the Alliance, but there is one person who absolutely knows the answer. Hearing this, a legendary name instantly flashed across Gao Neng's mind. Tang Tang, he muttered in awe. Xiaobing nodded vigorously. Exactly. She definitely holds the key. You should seriously consider tracking her down. She could teach you how to fuse your hydrogen talent into a true isotope awakening. That is a problem for later, Ruosi warned darkly. Right now, we have a much more immediate crisis. You are about to face a massive storm of trouble. Ning'er finally stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. Director Lan, Will Gao Neng's test results be reported directly to the High Council? The old man nodded heavily. Of course it will. As an official researcher, I have absolutely no authority to hide something of this magnitude. She pressed on, desperate for a loophole. But can you limit who sees the report? For example, could you submit it exclusively to Chairman Wu? Her brilliant suggestion struck the director like a bolt of lightning. You are entirely right. This revelation is far too world-shattering. If these results leak to the public, the apocalyptic fallout would be impossible to control. Suddenly, a loud voice shattered their tense conversation. The director and Ninger whipped around in shock. Gao Neng, I knew it was you. How on earth does a simple talent test cause such an earth-shattering commotion? Are you seriously trying to steal the throne from Tong Tong, the god of death? The chaotic members of the youth division burst into the facility. Their rowdy presence instantly filled the once quiet laboratory with absolute uproar. What happened here? Is this a war zone? One of them gasped, pointing at his friend. Whoa, Qing Lian, did you get a perm? Or did that massive explosion just fry your hair into curls? Qing Lian exploded with embarrassment at the mockery. Meanwhile, Gao Neng burst into uncontrollable laughter, sprinting away as she chased him down the hall. You are dead meat, she screamed. Amidst the chaos, Ruo Si placed a firm hand on a nearby staff member's shoulder. It was the A-class scientific researcher in charge of maintenance. Everyone else, clear the room. Director Lan ordered with absolute authority. I will personally deliver this report to the council. The staff member hesitated for a split second before nodding in compliance. Understood, sir. The old director watched Gao Neng's retreating figure, his mind racing with terrifying possibilities. I built that supercomputer with my own hands. Even reduced to ashes, I can rebuild it. But if a monster like him gets destroyed, without wasting another breath, he hurried straight to the Grand Council office. A commanding voice echoed from within the luxurious chamber. Director Lan, you have finally arrived. We have all been waiting. What is the exact situation with Gao Neng? The director bowed deeply, his expression unreadable. I humbly apologize for the unprecedented delay. However, I can only disclose this classified information to Chairman Wu directly. The council members exchanged utterly bewildered glances. Director Lan, what is the meaning of this insolence? One demanded fiercely. Chairman Wu stepped forward calmly, a spark of intrigue in his sharp eyes. Only to me, you say? A single, tightly folded document was handed over. The chairman's eyes widened in absolute shock as he read the contents. His voice trembled slightly as he broke the heavy silence. Director Lan, are you absolutely certain about this? The old man answered with steel in his voice. I stake my life on its accuracy. The surrounding elders were practically burning with impatience. Chairman, what kind of heaven-defying talent did the boy awaken? To actually strike fear into your eyes. Do not tell me another humanoid nuke has been born. Is this Gao Neng somehow Tong Tang's long-lost blood brother? Hold your tongue. Cannot you see the chairman is deep in thought? Another elder snapped, silencing the murmurs. Amidst the chaotic bickering, Chairman Wu's mind spun like a hurricane. How should he handle this apocalyptic secret? Should he announce or bury the fact that the boy had over 20 talents, including both hydrogen and uranium? What kind of god-tier monster is this kid? He screamed internally. Finally, he turned and asked a critical question. Is Gao Neng still secured at Research Center Number 1? And more importantly, exactly how many people have seen this horrifying data? Director Lan bowed his head respectfully. I report honestly to the chairman. Only myself, my daughter Xiaobing, and Ninger from the military faction know the truth. The supreme leader nodded slowly, a heavy burden settling on his shoulders. Understood. Until I formulate a flawless plan, seal your lips entirely. But the council members were practically foaming at the mouth, demanding the earth-shattering truth. Chairman, what on earth is his talent? Are we truly not qualified to know? The elder's voice cut through the heavy silence. There is nothing left to hide. Gao Neng possesses 20 hidden talents, and every single one is maxed out at 100%. Chaos immediately erupted across the High Council. Are you listening to yourself? That sounds like a children's fairy tale. Speaker, you cannot be serious. 20 maxed out talents. Another elder gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Since the dawn of the human alliance, since the birth of the very first Source Warrior, such godlike potential has never existed. What exact talents are we talking about? Someone demanded. His primary affinities are metallic, but there are also non-metal variations. Like a perfect sulfur affinity, one of the council members furrowed his brow, leaning forward with absolute gravity. What about hydrogen? Does he possess? The speaker closed his eyes, his expression completely unreadable. No hydrogen trace detected. Yet. The skeptical member scoffed, shifting the focus to Tang. then that makes zero sense. Think about it, everyone. If he does not have the hydrogen talent, how on earth did Gao Neng block Tang's neutron bomb? What are your thoughts on this? Those two brats must be putting on a show. Another accused. Tang definitely tipped him off. He probably slipped Gao Neng, a high-level defensive artifact. The room buzzed with wild theories, but eventually, the storm of whispers circled right back to the boy of the hour. Gao Neng. But speaker, the core issue remains. How do we handle this monster of a prodigy? The speaker answered without hesitation. We announce his stats to the world. The entire room froze in sheer shock. What? Publicizing this? Isn't that just serving him on a silver platter to our enemies? Qingjing angrily slammed his fist on the table. Do you genuinely believe we can keep this a secret? The speaker remained entirely composed. Gao Neng's power was already exposed at the ancient Mount Hua sect. If we do not control the narrative with a logical explanation, why would the public ever trust us? He continued. Have you all forgotten his physical examination results? They were absolutely absurd. 3 of his baseline stats completely shattered the rank 8 threshold. Would they dare to rob us in broad daylight? Another elder sneered. They might not strike on the surface, but what about in the shadows? Even if they do not target our main forces, what if they go after the younger generation? What if they target Ruozi? Qingjing slammed the table again, the wood cracking under his raging aura. Need I remind you what happened 16 years ago? Have you forgotten how the Fang family's ultimate genius was slaughtered? If the enemy already has their sights on Gao Neng, then let the entire academy know his worth, the speaker declared. Making him a public icon makes assassination 100 times harder, and that way, at least Ruozi stays safe. The room fell into a heavy realization. So, our only mission now is to become Gao Neng's ultimate shield? Are you pushing this boy to the brink of death just to force his survival instincts to awaken? A councilman asked. He is only at the late stage of the 5th tier, shoving him into this massive spotlight. Is the gamble not too extreme? The speaker swept his piercing gaze across the hesitant council. I only have 4 months left in my term. What absolute heights can a monster like Gao Neng reach in just 4 months? We can only rely on his own destiny now. The crushing weight of Speaker Wu's aura forced them to submit. Fine. If the speaker has made his absolute decision, I have no objections. Let the plan commence. Meanwhile, a crisp burst of laughter echoed across the training grounds, followed by a stunned remark. 20 talents? All maxed out at 100%? This Gao Neng brat is about to become the ultimate superstar of the entire alliance. But right next to him, Qinglian was currently unleashing her wrath upon our oblivious hero. Gao Neng, are you seriously smiling right now? Do you want me to rearrange your face? She crossed her arms proudly. Listen closely, idiot. My hidden talent is the Titan attribute, a Titan affinity at 91%. Do you have any idea what kind of sheer power that represents? Gao Neng barely batted an eye, letting out a bored yawn. Oh wow, is that supposed to be impressive? What does it mean? She practically stomped the ground in pure frustration. You uncultured country bumpkin, let me educate you on the absolute terror of a 91% Titan affinity. But right before Qinglian could finish her bragging, the Academy's grand broadcast system flared to life. Attention, all personnel. The comprehensive aptitude testing has officially concluded. The mechanical voice echoed across the massive courtyard. We are now publicly announcing a monumental discovery from today's examination. Through the flawless analysis of the special super testing machine, the hidden talents of student Gao Neng are as follows. As the robotic voice rattled off the stats, Zima's face slowly twisted into a mask of utter horror. Iron, 100%. Copper, 100%. Tin, 100%. Silver, 100%. Sulfur, 100%. Acid, 100%. It was not just Xima. Qinglian's jaw dropped so hard it nearly hit the floor, her previous arrogance completely shattered. Chromium, 100%. Aluminum, 100%. Lead, 100%. Potassium, 100%. Mercury, 100%. Barium, 100%. Calcium, 100%. Zinc, 100%. Silicon, 100%. Gao Neng's eyes went wide as panic set in. Are you kidding me? They actually broadcasted my entire stat sheet over the speakers? The announcer delivered the final, world-shattering blow. A total of 20 talent categories, all standing at an absolute perfect 100%. The broadcast clicked off. Qinglian turned to him, her face burning with a mix of humiliation and pure shock. You have 20 talents at 100%? Gao Neng coughed a few times, instantly recovering his composure as his signature teasing smirk returned. Hey, you got cut off earlier. He leaned in, thoroughly enjoying her despair. Qinglian, what exactly does a 91% Titan talent mean? Care to educate this uncultured country bumpkin? Suddenly, Tang launched himself across the floor, desperately hugging Gao Neng's leg like a massive fanboy. Brother Gao Neng, you actually have 20 perfect talents. You are a literal god. With you charging the front lines, my safety factor just skyrocketed. Gao Neng kicked his leg out, mercilessly trying to shake the clinging boy off. Get lost. Aren't you meat shields supposed to charge ahead to protect a supreme genius like me? While they bickered, Ninger stood quietly to the side, the gears turning rapidly in her brilliant mind. He actually has 22 maxed-out hidden talents, but they only announced 20. Just as I thought. They deliberately concealed his hydrogen and uranium affinities, but why expose the rest? A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Ah, I see exactly what they are playing at. Wait, hold on. Gao Neng suddenly panicked, a dreadful realization hitting him. Does this mean a peerless genius like me is going to get beaten to death out of sheer jealousy? He turned to her in confusion. What does all this mean? Ninger rolled her eyes and sighed softly. Relax. The High Council might bicker constantly, but they are always united against outside threats. Who would actually dare strike you down? Gao Neng blinked, his chaotic energy pausing for a split second. Really? Then I can finally rest easy. I mean, with the way head elder Xiaobing was glaring earlier. He muttered, shivering slightly. I seriously thought. Even if they do not beat me to death. My ultimate nightmare was just beginning. Tang Tang flashed a sly smile as she finished speaking. The threat of turning him into a lab rat was dangerously real. A living specimen gets to soak in nutrient fluid every single day. You will never go hungry, and you will not even have to lift a finger. Want to try? He flatly rejected her crazy idea. Only an absolute fool would agree to that. The shocking announcement flashed across the massive screen. Instantly, an explosive uproar erupted among the countless viewers. In just 5 short minutes, the government alliance's broadcast echoed across the entire land of hope. 20 of them? Was this massive display of power just for show? Who had ever heard of a genius with this kind of terrifying potential? Meanwhile, inside Chairman Wu's office, heavy footsteps echoed from just outside the door. Chairman Wu, Councilman Liang is here to see you. The chairman's face remained utterly stern. That was fast. Send him in. A man confidently strode into the room, his voice dripping with fake politeness. Congratulations, Chairman Wu. It seems you have cultivated yet another priceless treasure. The chairman did not even bother to look up, his voice slicing through the air like ice. A treasure? Councilman Liang, you are as amusing as always. Liang Qi nodded, leaning into the tension. If Chairman Wu could learn to be a bit more amusing himself, that would be truly wonderful. The chairman sharply cut him off. Spit it out. What do you want? Liang Qi dropped his mask and got straight to the point. The chairman election is just 4 months away. Our faction has decided to fully support your re-election. I wonder what Chairman Wu thinks of this generous offer. The older man simply stared at the rippling water in his glass, completely unfazed. Re-election? Since the very founding of the Federation Council, there has never been a precedent for consecutive terms. Liang Qi slowly shook his head. No precedent does not mean it is impossible. As long as we crush any opposing voices, we can easily fulfill everyone's expectations. Is that not right, Chairman Wu? He pressed on, his eyes gleaming with greed. Just hand Gao Neng and Tong Tong over to us. In return, we will throw our absolute power behind your re-election. The atmosphere instantly froze. Chairman Wu slowly stood up, turned his back, and delivered a crushing rejection. Absolutely impossible. Get out. Liang Qi's lips curled into an ugly, frustrated scowl. Why must you be so incredibly stubborn? Everything we do is for the ultimate survival of the human race. Surely a man of your position understands that. Chairman Wu spun around, his righteous fury blazing. Stripping away human freedom? Turning innocent people into living specimens for your twisted genetic research? I would rather die than accept that kind of victory. Liang Qi furiously fired back, refusing to back down. What living specimen? It is merely genetic extraction. Gao Neng's talent is a groundbreaking evolution, a power we still cannot comprehend. If he just cooperates with our experiments, the Alliance will not just have one Gao Neng. We will have 10. We will have 100. Do you have any idea what kind of supreme power that means? Chairman Wu roared back, his voice shaking the very walls. Then, what about Hao Tian's death? How do you explain that tragedy? That name struck Liang Qi like a physical blow, instantly killing his momentum. He took a step back, muttering his pathetic excuses. Hao Tian was a tragic accident. We merely wanted him to continue fueling our vital research. His death, and his wife's tragic self-destruction, was a devastating loss for us as well. The chairman glared daggers at him. So, You will use any ruthless, blood-soaked method for your so-called victory? Liang Qi desperately defended his twisted ideals. Humanity is staring directly into the abyss of total annihilation. We do not have the luxury of playing the hero anymore. But the chairman's resolve was as solid as a mountain. He delivered his final verdict. This conversation is over. I have vital work to do. Councilman Liang, please see yourself out. Humiliated and enraged, Liang Qi delivered a venomous warning. Teacher, the alliance does not belong to you alone. A human-shaped nuclear weapon has finally emerged. If we do not seize this ultimate power, humanity will be completely wiped out in just 1.5 years. The chairman pointed a shaking finger toward the door. If you still dare to call me your teacher, then get the hell out of my sight. Left with absolutely no choice, the ambitious politician turned to leave, his eyes burning with malice. Fine, teacher. I will leave. But you had better not forget this moment. He dropped one final, chilling threat. In exactly 4 months, that chairman's seat will no longer belong to you. The heavy doors slammed violently shut. Left alone, Chairman Wu clenched his fists until his knuckles turned pure white. He snatched up the ringing phone, his voice steadying. Hello? It is me. Tell Director Lan to immediately arrange a tour for Gao Neng at the Genetic Weapons Lab. Meanwhile, outside the office, Liang Qi stood in absolute silence, glaring murderously at the elevator doors. His mind raced with dark, ambitious calculations. 1.5 years? There is still time. If I can just get my hands on Gao Neng, in 1 year at most, I can breed over 100 humans with top-tier genetic weapon talents. In 4 months, as long as I seize the chairman's throne, absolute power will be mine. The elevator descended smoothly, coming to a halt on the 8th floor. As the doors slid open, a legendary figure stood waiting, leaving Liang Qi absolutely paralyzed with shock. Elder Li? Liang Qi gasped, trembling. Why are you still here? Before he could even blink, a devastating slap exploded across his face. He cried out in pain, his vision spinning. Why did you do that? Elder Li casually shook his hand, his voice dripping with supreme arrogance. My hand was feeling a bit itchy. I just felt a sudden urge to slap you. You do not have an objection, do you? Liang Qi, his cheek already swelling horribly, swallowed his pride. No objections, but Elder Li, since you delivered that strike, you must have a message, right? Elder Li looked down on him, a terrifying sneer spreading across his face. At least you have some pathetic backbone. You did not completely shame your teacher. Since you want advice, I will give you a deadly warning. His suffocating aura flared. Gao Neng belongs to me. Without another word, Elder Li turned on his heel and vanished. He left Liang Qi utterly shell-shocked, cold sweat pouring down his spine. His fists trembled with explosive, unvented rage. Soon, the scene shifted to a breathtakingly lavish room, decorated with crystal chandeliers and absolute luxury. A mysterious man inside looked at Liang Qi in utter confusion. Councilman Liang, what in the world happened to your face? Liang Qi sat down heavily, desperately, trying to mask his utter humiliation. It is nothing. I simply bumped into a wall. The mysterious figure immediately leaned forward. So, how did the negotiations play out? Liang Qi let out a heavy, defeated sigh. The old man is absolutely impossible to deal with. The teacher still preaches about human rights and freedom. Words alone will never sway him. Every single syllable he spoke felt like a calculated strike against their peace. The chairman hastily revealed Gao Neng's terrifying talent to the world. His entire goal is to force us to back down in fear. Now that Gao Neng has been crowned as humanity's ultimate superstar, making a massive move against him is practically impossible. If we had known the monstrous potential hiding within him, we never would have handed him over to the second chairman. A shadowy figure suddenly spoke up, questioning him directly. Councilman Liang, we can't touch him directly right now, but from what I gather, Gao Neng has a mother. Why don't we? But before the venomous suggestion could even finish, Liang Qi slammed his fist onto the table. He shot up, his voice echoing with pure rage. Shut your mouth! Have you fools already forgotten the tragedy from 16 years ago? If you hadn't gone behind my back, how could Hao Tian have died? And how would I have ended up so bitterly divided from the teacher? The room instantly erupted into a chaotic storm of murmurs. Councilman Liang, you can't pin that on us. He was the one who claimed the humanoid nuclear weapon project was a failure, stubbornly opposing mass production. But look at the results. His own daughter turned out to be a humanoid nuclear weapon. Besides, every single person involved in that kidnapping died right alongside him. Even my own brother couldn't escape that bloodbath. Furious, Liang Qi waved his hand sharply, slicing through their desperate excuses. Enough. This conversation is over. As for Gao Neng, I will personally find another way. But all of you better stay in line. If you cross me, forget about the teacher. I will be the one to destroy you." A white-bearded elder suddenly chimed in. "Very well, consider the matter dropped. However, there is one thing Councilman Liang can definitely handle without worry." Liang Qi shifted his piercing gaze toward him. "What is it?" The elder didn't hesitate. Ruo Si's younger sister once conducted isolated gene research on Gao Neng in the Forgotten Lands. She holds his original blood sample from right before he ever stepped foot into the Dongdu Military Academy. Liang Qi's jaw dropped at the mention of that name. "Ruo Hua?" The elder continued his pitch with a cunning glint in his eye. "If memory serves right, Councilman Liang and Dr. Lan were once classmates. If we can secure Gao Neng's old blood sample and compare it with his current one, we might uncover a game-changing secret." Left with no better options, Liang Qi reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I will handle this." He then stood up tall, his voice echoing with absolute authority. "Humanity has reached a terrifying crossroads. Without making the hard choices, our survival hangs by a thread. Morality and human rights can only exist if humanity actually survives." A sinister, calculating smirk crept across his face. "For the ultimate victory of the human alliance in 1.5 years, the Gene Weapon Project must succeed, no matter the cost." Meanwhile, deep inside the heavily fortified weapons facility, Xiaobing broke the silence. "Student Gao Neng, allow me to give you a grand tour. This is the legendary Gene Weapon Laboratory. Back when it was first founded, it was known as the Mecha Combat Armor Testing Base. The four of them stood in absolute awe before a colossal mechanical titan." Gao Neng gasped in wonder. "So this is a combat mecha, but what does a giant robot have to do with genes?" She calmly explained the lore. Robot research began all the way back in the peaceful era. Originally, they were designed to replace humans in early frontline labor, but soon, humanity poured everything into developing war machines. This marvel right here is the first generation. She led the way forward, with Gao Neng's group trailing closely behind, their eyes wide with anticipation. As the wars raged on and magnetic fields were discovered, these combat mechas underwent rapid, relentless upgrades. By the time we reached the 5th generation, their solo combat capabilities had become utterly devastating. Gao Neng absorbed every word, his sharp eyes scanning the high-tech surroundings. Then came the 7th era. Their outward appearance became almost indistinguishable from a human. At first glance, it looked like an absolute powerhouse, yet she dropped a bombshell. But eventually, the mecha project was entirely shut down. Curiosity burning in his chest, he quickly asked, "Why would they ever stop?" Xiaobing didn't hide the ugly truth. The reason is terrifyingly simple. A machine's movement relies entirely on wires and microchips, but when faced with an awakened user wielding a massive magnetic field, the moment the enemy unleashes an electronic jamming attack, these god-tier machines instantly turn into glorified scrap metal. The realization hit Gao Neng like a truck. Ah, so that's the fatal flaw. Her cold gaze then shifted toward a majestic, mechanical lion nearby. And this is the 9th generation, or rather, it is no longer just a machine. This is a true gene weapon. Gao Neng stared at the metallic beast, scanning every inch of its intimidating frame. A gene weapon? Does that mean this mechanical lion has completely abandoned the use of steel wires and electricity? Xiaobing's voice remained devoid of emotion as she delivered the chilling truth. Yes, but it is a profound pity. This gene weapon is already dead. Tang Tang furrowed his brows, utterly confused. A weapon can die? To make the horrifying concept easier to grasp, Xiaobing drew a dark comparison. A gene weapon is exactly like us. They possess the beating heart of a living creature. Therefore, they will inevitably die. Tang Tang sharply caught the gruesome implication. A living heart? Was it transplanted straight out of an actual animal's body? Exactly, Xiaobing confirmed. That was the brutal reality of the 9th generation. However, the 10th generation evolved to use an artificial heart. Refusing to dwell on the dark past, she pointed toward a massive blast door. "Come with me. I will show you the absolute latest masterpiece." Hearing the promise of something even greater, Tong Tong was practically vibrating with excitement as he sprinted after her. The newest model? Now we are talking. Stepping deeper into the ultra-secure testing zone, a jaw-dropping arsenal of the most advanced gene weapons laid before their eyes. Are all of these gene weapons? A rare flicker of fierce pride crossed Xiaobing's face. Of course. Do you want to witness their world-shattering power firsthand? Tang Tang's blood boiled with uncontrollable hype. Hell yes, I do. Xiaobing smoothly signaled her colleagues. The stage was set. We are already prepared to begin. Alright, let us head to the training grounds for a demonstration. Inside the testing chamber, a lone robot stands before a heavy target. Tier 5 synchronization check. Prepare for deployment. The mechanical unit's eyes flare with a piercing crimson light. In a blink, it bursts forward, its metallic fist tearing right through the solid armor of the target. Savage iron spikes erupt from the shattered dummy, leaving Tang Tang staring with absolute disbelief. No way. That raw power is incredible. It easily matches a Tier 5 source energy warrior. Xiaobing nods, a proud glint in her eyes. Your assessment is spot on. What you are looking at is an early-stage Tier 5 genetic weapon prototype. Tang Tang's eyes sparkle like massive, starry constellations. That is utterly insane. But tell me, is there something even more devastating? Xiaobing flashes a mysterious smile. Oh, absolutely. The ultimate masterpiece, hidden within this very gene lab, is a terrifying Tier 8 genetic weapon. Hearing this, Tang Tang is completely blown away by the sheer magnitude of such firepower. A Tier 8 monstrosity? If humanity possesses genetic weapons with that kind of earth-shattering power, why do we even bleed and sweat to cultivate? Could we not just mass-produce these metal gods and be done with it? Gao Neng strokes his chin, deep in thought. She makes a valid point. If bioweaponry has reached this apex, bleeding for the dragon ranking feels completely pointless. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoes from the shadows behind them. A remarkably insightful question. Qing Jing steps into the light. The moment he appears, Gao Neng's entire group bows in absolute respect. Greetings, Dr. Wu. The old man meets his gaze with a warm smile. You must be the legendary Gao Neng, correct? Tang Tang instantly bristles, glaring at the newcomer who dared interrupt her mind-blowing revelation. Hey, old-timer. What is your problem? I was in the middle of a serious conversation with Sister Xiaobing. Why are you rudely cutting in? Sister Xiaobing. Ignore him. Let us continue. Before she can utter another reckless word, Ninger desperately clamps a hand over Tang Tang's mouth, completely muffling her protests. Meanwhile, Xiaobing steps in to smoothly introduce the esteemed doctor. Hold your tongue, Tong Tong. This distinguished gentleman is Dr. Wu from the Advanced Genetic Weaponry Lab. When it comes to bioengineering, he is the absolute highest authority. Ninger chuckles nervously, sweat forming on her brow. Exactly. Tang Tang. Dr. Wu is the undisputed pioneer in this field. We would be honored to hear him enlighten us. Gao Neng remains utterly silent, his sharp eyes scanning the shifting dynamics of the room. Ninger's sudden panic is a dead giveaway. This frail-looking old man is hiding a terrifying secret. Without warning, Gao Neng's pupils dilate as he activates his appraisal skill, sweeping his gaze over the elder. A holographic status screen explodes in his vision. Name, Qing Jing. True identity. The Supreme Speaker of the Federation's highest council. Cultivation realm. Late stage Tier 9. A literal Tier 9 God-tier speaker. Gao Neng's brain short-circuits, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying revelation. The supreme ruler of the entire Federation is standing right here, role-playing as a humble scientist? Is this some kind of twisted undercover boss test? Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Xiaobing shamelessly abandons ship. Oh, look at the time. My father is calling for me. I have an urgent mission. If you kids have any burning questions, direct them to Dr. Wu. Farewell. Gao Neng slowly turns to Ninger. Ninger, honestly, how many points would you give Sister Xiaobing for that pathetic escape act? 15 points, she deadpans. At least she tried to fabricate a decent excuse. The old man clears his throat, amused. Since Xiaobing has fled, allow me to unveil the true nature of genetic weapons. The origin of the Genetic Weapon Initiative dates back over 30 years ago. It was during the apocalyptic bloodshed of the First Great War. I watched helplessly as my beloved mentor and my closest brothers-in-arms were slaughtered right before my eyes. In that despair, a radical concept was born. What if a mechanical construct could bleed in place of humanity? It led to the creation you see today. A biomechanical terror capable of wielding source energy, unleashing a devastating combat prowess, completely indistinguishable from our elite warriors. Tang Tang's face lights up with sheer ecstatic joy at the monumental revelation. Then our upcoming holy war in 1.5 years is a guaranteed victory. The old man simply turns his profound gaze to the young prodigy. Gao Neng, do you share her absolute optimism? The young man offers a measured smile. I tend to agree. The old man's eyes narrow, probing deeper. Do you harbor absolutely no doubts about this supposed miracle technology? Gao Neng answers with chilling calmness. Why should I doubt it? If these genetic monsters can genuinely replicate human battle power, our odds of survival skyrocket. I completely agree with Dr. Wu, but let us cut to the chase. You did not come here to give a history lesson. You came specifically to find me, did you not? A soft, appreciative chuckle escapes the old man. The youth of this era possess frighteningly sharp instincts. Since you have seen through my little charade, and you know my identity as the father of this project, you must know what I seek. Gao Neng voices his boldest assumption. You want to convince me to surrender my genetic blueprint to the Federation's alliance? As long as I am not locked in a dark cage, and my core foundation remains unharmed, I have zero objections to donating my genes. The old man stares at him, utterly bewildered. You show zero hesitation or fear toward the genetic weapon program? That is a reaction I genuinely did not anticipate. He turns his back, his aura shifting dramatically. But you are mistaken. I did not come to harvest your DNA. On the contrary, I came to forbid you from ever participating in the genetic weapon trials. Gao Neng's eyes snap wide open. Why? Qingjing drops his gentle facade, his voice heavy with grim reality. Because this godlike technology is shackled by an insurmountable, fatal bottleneck. The genetic sequencing phase boasts a catastrophic failure rate, and the financial bleeding is enough to cripple nations. From cultivating volatile cells to nurturing artificial hearts that can withstand raw source energy, the host body requirements are an absolute nightmare. This Tier 5 unit costs a mere 1 to 2 billion. But birthing a Tier 7 monstrosity drains 200 billion, and that is only when the procedure succeeds flawlessly, completely ignoring the oceans of wasted capital from failed prototypes. Tell me, boy, do you have any concept of the astronomical sum required to forge a Tier 8 genetic weapon? Gao Neng's voice actually trembles as he hazards a guess. 500 billion? The Supreme Speaker shakes his head grimly. 1,500 billion. A terrifying number heavy enough to crush a man's soul. 1,500 billion. Qingjing lets out a hollow, booming laugh. Now, do you understand the grim truth? The success rate is a joke, and the astronomical cost is already out of control. Gao Neng refuses to hear another word of this defeatist talk. Hold on. Gao Neng's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. Hypothetically, if the creation success rate of genetic weapons was pushed to an absolute 100%, what would the true manufacturing cost be? The old man's brow furrows, utterly perplexed by the young man's impossible scenario. What is the point of indulging in such a meaningless hypothetical? All right, if we can truly reach the 7th tier, the crafting cost would drop to just 2 billion. Even an 8th tier weapon could be compressed to 20 billion. Hearing these numbers, dollar signs practically flash in Gao Neng's eyes. The production cost drops by over 98%. This is an absolute goldmine. Facing the dozen formidable figures standing before him, Gao Neng states a shocking fact. The entire alliance currently possesses only a few hundred 7th tier combatants. If they can forge 7th tier gene weapons for just 2 billion, it would be an absolutely legendary breakthrough. He clenches his fists, thrilling at the sheer possibilities. And 20 billion for an 8th tier weapon is no longer an astronomical pipe dream. He already has that kind of cash. If he could forge an 8th tier Ninger clone as his personal bodyguard, whatever he demands, she would flawlessly execute. Just picturing that absolute control sends a jolt of excitement through his veins. He instantly visualizes a breathtakingly seductive version of Ninger. Meanwhile, in the real world, the actual Ninger suddenly shivers. Seeing her tremble, Tong turns and asks, "Sister Ninger, what is wrong?" She rubs her arms and replies, "I have no idea. I just got a random chill." Wiping his smirk away, Gao Neng raises his hand. "Dr. Wu, what is the absolute highest tier a gene weapon can reach?" The doctor blinks, slightly caught off guard by the ambition in the boy's eyes. "The absolute highest? Theoretically, we could forge weapons up to the 9th tier, but we have yet to successfully craft one. After all, quote, the higher the tier, the more astronomical the cost. Currently, the absolute ceiling is the 9th tier. Wait, we cannot craft a supreme being? Gao Neng's mind races. With his 100% success rate, cheat. Is a supreme weapon truly impossible? If he could just forge a supreme gene weapon, he could walk sideways through the entire alliance unhindered. Stepping up, Qingjing shatters his fantasy. A supreme being is absolutely impossible. You must understand. The biological makeup of a supreme has completely transcended mortal limits. You must have heard the rumors, right? Every supreme possesses at least one talent at 100%. The moment they break through, they evolve into entirely superhuman entities. His curiosity piqued. Gao Neng pivots his strategy. Then Dr. Wu, since you are the legendary founder of gene weapons, you must have the ultimate crafting blueprints, right? Like a 9th tier blueprint? Without skipping a beat, he negotiates. No? Well, if you do not have that, An 8th tier one works too. The doctor quickly shuts him down. Crafting blueprints? Hold on a second, Gao Neng. Do not tell me. You actually want to learn how to forge gene weapons. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he grins. I absolutely want to learn. Are you willing to teach me? Poking her head out from behind him, Tang Tang instantly chimes in. I want to learn too. I want to study right alongside Gao Neng. Seeing the blazing determination in both their eyes, the doctor silently sweats. This completely derails my original plan. I came here specifically to warn him away from gene weapon research. However, facing their relentless enthusiasm, he finally lets out a defeated sigh. Fine. If you two are truly dead set on learning this forbidden art, I can lend you some of my foundational teaching notes first. If, after reviewing them, you still feel, before the doctor can even finish his sentence, Gao Neng ruthlessly interrupts. Can you not just hand over the crafting blueprints directly? Stepping in, Qingjing sternly warns them. Those blueprints are incomprehensibly complex. Without a solid foundation, reading them is like deciphering alien text. Gao Neng just waves his hand dismissively. No worries. I can totally understand them. Leaning heavily against his back, Tang Tang vehemently backs him up. He is exactly right. Gao Neng is an elite cooperative engineer for my Heavenly King Corporation. Just hand us the blueprints, and he will flawlessly decode them, hearing their brazen demands. A vein pops on the old man's forehead. Are these insolent brats trying to play me for a fool? I have poured decades of blood and sweat into gene weapon research. There is no such thing as a self-taught prodigy in this field. And you demand blueprints right out of the gate? Do you think you are assembling a Bandai plastic model kit? Instantly, the two brats spin on their heels to leave. Tang Tang dramatically sighs. Forget it. Let us just go. This old man keeps making excuses. One look and you can tell he has absolutely no real authority. Come on, Gao Neng. Let us go find Sister Xiaobing instead. Hearing those devastating words, the old man's pride shatters. I have no real authority? Chuckling helplessly, Qingjing sees right through their little game. You wicked brats are actually trying to use reverse psychology on me. Fine. You win. I will grant you access. The 7th tier blueprints will be delivered to you shortly. The second those glorious words leave his mouth, Gao Neng whips around at lightning speed. He bows deeply with a triumphant grin. Thank you very much, Lord Speaker. Tang Tang's jaw practically hits the floor. Lord Speaker? This dusty old man is the Supreme Speaker? The old man is equally stunned, pointing a trembling finger. You figured out my identity? Gao Neng flashes a dangerously sharp smile. It really was not that difficult to deduce. The moment you stepped into the room. Ningguer's physical reaction gave me the first clue. Combine that with Sister Xiaobing's overly respectful demeanor, and the puzzle pieces snapped into place. You could only be a member of the Federation's Supreme Council. The old man narrows his eyes, testing the boy. Impressive logic. But I could have just been an ordinary council member. Gao Neng delivers his flawless checkmate. If you were merely an ordinary council member, you absolutely would not have the true authority to hand over classified 7th tier blueprints. Would you, Lord Speaker? You would have had to request permission from the top. Hearing this flawless deduction, the speaker throws his head back and barks out a massive laugh. Ha ha ha, you tricky little brat. You are endlessly fascinating, but the playful atmosphere vanishes in an instant. Gao Neng's eyes turn deadly serious. Getting down to business. You specifically orchestrated this meeting, Lord Speaker. Is it because someone in the shadows desires my and Tang Tang's genes? Ninger and Director Lon previously warned me about a massive hidden threat. They said I was at risk of being turned into a living biological specimen. Back then, I could not grasp the full picture, but after witnessing the terrifying reality of gene weapons, everything suddenly makes perfect, horrifying sense. The speaker nods with deep approval. You possess a terrifyingly sharp mind, boy. Your deduction is spot on. However, their true goal is far darker than merely creating living specimens. Qingjing's gaze instantly turns razor sharp, chilling the air. They want to harvest you and turn you both into mother hosts for gene weapons. A heavy, suffocating pause fills the room. A mother host? Gao Neng mutters, a cold dread creeping down his spine. They all peer down into the sterile, unforgiving laboratory below. The speaker delivers the grim reality. The success rate for forging these weapons is dreadfully low. To succeed, scientists must endlessly extract genetic sequences from a living mother host, being drained once or twice. Quote, most regular humans can survive and recover, but what happens when you are bled dry 100 times? Or 1,000 times? Gao Neng's breath hitches as he asks the fateful question. Does that mean Once someone is forced to become a mother host, they are reduced to nothing but a captive blood bag, continuously harvested for their genes. Qingjing's expression darkens as he confirms the brutal truth. Exactly. The horrifying reality of our current gene weapons is, truth be told, they had been harvesting genetic material from fallen soldiers. But the moment a warrior draws their last breath, their biological data rapidly degrades. It can never be preserved in its optimal state, which drastically multiplies the difficulty of any experiment. He explained further with a grave tone. Living hosts were unbelievably rare. Ordinary genetic sequences held zero value, and high-tier experts were fiercely guarded by their own private factions. But Gao Neng and Tong Tong, they were the ultimate exceptions. Their genetic sequences were so astronomically priceless that the top brass would gladly ignore any financial cost. Gao Neng smirked. Because we are essentially humanoid nuclear weapons. The old man's eyes flashed as he nodded. Exactly. Your genetic value is so unprecedented that certain people are perfectly willing to sacrifice your future. They don't care if you ever become high-tier or even supreme experts. They would rather lock you up as living incubators to endlessly harvest your sequences. Knowing this dark truth, do you still dare to learn the art of gene weaponry? Without missing a beat, Gao Neng replied with blazing confidence. I will learn it. Why wouldn't I? The old man froze, utterly baffled. But why? The terrifying risks behind gene weaponry. Did you not hear a single word I just warned you about? If you just focus on cultivation, in 21 years, you are destined to become a supreme expert. Wasting your golden years on this dangerous research is absolute madness. Gao Neng didn't back down. Instead, a playful grin spread across his face. But didn't Chairman Wu just say that my personal genetic sequence is worth a fortune? Qingjing stood completely paralyzed. Your own sequence? Don't tell me you plan to harvest your own genes? Gao Neng shrugged without a single care in the world. Spot on. Didn't the chairman mention that extracting it 1 or 2 times occasionally wouldn't hurt a bit? If sinister factions already have their eyes on me, hiding like a coward is pointless. I might as well turn myself into the ultimate research subject. The old man's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. Research yourself? He roared. Then, a realization hit Qingjing like a thunderbolt. Was this a brilliant master plan? If I, the legendary founder of gene weaponry, personally lead the research on Gao Neng and Tong Tong's genes, what could that snake Liang Qi possibly do to stop us? Overjoyed, Qingjing rushed forward and vigorously shook the boy's hand. An absolute stroke of genius, Gao Neng. You have my full, unconditional support. I will personally spearhead this project, and the two of you will join under the impenetrable protection of being my direct disciples. Gao Neng matched his enthusiasm, shaking his hand with a beaming smile. Thank you, Master. So, when exactly can I get my hands on that Tier 7 blueprint? Tong Tong eagerly nodded along. Right now, Qingjing chuckled. Out of nowhere, he produced a heavy, mysterious box and shoved it into Gao Neng's chest. Take this back to your room. Study it well tonight. Gao Neng gasped in awe. The path of gene weaponry was finally open to him. A wicked grin crept onto his face. First, I will mass-produce about 8 to 10 Ninger clones. Then I will make a few Tang Tangs just for fun. Should I forge a few Qinglian models while I am at it? Oh man, and those Fei Fei models. They would definitely be a spectacular sight. Soaring through the midnight sky on massive wings, clutching the precious box tightly, his imagination ran wild with glorious visions of endless beauties. This invention is the absolute peak of human history, he laughed maniacally to himself. Flying right beside him, Ninger shivered slightly at his creepy, plotting aura. But despite the weird vibes, a soft, knowing smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, overnight, the entire world erupted as the Dragon Board exam results hit every major network. The headlines screamed, "A new super genius ascends, 20 innate talents, 100% compatibility, the Alliance's first ultimate prodigy since the Great Cataclysm. Does the descent of this supernova signal a turning point? Will the human alliance finally dominate the Great War in 1.5 years?" Elite authorities engaged in heated, televised debates. Was the explosive rise of Gao Neng a mere stroke of luck, or the inevitable destiny of mankind? Could this unprecedented leap in evolution be the true salvation and ultimate future of the human race? Outside the elite dormitories, a breathless reporter stared into the camera. Behind me lies the sanctuary of the 300 Dragon Board geniuses. We have been camping here for days, and we refuse to miss a single scoop. Oblivious to the media circus outside, Gao Neng lounged in his room, feet kicked up on his desk. He smirked, tapping into the terrifying processing power of his second core. With a photographic memory that devoured information at a glance, he tore through the complex research notes. His learning speed was nothing short of monstrous. As for cultivation, why would a guy with a cheat system ever break a sweat? He chuckled. I could literally be sitting on the toilet, and my magnetic evolution would still crush the hardest-working genius. But soon, Gao Neng sighed, muttering into the quiet room. The tragic flaw of being a super genius is that you hit a brick wall just as fast. To think my grand cloning empire would crumble before it even began. He sat up, diving deep into the grim reality. Theoretically, crafting a gene weapon relied entirely on the exact genetic template provided. If I only use my own DNA, I can only forge carbon copies of myself. If I want an army of Ningers, I absolutely need to extract Ningers' genes. Frustration boiled over. He slammed his foot violently against the floorboards. Which means, I cannot just slap Fei-Fei's gorgeous face onto a random construct. Gene weapons have a massive, fatal flaw. You cannot custom mold their appearances. That sneaky Chairman Wu completely left out that crucial detail. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his racing heart. Okay, fine. It is not like I was obsessed with making a Fei-Fei model anyway. It is just that the unattainable is always the most tempting. Whatever. Forget it. He decided to play the long game. First step on his master agenda. Securely acquire Ninger's genetic sequence. And I suppose harvesting from Tong Tong and Qing Lian would not be half bad either. His brilliant mind began spinning dangerous new webs. How could he casually borrow Ninger's DNA without sounding like a total creep? Suddenly, the faint creak of the door interrupted his scheming. It is unlocked. Just come in, he called out. He spun around in his chair. Standing in the doorway was none other than the breathtakingly beautiful Ning Er herself. Am I interrupting something? She asked softly. She stepped gracefully into the room, tilting her head. Are you sure I am not bothering you? Catching him planted firmly at his desk, she smiled. Studying hard? Without waiting for an invitation, she casually sat down on the edge of his bed. Gao Neng's heart instantly skipped a beat. A furious blush exploded across his cheeks as his overactive imagination shifted into maximum overdrive. Hold on. A beautiful girl. Sitting on my bed in the middle of the night? What kind of heaven-sent situation is this? Trying to seduce me at midnight? This damn little goblin. I need to find a chance to extract a few tubes of her DNA. His heart raced. He was hesitating, and hesitation meant desire. In this game, hesitation meant utter defeat. Ninger sat there with absolute composure, locking her gaze on him. An existence with peerless beauty like hers didn't need any cheap tricks or calculated schemes to charm a man to death. Just her mere presence was enough to pierce straight through his defenses. Being stared down by her devastatingly cute expression forced him to brace himself. Stay calm. He could not let her disrupt his rhythm. Who did she think Gao Neng was? A little bit of fan service wasn't enough to bewitch him. Regaining his cool, he turned and asked, That is right. I am studying Chairman Wu's handbook. Care to take a look together? Ninger completely ignored the book, leaning in so close that his eyes naturally fell upon her breathtaking curves. When she softly whispered her agreement, the sheer proximity forced him to awkwardly look away. Hold back, he frantically chanted in his mind. This was obviously bait. If he wasn't currently weaker than her, he would have pinned her down and taught her a lesson in manners right then and there. Feigning absolute calm, Gao Neng spoke up. Rest assured, victory is in my grasp. If this succeeds, both myself and the Alliance will reap massive benefits. Bending forward to deepen his torment, she asked, Are you seriously preparing to forge a genetic weapon? Taking the mouse into her own hands, Ninger smirked. Assuming you want to replicate a genetic weapon matching your talent, I suggest you have Tang Tang gather some intel for you. As he watched in confusion, the screen pulled up the humanoid weapon data. The files detailed the recreation and research of nuclear talent weaponry. Reading through the explosive data, he quickly responded. The Alliance has a population of 5 billion. While finding a 100% nitrogen talent is impossible, finding those with 20 to 50% purity should be incredibly easy. However, she shattered his hopes. She explained that a humanoid nuclear weapon could never be forged by relying solely on hidden talents. His brows furrowed as he pressed for answers. So, forging a humanoid nuclear weapon requires an external catalyst? She did not hesitate. It requires a specific formula combining 100% nitrogen and 100% uranium. When it comes to that exact advantage, nobody in the entire Alliance can match Tang Tang. Suddenly, Ninger closed the distance between them even further, throwing his entire mind into absolute chaos. You little goblin, do not think I am blind to your game. This was a pure battle of willpower. She was testing him, trying to see who would break under the pressure first. Whoever caved first would hand over all their leverage, leading to disastrous consequences. He just needed to survive this torment for another 6 to 12 months. Once he officially surpassed her in power and crushed her in battle, she would be entirely his. There was absolutely no need to rush. He desperately fought to scrub her seductive image from his racing mind. Noticing Gao Neng freezing up like a statue, he desperately fought to scrub her seductive image from his racing mind. Noticing Gao Neng freezing up like a statue, Ning'er leaned right against his ear. "What is the matter with you?" Her breath against his skin made him painfully flustered. "It is nothing," he coughed awkwardly. "By the way, my master, Supreme Nantian, remember that bone fragment I gave him back at the Drive stronghold?" Gao Neng desperately avoided her piercing gaze as he continued. "Exactly. I did some deep research into it, and I discovered it is actually an ancient dual cultivation secret art." Hearing this sudden revelation, Ning'er smirked mischievously. "A dual cultivation secret art? And you actually bought into that?" "That is right," he fired back defensively. "It is just a pity that Tang Tang's bone density is leagues below my own. We are completely incompatible for the art. Because of that, I decisively left her to cultivate the technique all by herself." Seeing an opening, she laid her trap. "So, the real reason you hid this bone-forging secret art from me was because you were waiting for the perfect chance to dual cultivate with me?" Cornered, he shamelessly admitted it. "Exactly. That is precisely it." Ning'er leaned in, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. "Then what in the world are you waiting for?" Her bold response struck him like lightning. Closing the final gap between them, she whispered dangerously, "The bone-forging art of the Wang realm, is that not what you wanted to practice with me?" Utterly bewildered by her counterattack, he could only stammer out an agreement. Suddenly, Ning'er's demeanor shifted entirely. "You arrogant brat, you really want to do this for real?" Out of nowhere, she produced a heavy manual, the Wang realm bone-forging art, fully annotated by Supreme Nantian himself. Truly an extraordinary treasure. Catching his breath, Gao Neng flashed a wicked grin. "Then let the joyous dual cultivation begin." Ning'er did not hesitate for a fraction of a second. "Deal. But are you absolutely certain you even know how to dual cultivate?" Gao Neng puffed out his chest with absolute confidence. "Of course I know." Refusing to lose, Ning'er fired back. But her overly intense tone and razor-sharp glare gave away the truth. Both of them were desperately hiding their mounting nervousness. "I can tell you know absolutely nothing, factoring in your pathetic excuses and that terrible dialogue from earlier. I would give your acting performance a 70 out of 100 at best." Unwilling to back down, he scoffed at her critique. "Empty words mean nothing. You claim I am completely clueless? And what about you, huh?" In response, she dramatically whipped out a shiny CD. "I obviously know." A deep blush painted Ning'er's cheeks as she declared her trump card. "Behold, the newest, deepest, and most highly diversified dual cultivation technique in existence. Time is ticking. Let us put theory into actual practice." Gao Neng began to panic. The deepest? The most diversified? What had he gotten himself into? But as the screen lit up, the terrifying truth was revealed. It was just a scientific documentary. So that was the secret. Bone forging simply required the perfect fusion of two different energies. Whoa! The sensation of their combined auras merging together sent a wave of overwhelming comfort coursing through his entire body. Suddenly, sweat beaded down Gao Neng's forehead as the pressure spiked. "Ning'er, your energy output is way too massive, I think. I am about to break through." Across from him, Ning'er was experiencing the exact same explosive reaction. "A breakthrough. You are about to hit the legendary 6th tier." Gritting her teeth, she roared over the surging power. "Hold on tight. I am going to push you past your limits." Gripping opposite sides of the massive machine, their auras flared wildly. "We have hit the absolute 0 point," Gao Neng warned her. "My entire skeletal structure has achieved full magnetization. I just need a fraction more time," Ning'er shouted back over the deafening hum of energy. "I am going to max out the shockwave output. Focus everything on breaking through and completely ignore me." Gao Neng gritted his teeth, marveling at the sheer power surging through his veins. As expected of the newest, most modernized dual cultivation equipment, the intersection and utilization of their raw energy was flawlessly efficient. But could this overwhelming technological marvel truly surpass the mystic dual cultivation arts of the ancient sects? The real test of their limits was only just beginning. A surge of raw power courses through his body. Ning'er's eyes go wide with absolute shock. Her own spiritual energy has completely solidified. Two glowing phantom swords materialize in the air. Ning'er screams in a total panic. His breakthrough to the 6th tier is way too violent. This is completely out of control. Meanwhile, Gao Neng, completely stark naked, roars to the heavens, "Shatter for me." Suddenly, the door flies open. Tang Tang, wearing a ridiculous full-body frog onesie, storms in and curses. "Gao Neng, what the hell are you doing? Making this much noise in the middle of the night? Does this great Tang Tang not need to sleep?" The room freezes. 3 pairs of eyes lock onto each other in sheer disbelief. Without missing a beat, Tang Tang shrieks at the top of her lungs. "Gao Neng, you absolute beast." People outside freeze in their tracks. Gao Neng, a beast? What in the world is going on in there? The very next morning, Gao Neng groggily opens his eyes, his mind still a complete blur. As he slowly sits up, the memories come crashing back. Right. He had broken through to the 6th tier yesterday. He rubs his temples, recalling the disastrous misunderstanding Ninger had caused. To protect his pure reputation, he had wasted endless breath explaining the real situation to Ninger. He explained until his throat was completely dry and his stomach began to rumble. Naturally, he called Old Bai to bring over wine and late-night snacks, and the chaotic group partied until midnight. Of course, Old Bai was not invited to stay. That guy was only good for delivering food, not eating it with them. And so, the drinks had kept pouring. After finishing his brief trip down memory lane, Gao Neng violently scratches his head, deeply judging his own life choices. "This lifestyle is way too degenerate. I cannot keep sinking into this abyss," he mutters. He glances over at Ninger's breathtaking sleeping face and sighs softly. This little demon is absolutely gorgeous, even when she is dead to the world. Snapping back to reality, he wonders if Mayor Wu has finally finalized that crucial project. At that exact moment, inside Liang Qi's dimly lit office, the man is pacing like a caged rat. This is bad. This is very bad. There is definitely some trickery going on here. To push forward the genetic weapon manufacturing plan in today's meeting, I was fully prepared to tear off my own master's face. He grits his teeth, haunted by Qing Jing's shocking declaration. "I completely agree with this proposal. We must establish the experimental project immediately." Liang Qi remembers standing there, mentally screaming, "What?" The more he thinks about it, the more his blood boils. Just yesterday, they were at each other's throats over this exact issue. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the old man had already secured the voluntary participation letters from Gao Neng and Tang Tang. What kind of demonic sorcery was this? Had his master's schemes truly reached the heavens? Could he have actually convinced the Heavenly King Corporation? Liang Qi had tried to question it back then, convinced it was just a smokescreen. He refused to fall into his master's trap. "For this genetic experimental project, I plan to appoint Liang Qi as the deputy director." But upon hearing that, Qing Jing had simply replied with absolute calm, "Then let us begin the voting process." Liang Qi's jaw had dropped, desperately wanting to argue, but the situation was already set in stone. Pacing his office now, a storm of suspicion rages in his mind. How could something like this happen? Why would such a perfect opportunity just drop into his lap? His master was definitely plotting against him, but what was the catch? Was he, Liang Qi, the kind of man to be so easily bought? Even if he starved to death, even if he jumped off the Federation Tower, he had still raised his hand in agreement. "I approve of this project." The moment the words left his mouth, Qing Jing had swooped in. The bait was simply too delicious to refuse. The old man had patted Liang Qi's shoulder with maddening trust. "Do a good job, Liang Qi." For a split second, he had actually felt touched by his master's words, but reality quickly hit him like a bucket of ice water. Qing Jing pulled out a pristine contract. "Oh, right. Here is the official roster for the genetic experimental project." Right there on the paper it read, Deputy Director Liang Qi, Deputy Director Gao Neng. The moment Liang Qi's eyes locked onto that cursed name, a chill ran down his spine. "What?" he shrieked. Qing Jing simply pretended not to hear, turning on his heel and walking away. Left alone, Liang Qi collapsed to the floor in utter despair. "I lost. I was utterly defeated once again." Back in the present, he still cannot swallow this bitter pill. He slams his fist onto the desk, his eyes burning with venom. What a brilliant bait and switch. Having Gao Neng there means he has full autonomy, and my master gets to lead the research on Gao Neng's genetic talent. Then what the hell am I, Liang Qi, supposed to do? At this point, his only play is to wait for the experiment to fail. Only then can he launch another protest. But the cycle for genetic experiments is terrifyingly short. How long is he supposed to suffer in the shadows? If he waits until Gao Neng achieves a high-tier breakthrough, everything will change. Though his heart bleeds with unwillingness, Liang Qi is forced to admit he has been completely outplayed. Later that day, at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the flash of press cameras fills the room. Qing Jing stands tall on the podium, officially announcing the birth of the new genetic experimental squad. "I am deeply honored to address you all today. As the director of this genetic project, it is my privilege to introduce our 3 deputy directors. First, Federation Council member Liang Qi. Next, the Alliance's rising genius with 20 top-tier talents, Gao Neng. And finally, our specially invited guest member, Dr. Ruo Hua. The crowd erupts into applause. Everyone is beaming with pride, everyone except Liang Qi. He grinds his teeth so hard they might crack. What a spectacular performance. He sneers inwardly. If my calculations are correct, Gao Neng will immediately descend into the underground city. After that, he will completely wash his hands of this project. At best, he will drop by for fun once in a while. This entire project is nothing but an empty shell. He takes a deep breath, forcing his raging mind to calm down. Forget it. The board is set. Stressing over it changes nothing. But right at that moment, Gao Neng raises his hand. Mayor Wu, I have one more protocol I would like approved. The young man states his absolute demand. I want priority purchasing rights for any genetic weapon developed using me as the host body. The room goes dead silent. Historically, any genetic weapon forged by the Alliance government belonged strictly to the Alliance. No exceptions. But Gao Neng is a terrifying anomaly. He is not just a lab rat, he is an active researcher, and more importantly, he is the deputy director who holds the key to everything. Finally, the tense negotiations reached an absolute conclusion. Gao Neng secured the ultimate right to purchase the genetic weapons at a staggering 80% of the base cost. The committee officially approved his outrageous terms. Watching Gao Neng and Qing Jing shake hands, Liang Qi scoffed with deep, venomous resentment. Keep acting, he thought bitterly, pretending it is real. Bargaining and fighting for purchase rights. Do they really take me for an absolute fool? Liang Qi was dead certain about one thing. Gao Neng, researching a functional genetic weapon, was an impossible pipe dream. He arrogantly assumed that once free from their watchful eyes, the kid would dump the project entirely and desperately use his remaining time to break through to a higher realm. Who in their right mind would keep playing along with this exhausting circus act? But exactly 3 days later, Liang Qi shattered the silence of his office with a furious roar. What did you just say? His assistant stood trembling, delivering the impossible report. It is true, sir. For the past 3 days, Gao Neng, Ning and Tang Tang have practically lived in the laboratory. They swipe their access cards exactly at 8 in the morning and do not leave until 12 at midnight. The truth was undeniable. Gao Neng had actually provided a complete genetic sequence. He even dragged Dr. Ruo Hua into the madness, burying themselves in endless research day and night. Yet, Liang Qi refused to swallow his pride. He still did not believe Gao Neng could pull off a miracle. Are they really taking this theatrical charade to the bitter end? Such stubborn devotion to a lie. But Liang Qi smirked darkly. Tomorrow was the official expedition to the underground city. Gao Neng's little performance would forcefully end today. However, 4 days passed in a flash. Receiving the latest intel, Liang Qi slammed his desk in absolute fury. What do you mean? Only Tang Tang and Ning went down to the underground city? Where the hell is Gao Neng? What exactly is that brat doing? The assistant wiped his cold sweat and stammered. He is still following his strict 8 to midnight schedule, sir. Absolute shock painted Liang Qi's face. His smug composure shattered into a million pieces. What kind of insane tactic was this? Just what was that kid's ultimate endgame? Meanwhile, on the other side of the facility, Qing Jing was equally losing his mind. What kind of twisted logic was Gao Neng playing at? What is he truly trying to achieve? Qing Jing rubbed his aching temples with a heavy groan. A young genius should not take a fake play this seriously. He needs to focus all his energy on his martial cultivation. You are a peerless talent. Do not stray into the endless abyss of scientific research. It had been an entire week. Gao Neng was still locked inside the high-level laboratory. Was he seriously trying to artificially birth a living entity? Burning with anxiety, Qing Jing shot up from his chair. No, I have to talk some sense into him. But as he approached Gao Neng's laboratory doors, an intense voice leaked through the crack. Dr. Lan, give me the core temperature. Dr. Ruo Hua's highly professional voice echoed back. 35 degrees. All vitals are perfectly stable. The cellular tissue activity is off the charts. We are cleared to initiate the next phase of cultivation. Qing Jing cautiously peeked his head through the doorway. Hey, Gao Neng. But the words violently died in his throat. The sight before him struck his soul like a bolt of lightning. Floating, suspended inside a glowing cultivation tank, was a beating human heart. Qing Jing gasped, his eyes wide with absolute horror and awe. The core of the genetic weapon. It is already fully cultivated. To truly grasp the terrifying weight of this moment, one must understand exactly who Dr. Lan Ruohua was. If Ruo-Si was hailed as the supreme scientific genius of the entire alliance, then Ruo Hua stood at the absolute pinnacle of human biological engineering. Even veterans like Liang Qi and Qing Yun, who had dedicated years to genetic weapon research, would not dare breathe too loudly in her dominant presence. Yet, as Qingjing stared at the unbelievable scene unfolding, Ruo Hua, the undisputed goddess of biological science, was enthusiastically acting as a mere assistant to a young martial artist. Neither of them had even noticed his arrival. Ruo Hua was practically glowing with fanatic joy, circling Gao Neng with the eagerness of a loyal apprentice. Gao Neng pointed at his cup, his tone casually dismissive. "This coffee is too hot." Ruo Hua bowed respectfully, rushing to grab the mug. "I will brew a fresh batch immediately. Thank you for your hard work." Qingjing dragged his heavy feet forward, his voice trembling. "Gao Neng, what exactly are you two doing?" The young man did not even bother to turn his head. "Oh, Teacher Wu is here." As Qingjing stepped closer to the massive cultivation tank, he finally got a crystal-clear look at its contents. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was no longer just a beating heart. Within the glowing green liquid, a skeletal structure had rapidly formed, weaving flesh and limbs into the exact shape of a human being. A hurricane of shock tore through Qingjing's mind. What kind of godlike sorcery was this? It was not just a core organ. The genetic weapon was fundamentally complete. He roared, his voice cracking with utter disbelief. "The cellular stability is perfectly balanced. The growth rate is terrifyingly fast. The cultivation success rate is sitting at an impossible 83%. It has only been 8 days. How did he achieve this miracle?" Just then, Ruo Hua stepped up and lightly patted his frozen shoulder. "Chairman Wu, it feels like an illusion, does it not?" Qingjing snapped his head toward her, grasping for a logical explanation. Was this your doing?" Before he could finish the thought, she shook her head with a bittersweet smile. "Me? I could never achieve something of this magnitude. I have not executed a single operation during this entire process. I merely stand here, monitoring the vitals and reporting the data to him." Ruo Hua's gaze shifted back to Gao Neng's hyper-focused silhouette. "Believe me, my hands were itching to assist him. But this monstrous kid outright forbade me from touching anything. He warned me that if I interfered, my crude methods would guarantee a failed experiment." Hearing those devastating words, the fists hidden inside Qingjing's sleeves began to tremble violently. "These past 8 days," Ruo Hua murmured, her eyes glassy with sheer reverence, "I am not just witnessing the birth of the greatest masterpiece in human history, but it has also completely shattered decades of my foundational scientific knowledge." An intoxicated, almost fanatical glow flushed across Ruo Hua's face. She practically shivered with overwhelming ecstasy. "He is an absolute god. Everything I learned over the past decades, it feels as utterly useless as throwing premium meat to street dogs, serving as his lowly assistant for these 8 days. It feels exactly like selling my soul to a scientific devil." Ruo Hua licked her lips, staring at Gao Neng like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. Heavens! If only I were a few decades younger. Reading the dangerous shift in her mood, Qingjing desperately threw his hands up to block her path. "Dr. Lan, please regain your composure." Snapping back to reality, she pointed a trembling finger at the busy young man. "Chairman Wu, watch closely. He is about to begin the excision of the mutated cells." Qingjing locked his intense gaze onto Gao Neng's precise movements. Cold sweat dripped down his spine. During artificial tissue cultivation, he thought grimly, the slightest error will trigger catastrophic, abnormal mutations. The only solution is absolute precision. The infected tissue must be flawlessly excised before the new cellular structure can be cultivated. This level of microsurgery demands godlike accuracy. The difficulty is completely off the charts. Without a second thought, Gao Neng raises his surgical blade. Chairman Wu Qingjing's eyes practically bulge out of his head. Watching the kid slash around like a maniac, he almost lunges forward in pure panic. Heavens! This is supposed to be the most delicate procedure known to man. Why is he moving his blade like he is rushing to his own funeral? But Ruo Hua quickly grabs the chairman's arm. "Chairman Wu, just watch closely," she whispers. Amidst their frantic struggle, Gao Neng smoothly finishes the impossible surgery, gently placing the flawless, beating heart into the nutrient solution. Qingjing's jaw hits the floor. It is already done? Frozen in utter disbelief, he stumbles closer to inspect the containment flask. It is absolutely perfect. A fully formed, pristine heart, with 0 microscopic flaws. There is not a single wasted cell. A god. "This kid is a literal god," Qingjing mutters. "Has he been doing this perfectly for the past 8 days?" Ruo Hua nods from the sidelines. Exactly. Extracting genes, ordering the cellular matrices, cultivating the core cells. He nails every single step on his very first try. If you are the textbook for genetic weapon forging, Chairman, then Gao Neng is the absolute, undisputed truth. Suddenly, Gao Neng shouts out, "I am thirsty." Tossing decades of pride out the window, Qing Jing instantly replies, "Coming right up, boss." With the utmost professionalism, the legendary chairman serves him tea. Gao Neng does not even hesitate, chugging it down before politely adding, "Thanks for the hard work. Wait a minute." Reality finally crashes down on Qing Jing. Something is horribly wrong here. Isn't he supposed to be the Grandmaster of the Genetic Weapon Division? Stepping up from behind, Ruo Hua lets out a deeply empathetic sigh. "Chairman Wu, do you finally understand why I willingly became an errand girl for this kid?" Qing Jing lets out a long, defeated breath. "I have no choice but to bow down." His heaven-defying talent. It demands absolute submission. Suddenly, he grips his collar. Though he stepped away from the front lines of research many years ago, watching this monstrous prodigy has reignited the blazing fire in his soul. Even if it means playing the assistant, he wants in. Without a second of hesitation, Qing Jing violently rips off his designer suit jacket. His eyes burn with intense passion. "Gao Neng, do you need an extra set of hands? I am still a master in the field of genetic weapons. I will do anything, even just cultivating these basic cells." But Gao Neng instantly and ruthlessly shatters his dreams. "No need, Teacher Wu. If you step in, you might trigger a failure loop. It would be a massive waste of my time." Ruo Hua chuckles, patting the devastated chairman's shoulder. "Save your breath, Chairman Wu. This maniac will not let you touch a single cell in this lab. I have been glued to his side for 8 days, and he has not given me a single chance either." Qing Jing looks like a kicked puppy. But, I am the literal founding father of genetic weapons." Suddenly, it clicks. Qing Jing finally remembers his actual mission. "Wait, no, that is not why I came here. Gao Neng, the underground city is fully prepared for you, if you do not enter immediately. Slowing down your martial cultivation now will ruin everything." Gao Neng does not even turn his head. "Slow down? Not at all. I am already at Tier 6. The chairman's brain short-circuits. Tier 6? Have you not spent the last 8 days doing hardcore experiments? Do not tell me. Doing lab work actually counts as cultivation?" Gao Neng pauses, quickly correcting him. "No, of course not. I broke through to Tier 6 8 days ago, but recently, I gained some new enlightenment. Now, I am at the mid-stage of Tier 6. The chairman is struck completely speechless. Qing Jing stares at him like he is looking at an alien. His physical potential already surpasses Sha Shimo. He is the sole hidden genius of the entire alliance. Combine that with experimental skills that defy human logic. And now he is casually strolling into the mid-stage of Tier 6? Is this kid even human anymore? The magnetic transformation of Tier 6 is all about reconstructing the internal body, and the internal organs are universally known as a human's greatest weakness. Because of this, absolutely no one can rush this stage. Every single martial artist must advance with extreme caution. But for the past 8 days, Gao Neng has been using his own body as the mother host for cellular cultivation. This gives him a terrifyingly intimate, godlike understanding of his own organs. This profound mastery forcefully turbocharges his magnetic transformation speed. Suddenly, a terrifying hypothesis flashes through Qing Jing's mind. Normally, with unlimited resources and a year and a half of training, breaking through to Tier 7 is a guaranteed lock. He might even touch the early stages of Tier 8. But at Gao Neng's monstrous pace, could he actually reach Tier 9? A 20-year-old genius, 100% guaranteed to become a Tier 9 human nuke, who can also mass-produce genetic weapons. The more Qing Jing thinks about it, the more his blood boils. He lunges forward, crushing Gao Neng's shoulders in his grip. "Gao Neng, you must enter the underground city this exact second." The kid just frowns. "But my experiment is not finished." Qing Jing wildly cuts him off. "Screw the lab. Bring the experiment down to the underground city. If you agree right now, I will personally build you an independent genetic weapon facility down there." Ruo Hua gasps from behind. "Chairman, that will cost 100 billion, but Qing Jing does not care at all. In his eyes, this investment is worth every single penny. Just call me crazy, Ruo Hua, but my intuition tells me this kid is worth it all. What do you say, Gao Neng?" Seeing the old man's absolute conviction, Gao Neng finally relents. "Fine. Under those conditions, I accept your proposal, Chairman." Overjoyed, Qing Jing immediately presses him. "Excellent. When do we depart?" Gao Neng calmly states his timeline. "Let us leave in 10 days. Qingjing's smile instantly shatters as he desperately grips the kid's arm. 10 days? Why wait 10 days? Do you even grasp the weight of that time? Staying on the surface for another 10 days could mean missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime destined encounter. Do you even understand what destiny is? But Gao Neng merely smirks. I appreciate your concern, Teacher Wu, but the New Year holiday is just around the corner. Qingjing stares blankly, repeating the words. The New Year holiday? Gao Neng flashes a bright smile. My mom and I made a promise. I am going to visit her during the break. I need to see with my own eyes if she is living well. Desperate to keep his genius, Qingjing immediately offers a solution. If that is your only reason, I can have my men bring your mother here right this second. But Gao Neng instantly shakes his head. There is no need for that, teacher. A promise is a promise. Besides, constructing the underground genetic weapon laboratory will take some time anyway. Within these next few days, my very first genetic weapon should be fully completed. The older man opens his mouth to argue, wanting to ask what kind of promise is worth delaying such crucial progress. But before the words can leave his throat, the absolute shock of Gao Neng's statement finally hits him like a freight train. Wait, what? Your genetic weapon is almost finished? Gao Neng nods with terrifying calmness. Give me about 7 more days, 9 at the absolute most. I guarantee it will be done. Once it is complete, I will visit my mother. After that, I am ready to enter the underground city. Qingjing's jaw practically drops to the floor. His mind is absolutely screaming. Under normal circumstances, how long does it take to forge a single genetic weapon? 3 entire months. And that is just for the final assembly. Yet Gao Neng is starting completely from scratch, handling the extraction and refinement all by himself, wrapping the entire process in just half a month. Overcome with intense emotion, Qingjing grabs both of the boy's hands. If you actually pull this off, the entire alliance will shake at your name. Fine, I will wait 10 days for you. Fast forward to the very next morning. Outside the massive doors of Gao Neng's genetic research laboratory, a booming voice echoes through the halls. Good morning, Vice Team Leader Gao Neng. The hierarchy has completely flipped upside down. The great chairman Qingjing is now reduced to an eager assistant, buzzing around Gao Neng with shameless enthusiasm. Vice Team Leader Gao Neng. Try this premium tea I have been hoarding in my office. It is incredible for staying awake. Have a sip. Oh, Vice Team Leader Gao Neng, do not worry about that data. Let me record it for you. Vice Team Leader Gao Neng. The thermal testing chamber is prepped and ready. We can begin the experiment immediately. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Dr. Ruo Hua's face is darker than a thundercloud. Her assistant job has been completely hijacked. She silently curses Qingjing with venom in her eyes. Unbelievable. The mighty chairman abandons his council duties just to come down here and steal my precious job. Have you no shame? If you are reporting the data, what the hell am I supposed to do? The absolute chaos continues into day 3. Setting. The Federation cafeteria. An explosive, fiery argument breaks out between Qingjing and Ruo Hua. You shameless old fossil. Do not think your chairman title scares me. You bitter, menopausal hag. The two legendary figures are literally holding their lunchboxes, aggressively hurling food at each other like children. Ruo Hua furiously points her chopstick. Listen to me. I have stayed single my entire life. I gave up romance. I dedicated my entire soul to research. Now that I have finally found a worthy genius, you think I will let an old geezer like you steal him away? Qingjing sneers, dodging a flying meatball. In the world of science, it is first come, first served. That assistant position is mine. And no matter how hard you try, you cannot take it from me. Meanwhile, inside Liang Qi's sleek office, reports of this chaotic love triangle of science are already rolling in. His subordinate bows respectfully. Sir, rumors say the chairman and Dr. Lan Ruo Hua are viciously fighting over the right to be Gao Neng's assistant. They are at each other's throats, and both have already been serving under the boy for days. Hearing this absurd report, Liang Qi slumps back into his luxurious leather chair, aggressively grinding his teeth. Damn it all. What kind of scheme is my old teacher brewing? He is burning with an overwhelming urge to go investigate. No, stop. A true master strategist never acts on mere curiosity. Emotion clouds judgment. Curiosity destroys logic. I have absolutely zero clue what kind of demonic trickery they are cooking up in that lab. But in times of absolute chaos, one must remain entirely unmoving. I will let them play their game. When the dust settles, their fatal flaws will naturally expose themselves. He takes a sharp, deep breath, forcing his raging paranoia down. Fast forward exactly 15 days later. Liang Qi sits at his desk, intensely flipping through the genetic laboratory's emergency meeting logs. His eyes narrow as he mutters under his breath. A presentation meeting? My teacher and that brat Gao Ning have been locked inside that laboratory for only 15 short days. What kind of miracle could they possibly create in just 15 days? What on earth is there to present? Are they finally exposing their true colors? Unable to hold back any longer, Liang Qi storms out of his office with his assistant trailing close behind. His sharp mind continues to calculate every possibility. But knowing my teacher's notoriously cautious personality, he would never make a move without a grand purpose. I need to see exactly what kind of trap they have set. Arriving outside the laboratory, they spot Dr. Ruo Hua. She looks incredibly sour. Council member Liang, good morning. She greets with zero enthusiasm. Noticing her dark aura, Liang Qi raises an eyebrow. Dr. Ruo Hua, you look absolutely miserable today. She lets out a heavy, resentful sigh, her eyes flashing with pure annoyance. If that shameless old fossil stole your star prodigy right out from under your nose, would you be in a good mood? Liang Qi's face instantly turns pale. In the entire Federation, only this crazy woman would dare insult the chairman so openly. Still seething with rage, Ruo Hua abruptly turns on her heel. Forget it. Just follow me to the presentation hall. Liang Qi freezes, completely caught off guard. The presentation hall? I thought this was just a standard committee meeting. Ruo Hua glares back at him. Did Qingjing seriously not inform you? That monster of a boy, Gao Neng, actually finished his genetic weapon. Today is the official internal demonstration. Boom. The sheer weight of those words forces Liang Qi to stop dead in his tracks. He shoots a panicked glance at his assistant. A genetic weapon demonstration? What on earth kind of weapon could he have possibly forged in such a microscopic time frame? Upon entering the grand hall, the sheer scale of the event hits him. The seats are completely packed. His tactical mind starts spinning. There is no media present, but absolutely every elite mind from the laboratory is here. There is no mistake. This is a highly classified, official internal unveiling. But the burning question remains. It has only been 15 days. What kind of pathetic garbage could he possibly have ready to show? He cautiously takes his seat, his eyes darting around the room. The moment he looks up, his heart skips a beat. The legendary chairman, Qingjing, is striding directly toward him. The imposing figure of his old teacher stops right in front of him, looking down with an unreadable expression. Liang Qi. The older man's voice cuts through the tension. Let me test you on a little piece of common sense. Tell me, from initial research to final success, how long does it take to forge a gene weapon? He answers with dead serious eyes. Assuming optimal conditions, no external interference, and a fully staffed elite research team. Take the absolute simplest Tier 1 gene weapon, for example. From extraction to the final presentation phase, it requires at least 3 solid months. Qingjing settles into the adjacent chair, his gaze unreadable. And what if it is a Tier 7 weapon? Liang Qi scoffs at the question. Tier 7? That is entirely off the charts. We are talking years of development. Even just reverse engineering an existing Tier 7 weapon would take a solid 4 months right now. Qingjing takes a slow, calculated sip of his tea. It seems over the past few years, you have wasted all your energy playing politics in boardrooms. Your professional expertise has completely regressed. Liang Qi freezes, utterly baffled by the insult. Regressed? Master, I know you have been hunting for an excuse to kick me out of the research division, but trying to force my resignation with such a weak bluff? That is just childish. Or what? Are you trying to tell me someone actually forged a Tier 7 gene weapon in just half a month? He throws the question out as a sarcastic joke, but it hits the bullseye. Qingjing smirks, confirming exactly that. Liang Qi violently chokes on his drink, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief. Master, are you absolutely sure I heard that right? Half a month? For a Tier 7 gene weapon? Qingjing remains unshaken, a calm mountain in the face of the storm. Your ears work perfectly fine. That is exactly what I meant. Provoked beyond his limit, Liang Qi slams his hands down and shoots up from his seat. If you want to play it like that, fine. If you can genuinely produce a brand new Tier 7 gene weapon within a fortnight, I will step down and leave just as you desire. But if you fail, I want you to announce your immediate resignation. Do we have a deal? Qingjing effortlessly cuts him off. There is no need to make things so complicated. A knowing smile crosses the old master's face. I can simply present the final product to you, today. The words hit Liang Qi like a physical blow. Before realization dawns on him. Oh, I see your game. I know exactly what is going on here. You and Gao Neng are trying to secretly modify an existing Tier 7 weapon, just to pass it off as a brand new research breakthrough. A dark, mocking sneer twists his lips. So this is why you and Gao Neng locked yourselves inside that laboratory for half a month. But you must take the rest of us for absolute fools. Trying to pass off a previously developed gene weapon as a new one? There is zero chance my eyes will not see right through that scam. This little trick of yours is painfully naive. Qingjing offers no defense. Instead, he simply lets out two chilling chuckles. Storming out of the room, Liangqi immediately corners his assistant. I have figured out that old man's entire scheme. They are planning to flaunt a refurbished Tier 7 gene weapon and claim it as a groundbreaking achievement. The assistant gasps in sheer disbelief. Is that even possible? That is practically career suicide. Liang Qi's expression darkens into a lethal scowl. Because it sounds so utterly delusional, we cannot afford to drop our guard for a single second. My master is a calculating snake. He never strikes unless victory is absolutely guaranteed. He has likely manipulated everyone in the facility, preparing to completely rewrite the truth before our very eyes, no matter the cost. We must crush his little master plan into dust. Meanwhile, outside Gao Neng's private laboratory, a shadowy female figure stands waiting in the corridor. Inside the containment zone, Gao Neng stands completely mesmerized. Before him floats a glowing containment tube, holding the ultimate gene weapon. He mutters under his breath, I have every single blueprint for this Tier 7 weapon etched into my brain. But is that truly enough to secure my future? The successful forging of the weapon is basically guaranteed at this point. But what about absolute ownership? Sure, I secured the priority purchase rights. But once this god-tier weapon is presented to the Supreme Alliance, will my flimsy little contract even hold up? He strokes his chin, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. No, this is absolutely not enough. I need a hidden trump card. Suddenly, the sharp voice of the woman cuts through the intercom. Vice Leader Gao. Elder Wu has taken his seat in the presentation hall. Councilman Liang Qi is also present. Are we clear to initiate the showcase? Gao Neng does not even flinch. He calmly presses the comms button. Tell Master Wu and Councilman Liang to hold their horses. I have encountered a slight anomaly with the gene weapon. Give me a moment to eradicate the issue. Outside the door, her brow furrows in deep confusion. An anomaly? Wait a second. Did Elder Wu not personally confirm that the weapon's synthesis was 100% flawless? Gao Neng ignores the question completely. Instead, the cold steel of a surgical scalpel gleams in his hand. I am going to make some micro-modifications. His voice echoes out. I need to ensure absolute control over it. Back in the hall, Liang Qi taps his chin in heavy thought. What kind of devastating trap is that old fox preparing to spring? Meanwhile, Qingjing's eyes burn with absolute conviction. Decades of bitter rivalry between master and student. Today, I will teach you a final lesson. Your master will forever be the one standing above you. Ruo Hua grinds her teeth in secret fury. That damned fossil. Whether it was pioneering the gene research or assisting Gao Neng's critical experiment. I was the one who was here first. A suffocating silence falls over the trio. Finally, Liang Qi shatters the tension, locking eyes with Qingjing. Master, did you not boast about a live presentation? Exactly how much longer do you expect us to twiddle our thumbs? Ruo Hua abruptly pushes back her chair. Keep your patience. I will personally go check on the progress. Her heart races with wild ambition. This is the perfect opening. With Liang Qi keeping the old man pinned down here, it is my time to steal the spotlight. If the weapon has truly gone unstable, I will swoop in as his trusted assistant. Gao Neng and I will conquer the crisis together. Let us see if Qingjing can ever use his authority to suppress me again after this. Rushing down the corridor, she intercepts a heavily armed security guard. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips from Ruo Hua's throat. What? It is actually going critical? She violently kicks the laboratory doors wide open, her voice echoing like thunder. Gao Neng, what on earth is happening? Do not hide anything from me. As your designated assistant, I am putting my life on the line to help you fix this. But the words die in her throat. Gao Neng. You. Just what exactly are you doing? Fast forward 3 agonizing hours. Gao Neng finally emerges, standing dead center on the grand presentation stage. A mysterious girl lingers just a few steps away. Down in the audience, Qingjing's legendary patience has completely snapped. Veins throb violently on his forehead. He roars at the top of his lungs. What is the meaning of this absolute circus? Send a tactical unit up there to demand answers this instant. A terrified security officer snaps a crisp salute. Understood, sir. Deploying immediately. But what forbidden secret is Gao Neng hiding on that stage? A sinister smirk creeps across Liang Qi's face. Teacher, it is almost noon. Are we finally going to see this new Tier 7 weapon you spoke of? Qingjing's voice cuts through the room, but before he can finish, A guard frantically bursts through the doors. Chairman, it seems we have a situation. Vice team leaders Gao and Lan are trying their best to handle it. The chairman's eyes widen in panic. What? Why was I not informed sooner? I need to see this myself. But Liang Qi smoothly steps in his way. Ah, teacher, there is no need to rush. Liang Qi sneers. Did you not always preach about giving the younger generation a chance to prove themselves? It is just a minor hiccup. You really should put more faith in Vice Team Leader Gao. Annoyance flashes across Qingjing's face. Liang Qi, step aside. I do not have the time to entertain your games right now. Suddenly, a crisp voice slices right through their argument. Oh my. Since when did Vice Team Leader Liang start championing the youth? The tension snaps instantly. Both men stop dead in their tracks, turning their heads toward the sudden intrusion. Ruohua stands there with her hands resting confidently on her hips. A knowing smile graces her lips. Team Leader Wu, you really should take Vice Team Leader Liang's advice. Have a little faith in our young prodigies. Qingjing blinks in confusion. Does that mean the issue is resolved? Ruohua nods without a shred of hesitation. With my assistance, of course it is handled. Liang Qi narrows his eyes, heavy suspicion dripping from his voice. Resolved? That is utterly impossible. He scoffs mockingly. How could anyone actually forge a gene weapon in a mere 15 days? It is precisely because of those makeshift modifications that things went wrong right before the showcase. Ignoring him, Ruohua addresses the room. Everyone, your attention please. The presentation is about to begin. The guards immediately echo her command. Understood. Heavy footsteps echo as a lone figure steps onto the glowing stage. The entire audience gasps, stunned by the incredibly familiar silhouette. It is Gao Neng. Liang Qi's jaw practically hits the floor. What on earth is Gao Neng doing up there? He sputters. Where is the gene weapon? But Qingjing waves off the complaint. Let the demonstration begin. On stage, a confident smirk curves upon Gao Neng's lips. He slowly unsheathes his blade. Instantly, wild lightning explodes across the entire arena. Thick smoke billows into the air. A supposedly indestructible target melts like butter beneath his overwhelming power. One spectator violently slams his hands on the desk, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Heavens! This is exactly what a 100% fully extracted talent looks like. Total annihilation. Followed by immediate reshaping. As expected from someone with dual 100% talents. Qingjing strokes his chin, nodding with immense satisfaction. Not bad at all. Truly exceptional. Beside him, Liang Qi stands completely paralyzed, his jaw hanging wide open. Such an impossible manifestation. Only a monster like Gao Neng could pull this off. But wait. We all know Gao Neng's innate talent is terrifying, Liang Qi stammers. But were we not gathered here today to witness the new gene weapon? Where is it? A hearty booming laugh erupts from Qingjing. His eyes gleam with pure amusement. The gene weapon? My dear Vice Team Leader, have you not been staring right at it this entire time? Suddenly, a chillingly familiar presence materializes directly behind Liang Qi. He spins around, his heart leaping into his throat. Gao Neng? But when he violently whips his head back toward the stage, Gao Neng is still standing right there. T2. There are two Gao Nengs? Liang Qi's mind completely short-circuits. Do not tell me. This is absolutely impossible. That clone on stage. Is that the gene weapon? It is actually a success? 15 days. 15 days to forge a perfectly replicated innate talent gene weapon? He frantically clutches his head, his reality shattering to pieces. No, this is entirely wrong. It simply cannot be. Suddenly, a dark realization flashes in his eyes. Wait. I know what this is. Qingjing raises a calm brow. Well, Liang Qi, do you have anything else to say? Sweating profusely, Liang Qi wildly jabs a trembling finger at the Gao Neng standing beside him. You think you can fool me with such cheap parlor tricks? He shrieks. You are too utterly naive. The one showing off on that stage is the real Gao Neng, is he not? The Gao Neng next to him takes a slow, deliberate step forward. He leans in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Are you saying, I am the fake? Liang Qi stubbornly holds his ground. Are you going to deny it? I see right through your little scheme. Liang Qi sneers triumphantly. You clearly took a pre-existing gene weapon and gave it cosmetic surgery to look like you. It is a decent illusion, I will admit that much. But what a pity. A simple test of strength will instantly reveal the fake. Before Liang Qi can blink, the Gao Neng beside him brutally stomps his foot. The solid floor instantly spiderwebs, shattering under tremendous force. Is that so? Gao Neng's eyes flare with blinding electricity. Thunder God Combat Domain. Deafening thunderclaps shake the very foundation of the room. Then let us put your theory to the test. The moment the words leave his lips, Gao Neng vanishes. He closes the distance in a millisecond, throwing a devastating punch straight at Liang Qi's face. Absolute terror grips Liang Qi's soul. Gao Neng's signature combat domain. How could a mere weapon possess it? Before the deadly strike can land, Gao Neng gracefully leaps backward, landing squarely in the center of the room. A fierce, crackling blue aura erupts around him, like a miniature supernova. Liang Qi stumbles back, his voice quivering in sheer dread. You! What in the world are you? The figure before him merely flashes a cold, knowing smile. He turns toward the chairman, Teacher Wu. Vice Team Leader Liang has quite an impressive eye. He saw right through my disguise and knew I was the fake in an instant. Qingjing gasps, utterly blindsided by the revelation. Wait, does that mean? Up on the stage, the other Gao Neng lets out a highly satisfied chuckle. The real Gao Neng excitedly throws his hands into the air, soaking in the stunned silence. Well, Teacher Wu? What do you think of my new gene weapon? A monumental shockwave slams into Qingjing's brain, leaving him completely speechless. So, the one standing down here, is the actual gene weapon? He shakes his head in sheer disbelief. You cunning little brat. You actually managed to fool me too. With a victorious stride, the real Gao Neng approaches the trembling Liang Qi. And what about you, Vice Team Leader Liang? Gao Neng prods, a playful smirk dancing in his eyes. How does it feel? Are you satisfied with the show? Liang Qi grinds his teeth so hard they nearly crack. Such high-level replication. It truly is a Tier 7 weapon. His mind races with terrifying implications. 15 days. To engineer a Tier 7 gene weapon that perfectly mirrors Gao Neng's devastating innate talent. If this is real, the military applications are unfathomable. Ruohua casually strolls over, throwing a friendly arm around Gao Neng's shoulder. She shoots Liang Qi a victorious look. Do not bother doubting reality, Vice Team Leader. Gao Neng forged this masterpiece entirely on his own. The chairman and I barely lifted a finger. Gao Neng humbly rubs the back of his neck. Ah, let us not exaggerate. I definitely had help. Without Vice Team Leader Lan and Teacher Wu running the data analytics for me, this whole project might have taken me an extra day to finish. Both Qingjing and Liang Qi violently spit out their breath, shouting in perfect unison. An extra day? Are you out of your mind? Liang Qi fiercely points at him again. No, none of this makes any logical sense, Gao Neng. How on earth did you program a weapon to flawlessly simulate your split-second combat reflexes? He frantically gestures toward the clone. The core foundation of any gene weapon. At its very roots, it is still based on mechanical robotics. With our current technological limits, it is fundamentally impossible to completely escape those robotic characteristics. Artificial intelligence is evolving, yes, but it has absolutely not reached a terrifying level where a machine can seamlessly pass as a true human soul. Gao Neng calmly observes their frantic reactions. Bingo, he thinks to himself. It seems Teacher Wu and Vice Team Leader Liang have finally caught on to the real secret. Moving in terrifying, perfect synchronization, both the real Gao Neng and his clone speak at the exact same time. To be entirely honest, we did not really do anything special. It was just a tiny, insignificant cosmetic modification surgery. Ruohua whips her head toward him, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. A minor surgery? You are telling me a simple surgery was enough to grant you 100% synchronized mind control over a gene weapon? Liang Qi suddenly interjects, his tone shifting as he shamelessly tries to share the glory. That is correct. Gao Neng clearly executed a revolutionary technical innovation on this gene weapon. And of course, I also provided a little assistance with the modification of this specific sector. Qingjing completely ignores the boast, his eyes locked onto his student. Gao Neng, what exactly did you do? Gao Neng's expression turned dead serious. Before I answer Teacher Wu's inquiry, he stated smoothly, may I ask a question of my own? The chairman agreed without hesitation. What is the issue? Speak your mind. Gao Neng casually threw his arm around his genetic clone and began his pitch. According to our contract, I hold the absolute first right of purchase. Liang Qi instantly saw through his scheme and barked out, absolutely impossible. An epoch-making genetic weapon like this cannot be hoarded. Our first priority must be to reverse engineer it to develop 8th-tier models. The councilman beside him furiously nodded in agreement. Councilman Liang is entirely correct, the man scolded. Gao Neng, you must place the grand interests of the alliance above all else. Gao Neng simply crossed his arms, an unyielding aura surrounding him. So, because I want to purchase my own creation, does that automatically mean I am abandoning the alliance? The councilman fired back, his face flushed with righteous anger. You cannot be this incredibly selfish. The Great War is fast approaching. If you monopolize this weapon, our entire scientific progress will stagnate. When the Great War descends upon us next year, are we supposed to rely solely on you to fight the enemy? Gao Neng slowly closed his eyes, nodding as if grasping a profound truth. Ah, so that is how it is. I originally thought you were just as stupid as a pig. His eyes snapped open, glaring coldly. But it seems Deputy Leader Liang is deliberately keeping a traitorous scumbag by his side. Tell me the truth. Are you actually a spy for the alien race? The accusation struck like lightning. The councilman choked on his own breath, completely speechless from the pure audacity. EU, what in the world did you just say? But Gao Neng was absolutely relentless, pointing directly at the man's chest. I called you a spy, a traitor to all of humanity. Every single word out of your mouth is designed to ruin our nation and drive the Alliance's future straight into the grave. The accused man panicked, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, Councilman Liang, Chairman Wu, this brat is overwhelmingly arrogant. He is throwing wild insults in a sacred hall. Arrogant? You absolute idiot. Gao Neng's voice boomed like thunder. Open your eyes and look around. Do you know what kind of titans are standing in this room? The councilman gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. These are the highest-ranking officials of the entire alliance, Gao Neng mocked mercilessly. And yet, I am the only one on Earth who could forge a 7th-tier genetic weapon in just 17 days. I am the sole existence capable of providing a dual-talent genetic sequence. And now, you want to strip this legendary weapon right out of my hands? What sinister motive are you truly hiding? The man froze, his mind totally short-circuiting. This, Gao Neng scoffed, letting out a sharp, mocking laugh. I truly feel utterly worthless dealing with this. Deputy Leader Liang, listen well, Gao Neng declared passionately. For the sake of the Alliance, I willingly abandoned my golden cultivation period. I descended into the underground city, giving up food and sleep to perfect this research. And today, I am viciously slandered by this vile snake. He is actively plotting to sabotage my life's work. Tell me right now, why do you think I insist on buying this weapon back? Liang Qi ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Deputy Leader Gao is naturally thinking only of the Alliance's grand future. Liang Qi turned ruthlessly on his own subordinate. Deputy Leader Gao is right. Trash like you cannot remain here. From this second forward, never show your face in the Federal Council again. See Councilman Liang. Please, the man stammered in absolute despair. But Liang Qi merely forced a stiff, awkward smile toward the boy. Deputy Leader Gao's words have truly awakened us from a terrible illusion. We were inches away from committing a catastrophic mistake. He turned to the elder. Teacher Wu, you have truly accepted a terrifyingly brilliant disciple. Qingjing narrowed his eyes, probing deeper. Then what is your final stance on this matter, Deputy Leader Liang? The defeated man sighed heavily. Gao Neng is entirely correct. This genetic weapon will only reach its ultimate potential if it remains in his hands. I officially approve Gao Neng's request to purchase it. Ruo Hua immediately nodded, showing her unwavering support. I naturally agree as well, she declared smoothly. Qing Jing then shifted the conversation to the most crucial point. Then how exactly shall we calculate the production cost? An auditor stepped forward, swiftly calculating the massive numbers. According to the contract's stipulations, the crafting price is locked at 80%. Based on our data, the pure material cost sits at exactly 60 million, factoring in the exorbitant time expenditure and the wear on high-grade machinery. If Deputy Leader Gao wishes to claim this weapon, the total sum is 64 million. Liang Qi felt a violent ringing in his ears. 64 million? That meant even considering every single dropped penny, Gao Neng had only consumed 80 million in total resources. This blatantly defied the very laws of reality. Had this monster actually achieved a flawless, zero-error execution through the entire forging process? Qing Jing slammed the gavel on the deal. Very well, the purchase agreement is finalized. He leaned forward, eyes burning with curiosity. Now, Gao Neng, will you finally reveal exactly what divine modifications you performed? A confident smirk painted Gao Neng's face. The truth is shockingly simple. Deep within the living tissue of this genetic weapon, I forcefully fused my own pure iron elemental energy straight into its mutated core. Liang Qi's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he pressed for details. Does that mean you have fundamentally mutated this genetic weapon into an energy manifestation construct? Spot on, Gao Neng confirmed with absolute triumph. This weapon contains no artificial brain chip. Instead, it forms a direct, unbreakable psychic link with my own spiritual power. Qingjing gasped, connecting the terrifying dots. So this creation is under your absolute dominion. Every word it speaks, every action it takes, it is all seamlessly puppeteered by your mind. Gao Neng's aura flared as he revealed his ultimate trump card. It goes far beyond that. No external spiritual power can ever slice into my control network. This is a classified, state-of-the-art arm to absolutely guarantee our core technology never leaks. If this weapon ever falls into enemy hands, I can detonate it with a single thought. A cold sweat washed over both Liang Qi and Qingjing as the horrifying realization hit them. Heavens, if we had forcefully confiscated it earlier, we would have effectively locked a ticking time bomb inside our own vault. This ruthless kid, he designed it to guard against us from the very beginning. Unfazed by their shock, Gao Neng continued his passionate breakdown. And to ensure the genetic codex never sees the light of day, I implemented one final, devastating modification. Liang Qi's heart leaped directly into his throat. I completely eradicated all standard modular components from its biology. Gao Neng grinned fiercely. This guarantees its absolute uniqueness. Any dreams of stealing our genetic secrets have just become a laughable fantasy. The two titans of the council stood utterly paralyzed for several long seconds. With that staggering revelation, the intense internal drill finally concluded in peace. But the explosive data from this session would remain buried in the shadows for at least a year and a half. As for the legendary genetic weapon, it would be sealed away in a high-security capsule provided directly by Chairman Wu. However, lurking just beneath the surface, a terrifying new storm was already brewing. Ruo Hua's eyes lock onto the official transfer notice in her hands. The directive is crystal clear. The genetic weapon research squad is being relocated to the underground city. Her wish has finally been granted. Lan Ruohua has just received official approval to enter the highly classified underground genetic laboratory and assist with their groundbreaking research. Meanwhile, Cao Neng stretches his arms high, letting out a long, exhausted sigh of relief. The heavy burdens resting on his shoulders have finally been lifted. Time to visit Mom, he mutters, but a familiar voice suddenly calls out. Boss Cow. Over here. He walks toward a sleek black car, genuinely surprised by who is waiting for him. Sister Wan Wan? What are you doing here? He asks. She flashes a professional smile. Chairman Fang and the general manager ordered me to wait for you. I am here to escort you to the underground city entrance. Sliding into the luxurious leather seat, Cao Neng shakes his head. I am putting the underground city on hold for now. But your timing is perfect. Take me to see my mother first. Huan's eyes light up with pure excitement. Visiting your mother? Oh, absolutely. Let us go right away. Her mind races with anticipation. The woman who raised a monstrous genius like Boss Cow, and a single mother at that, she must be an absolute powerhouse of a woman. I really should have prepared a lavish gift, she mutters to herself. The car soon glides to a halt. Cao Neng double-checks his phone screen. Building 5, Unit 3, 12th floor. This is the place. Huan stares up at the aging apartment complex, her jaw dropping slightly. Wait, this is it? It is so. Ordinary. Cao Neng stands silently, gazing up at the familiar walls. Suddenly, a gentle voice breaks through the quiet street. Little Neng, Zilan steps into view, her face radiating warmth and love. Mom! Cao Neng calls out, his eyes lighting up. Zilan immediately notices the stunning woman beside him. Did you bring a friend home? Huan quickly bows at a perfect 90-degree angle. Greetings, Auntie. I am Huan, Boss Cow's personal secretary. It is an absolute honor to meet you. Zilan looks down at her meager bag of groceries, a slight frown forming. Oh dear. If I had known you were bringing a guest, I would have prepared a feast. How can I serve such simple food to company? I will make another quick trip to the supermarket, she decides. Cao Neng instantly steps forward, ready to assist. Then I'm coming with you, Mom. But Zilan just smiles warmly, gently patting her son's head. No need, my boy. With your legendary status right now, it is far too dangerous for you to wander around a crowded public market. Cao Neng chuckles softly, but before he can argue, Huan shoots her hand into the air like an eager student. Then allow me, Auntie. I have a car. I can drive you directly to the market. This time, Zilan does not decline the generous offer. All right. Wan and I will handle the shopping. You go rest inside and watch some television. I see your face all over the news channels these days anyway. Just as she turns to leave, she pauses. Did Xiaomeng not come home with you? Cao Neng blinks, quickly explaining. Xiaomeng already headed straight down toward the underground city. His mother simply gives a knowing nod. I see. As Cao Neng watches the black luxury car drive away, A deep frown creases his forehead. His mind begins to race. It makes perfect sense that Mom sees my achievements on the daily news broadcasts. That part is completely normal. But the very existence of the underground city is classified. It has never been broadcasted to the public. His eyes narrow in suspicion. So why did she not react at all when I mentioned it? He paces the empty apartment, piecing the puzzle together. Furthermore, when Mom and I migrated to Hope City, Xiao Meng was still wandering out in the Forgotten Lands. Yet, she seemed entirely aware that the little beast had eventually tracked me down. Even standing in the comfort of his own home, the creeping sense of mystery refuses to fade. A darker thought suddenly chills his blood. His mother was right. His fame has skyrocketed to dangerous heights. What if his enemies use her as leverage? Alien infiltrators from the Dark Alliance or spies from rival factions could be watching this very building right now. A fierce determination ignites in his eyes. No matter the cost, I must relocate her to an absolutely secure facility today. Half an hour later, the evening sun paints the sky in shades of burning gold. Little Neng, I bought all your absolute favorites. I am making my signature braised pork, Zilan calls out. Cao Neng snaps out of his thoughts, flashing a bright smile. Perfect. Hope City has everything a man could want, but nothing compares to your legendary cooking. He hesitates for a long moment, watching her chop vegetables. Finally, he asks the burning question. Mom, have things really been peaceful for you here? No strange encounters? No trouble at all? Zilan does not even pause her rhythmic chopping. Not at all, my sweet boy. Everything has been perfectly quiet. It is just a shame that Huan insisted on leaving early so we could have family time. Then, in a chillingly casual tone, she drops another bombshell. Has Xiao Meng been behaving well? Cao Neng swallows hard, his pulse quickening. She is doing great. But Mom, how exactly did you know Xiao Meng made it to Hope City? Did she come looking for you first? There is absolutely zero hesitation in her voice, not a single flaw in her composure. She did visit me. Besides, I have always known she is no ordinary feline. Cao Neng freezes completely. The storm of suspicion in his mind is now a roaring hurricane. She knows. She actually knows, which means her silence about the underground city was no accident. Dinner is finally served. As the mouth-watering scent of braised pork fills the room, Zilan looks across the table. So, what power tier have you reached now? He picks up a glistening piece of meat with his chopsticks. Tier 6, he answers humbly. But I should be breaking through to the mid-phase of the 6th tier very soon. Her expression remains terrifyingly calm, as if she is reading from a script she wrote herself. And in 3 days, you will be entering the underground city. Boom. The final piece clicks into place. She definitely knows the world's deepest secrets. Mom, you know the truth about the underground city? He breathes out. Zilan sets down her chopsticks, finally ready to unveil a history long buried in shadow. 18 years ago, during the Great War. I was there on the front lines, she reveals softly. Hope City was intentionally built directly on top of the underground city. It is no surprise that I know these things. Cao Neng's jaw practically hits the floor. His mind short-circuits. Wait, Hope City was built over the underground city? Does that mean the underground city is even older than Hope City itself? Zilan nods gravely. The underground city is where the very first generation of origin warriors discovered the power source. It was their sacred ground for breakthroughs. Because that absolute power lay buried beneath the earth, humanity made the ultimate choice. They abandoned the forgotten city to construct Hope City right above it. She casually resumes eating, delivering earth-shattering revelations between bites of rice. That is exactly why I knew Xiao Meng would eventually find her way to this city. In fact, she already tracked me down here several months ago. Xiao Meng is a terrifyingly unique existence. She is not a standard evolutionary beast. She possesses high-tier evolution, perhaps even the legendary transcendent evolution. Cao Neng's eyes widen in absolute horror and awe. Transcendent. Our evolution. She points her chopsticks at him, her gaze sharp. It seems the Dongdu military library is far more restricted than I imagined. To think they haven't even recorded the concept of super-evolution, then you must be completely in the dark about the true origins of the alien races, right? Gao Neng can only offer an awkward smile, respectfully placing a piece of meat into his mother's bowl. Mom, just how many secrets are you hiding? He asks, bewildered. Holding nothing back, Zilan begins to pass down her forbidden knowledge to her son. According to traditional textbooks, the alien races descended upon Earth only after the Great Cataclysm, and in a way, that statement is true. But it is also entirely false. The truth is, they have always walked this earth. Pre-cataclysm mythologies are filled with records of the winged clan, the giant race, the beastmen, and even angels. Before a certain point in ancient history, these mythical beings coexisted side by side with humanity. Due to an unknown event, they vanished entirely, no longer existing on the same dimensional plane as us. A heavy slap echoes as Gao Neng's hands hit the table. He shoots up from his chair, his eyes wide with shock. Vanished from our dimensional plane? Mom, he gasps. Are you saying these monstrous alien races are actually native creatures of Earth, just like us? She nods, confirming her son's terrifying realization. Exactly. Take the ancient legend of Kuafu, for example. That is simply the mountain demon giant, a fearsome tribe among today's alien forces. I heard rumors that you infiltrated the royal city of the Dark Elf clan on the battlefield. Tell me, did you lay eyes upon the legendary Tree of Life? He nods, confirming he witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing her son's answer, a heavy, deadly serious expression falls over Zelan's face. Then you must understand that the Tree of Life is the absolute core of the Dark Elf clan. It is an evolutionary source. Once the ancient tree is destroyed, their path of evolution is completely severed, leaving the alien race to degenerate until they fade into nothingness. The pieces finally click together. Hearing this absolute truth, Gao Neng instantly realizes the grander picture his mother is painting. So, the Great Cataclysm was actually an event that tore open a dimensional passage, he exclaims. It allowed these ancient alien races to invade and return to our world, and their only anchor to our reality is their evolutionary source. If humanity can just destroy these sources, we can banish them forever and bring absolute peace back to Earth. With the fog of history finally cleared from his mind, another burning question rises. Mom, if that is the standard evolutionary source for the alien races, then what on earth is this super-evolution you mentioned earlier? She locks eyes with him. True super-evolution is a miraculous, specialized path that completely breaks free from the chains of an evolutionary source. Think of the absolute pinnacles of existence, like the ancient elven tree or the heavenly clan's white tower. They are evolutionary sources themselves, pulsing with their own life force. Because of this supreme status, they do not need to rely on any external source to survive in this world. And Xiao Meng. She might just be an existence of that exact, terrifying caliber. Zelan turns her gaze toward the distance. Of course, this is merely a theory, but one thing is certain. Xiao Meng survives perfectly in human society without relying on an alien source. This proves that her core of evolution, whatever it is, absolutely does not belong to the alien races. A sudden jolt of electricity violently strikes Gao Neng's brain. He instantly remembers the terrifying magnetic storm. Connecting the dots with his mother's staggering speculations, a chilling conclusion forms in his mind. Xiao Meng must be a supreme being of the super-evolution race. Those bizarre entities crawled right out of the magnetic storm. The root of this entire nightmare still lies hidden within that chaotic anomaly. The heavy conversation concludes just as their meal finishes. Zelan stands up, casually gathering the empty plates as if she had not just shattered his entire worldview. All right, that is the absolute limit of my knowledge. I have revealed everything I should. As for what ultimate path Xiao Meng's future will take, that heavy burden of guidance falls onto your shoulders. Gao Neng nods firmly. I understand the weight of this, Mom. Watching her silhouette disappear into the kitchen, he suddenly calls out, Wait, Mom. There is one more crucial matter I need to discuss with you. But before Gao Neng can even voice his thoughts, Zelan pierces right through his intentions. You want me to resign from my current job? Carrying the remaining bowls, he trails behind her, frantically trying to string together a convincing argument. Yes, I want to transfer you to the Tianwang group to work. And what is the real reason? She fires back, cutting straight to the chase. I want the overwhelming power of the Tianwang group to guarantee your absolute safety. Knowing it is impossible to hide his true motives from her razor-sharp instincts, he drops all excuses. Honestly, leaving you up here alone fills me with dread, especially since I am about to descend into the under-the-ground city. Zelan calmly grabs a towel, wiping her hands clean before giving a shockingly simple answer. Agreed. In fact, when I stepped out earlier today, I already handed in my resignation. Give me today to pack up our belongings, and tomorrow I can depart with you. A massive wave of relief crashes over Gao Neng. Thank the heavens. I have already secured everything with Director Feng. Your living quarters will be deep within the absolute core of the Tianwang group. It is practically an impenetrable fortress. Seeing his mother's willing cooperation, the crushing boulder of anxiety finally lifts from his chest. Thank the stars, she decided not to be incredibly stubborn this time. Every piece on the board has fallen perfectly into place. But one glaring mystery still burns wildly in Gao Neng's mind. Just what kind of insane secret life has his mother been living? In just a single semester apart, This seemingly ordinary woman has transformed into a walking, super-tier encyclopedia of forbidden lore. The golden rays of the next morning arrive. Huan is already stationed at the rendezvous point bright and early. Catching sight of Gao Neng and his mother approaching, she enthusiastically waves her hands in the air. Boss Gao, Auntie, a very good morning to you both. It is only after everyone is securely strapped inside the luxury transport vehicle that Huan gets straight to business. Fang Tang has flawlessly executed all the arrangements. President Guan has personally taken total command over Auntie's new position at the headquarters. From the premium living quarters to top-tier benefits, we guarantee absolute satisfaction. Zilan gazes blankly out the reinforced window, speaking with brutal honesty. I am merely a cleaner. I have no other skills. There is truly no need to give me such extravagant treatment. Huan instantly shakes her head, eager to please. Absolutely not. We could never accept that. Fang Tang gave strict orders. Boss Gao's mother is officially recognized as the ultimate, highest-ranking VIP to ever grace the doors of the Tianwang Group. Upon arrival, Huan practically sprints up to Guan's son, bowing deeply with maximum respect. Greetings, President Guan. A warm, grandfatherly smile spreads across the older man's face as he praises her. Excellent work, Huan. Your execution this time was exceptionally flawless. Gao Neng excitedly jogs over to the elderly powerhouse. Uncle Guan. Seeing the young prodigy, the old man's eyes light up with immense pride, delivering a heavy, affectionate pat to Gao Neng's shoulder. Excellent. Truly a legendary hero born from the younger generation, he booms. The Alliance has been flooded with astonishing battle reports about you lately, and I hear the stubborn genius has finally agreed to descend into the underground city. Gao Neng flashes a confident grin. That is right. I deploy tomorrow. Uncle Guan nods firmly, offering one last piece of advice. Fang Tang has personally secured your deployment gear. Make sure you pack exactly what you need for the descent. But as Gao Neng prepares for this highly anticipated journey, a dark unknown awaits them all, in the shadowy depths below. All right, thank you, he says. Suddenly, Gao Neng remembers that his mother, Zilan, has arrived today. Oh right, my mom is here, isn't she? Before anyone can formally greet them, he turns toward the car. Uncle Guan, let me introduce you. Zilan steps out from the vehicle. He gestures toward her with a bright smile. This is my mother, Zilan. The moment Uncle Guan lays eyes on her, he completely freezes in pure shock. Oblivious to the older man's violent reaction, Gao Neng continues. Mom, this is Uncle Guan. Uncle Guan's eyes are wide with sheer disbelief. Seeing him speechless, Gao Neng calls out, Uncle Guan? Uncle Guan. The Heavenly King Group is the absolute largest arms supplier for the entire human alliance. The status of its leader, Fang Yuan, stands far above any ordinary corporate boss in the eyes of humanity, and Guansan is Fang Yuan's most trusted executive. In reality, he holds authority under one man, but above tens of thousands. Only the oldest veterans know the hidden truth. 16 years ago, after the tragic death of Hao Tian, Guansan arrived at Fang Yuan's side. Within a single short year, he became Fang Yuan's absolute right hand. He claimed the mighty seat of Vice President of the Heavenly King Group. A position of this magnitude requires far more than just skill. Yet, this legendary Guansan is now trembling violently just looking at Gao Neng's mother. Today, almost no one knows her true identity. Zilan's demeanor completely shifts from her usual gentle self. An overwhelming, oppressive aura suddenly erupts from her very being. Greetings, Vice President Guan. I am Gao Neng's mother. My name is Zilan. He still hasn't recovered his senses, cold sweat drenching his entire body. Seeing the old man's bizarre reaction, the boy asks, Uncle Guan, what is wrong with you? Guansan stammers out a trembling question. I know, Z. Madame Zilan. May I ask if you go by any other name? She lowers her gaze and answers with chilling calmness. My name is just Zilan. Huan also notices that something is horribly wrong. Uncle Guan, do you two know each other? He forces a hollow laugh. No, it is our first time meeting. I just mistook her for someone else. Guansan forces himself to calm down, struggling to speak properly. Your living quarters have been fully cleaned. As for the work arrangements, I have a few suggestions. Before he can finish, she instantly cuts him off. I can do the cleaning. He stares at her in sheer horror and objects. Cleaning? How could we possibly let you sweep floors at the Heavenly King Group? She violently shuts down his protest again. I only know how to clean. If it is any other job, I cannot handle it. Desperate, he turns to the boy for help. Gao Neng, please. Knowing his mother's legendary stubbornness, the boy just scratches his head and sighs. Just listen to my mom. When she lived in the Forgotten Land, she always worked as a maid for others. Cleaning should be perfectly fine. Realizing he cannot change her mind, the old man lets out a helpless sigh. All right, I understand. Let me show you two to your quarters. If anything is unsatisfactory, or if you need anything at all, just say the word. Zilan simply replies, "Thank you, Vice President Guan." He proceeds to introduce every area to her. Aside from the massive office spaces and factories, the Heavenly King group also features luxurious guest rooms and a high-level staff living area. He guides them into the elevator. Now, I will take you both to the high-level executive residential zone. The space arranged for Madame Zilan is Fang Tong's former residence. It has 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Though not massive, it is fully equipped with every daily necessity. He turns to ask for her approval. If you are not satisfied, I can make adjustments immediately. She glances around the room and nods. No need. This place is excellent. Huan drags the heavy suitcase for her. Auntie, let me carry this for you. Gao Neng looks at the old man. Uncle Guan, is there anything else? The executive still hasn't completely calmed his racing heart. His voice still carries a slight tremble. I have nothing else, but Fang Tong is waiting for you in the office. When you are done here, you should make time to see him. He then commands the girl. Huan, lead Mr. Gao to the chairman's office. I will handle things here. She instantly accepts the mission. Oh, understood. Gao Neng gives his mother a few quick reminders before leaving with Huan. I will be heading out now. Mom, if you need anything, just have Uncle Guan pass a message to me. She closes her eyes and shuts the door. Behind her, Guan-san violently collapses to his knees, tears pouring down his face. I should have known sooner. Damn me. I deserve to die. He came from the Forgotten Land, and his surname is Gao. How could I have been so blind? His voice shakes with absolute agony. 18 years ago, after that devastating war, I searched the Forgotten Land for you for 2 whole years, but I just could not find you. I really could not find you. I practically turned the entire Forgotten Land upside down. In the end, I finally guessed that you might have returned to the underground city. That is why I... She looks down at the broken man. So you sought out the Heavenly King group. You wanted to use them to gain clearance to enter the underground city, correct? He sobs uncontrollably, crying like a helpless child. I secured the resources to enter the underground city. For over 10 years, I went inside every 6 months. But I never found a single trace of you. She speaks with a devastating softness. I know. He stares at her, retreating back, his eyes swollen from crying. Are you not going to tell Gao Neng the truth? He is heading into the underground city right now, and his security clearance is far higher than mine. He is a rank S genius in the top 300 of the dragon ranking. The Alliance will definitely grant him access to those restricted zones if he tries. She stares blankly out the window. His strength is still not enough. The old man slowly pushes himself up, tears still streaming down his face. Relying purely on his current power? Of course it is impossible. But right now, Gao Neng's master is none other than Tian Nan. Hearing that legendary name, absolute shock finally cracks across her face. Tian Nan of the military division. The old man is absolutely right. Even though he stripped off his title as commander-in-chief, he remains the undisputed military god. His next move? She slowly shakes her head. What he plans to do is beyond anyone's guess. With an air of absolute authority, she issues a command to the old man. Brew me a cup of tea. Naturally, he does not dare to defy her. Right away. Fang Tang specifically left behind a brick of premium pu'er. I will prepare it for you immediately. Meanwhile, Gao Neng and Fang Yuan finally conclude their deep discussion. During this monumental meeting, their first absolute consensus is struck. Gao Neng will construct a military academy in the Forgotten Land. Fang Yuan steps up as his primary partner, pledging massive financial and material backing. However, when the topic shifts to the mysterious underground city, Fang Yuan admits his knowledge is dreadfully limited. It becomes terrifyingly clear. Even a powerhouse like him cannot interfere with the deep, hidden layers of that subterranean fortress. Gao Neng narrows his eyes in deep thought. If even Fang Yuan is locked out, what kind of terrifying secrets are buried down there? Is it truly just the cradle of human evolution? His master's words echo in his mind. The underground city and the power sources of the alien races are all constructed within massive ore veins. He immediately activates his perfect ore identification skill to analyze the situation. If my abilities work as usual, it should look exactly like the Spirit King city. I should be seeing a galaxy of glowing light points right now. In his mind's eye, the entire city should be bathed in the glow of countless energy sources. But right now, absolute darkness. He cannot perceive a single spark. Could the underground city be buried too deep for even my skills to penetrate? With his curiosity burning hotter than ever, Gao Neng bids farewell to his mother and embarks on his journey to the subterranean world. The moment his figure disappears into the distance, Guansan finally breaks the silence. Only you could have nurtured a monstrous genius like Gao Neng. She turns her back to him, her gaze icy. Wrong. I never intended for Xiao Neng to walk the same blood-soaked path as that man. Xiao Neng's monstrous growth has absolutely nothing to do with me. The old man violently flinches. Nothing at all? She furrows her brows tightly. Exactly. He forged his own destiny and seized his own opportunities. Honestly, even I cannot comprehend how he reached this terrifying height, especially the awakening of his hidden, heaven-defying talents. He stares at her retreating figure, utterly bewildered. I truly cannot understand this. She replies with bone-chilling calm. If you do not understand, so be it. I do not understand it either. Zilan slowly slips on a lowly worker's uniform. If I had to put a name to it, I can only call it the will of heaven. A profound sense of dread washes over the old man. Madam, do you truly wish to? She grabs a simple broom, a silent but deadly warning. I have already made myself clear. I only want to live a quiet life now. Her aura suddenly sharpens into a lethal blade as she warns him. Unless the sky is falling, do not ever show your face here again. Crushed by her overwhelming presence, he has no choice but to bow his head. Understood. She looks into the distance, a silent prayer in her heart. Xiao Neng, the road ahead is dark, and you must walk it alone. Oblivious to the heavy burden of destiny, Gao Neng is currently buzzing with pure, unadulterated excitement for the road ahead. The armored vehicle screeches to a halt. Quan Quan turns to him. Mr. Gao, we have arrived at the 5th security checkpoint. The true entrance to the underground city lies ahead. The Heavenly King Group's clearance ends here. You must tread carefully from this point on. He nods, stepping out of the vehicle and waving her goodbye. His mind races as he evaluates the situation. We are still 10 kilometers away from the actual entrance, yet even a titan like the Heavenly King Group is barred from going further? The security here is absolutely suffocating. He glances around, his blood pumping with anticipation. As expected of humanity's final, impregnable fortress, a heavily armored transit rover transports him to the colossal main gates. The area is packed with people. His eyes widen as he scans the terrifying lineup before him. Every single person waiting in line radiates a terrifying aura. They are all high-ranking generals and elite field officers. Yet, to enter the underground city, these mighty figures must obediently wait like mere recruits. And the guards stationed here? Absolute monsters. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed soldier locks onto Gao Neng. Snap! They throw up crisp military salutes, their voices echoing like thunder. Greetings, Captain Gao. Jin Nan Army, 3rd Legion Armored Master, reporting for duty. We have been ordered to await your arrival. Please follow me. He flashes an awkward smile as he passes them. Instantly, the crowd erupts into frantic whispers. Wait, is that Gao Neng? The peerless monster who maxed out 20 talents at 100%? Unbelievable. Was he not supposed to enter the underground city half a month ago? This must be a top-secret arrangement by the upper echelons of the federal government. Ignoring the gasps of shock, a battle-scarred soldier leads him straight toward a massive elevator. Captain Gao, please step this way to the VIP entrance. Gao Neng blinks in genuine surprise. Wait, do I not need to go through the security scan? The scarred soldier shakes his head. You absolutely do not. In the next second, the soldier turns to the crowd, his voice booming with authority. The rest of you, fall into line. Every single item, including your physical bodies, will undergo a molecular scan. The high-ranking officers can only sigh in sheer envy. So, this is the absolute privilege of a supreme genius? Not only is he exempt from the grueling scans, but he gets to casually skip the line. The soldier slams his fist onto the activation console, and the elevator rumbles to life. Gao Neng crosses his arms, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Is the legendary underground city really accessed by a basic elevator instead of a high-tech teleportation gate? But the moment he steps inside, a glint of cold metal catches his eye. A massive gun barrel. Suddenly, the terrifying brilliance of this architectural design clicks in his mind. So that is the trick. Even if an elite enemy manages to hijack this elevator, they are trapped in a completely vertical death shaft. There is zero cover. They would be completely exposed to a devastating rain of suppressing fire. Gao Neng stands in the descending metal box, watching the floor numbers blur. Man, this is deep. Have we been dropping for 20 minutes already? A heavy weapons emplacement is locked in every 100 meters. Even a supreme tier powerhouse trying to force their way down would be stepping into a doorless hell. Ding! The doors finally slide open, revealing 2 perfectly straight rows of elite soldiers waiting to receive him. He clicks his tongue in sheer awe. No wonder they say the underground city is impenetrable to alien spies. With a death trap like this guarding the entrance, what kind of suicidal alien infiltrator would ever dare to step foot inside? The soldiers fixate on Gao Neng, their eyes burning with absolute reverence and excitement. Holy crap, is that the supreme super rookie of the entire alliance? They finally arrive. We have seen you on screen countless times, and we have been waiting for days, a voice declares. They hand him a sleek access card. Here is your special VIP pass, the guard adds. Once you step inside, a designated guide will naturally take over to welcome you. The moment his fingers brush the card, it erupts with blinding light. A swirling stream of starlight completely envelops his figure. A massive, violent tremor instantly rocks his entire body. So, the portal is not missing after all. It simply requires the absolute verification of this special pass to activate. As the chaotic spatial distortion finally settles, Gao Neng slowly opens his eyes. The teleportation sequence successfully concludes. His jaw goes entirely slack. A breathtaking metropolis, suspended high in the endless sky, materializes right before his eyes. This is the legendary human underground city. Are those floating mountain peaks defying gravity through pure magnetic energy? His sharp mind immediately begins to analyze the impossible architecture. He activates his perfect ore identification art. A sharp gasp escapes his lips. The overwhelming reaction proves there is an unfathomable amount of magnetic crystal ore here. Gao Neng's eyes sparkle with intense greed. The sensory feedback paints a map of the entire metropolis. Every single structure in this floating fortress is heavily embedded with raw magnetic crystals. They have literally terraformed an entire city using pure magnetic ore. The ambient energy density in this zone is absolutely terrifying. It is easily at least 10 times thicker than the desolate outside world. And I have only just stepped into the outermost ring, he thinks, trembling with excitement. If I cultivate in here for a single year, it will easily surpass 10 years of grueling training outside. He closes his eyes to focus. The spiritual power flowing through the air here feels ridiculously potent. Let us test just how much of this underground city my spiritual domain can actually cover. A surging tide of ambient energy naturally wraps around his physical body. He snaps his eyes open, staring intensely at the massive floating mountain. A terrifying reservoir of raw power converges right at its peak. Strangely, there is absolutely zero magnetic energy radiating from that specific mountain. But what exactly is that presence? A deeply familiar, ancient sensation washes over his soul. His eyes suddenly widen in sheer terror. His spiritual energy spontaneously erupts like a violent volcano. Agony spikes through him, forcing him to clutch the left side of his chest. Just making contact with the aura of these floating islands completely hijacks his senses. His spiritual power is forcibly magnified and violently chained to the next island. Devastating waves of energy rip out from his trembling core without end. What in the world is happening to his body? As his energy scatters wildly across the void, Gao Neng grips his splitting head and unleashes an agonizing scream. His consciousness is violently dragged into a weightless, suspended dimension. Dozens of glowing, translucent screens materialize out of thin air right in front of him. Familiar faces flash frantically across the digital panes. His spiritual power completely breaks past its limits. This torrential flood of raw data is going to shatter his brain into a million pieces. Ninger, Tong, and the rest of the crew. Is this the surveillance network of the underground city? He realizes with mounting shock that he is literally perceiving everything happening across the entire metropolis in real time. Fighting the excruciating pain, he gathers his wavering focus. He forces his eyes shut and desperately tries to regulate the raging tempest of his own power. I cannot keep going like this. I need to chain down this rogue spiritual energy. Monitoring the entire city is practically frying his neural pathways. Focus. Just focus. Slowly, the chaotic surveillance screens begin to glitch and fade. Excellent. The suppression is actually working. Pushing himself to the absolute limit, he forcefully narrows his omniscient vision down to a single, isolated coordinate. Suddenly, an image of a little yellow rubber duck bobbing in water pops into view. The high-definition screen clearly reflects a luxurious bath. Wait a minute. Is that Yi Qing Lian? Please do not misunderstand, holy maiden. I am seriously not trying to act like a creep. If you want revenge, go destroy those cursed floating islands. In that desperate moment, Gao Neng finally deduces the terrifying truth behind this phenomenon. Of course, the floating islands. It all makes perfect sense now. This forced, violent extraction of his spiritual power feels exactly identical to his previous deadly synchronization with the Dongzi. He stares wildly at the colossal land masses hovering above him. Those are never floating islands. They are not naturally formed mountains either. Every single one of them is a massive Dongzi. Because they have been encased in layers of rock and ore over centuries, they merely masquerade as small mountains. Crap, my spiritual energy is rioting again, and this time, it is physically manifesting. Gao Neng shrieks in absolute panic. Stop messing around. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Yi Qinglian relaxes, soaking in her steaming bath. Without warning, her lethal instincts flare with impending doom. A pitch-black mystic sword materializes out of thin air right in front of her. With merciless killing intent, the blade slashes violently straight toward her delicate neck. Yi Qinglian unleashes a blood-curdling shriek of pure terror. Oh my god! Miles away, bleeding heavily from his nose, Gao Neng desperately screams. Accidentally peeking is bad enough, but do not commit murder to silence her. Stop the blade. Clutching her chest in sheer panic, Yi Qinglian lets out another piercing scream. Terrified tears instantly pool in the corners of her wide eyes. Trembling uncontrollably, she frantically scans the room and demands, "Who goes there?" Her jaw hits the floor as she stares at her completely obliterated luxury bathtub. Back in the central hub, violent streams of tyrannical spiritual energy aggressively invade Gao Neng's flesh. The brutal process forces a feral, agonizing howl from his throat. Witnessing this terrifying display, a nearby man gasps in awe. What overwhelming spiritual pressure! The bewildered woman standing beside him cannot help but ask, "Who in the world is that monster?" A sharp-eyed official from the Human Alliance instantly recognizes the screaming youth. "Look closely. Is that not Captain Gao?" Another bystander quickly joins the shocked chorus. "It really is him. I have watched his legendary battles broadcasted on the network. But what kind of disastrous situation is this?" The man's eyes light up with sudden realization. "I understand now. The ambient energy density of the underground city is exceptionally high. It is naturally triggering an explosive awakening in the Origin Warrior's cells." He quickly turns to his bewildered companion, eager to share his brilliant deduction. Furthermore, Captain Gao hails from the desolate Forgotten Lands. He literally skyrocketed to Alliance-wide fame with a single, earth-shattering technique. Stepping into the glorious underground city today has clearly sent him into a state of sheer, unhinged ecstasy. The proud members of the Human Alliance stare at the convulsing Gao Neng with knowing smirks. Poor Captain Gao. The sudden leap in status has driven him absolutely mad. Just like the tragic scholar Fan Jin. Rolling up his sleeves, the man confidently declares, "Let us snap him out of it with 2 solid slaps." The bystander nods in serious agreement. Indeed, physically striking the madness out of a man is a time-honored, ancient remedy. Raising his hand with a highly sinister smirk, the man steps forward. "Captain Gao, it is time to wake up. Do not let the excitement break your mind." Before his hand can even connect, a catastrophic shockwave of spiritual energy blasts him dozens of feet into the air. Veins popping from his forehead, Gao Neng grits his bloody teeth and roars. "Excitement? I am not excited at all, you fools. I literally cannot turn this off." His soul is suddenly violently ripped from his body and dragged into a mysterious virtual void. "Not this again," he mentally groans. "I swear on my life, I really do not want to accidentally spy on another bath. Wait a minute, what is this place?" Gao Neng blinks in confusion as he spots the legendary Sword Elder sitting perfectly still in the distance. He cautiously calls out, "Excuse me, are you a living person, or just a very realistic statue?" Getting no response, he presses further, "Where exactly have I been dragged to this time?" Gao Neng's shock deepens when he spots Mu Bai meditating right outside a dark cavern. But before he can process the scene, an overwhelming, godlike gravitational force from within the cave violently sucks him into the abyss. What is this mysterious cave? Dramatic music plays. Agony etched across Gao Neng's face. "This vortex is draining my spiritual power," he gasped. "Worse, it's trying to devour my soul entirely. I can't hold on much longer." Desperation kicked in. "System, save me right now." A mechanical interface instantly materialized, registering the host's critical SOS signal. Cold, glowing text scrolled across his vision. Warning: the host has completely ignored mission triggers for 2 entire months. System affinity levels are continuously dropping. Gao Neng snapped back in pure frustration. "Cut the garbage, give me something useful. If I die here, you go down with me. And let me be perfectly clear, I refuse any pathetic life-saving missions." The interface flashed with a new prompt, detecting host's extreme disgust toward missions. Affinity levels dropping once again. Final calculation. Rescue protocol still required. Initiate forced breakthrough? He slammed the glowing confirmation button. Forced breakthrough? Is this insane gamble my only way out? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Screw it, let us break through. Instantly, a terrifying force violently yanked his consciousness away. Talk about being forced. Back in reality, a human alliance officer cried out in alarm. "Lieutenant, is this kid about to self-destruct?" Another guard chimed in with absolute disbelief. "He studied his whole life just to blow himself up after passing the exams? Is that really necessary?" Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through their panic. Both men whipped around as someone scoffed. "You two absolute fools. His spiritual power has completely lost control." They stared in pure shock at the majestic figures approaching. It was Governor Yuntian himself. Yuntian narrowed his eyes at the chaotic aura. Such monstrous spiritual power. Even I can feel the overwhelming threat radiating from him. However, this immense energy is completely unstable. It is an absolute storm of chaos. Luna stepped forward, her voice laced with awe. Gao Neng's spiritual energy is actively linking with the magnetic mountain in the sky. Her subordinates gasped in sheer disbelief. "He can actually resonate with the magnetic mountain?" Luna's expression darkened with grave concern. His spiritual power is erupting at the exact same moment he initiates a breakthrough. His energy and spirit are violently clashing. If this continues, his body will violently explode. A subordinate quickly drew their weapon. "Should we forcefully sever his spiritual connection?" Luna immediately threw out her arm to stop them. "No, we have to carefully pull his consciousness back. Do not sever it. If his spiritual thread is snapped, his soul will be permanently shattered." Without another second of hesitation, the mighty experts unleashed their powers in unison. Meanwhile, Gao Neng was enduring unimaginable agony. Sensing his soul finally stabilizing, relief washed over him. "Looks like I can finally pull my consciousness back." Suddenly, within the void, Elder Mubai snapped his eyes open. His booming voice echoed like thunder. "Who dares to spy on the forbidden domain?" Gao Neng stared as the legendary elder prepared a lethal strike. "Wait, this massive crater is a forbidden zone? The underground city actually has forbidden zones?" Pure terror gripped Gao Neng's heart. He remembered the warnings. "Never let curiosity control you in the underground city, or you will face certain death." Am I seriously about to be the cat that curiosity killed? Mubai gripped his blade, his aura completely suffocating. "Insolent rat, how dare you trespass into the forbidden sanctum?" The elder's eyes practically bled pure killing intent. In a flash, he launched himself toward Gao Neng. "Watch as my single strike obliterates your very soul." Staring at impending doom, Gao Neng screamed, "Trash system. I thought this forced breakthrough was supposed to save my life." Suddenly, a spark of fierce determination ignited in his eyes. "Wait a minute. Is he just shaping his spiritual power into a blade? If you can forge a sword, I can forge a blade. My spiritual energy has been pushed to the absolute breaking point by the magnetic field. You think I'm scared of you?" With a deafening roar, Gao Neng manifested his own weapon to block the legendary elder. "Let us see what you have got." Mubai's eyes widened in genuine shock. "You actually dare to clash with me? What terrifying audacity." A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the spiritual realm. Both Elder Mubai and Gao Neng were locked in an absolute do-or-die struggle. But suddenly, Gao Neng's eyes dilated in sheer horror. Cracks began spiderwebbing across his spiritual blade. As the elder's colossal broadsword crashed down, Gao Neng shrieked, "Heavens! Is this strike going to chop me into a brain-dead vegetable?" The legendary, massive blade descended with unstoppable divine wrath. Unable to dodge, Gao Neng let out a blood-curdling scream. Back in reality, the observing experts shielded their eyes from the blinding backlash. This is catastrophic. An overwhelmingly massive spiritual force is traveling back through Gao Neng's connection. Someone attacked his spiritual form. "Everyone, strike right now. We must intercept it." The phantom outline of the colossal blade materialized, plunging straight toward Gao Neng's physical body. "Brace yourselves. It is here," the elites roared. Working in perfect synchronization, they manifested layered energy shields to block the devastating blow. Yet, the ethereal sword shattered their defenses layer by layer like fragile glass. Governor Yuntian and Luna pushed their powers to the absolute limit. A heaven-shaking explosion instantly consumed the entire area. When the dust finally settled, complete silence fell. Gao Neng was curled on the ground, clutching his head in agony. Luna rushed forward, her voice trembling. "Gao Neng, are you all right?" Governor Yun Tian immediately launched a rapid-fire assessment. "Gao Neng, is your consciousness intact? Did your spiritual core sustain damage?" Luna frantically checked his pupils. "You did not turn into an idiot, did you? Can you hear me? How many fingers am I holding up? My daughter has not even gotten her hands on you yet. You are absolutely not allowed to die." Still dizzy and seeing stars, Gao Neng mumbled groggily. "Wait, who the heck is your daughter?" Seeing him respond like his usual self, a massive wave of relief washed over Luna. "Thank the heavens, you are fine." Governor Yun Tian crossed his arms, adding with a smirk, "Stop terrifying the boy. This kid is a supreme treasure to us now. With Elder Wu personally backing him, your daughter could not kill him even if she tried." Yun Tian's expression suddenly turned deadly serious. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am the acting governor of the underground city, Yun Tian. Most address me as Elder Yun. Now, I need you to answer me with absolute honesty. The fate of the human alliance might depend on it." He completely cut to the chase. "Gao Neng, what exactly did you do in that void? How did your spiritual power manage to directly link with the magnetic mountain?" But hearing this, Gao Neng just blinked in pure, utter confusion. Little did they know, the real mystery was only just beginning. The scene shifts as the mystery deepens. "What exactly is Mount C?" Gao Neng asks. Yun Tian strokes his chin, explaining patiently. "You made a connection without even knowing what it is? Every Mount C is formed by fusing one or two massive magnetic cores. Logically speaking, a junior like you should not possess the ability to sense its internal structure at all." Yun Tian narrows his eyes. "Tell me the truth. Did you actually sense the internal core of Mount C?" Scratching his head awkwardly, Gao Neng decides to come clean and recount the entire bizarre experience. "I was right in the middle of breaking through my limits," he confesses. "My spiritual power just violently exploded outward. I honestly have no clue how it managed to link up with the mountain. Perhaps your monumental breakthrough triggered a massive chain reaction, mirroring the frequency of the magnetic field," Yun Tian mutters, stroking his beard in deep contemplation. "So, you are claiming you did not intentionally sense Mount C?" The masked elite guards exchange highly skeptical glances. Is this shameless brat actually lying straight to their faces? His spiritual energy has visibly anchored to Mount C. How could he possibly claim ignorance? Before the crowd can voice their harsh suspicions, Yun Tian raises a commanding hand, instantly silencing the room. "Let it go," the master orders smoothly. Gao Neng is currently only at the late stage of the 5th tier. There are simply certain cosmic phenomena beyond his current comprehension level. Suddenly, a terrifying realization strikes Yun Tian. He completely loses his composure, his eyes widening in pure shock. "Hold on a second. Did you just casually mention that you broke through? Does that mean you have already reached the 6th tier?" Gao Neng shrugs nonchalantly. "No, actually. If we want to be completely precise, I am currently at the middle stage of the 6th tier." Yun Tian looks as if his entire worldview has just shattered. "The middle stage of the 6th tier? But, unless my memory is failing me, you only hit the late stage of the 5th tier barely half a month ago." Rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly, Gao Neng offers a sheepish grin. "Well, about that. Half a month ago, I had actually already pushed into the early stage of the 6th tier. The second I stepped into this underground city and felt the ambient energy field, I gained a tiny bit of enlightenment. So, naturally, I broke through again." The masked elites stagger backward, their minds entirely blown by this monstrous display of talent. A tiny bit of enlightenment? Is he reciting a ridiculously exaggerated fairy tale? Since when did ascending to a higher realm become as simple as breathing? Utterly defeated by the boy's absurd growth rate, Yun Tian weakly waves his hand, abandoning all further questions. "All right, that is enough. I finally understand exactly why Old Wu values you so highly. Proceed into the underground city. Hong Ying is already stationed there, eagerly awaiting your arrival and official report." Gao Neng snaps to attention, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. "Understood, General Yun." Watching Gao Neng's solitary silhouette march boldly into the distance, Lona sighs deeply. She turns to Yun Tian with a whimsical spark in her eyes. "Do you think my daughter and that boy will walk the classic path of enemies to lovers? A passionate, chaotic romance that ultimately becomes a legendary tale?" Yun Tian instantly shuts down her hopelessly romantic delusion with a deadpan stare. "Please turn off your ridiculous romance-addled brain for just 1 second, he groans. "That brat is already taken. Aren't you terrified of provoking Changsheng's wrath?" Unfazed, Lona smirks with absolute supreme confidence. As the ancient proverb goes, as long as your pickaxe is sharp enough, no defensive wall in the world is safe from being breached. Meanwhile, miles away, the legendary Mu Bai stands imposingly atop a towering, jagged cliff. His mind churns as he mentally calculates the shifting cosmic variables. "I distinctly felt it," he murmurs to the howling wind. "The auras that blocked my overwhelming sword intent earlier belonged to that brat Yun Tian and the little Lona girl." Glancing back over his shoulder, a terrifyingly sharp grin splits his face. "It has been 5 long years. It is finally time to properly stretch my stiff bones." With a casual, almost lazy wave of his hand, the very fabric of reality violently tears open. A jagged, dark spatial rift materializes instantly in the empty air. Within mere seconds, the terrifying rift stabilizes, forming a glowing gateway into an entirely different dimension. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the looming threat, Gao Neng confidently strolls into the elite dragon rank training sector, his eyes darting around in absolute awe. So, this insanely luxurious facility is the official living and training quarters for the absolute top geniuses of the dragon rank, he mutters, thoroughly impressed. I wonder if Ninger and Tang Tang managed to secure a premium dorm room for me? As his gaze casually sweeps past an adjacent building, he freezes. Something about that specific courtyard feels dangerously familiar. A chilling realization strikes him. This is the exact residence belonging to the terrifying Yi Qinglian. A nervous sweat breaks out on his forehead. I wonder if she has finished completely changing her clothes yet. Swallowing hard, Gao Neng aggressively forces his inner wild beast down and begins tiptoeing past the danger zone like a ghost. He fiercely chants Buddhist mantras in his head. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. I am not intentionally peeking. If my eyes remain shut, it absolutely does not count. I must escape this cursed land of trouble immediately. But alas, the heavens truly adore throwing destined enemies onto the narrowest of paths. Before he can sneak away more than 3 agonizing steps, an intensely freezing aura erupts from behind. Halt right there. Gao Neng slowly turns around, pasting on the most agonizingly stiff, forced smile imaginable. Ah, Senior Qinglian. What a completely random and totally unexpected coincidence. Have you eaten lunch yet? Blazing fury instantly erupts in Qinglian's eyes, her aura flaring with murderous intent as she relentlessly exposes his blatant lie. Do not move another inch. It was you. I knew it. You were the shameless pervert secretly spying on me while I bathed, she roars, her voice echoing with pure devastation. I recognized that ridiculously familiar divine longsword immediately. Driven completely over the edge by rage, she lunges forward and violently seizes Gao Neng by his collar, setting the stage for an absolute disaster. Her patience has officially snapped. Qinglian's fury erupts like a dormant volcano, directing all her blazing wrath straight at Gao Neng's face. If you wanted to peek, you could have at least done it quietly. But no, you had to shatter my entire bathtub just to get a better view. Caught in the ultimate trap, Gao Neng frantically waves his hands to explain. Holy Maiden, please maintain your dignity. You cannot just hurl wild accusations without a single shred of proof. I literally just stepped foot into the underground city and happened to walk past your room. Why would I ever stoop so low as to peek at you? Naturally, Qinglian does not buy a single word of his pathetic excuses. To her, it is just another desperate lie to cover his tracks. You owe me absolute justice for this outrage, so speak. Do we settle this the public way or the private way? Gao Neng crosses his arms, entirely reluctant. Knowing he is completely innocent, he humors her anyway. Fine. What is the difference between public and private? Qinglian lets out an icy scoff. The public route means you get on your knees and apologize to me in front of everyone. The private route? You hand over 1,000 merit points right now. She pauses, her eyes narrowing sharply. Wait, no. You completely obliterated my bathtub too. Make it 2,000 points, minimum. Gao Neng blinks in utter confusion. Merit points? What in the world is she talking about? Qinglian smirks at his ignorance, explaining the unwritten rules of their new reality. You seriously do not know? Points are the absolute currency of the underground city. A single point is worth a staggering 100,000 alliance dollars. Since you came in with an S-rank evaluation, you were automatically granted a baseline of 10,000 points. Hand over 2,000, and I will pretend this nightmare never happened. Gao Neng almost chokes on his own breath. 1 point equals 100,000? This crazy woman is trying to extort him for a mind-boggling $2 billion. Qinglian simply shakes her head at his dramatic reaction, mocking his total lack of worldly experience. What is $2 billion to cultivators like us? If you are so desperately attached to your cash, I will gladly trade you 10 billion alliance dollars for your entire stash of 10,000 points. We can call it even after that. Deal? Gao Neng scoffs internally. Only an absolute fool would accept such a devastatingly bad trade. He instantly shuts down the ridiculous offer. Not a chance. No money, no points, and definitely no deal. I did not see a single thing in that bathroom. Good day to you. But the absolute second Gao Neng turns his back, Qinglian shatters the silence with a deafening scream. Somebody help! Gao Neng just spied on me in the bath. Is anyone out there? Catch this pervert! Gao Neng freezes in his tracks, utterly bewildered by her sheer shamelessness. Heavens above, did this crazy girl actually just scream that out loud? Her theatrical cries act like a powerful magnet, instantly drawing a massive crowd of nosy onlookers. Whispers spread like wildfire through the corridor. Wait, Gao Neng finally arrived at the underground city, and his first move was to peep on a girl in the bath? What an absolute menace of a genius. Undeterred by the growing audience, Qinglian continues her Oscar-worthy performance. Hurry, someone come arrest this creep. Driven to the absolute brink of his sanity, Gao Neng glares at her. Hey, you are the esteemed holy maiden of the Radiant Light sect. Do you seriously have zero regard for your own reputation? If you want an official ruling so badly, let us just call the city guards. Why are you causing a public scene in the middle of the street? But before he can take another step, a heavy hand firmly grips his shoulder. Smack! The monk Shimo steps out from the shadows, his aura radiating a peaceful yet highly judgmental energy as he offers his righteous guidance. Benefactor Gao Neng, peeping at young maidens is a grave sin against morality. It is time for you to repent for your worldly desires. Even Lin Ying chimes in, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Gao Neng, did you seriously stoop that low? Gao Neng is completely losing his mind. These people materialized out of nowhere just to watch him suffer. He waves his arms frantically. Do not listen to a single word of her nonsense. I have not even dropped my luggage yet. Who in their right mind is that utterly desperate? Even if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not fend off this mob. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a leather whip shatters the chaotic atmosphere, striking the earth with terrifying force. Well played, Gao Neng. You have not even officially reported for duty, yet you are already busy spying on women. The crowd parts to reveal Instructor Zhang Qing, a menacing energy radiating from the weapon in her hand. Gao Neng gulps hard, his eyes widening in shock. Instructor Zhang, you are looking awfully intense today. Her gaze turns icy as she glares at him. Should I be thanking you right now? After delaying your arrival for half a month, you finally graced us with your presence. Desperate to clear his name, Gao Neng sprints toward his fierce mentor. Instructor Zhang, please listen. The Alliance Gene Lab desperately needed my assistance, I swear. I rushed over the absolute second I was done, but Qinglian is a venomous snake, utterly refusing to let her prey escape. She steps forward, her voice dripping with fake victimhood. Instructor Zhang! Not only did Gao Neng violently shatter my bathtub with his spiritual energy to peek at my body, he nearly killed me in the process. Zhang Qing's eyes narrow into dangerous slits, locking onto her absolute troublemaker of a student. Is this true? Driven to total despair, Gao Neng raises his hands to the heavens, swearing a mighty oath. By the heavens and my own conscience, me passing by Yi Qinglian's door was nothing but a cosmic coincidence. If I ever used a single drop of spiritual energy to spy on her, may my pet cat gain 10 massive pounds in a single day. Insulted by the bizarrely specific curse, Qinglian screams in sheer frustration. You absolute scoundrel! But Zhang Qing raises her hand, completely shutting down the dramatic circus. We are shelving this circus act for now. I will personally investigate the truth later. However, Gao Neng, you are severely late for your official report. Do you not think it is time for a brutal reality check? Cold sweat beads on Gao Neng's forehead as he nervously swallows. A reality check. About what? Zhang Qing tightens her grip on the whip, radiating the terrifying aura of a master about to discipline a rebellious disciple. You are entirely too arrogant. You swagger around, completely oblivious to the titans of this world. Yes, your natural talent is astronomically high. But what good is raw potential if you let it rot in arrogance? Do you know how many supreme geniuses have fallen into absolute mediocrity? With this lazy attitude of yours, how long will it take before you ever reach the 6th tier? Unable to endure the unearned lecture for another second, Gao Neng finally raises a hand to interrupt. He delivers the ultimate, calm flex. But instructor, I have already reached the 6th tier. The words drop like an absolute bombshell. Zhang Qing instantly freezes in place, completely stunned into absolute silence. The surrounding crowd gasps, their minds utterly blown by the revelation. Wait, what? During the entrance exams, he was only at the 5th tier. How could he possibly level up that incredibly fast? When did you even break through to the initial stage of the 6th tier? Have you not been locked away doing gene experiments for the past half-month? What kind of insane laboratory experiment randomly helps you break through a cultivation realm? Basking in their collective shock, Gao Neng just shrugs with infuriating nonchalance. Yep, I crossed the threshold about a dozen days ago, on the exact night my exams ended. All of Zhang Qing's righteous fury instantly deflates, leaving her completely and utterly stumped. She grinds her teeth together, cursing vehemently in her heart. Damn this kid. This little monster's talent completely defies human logic. But if I just let him keep strutting around with this massive ego, it will inevitably ruin his future. I have to knock him down a peg. Refusing to lose the upper hand, Zhangqing instantly pivots her strategy, glaring intensely. So you barely scraped into the initial stage of the 6th tier. Do you think that makes you invincible? What exactly have you been doing for the past dozen days? Do you seriously believe you are the only one making explosive progress in this world? She gestures sharply at the raging girl beside them. Look at Yi Qinglian. She has already ascended to the middle stage of the 6th tier. If you keep drowning in your own complacency, true powerhouses will leave you completely in the dust. But Gao Neng simply raises a single finger, completely shattering her argument with one final, devastating blow. Instructor, you misunderstood me. I hit the initial stage a dozen days ago. However, just as I strolled into the underground city today, I accidentally broke through again. I am already at the mid-stage of the 6th tier. Hearing this absolute bombshell, Zhangqing and Qinglian's jaws practically hit the floor. What? You broke through again? And it is the mid-stage of the 6th tier? Qinglian stammered, completely flustered. Are you saying you leveled up, while secretly peeping at me in the bath? Gao Neng's sweat dropped, marveling at her incredibly wild imagination. He let out a forced cough to clear the suffocatingly awkward air. Let me clarify. For the record, my breakthrough happened right at the entrance of the underground city. Dozens of people were standing there watching me. There is absolutely zero chance I was peeping at your bath. Unless, of course, you think my spiritual energy is so godly that I can spy on you from dozens of miles away. That flawless logic shut Qinglian up in an instant. Brushing off the chaos, Gao Neng turned his attention to what truly mattered. Right, Instructor Zhangqing. Where do I go to collect my reward points? Zhangqing checked her phone, letting out a heavy sigh at the main character's eagerness. I will transfer them to you right now. Take out your special access card. With a soft electronic beep, the transfer was complete. Gao Neng stared at the screen, his eyes widening in pure shock. 15,000 points? Wasn't the reward supposed to be only 10,000? Zhangqing crossed her arms, clearly frustrated but entirely helpless. This was a direct mandate from the federal government. Standing off to the side, Lin Ying muttered under his breath, his face twisting with bitter envy. Another 15,000 points. This kid is swallowing up all the resources. It makes my blood boil. Even Shimo couldn't mask the burning jealousy in his eyes. I am rank 1 on the dragon board, and even I only get 12,000 points. Zhangqing's expression shifted into one of dead seriousness as she stared Gao Neng down. Gao Neng, listen to me carefully. The federal government is currently pouring its core resources into cultivating your potential. I need you to lock in and focus solely on your martial path. No more playing around with laboratories and all that useless nonsense. Do not betray the massive investment the Federation is making in you. Gao Neng frowned, his pride as an inventor immediately flaring up. Instructor, experimenting with genetic weapons is absolutely not useless nonsense. Zhangqing's gaze turned razor-sharp, the air around her growing heavy. Gao Neng, are you seriously trying to declare war against me right now? Don't get cocky just because you scored 15,000 starting points. You think that actually means something? That won't even cover a year and a half of underground cultivation. Every single month, the Alliance hands out points based strictly on your evaluations and training results. Fail, and they can completely strip your ranking. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhangqing sneers, crossing her arms with a smug expression. If you waste your precious time on some dead-end experiment and fail your 7 core training assessments, the only one losing out is you. Gao Neng calmly drops a bombshell. His genetic weapon experiment is already complete. Naturally, Zhangqing scoffs at the very idea. I have the results right here, Gao Neng states. She snaps back. What results? Do you think I'm an idiot about genetic weaponry? It takes at least 6 months to a year to see a single drop of progress, and now you're standing here telling me it's done? What a joke. But her arrogant rant is instantly cut short, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. Gao Neng casually rests his hand on a perfect mechanical replica. He points a thumb at his own chest with a confident smirk. This right here is my masterpiece, a genetic weapon perfectly modeled after my own body as the host. Zhangqing's confusion twists into pure, unfiltered terror. He actually built a functioning genetic weapon in just half a month. His monstrous talent isn't just in raw combat power, but what tier is this mechanical beast? Suddenly, a booming, cheerful voice echoes through the corridor. I heard that brat Gao Neng has finally arrived. Yun Tian walks alongside Qing Jing, throwing a teasing glance at the old man. Old Wu, aren't you getting a little too worked up over this kid? You barely set foot in the underground city, and you're already sprinting to find him. But Qing Jing is practically buzzing with impatience. We finally locked down the perfect location for his new laboratory. I need to drag that brat over there to inspect it right this second. Yuntian raises an eyebrow in confusion. Why does he need to approve it? Aren't you the project leader? But as they turn the corner and spot Gao Neng standing beside his genetic weapon, Yuntian's expression instantly hardens. Gao Neng, what on earth do you think you're doing? That is a Tier 7 genetic weapon. You don't just whip that out like a toy. Gao Neng just waves casually. Professor Wu, Governor Yun, good to see you both. Hearing Yuntian's words, Zhangqing gasps, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Tier 7? Yuntian steps up, his eyes locked onto the metallic structure. So, this is the legendary Tier 7 genetic weapon that Yue was talking about? Qingjing jumps in, his eyes gleaming with pride. That's the one. Absolute perfection, right? I personally fed this kid data for 5 straight days to make it happen. Leaning in close, Qingjing whispers to Zhangqing. I see you're caught up. The Alliance has officially approved an underground lab for Gao Neng, but don't let it get to his head. When he needs a reality check, you bring the hammer down hard. We can't have this brat getting too arrogant. Zhangqing nods frantically. Understood. Seizing the chance to knock Gao Neng down a peg, she glares at him. Did you hear Chairman Wu? A Tier 7 genetic weapon isn't a plaything. This tech is worth hundreds of billions. But Gao Neng just shrugs effortlessly. Relax, it's fine. I already bought it for 80 million. Zhangqing's brain absolutely short-circuits. 80 million for a Tier 7 weapon? That is literal highway robbery. Qingjing quickly pivots the conversation. We can argue about the price tag later. Come on, Gao Neng. Let's go check out the site for your new genetic laboratory. Suddenly, the fabric of space ripples behind them, and Mubai steps out from the void. Not so fast. An oppressive, godlike aura crashes down, making Zemo and the others gasp. What is this power? This pressure? It's suffocating. As the spatial distortion fades, Mubai's figure becomes crystal clear. Gao Neng's heart skips a beat. It's him, the old man from the shop. Did he track me down to arrest me? To everyone's shock, Qingjing bows deeply with absolute reverence. Qingjing greets Sword Elder. Sword Elder? Mubai merely hums, sweeping his sharp gaze across the room. Humph, I see all you kids are gathered here. Zhangqing's blood runs cold as realization hits. Among the Human Alliance's 29 legendary powerhouses, only one man uses sword as his absolute title. Shimo breathlessly mutters. The Sword Elder. Lin Ying stares in absolute awe. The #1 swordsman of the entire alliance. A living myth. Qingjing steps forward nervously. Sword Elder, what brings you out of the Forbidden Zone? Mubai's brows knit together, his aura pulsing like a restless storm. Just stretching my old bones. And I needed to ask little Yun a few questions. His glacial gaze snaps toward Yuntian. Little Yun, we haven't spoken in years, but you've clearly grown bolder. You actually dared to block my blade. The blood drains from Yuntian's face as he finally realizes who fired that colossal sword strike earlier. Blocked your blade? Wait. You mean the heaven-splitting strike that severed Gao Neng's spiritual energy? That was you? Hearing this, Mubai's eyes narrow like a hunting hawk. Gao Neng? Which powerhouse goes by that name? And why did they invade the underground city? Yuntian panics, waving his hands frantically. Powerhouse? There was no powerhouse invading. That strike of yours, if Luna and the others hadn't been there, I would have been sliced to ribbons. Seeing right through Yuntian's clumsy panic, Mubai scoffs, his spiritual pressure flaring. Impossible. That intruder's spiritual energy was terrifyingly vast. It was absolutely above the 9th stage. There is no way you fools didn't sense it. Speak! Which one of you is Gao Neng? Without missing a beat, Qing Lian immediately points a trembling finger. It's him. He's Gao Neng, but Sword Elder. There has to be a mistake. How could a kid like him have 9th stage spiritual power, let alone provoke you? Mubai completely ignores Qing Lian, his piercing gaze locking dead onto Gao Neng. So, you are Gao Neng. Tell me, were you the one who dared to cast your spiritual sight into the second Forbidden Zone, and exchanged a blow with me? Gao Neng freezes, his blood running cold. An invisible weight crushes his shoulders. His spiritual energy is completely locked down. Losing all patience, Mubai gathers his terrifying sword aura. His spiritual pressure condenses into a lethal strike, sending the entire room into absolute panic. Sword Elder, wait. This is a massive misunderstanding. Qingjing and Yuntian instinctively throw themselves in front of Gao Neng. Get back! Sword Elder, stop! Have mercy! This boy's talent is irreplaceable, but Mubai's fury blazes like a dying star. Out of my way! he roars, as an earth-shattering wave of killing intent erupts from his body, ready to annihilate everything in its path. Murderous intent crashes down on Gao Neng like a tidal wave. Did you really think hiding would work? My senses can track your spiritual aura anywhere. The old master unleashes a lethal strike without hesitation. Gao Neng grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with defiance. Hide? That word is not in his vocabulary. He draws his blade and charges straight into the danger. So, what if his opponent is a supreme powerhouse? A fight to the death is still just a fight. Qing Jing watches in absolute horror. No, Gao Neng, you cannot risk this, she screams. A young woman covers her mouth, paralyzed by the unbelievable sight. Guilt violently gnaws at her heart. She was the one who pointed him out. If the Sword Elder kills him now, it will be her fault. Meanwhile, Gao Neng and his clone cross their blades to block the devastating blow. Suddenly, Gao Neng notices a crucial detail. Qing Jing stares in utter confusion. That isn't a spiritual weapon at all. It is merely a phantom illusion crafted from materialized energy. The deadly pressure vanishes as Mubai chuckles with deep satisfaction. A stage 6 spiritual power that has already materialized. It seems my eyes have not failed me after all. The Sword Elder evaluates the young man with burning interest. This kid is truly something else. His spiritual energy has not reached stage 9, yet he can already mold its physical form. The raw intensity of his aura is infinitely close to the 8th stage. Hearing the old man's praise, the truth hits Gao Neng like lightning. This was not an execution. It was a test. Qing Jing quickly steps in to clear the air. The Sword Elder has spent years guarding the underground city. He is completely unaware of the recent events in the outside world. Not long ago, Gao Neng awakened 2 100% talents, shaking the entire alliance to its core. Wen Tian sighs in massive relief. Thank the heavens. We are grateful for your mercy, Sword Elder. But Mubai simply waves his hand, entirely unfazed. Empty words mean absolutely nothing to me. I only trust what my own fists can verify. A genius with immense talent but a weak fighting spirit, I would not waste a single second on them. Then, the legendary master drops a massive bombshell. All right, I understand what you all want. Since I have some free time, I will accept this brat as my personal disciple. Wen Tian's eyes light up instantly. Yes! Your decision is brilliant, Sword Elder. The entire crowd freezes in shock. Even Sha Shima stands there with a runny nose, completely stunned. A disciple? The legendary Sword Elder is actually taking a student? Did this kid just secure a supreme powerhouse as his master after a single clash? This is absolute madness. The crowd frantically urges the bewildered main character. Gao Neng, the Sword Elder wants to take you in. Hurry up and bow to your new master. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You cannot let it slip. Gao Neng is still processing the wild turn of events. He stammers, struggling to find the right words. Before he can even finish his sentence, Qing Jing scolds him. Gao Neng, what kind of nonsense are you sprouting? Do you have any idea what you are doing right now? Yet, despite the pressure, the young man respectfully bows his head. He is actually declining the Sword Elder's incredible offer. Wen Tian immediately jumps in to do some damage control. Gao Neng, do not be so stubborn. The Sword Elder was only testing your limits. He was not trying to humiliate you. Mubai raises an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued by the rejection. Boy, are you telling me you are unwilling? Gao Neng shakes his head and clarifies his stance. It is not a matter of being unwilling, senior. I simply cannot do it. If you wish to offer me guidance, I would gladly call you teacher. But I cannot formally kneel as your disciple. My loyalty is already claimed. I already have a master. Wen Tian rushes forward and grabs the boy's arm desperately. Gao Neng, listen to reason. Water flows downward, but men must climb to the absolute peak. The fact that you already have a master is rare, truly. But you must think about your own boundless future. If your teacher knew you had the grand honor of studying under the Sword Elder, he would definitely celebrate. Gao Neng does not bat an eye at the logic. He simply shrugs and delivers a deadpan response. Honestly, I am pretty sure he would be extremely pissed off. Qing Jing's jaw drops straight to the floor. Gao Neng, stop playing around. The Sword Elder trained Qin Jianfei, the commander-in-chief of the military. He has only ever accepted 3 students. Can your master even compare to that? The young man taps his chin, pondering the comparison for a brief second. Then, with absolute confidence, he nods. Yeah, I think he definitely can. The crowd gasps, ready to scold him for his unmatched arrogance. But Mubai narrows his eyes, a sudden realization flickering in his mind. Brat. Just who exactly is this master of yours? Silence falls over the underground hall. Gao Neng slowly reaches into his pocket, building up an undeniable air of mystery. My master ordered me never to show this to just anyone, but since a legend like you asked. Qingjing leans in, whispering, "What is that?" The moment the item touches the light, Wen Tian's eyes widen in sheer terror. That cannot be. Both of the top-tier elites tremble, completely failing to hide their earth-shattering astonishment. Is that the legendary token of the former commander-in-chief, Ghost Eye Tian? The onlookers practically lose their minds. The legendary Tian is actually Gao Neng's master? Standing tall, Gao Neng cups his hands in a respectful martial salute. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. I humbly ask for the Sword Elder's understanding. Instead of raging, Mubai throws his head back and roars with booming laughter. Excellent. Outstanding. It seems Tian has found himself a truly spectacular disciple. Meanwhile, Wen Tian looks like he just swallowed a bitter pill. Qingjing stammers, her mind completely short-circuiting. I never expected you to already belong to a supreme powerhouse. Desperate to salvage the situation, Wen Tian drags Shashima forward. Sword Elder, if you still wish to take a student, we have plenty of options. The top 300 geniuses on the dragon ranking are all future pillars of the alliance. For instance, take a look at the absolute number 1 on the dragon ranking. But Mubai has already turned his back, walking away without a single ounce of hesitation. We will discuss this some other time. He dismisses them coldly. Snapping back to reality, Qingjing quickly issues her orders. Zhangqing, escort Gao Neng to his living quarters immediately. I will find you later to discuss the remaining details. Understood, ma'am, Zhangqing replies sharply. With the crisis averted, Qingjing sprints after Mubai, eager to gain his favor. Sword Elder, wait. Wen Tian mentioned he has a 50-year-old bottle of premium wine. Hearing this betrayal, Wen Tian nearly chokes on his own spit. Hey, that is my personal stash. Though of course what is mine belongs to the Sword Elder. I absolutely refuse to let Old Man Wu drink a single drop of it. The mention of fine alcohol finally catches Mubai's attention. He smirks slightly. Then I suppose we should give it a taste. Watching the supreme figures bicker like old friends, Zhangqing releases a heavy sigh. My heart cannot take this anymore. There is simply way too much breaking news for one day. As the legends depart, the remaining crowd begins to wildly complain. Hey, so what if he did not get a disciple? Shouldn't he at least drop some legendary greeting gifts? Even if the deal failed, where is the martial brotherhood? Supreme powerhouses are so incredibly stingy. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Tiannan lets out a massive sneeze. Someone out there must be talking about him. Back to the real action. The massive holographic screen flickers to life, flashing blood-red tactical protocols, wilderness survival, stealth infiltration, and long-range strike combat. Close-quarters combat instructor Zhang Qing stands by the glowing display, her eyes sharp as blades. She begins her briefing. As you all know, the Alliance didn't just gather 300 elite geniuses in this underground city for basic training. Aside from your brutal daily regimes, you have one primary objective. The projector shifts, revealing a massive, terrifying map of the underground mining sectors. Her voice drops, dripping with absolute seriousness. This is the Wilderness Resource Zone. It is the untamed, unmapped hellscape just outside our city walls, holding vital spiritual herbs and legendary ores. And yes, it includes the deadly Forbidden Zones. Cao Neng shoots his hand up, his curiosity piquing. Instructor, does Forbidden Zone literally mean stepping foot inside is a guaranteed death sentence? Zhangqing meets his gaze with ice-cold intensity. It doesn't mean you can never enter. It means the area enforces an absolute power restriction. Take the second Forbidden Zone guarded by Elder Jian, for example. The minimum survival requirement is the 9th tier. Stepping in as anything less, you are just digging your own grave. The temperature in the room seems to drop as she continues. The naming system is simple. They are numbered by the order of their discovery. The second zone was merely the second nightmare we stumbled upon. As for the danger levels, they scale from S rank down to A and B rank. With a flick of her wrist, a new, even more intimidating map materializes on the screen. It displays the vast, uncharted abyss beyond the underground city's safe zones. Every known forbidden zone pulses ominously on the digital interface. But engrave this into your skull. Threat levels are never absolute. No living human has ever survived long enough to map out every single horror lurking in those shadows. Nobody can guarantee the accuracy of an S-rank or A-rank tag. Suddenly, Cao Ning's voice shatters the tense atmosphere. Instructor Zhang, hold on a second. He points directly at the massive voids on the projection. What exactly are all those pitch-black areas? Zhangqing does not hesitate. Those are the blind spots, completely unexplored. With zero intel, Cao Neng feels a chill crawl up his spine. The Human Alliance has been digging into this underground city for decades. Yet, They haven't even conquered half of it. Catching his disbelief, Zhang Qing's flawless composure wavers for a split second before she fires back. You are exactly right. This is the latest tactical map. The Alliance is not hiding the grim reality from you geniuses. The harsh truth, the only territory humanity truly controls down here is the city itself. Bleeding this subterranean hell for resources is a bloody battle paid in flesh and bone. She slams a massive, heavy encyclopedia onto the desk. Memorize this resource guide. You will need it for wilderness survival. I refuse to let you die out there just because you cannot tell a divine herb from a poisonous weed. Cao Neng nods respectfully, his eyes locked on the heavy tome. Understood, instructor. As he flips through the crisp pages, Zhang Qing's gaze softens just a fraction. Coming from the Forgotten Lands, this kid has never had the luxury of seeing high-grade energy herbs or priceless ores. Devour every single word in that book, she commands. It is your only lifeline to successfully harvest treasures during the extraction missions. Hunting for resources in the wild is dancing on the edge of death, but a blade can only reach its true, lethal potential after being tempered in the fires of real danger. Delivering her final orders, she points to his gear. Your dorm number is encrypted on your special access pass. If absolute hell breaks loose, contact me through the secure internal line. Cao Neng gives a firm nod, clutching the survival guide. Got it. Take care, Instructor Zhang. Left alone, he immediately dives into the colossal encyclopedia. When it comes to primordial herbs and legendary ores, my knowledge is basically zero, he mutters. But this manual is a godsend. Every high-definition image and detailed annotation is perfectly structured. Instructor Zhang definitely pulled some strings to get me a copy this perfect. He smiles softly, appreciating the hidden kindness behind her icy exterior. But as he turns page after page, a strange sensation washes over him. Why does every single ultra-rare spiritual plant and divine ore feel incredibly familiar? It feels like he literally just stared at them a few hours ago. Wait, that is impossible, he frowns. Did I see them in the system's database? Then, reality hits him like a lightning bolt. No way, absolutely no way. That greedy system charges a premium just to access the encyclopedia. Without dropping hard cash, it would never unlock these premium holographic models for me. Yet, the terrifying sense of déjà vu only grows stronger. The exact shape of the leaves, their medicinal properties, the toxic ecosystems they grow in, even the surrounding mountain topographies. Why is it all burned into his brain? But I have literally never stepped half a foot outside the underground city's absolute safe zone. Suddenly, the pieces of Destiny's puzzle violently snap together. Wait, I did go out there. Well, not my physical body, but my spiritual power did. The realization leaves him breathless. These vivid memories are the exact terrifying landscapes he witnessed when his spiritual power connected with the magnetic field earlier. Holy crap. Did I accidentally unlock a complete, omniscient drone view of the entire subterranean wilderness zone? Thanks to the monstrous learning capacity of his second magnetic core, he possesses a photographic memory. If he just takes a moment to focus, he can instantly extract every single terabyte of data his spiritual power swept over. Excitement violently courses through his veins. This is insane. I literally have a built-in wall hack for the entire map. Your boy is about to skyrocket to the absolute top of the food chain. But right at the peak of his hype, a shadowy blur drops straight from the ceiling. The assailants dive bomb directly at the celebrating Cao Neng. Instantly sensing the hostile killing intent, he pivots with lightning speed, dodging the strike. You two little thieving cats dare to launch a sneak attack on the Emperor? Tang Tang and Xiao Meng crash onto the steel floor in a tangled, chaotic mess. Failing their epic ambush, Tang Tang immediately resorts to a full-blown tantrum. Cao Neng, you absolute demon. I risk my life coming to pick you up, and you actually fight back? She shrieks. Cao Neng catches her flailing arms effortlessly with one hand. All right, enough acting. Settle down. I just hatched an insanely bold plan to make us filthy rich. You two in or what? Tang Tang dramatically slaps his hand away, though her eyes already gleam with pure greed. Spit it out. What kind of plan? Exactly how bold are we talking? Cao Neng flashes a devious, mysterious grin. Legendary levels of bold. Later, walking down the massive illuminated corridors, Cao Neng begins his tragic rant. You have no idea. While you were gone, securing our turf nearly drained my soul. But Tang Tang is not having it. She squints at him suspiciously. Is that why you took so incredibly long to finally descend into the underground city? Just what on earth were you doing up there? Gao Neng asked. Tang Tang scoffed. Didn't you say with great power comes great responsibility? I was just cleaning up the mess. Fair enough, Gao Neng nodded. But where is Ning Er? Tang Tang proudly declared she was assigned to the room right next to him. A massive grin spread across his face. "Oh, not bad at all. What about you?" Tang Tang smirked. "I'm on your other side." Instantly, Gao Neng's smile vanished, his face dropping into a deadpan scowl. Annoyed, Tang Tang crossed her arms. "What's with that look? Aren't you thrilled? I pulled a lot of strings to secure this spot for you," she huffed. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to claim 3 connected dormitory rooms?" Gao Neng forced a totally unconvincing laugh. "Of course I'm thrilled. Honestly, just having 2 connected rooms would have been plenty of fun." Tang Tang's face instantly flushed crimson as she spun around. "What? Are you trying to cohabit with me? Look, we might be decent friends," she stammered, pointing a trembling finger at him. "But don't you dare harbor any dirty thoughts about me." Gao Neng scoffed, his tongue sharp as a blade. "Please, have you looked in a mirror lately?" he fired back. Eventually, they reached their destination. Gao Neng stared up at the majestic building before him. A sigh of pure awe escaped his lips. So, this was their new sanctuary. His eyes glowed as he activated his detection skill. The result left him completely speechless. This entire structure wasn't just built with normal bricks. It was forged from pure, high-grade energy ore. The spiritual aura radiating from the walls was thick enough to suffocate someone. It was leagues beyond the outside world. No wonder a single night here cost 10,000 alliance credits. Just as he was marveling, Tang Tang shouted from the hallway intersection. "Sister Ninger says to meet in her room in 30 minutes. Once you've unpacked, hurry over." Gao Neng waved her off. "Got it, got it." He glanced at the luxurious door right next to his own. "So this is Ninger's room?" he muttered. "We're barely 10 meters apart. This is practically living together." Taking a look at the broader layout, poor Lin Ying had been banished to a dorm over 200 meters away. 30 minutes flew by in a flash. Gao Neng stood at Ninger's door, ringing the bell. The door clicked open. "You're here?" Gao Neng felt his breath catch in his throat. Ninger stood before him in an incredibly relaxed, shoulder-bearing outfit. She casually dried her wet hair with a towel, radiating a dangerous level of charm. "Come inside and take a seat," she invited smoothly. "We'll discuss the main plan once Tang Tang gets here." Gao Neng could only manage a shy, awkward gulp as he stepped inside. Ninger headed toward the stairs, tossing a glance over her shoulder. "I wrote down an exchange list for you. Look it over. I'm going to take a quick shower before we start." "Oh, sure thing," Gao Neng replied, trying to act natural. He grabbed the paper and scanned the contents, his brows furrowed. It was just a massive list of medicinal herbs, prices, and dosages. Zero explanation of their actual effects. This mysterious shopping list was apparently the ultimate training regimen Ninger had designed. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of splashing water echoed from upstairs. Gao Neng froze. Wait a minute. This exact scenario felt incredibly familiar. A wild montage of romantic possibilities flashed through his mind, making his heart race like a drum. A massive internal dilemma struck him. If he barged in right now, would she slaughter him? But then, he gritted his teeth, his determination igniting. No, a true man never lets the same golden opportunity slip twice. Better to die beautifully under a flower than live like a coward on the first floor. Channeling the stealth of a master assassin, Gao Neng crept toward the bathroom door. "Don't panic. Keep calm. You are a professional," he chanted internally. Gripping the exchange list tightly, he quickly reviewed his master excuse. If she catches him, he'll just play dumb. He'll say he found a glaring issue with the list and urgently needed to ask her about it. He'd claim he completely forgot she was bathing. Actually, no, it wasn't an act. That was his literal reality. He was just a dedicated student seeking academic guidance. With his resolve steeled, he reached for the doorknob. Just a quick peek for educational purposes, and then he'd retreat. But before his fingers could even graze the handle, the door violently swung open. Ninger stepped out, wrapped in nothing but a fragile bath towel. Cold sweat instantly poured down Gao Neng's face. He frantically waved the crumpled paper in the air. "Ah, this. The list." Ninger casually flipped her damp hair, her gaze piercing right through his soul. "Oh, you have a question for me?" "Right, exactly," he stammered, his voice cracking. "This exchange list. There are a few things I don't quite understand." And I thought. Before he could finish his desperate lie, Ninger's hand drifted to her towel. She let it drop to the floor. Gao Neng's brain short-circuited as she began dressing right in front of him. "Well," she purred, her tone dangerously sweet. "Didn't you say you had a question?" Seeing Gao Neng completely paralyzed and speechless, a playful smirk crept onto her lips. She stepped slowly into his personal space. Reaching out, she gently hooked her finger under his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. "Tell me the truth," she whispered softly. "Who is more beautiful? Me and my figure? or Yi Qinglian? Gao Ning's face burned like a furnace. Definitely you, Ning Gare. It's you. Instantly, her seductive smile morphed into a wicked sneer. Oh really? She chuckled darkly. So the rumors are true. You really did peek at her while she was showering. Gao Neng's soul practically left his body as realization struck. He had walked right into a deadly trap. Damn this little demon, he cried internally. The psychological warfare of these underground city girls is way too advanced. Surprisingly, Ning didn't seem the least bit furious. Save your breath. You don't need to explain, she shrugged nonchalantly. If you want to look, then look. I'm right beside you anyway. She leaned in closer, dropping a total bombshell. But if you want a real show, you'll have to rely on your own skills to earn it. Those words hit Gao Ning like a permanent buff. His power levels surged instantly. He clenched his fists, his spirit burning brighter than ever. Excellent. This wasn't a rejection. It was an open declaration of war. Skills? Just you wait. I definitely have the skills. His eyes blazed with absolute determination. Next time, she wouldn't even have the chance to bathe alone. In the blink of an eye, the chaos settled. Tang Tang's cheerful voice echoed from the living room below. All right, the squad is finally assembled. Let's get down to business. Ninger took charge, laying out their resources. Tang Tang and I have converted all our points. Tang Tang has 10,000. I have 10,200. Gao Neng, what's your current balance? 15,000, he replied confidently. Ninger quickly scribbled on the master list. Perfect. With that much, we can add a few high-tier items to the cart. Gao Neng leaned over the table, his curiosity piquing. Ninger, seriously? What is this exchange list actually for? Tang Tang gasped, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wait, Gao Neng, don't tell me you don't know the theory behind core detonation? She puffed out her chest. Listen up. The great scholar Tang Tang will enlighten you. She threw her hands up, mimicking a massive explosion. The core principle of core detonation is incredibly simple. You forcefully cram energy into your magnetic core until it literally blows up. Gao Neng nearly choked on his spit, sheer terror washing over him, but Ninger calmly nodded in agreement. Tang Tang is completely correct. The theory requires pushing the core's energy capacity to its absolute, breaking limit. Gao Neng stared at them like they had lost their minds. Pushing it to the limit? Are we trying to commit suicide? Ninger ignored his panic and broke down the science. Everyone holds a different base level of energy inside their magnetic core. Cultivation is simply borrowing that core energy to magnetize and strengthen the physical body. Her expression turned dead serious. But the true physical limit of any human's magnetic core is exactly 2.5 times their natural threshold. If you cross that line, the core violently explodes. The realization hit Gao Neng like a thunderbolt. The true power of the magnetic core lay in using energy elixirs to push it to its absolute limits, drastically accelerating the magnetization process. Ninger nodded in agreement, her eyes gleaming. You hit the nail on the head. The Alliance is desperate to cultivate more high-tier awakeners within the next year and a half. Naturally, they are pouring astronomical amounts of resources into this. She elaborated on the core-bursting theory to speed up cultivation, dropping a crucial detail. Breaking through from mid-tier to high-tier required one absolute condition: elemental affinity, the massive gap between a mid-tier and a true high-tier master. The absolute command over their own innate elemental powers. Mid-tiers could only channel elements through specific combat skills, but high-tier masters? They merged their physical bodies with their skills, creating an endless elemental cycle that doubled their destructive power. The puzzle pieces finally snapped together in Gao Neng's mind. To awaken and evolve his own elemental affinities, he desperately needed elemental materials. Ninger held up a stack of classified documents, sighing softly. Exactly. But true elemental materials are impossibly rare. Just look at this inventory list. Elixirs containing elemental properties are practically non-existent. Gao Neng rubbed his chin in deep thought. No wonder that guy, Bald Shark, was drooling over that water attribute ore earlier. It was the ultimate catalyst for evolving elemental strength. A crazy, heaven-defying idea flashed through his mind. Wait, if someone had unlimited resources, could they awaken every single element within their body? Ninger shook her head at the sheer absurdity of the thought. In theory, yes, but elemental treasures are so scarce that achieving that is basically a pipe dream. But Gao Neng's lips curled into an unbreakable smirk. But, hypothetically speaking, what if I could get my hands on all of them? He began laying out everything he knew. Every human body was a hidden treasure trove, secretly harboring multiple elemental affinities. Beyond the fundamental 5 elements, there were terrifying rare attributes, like the crushing power of gravity, or even atomic force, enough to turn a person into a walking nuclear weapon. but due to crippled resource supplies, even geniuses could only awaken one or two. Ning'er looked up, intrigued. Pointing at herself, she explained, "Take me, for example. I can only focus my cultivation on my two primary affinities, wind and metal." Gao Neng nodded in understanding. Then, a burning question left his lips. If you had the resources to awaken a third element right now, what would it be? Caught off guard by the bold question, she pondered for a moment before answering. A third affinity. It would definitely be fire. Wind fuels the flames, which would exponentially multiply my destructive output. But then, her delicate brows furrowed together. A shadow of melancholy crossed her face. I heard you looted a massive haul of elemental ores from the Dark Elf territory, but high-purity fire crystals alone aren't enough, without the proper supporting catalysts. Igniting the fire affinity within your body is nearly impossible. Gao Neng immediately sat down, leaning in with intense curiosity. Then what else do we need? Hearing this, she slumped forward, helplessly resting both hands on the desk. The list is insanely long. To safely awaken the fire attribute, the fire crystal is just the core ingredient. It's incredibly precious, yes, but you also need legendary herbs like the fire snake, herb and water from the earth bloom spirit pool. As she laid dejectedly on the table, a genius spark ignited in Gao Neng's mind. So, hypothetically, what if I could get my hands on all of those too? Ning'er shot up, her eyes wide with absolute shock. What did you just say? His face darkened as a devilish, scheming grin spread across his lips. With his omnipotent source ability, a pile of cheap, low-tier fire materials could be instantly evolved into peerless, top-tier treasures. That was the absolute truth. The only requirement was having enough cash to burn. Gao Neng's mind raced, his eyes shifting toward Tang Tang with a sly chuckle, taking 10,000 steps back even if his own pockets were empty. As long as Tang Tang was around, funding was never an issue. Meanwhile, Ning'er remained anxious. But listen, she warned, even if by some miracle you gathered every single ingredient on that godforsaken list, refining them into a functional elixir is a nightmare. The success rate for elemental pills is abysmal. The risk of total failure is 100 times higher than regular alchemy. Unfazed, Gao Neng shot to his feet, resting a hand on his hip with overflowing confidence. He asked the golden question. If we had an infinite supply of these elemental pills, would the Alliance produce a massive army of high-tier masters? Ning'er crossed her arms, her answer dead serious. Compared to right now, the numbers would easily double. Right at that moment, a blindingly long system interface materialized before his eyes. Ore mining technique. 100% mastery. Perfect grade ore identification. Energy material harvesting. 100% mastery. Perfect grade energy material sorting. Perfect grade weapon appraisal. Perfect grade gauntlet appraisal. Energy pill crafting. 100% success rate. Weapon forging. 100% success rate. Leg guard crafting. 100% success rate. The gears in Gao Neng's brain spun at light speed. According to instructor Zhang, training performance dictated the amount of reward points earned. If he could just harvest an ungodly amount of raw materials, his point balance would skyrocket to the heavens. More points meant limitless wealth. And limitless wealth meant an infinite battery. For his overpowered source ability, it was the ultimate infinite loop. His descendants wouldn't have to work for 10 generations. But just as he was lost in this glorious daydream, he furiously shook his own head, snapping back to reality. No, no, no. Using this godly cheat code to drain the Alliance's resources dry was way too selfish. It would completely shatter the global market economy. A true mastermind didn't just strip mine existing resources, he manufactured them from scratch. With his master plan set, he slammed his hand onto the table, his voice booming with absolute hype. Comrade Tang Tang, I've got a legendary project that's going to send us straight to the top. I'm giving you the golden opportunity to invest in me. Are you in or are you out? Suddenly, Tang Tang chimed in, her eyes practically sparkling with intense curiosity. Wait a second, we can fly and look incredibly epic? What kind of secret project are you working on? Gao Neng's lips curled into a dangerously excited grin. I just had a massive epiphany. I think I am a peerless alchemy genius. Do you believe me? Tang Tang immediately slapped her hand against his forehead, looking at him with deep concern. Are you running a high fever right now? Gao Neng let out a helpless laugh, gently brushing her hand away. I was actually preparing to offer you the golden chance to become my major shareholder. But who would have thought that Comrade Tang Tang would be so short-sighted? To think you would abandon our deep loyalty over such a tiny risk. If you are too afraid to put everything on the line for true greatness, I will just have to conquer this path alone. Hearing this, Tong Tong panicked and practically screamed. Wait, hold up. Can you actually forge pills? Spit it out. How do I buy into this venture? But then, she hastily threw up her hands to lay down her terms. Let me make one thing crystal clear. Alchemy is an incredibly high-risk gamble. I cannot give you too much. At most, I will invest 100 billion. Right on cue, Ning stepped forward with her signature icy calmness. Count me in as well. I might not have an ocean of wealth like Tong Tong, but coughing up 50 billion is absolutely not a problem for me. Gao Neng's heart practically leaped out of his chest with ecstatic joy. He had completely underestimated the explosive, money-printing potential of the attribute pill market. If he had known it would be this insanely profitable, he would have ditched weapons and opened an alchemy furnace on day one. Suddenly, Tang Tang leaned in, vibrating with sheer impatience. Well, what is your answer? Gao Neng, you made a promise. You said you would carry me to the top. Gao Neng casually crossed his arms, flashing a smug, arrogant smirk. Oh, wasn't it just a minute ago that you completely doubted my genius? Tong Tong flushed bright red with embarrassment, but she stubbornly dug her heels in. I was not doubting you. I was just putting my absolute faith in big sister Ning. Gao Neng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively to ease the tension. Relax, letting you two join is no problem at all. But the truth is, I do not need your money. Tang Tang blinked, thoroughly confused by this plot twist. You do not need money? Then what exactly do you want? A thrilling, deeply ambitious smile spread across Gao Neng's face. I only need two things: high-tier pill recipes and a fully equipped alchemy workshop. Massive, imaginary question marks violently popped up over both girls' heads. They stared at him, speaking in perfect, bewildered unison. Wait, is this the reckless, world-shaking plan you mentioned to me earlier? Gao Neng whipped out his smartphone, his eyes gleaming with untamed excitement. Nope, alchemy is just a tiny side quest I came up with on the spot. My real master plan is this. He proudly flipped his phone screen toward them. Taking one look at the glowing display, Tang Tang's eyes widened in sheer shock, and she gasped out loud. Restricted Area 93? Gao Neng, are you out of your mind? You want to enter a forbidden zone? Ning frowned deeply, her protective instincts flaring as she placed a heavy, grounding hand on Tong Tong's shoulder. The lethal standards required to enter a C-rank restricted zone are absolutely real. Tang Tang is only at the 5th tier. Isn't dragging her there a suicide mission? But Gao Neng just smiled with absolute, unshakable confidence, waving his index finger side to side. Relax, my genetic weapon is already fully forged. With the devastating power of a 7th-tier weapon in our hands, we will absolutely crush any obstacle. Ning slowly nodded, a look of profound, dawning realization crossing her face. So your weapon research was actually a massive success. I see how it is now. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around them suddenly shifted into pure chaos. Tang Tang practically tackled him, her voice hitting an ear-piercing frequency. You seriously forged it successfully? Quick, hand it over and let me see it. Gao Neng scrambled backward, desperately dodging her grabbing hands. Hey, watch the merchandise, hands off the masterpiece. After a few chaotic moments of scuffling and shouting, Tang Tang stared wide-eyed at the two majestic figures standing before her, letting out a massive squeal of disbelief. Holy crap! It really is an exact, flawless replica of a genetic weapon. Ning crossed her arms, observing the scene with a tactical, calculating gaze. So, you are planning to use this genetic weapon to protect Tang Tang out there? Gao Neng firmly shook his head, an undeniable aura of leadership rolling off his shoulders. Wrong. I am going to use it to spearhead our expedition. You two just need to stay safely tucked behind me. Despite his overwhelming confidence, Ning couldn't shake her deep-seated survival instincts. It certainly increases our safety, but posing as wounded adventurers while secretly wielding a highly classified genetic weapon is still a monumental risk. Gao Neng didn't have a single ounce of fear in his bones. He planted his hands proudly on his hips and laughed out loud. If it gets destroyed, I will just forge another one. Besides, these things are incredibly cheap for me to make. It only takes me half a month to produce one, and the base cost is a mere 80 million. Tang Tang's jaw dropped, utterly staggered by the mind-numbing revelation. 80 million? For a genuine genetic weapon? Aren't those things priced at over $1 billion on the black market? Holding his triumphant pose, a faint, proud blush dusted Gao Neng's cheeks. He flashed a brilliant, borderline arrogant smile. $1 billion is the price tag for mere mortals, but when I take action, the cost drops to 80 million. Tang Tang lunged forward again, wrapping her arms around him in a desperate, clinging hug. Her eyes sparkled with literal, overflowing tears of greed. Then forge 10 of them for me to play with. I will wire you 8 billion right now. Gao Neng's face instantly scrunched up in pure annoyance as he fought to peel her off. Let go of me. Stop clinging to me like a koala every 5 seconds. Even as her face was forcefully shoved away, Tang Tang licked her lips, completely consumed by her greedy fantasies. What kind of monstrous, earth-shattering fortune were they about to make? 10 level 7 gene weapons? Just thinking about it sends chills down his spine. Packed with such devastating energy, even demons would tremble before him. This is the absolute peak of life. But his crimson eyes suddenly flash with sheer annoyance. Even for 80 billion, I won't forge one for you. Stay away from my gene weapons. Hearing this, Tang Tang instantly throws herself onto the floor, kicking up a massive tantrum. Stinky Gao Neng. You rotten jerk. You won't make me a weapon, and you won't even let me touch yours, she whines loudly. So when are we hitting the 93rd Forbidden Zone? I cannot wait another second. Pushed to his limit, Gao Neng finally lets out a helpless sigh and agrees to her demands. We leave tomorrow, he declares. Today, you girls help me finalize the pill recipes and finish the alchemy room. Tomorrow, we handle the raw materials. Tang Tang flips her mood in a heartbeat. She springs up from the floor, eyes sparkling. Materials? Where do we get the materials? Gao Neng's face twists into a devilishly wicked grin. Where else? He chuckles darkly. We just picked them up off the street. The very next day, a notification chimes on his phone screen. The Heavenly King group has delivered. The Thunder attribute pill recipe is secured. And right below it, the Fire attribute pill recipe is also locked in. Gao Neng cannot hold back a triumphant smirk. Thunder and Fire pill recipes. Finally, in my grasp. The Heavenly King group's efficiency is terrifyingly fast. He immediately whips his head around to face the girls. Pack up! Next stop, the Forbidden Zone. But before stepping out, Tang Tang shoots him a sharp glare. Listen here, these recipes are years of blood and sweat from our group. You better not just take the loot and slack off. Absolute confidence radiates from Gao Neng's face. He smirks confidently. Relax. When have I ever failed to deliver? Fast forward a short while, the trio finally arrives at their destination. The legendary Genius Dragon Board. Daily training protocols aren't exactly prison rules. But make no mistake, every single move must be meticulously recorded. Gao Neng takes the lead, pushing open the heavy metallic doors. Meanwhile, back in the monitoring room, Zhang Qing's desk phone suddenly rings with a brand new exit request. Gao Neng, Ninger, and Tang Tang. Hearing those names, Zhang Qing violently spits out her sip of water. Their destination? The highly restricted Forbidden Zone, 93. Moving like lightning, Zhang Qing slams her hand on the receiver. She frantically shouts into the line, Chairman Wu, Gao Neng is heading to Forbidden Zone 93, and he is taking Ning Er and Tong Tong with him. She listens intently to her superior before nodding. Understood, sir. I will shadow them immediately. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Qing angrily yanks off her glasses. Where do these three idiots get the nerve? Dragging a mere stage 5 into a C-rank Forbidden Zone is pure suicide. At that exact moment, out in the desolate wasteland, Tang Tang aggressively revs the engine of their roaring off-road vehicle. They tear across the desert sands, charging straight toward the deadly Natural Zone 93. Arriving at the perimeter, Gao Neng flashes a confident smirk at the daunting landscape. The stone pillars here form an absolute labyrinth. Our vehicles won't make it through this terrain. Gear up, we proceed on foot. Tang Tang, equip your number 4 plasma cannon. Stay sharp, and keep your eyes peeled on the gaps between these towering cliffs. Gao Neng pulls an object from his inventory, his smirk widening into a wicked grin. Relax, guys. There is a very specific reason I brought this little toy along. In a blinding flash of light, a perfect genetic clone of Gao Neng materializes. He barks an absolute command, ordering the duplicate to act as their vanguard. Without hesitation, the clone marches directly into the danger zone. Tang Tang confidently crosses her arms, scoffing at their terrifying surroundings. So this is the infamous Forbidden Zone, 93? Honestly, I am not feeling the danger at all. The last time Sister Ninger and I raided Zone 148, we at least had to fight off giant man-eating flora. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crawls up Gao Neng's spine. Stop moving. We have a situation. Ninger instantly summons her aura, throwing herself in front of the group as a human shield. Tang Tang readies her weapon, demanding, Hostile signatures detected? Gao Neng's eyes lock onto the shadows ahead, his gaze piercing through the eerie silence. I cannot confirm exactly what it is. Something just leaped from that crevice and ambushed my clone. I managed to slice it back, but I have never seen a monster with that kind of twisted physiology. Ninger narrows her eyes at the dark gap. We need to investigate. Let us move. The trio carefully advances, only to find a sickening trail of green ooze glowing on the rocky floor. Pinching his nose in sheer disgust, Gao Neng asks, "What in the world is this? Blood? The stench is absolutely revolting." Ning crouches down to inspect the foul substance. Judging by the consistency, this might be sap left behind by a mutated vine creature. Hearing her expert deduction, Gao Neng casts a wary glance toward the thick, thorny vines slithering along the stone walls. Ning studies the lifeless specimen on the ground, her tone turning incredibly serious. "Do you have any idea what kind of horrors lurk in these subterranean wastelands? Beyond the natural dead zones, countless underground beasts have mutated under the devastating radiation of death energy. They transform into terrifying dark entities, and they are insanely difficult to exterminate." Gao Neng closes his eyes, absorbing this crucial piece of world-building lore. Mutated by the underground death zones. Wait, does that mean these dark entities classify as part of the alien races? True alien races possess high-level intelligence just like us, and their existence has been recorded since the era of the ancient texts. These dark entities, however, they are nothing but feral abominations, twisted and born solely from the radioactive fallout of the death zones. They are strictly classified as mutant breeds. Ninger places her hands on her hips, lecturing them like a strict academy instructor. To date, humanity has mapped out 109 highly perilous natural zones. The horrors within them are far deadlier than standard mutants. If we cross paths with an apex predator here, our best strategy is to evade and survive. Gao Neng nods firmly, committing her warning to memory. Crystal clear. Without missing a beat, he issues a mental command to his clone. "Keep moving forward. Be our ultimate meat shield." Using the genetic clone as a scout proves to be a brilliant tactical move. Along their treacherous path, the Stage 7 genetic weapon flawlessly neutralizes several deadly ambushes meant for Gao Neng. The clone racks up an insane combat record. The most heart-stopping moment occurs when a colossal dark entity toad launches a devastating sneak attack, swallowing the clone completely whole. But thanks to the sheer durability of a high-stage genetic weapon, the clone violently slashes its way out from the inside, securing a brutal counter-kill. The duplicate emerges victorious, looking absolutely badass despite being completely drenched in repulsive, acidic toad slime. However, when the clone finally returns to the group, half of its face has been completely obliterated. Gao Neng's eyes widen in sheer horror. "Heavens, is that really me playing Vanguard? My beautiful face is completely ruined, isn't it?" Tong Tong stares wide-eyed at the gruesome sight, letting out a dramatic sigh. If Sister Ninger and I suffered that kind of disfigurement, it would be an absolute global tragedy. Grumbling in frustration, Gao Neng reluctantly patches up his ruined duplicate. "If we don't strike it rich today, I will never forgive this place for destroying my handsome face." Revived. The battered clone straightens its spine and marches back into the darkness. They trek deeper for nearly an hour and a half. "We should be hitting the jackpot anytime now, right?" Gao Neng closes his eyes, projecting his senses to scout the treacherous terrain. "According to that treasure map I decrypted, there should be a massive field of fire attribute materials right here." He frowns in confusion. "Is the map a fake?" "No, that is impossible." Growing incredibly bored with the empty wasteland, Tong Tong pokes his shoulder. "Gao Neng, what exactly are you staring at?" His expression darkens mysteriously as he gazes up. "Comrade Tang Tang, I have just detected an absolutely massive surge of spiritual energy shooting straight to the heavens. Mark my words. We are about to hit the ultimate motherlode." Hearing his bold claim, she bursts into a fit of mocking laughter. "Are you going insane from treasure hunting? Look around. It is literally just rocks in every direction. There is absolutely nothing out here." Gao Neng simply crosses his arms, radiating unshakable confidence. "Rocks, huh?" His sharp gaze locks onto a specific, ordinary-looking boulder. "According to my map, the coordinates are precise down to the exact meter. This is undeniably the spot." "Tang Tang, blow it to pieces." He points directly at the massive boulder, his voice turning deadly serious. "I said, use your plasma cannon and blast that rock straight to hell." She stares at him like he has lost his mind. "Have you completely lost it? Why the heck would I waste energy blasting a stupid rock?" Offering zero explanations, Gao Neng fiercely snaps back. "Cut the nonsense. If you want to become disgustingly rich, you fire that cannon right now." Though completely baffled, Tang Tang reluctantly yields to his commanding aura. "Fine, fine. Stop yelling. I will blast the stupid thing." Powering up her devastating weapon, she aims straight at the boulder and pulls the trigger. But lurking just beneath the shattered surface. "What the hell? How is this possible?" Tong Tong screams in sheer disbelief, staring at the barely chipped boulder. My Mark IV electromagnetic cannon couldn't even shatter a single rock? Gao Neng clenches his fists, his eyes practically gleaming with wild excitement. This is exactly it. We just hit the absolute jackpot. Keep blasting it to pieces. Standing off to the side, Ning'er's gaze sharpens. She realizes this extreme durability proves one thing: an unimaginable amount of raw energy is condensed inside this very magma rock. Exactly. The dead silence of the Forbidden Zone is instantly shattered by a deafening symphony of explosions. Don't stop. Keep bombing it until it crumbles. Moments later, thick white smoke billows into the air. The trio immediately huddles together, peering through the haze. Tang Tang gasps, completely blown away. No way. There's actually fruit inside? These look exactly like dragon fruits. She marvels at the glowing crimson harvest. These are premium fire attribute materials, and there are at least 10 of them right here. Oh my god, I'm about to be filthy rich. Tang Tang practically vibrates with greed, her words tumbling out in a manic rush. They really are pure dragon fruits. Ever since stepping into the Forbidden Zone, Gao Neng hadn't paused once as he navigated the deadly stone forest. Yet, the very first time he stops, he unearths over a dozen high-grade materials. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows of a nearby boulder, Zhangqing eavesdrops with wide eyes. So many dragon fruits? This kid's luck defies all logic. It's simply monstrous. To think he could actually detect hidden elemental materials buried deep inside solid magma rock. Suddenly, Gao Neng's voice makes her peek out further. Guys, look closely. This specific dragon fruit plant. It's mutating. As he inspects it, Ning'er freezes in utter shock. Heavens. It's a super rare evolved variant of the dragon fruit. I can't believe it. We actually stumbled upon a legendary treasure. Tang Tang's jaw practically hits the floor. Wait, is this the mythical 5 dragon fruit? But before she can process it, Gao Neng crouches down and points. Hold on. Take a look at this one. It's also mutating into a 5 dragon. Tang Tang violently snaps her gaze downward, her mind completely short-circuiting. Are you kidding me right now? Common sense dictates that when a rare variant is born, it acts as an absolute king, ruthlessly devouring the vast majority of the surrounding energy. So, how in the world could 2 mighty 5 dragon fruits spawn in the exact same spot? It goes against the very laws of nature. Still lurking in the shadows, Zhangqing clutches her chest, her mind reeling. Not only did they unearth a massive horde of dragon fruits, but 2 impossibly rare 5 dragon variants growing side by side? This isn't just luck, this is heaven-defying fortune. How could something so utterly unscientific happen right before her eyes? While Zhangqing hyperventilates over this impossible anomaly, Gao Neng suddenly narrows his eyes. Wait a second. Could Forbidden Zone 93 contain some kind of unique, supreme evolutionary energy? Trembling, Zhangqing immediately activates her smartwatch, whispering frantically to herself. This discovery changes everything. I must lock these coordinates and report back to base immediately. Meanwhile, Gao Neng secretly glances at his glowing system panel, finding his answer. So, having 2 5 dragon fruits grow together is considered abnormal? He mentally shrugs. I just thought wasting source energy to evolve a single plant was wildly inefficient, so I spammed it twice. Whatever, as long as my system's secret isn't exposed. Brushing off the world-shaking anomaly, Gao Neng cracks a bright smile and reaches out. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's harvest the loot. Seeing his casual grab, Tang Tang shrieks in pure panic. Stop right there, Gao Neng. Do you think you're picking apples at a farm? She screams, waving her arms. Elemental materials can't just be yanked off. You'll ruin the pure energy if you grab them like that. Huh? If I don't yank them, how else am I supposed to harvest them? But before Tang Tang can explain, she suddenly freezes like a statue, her jaw dropping. Wait, how did you just casually pluck it with 0 energy leakage? She stammers. Unbothered, Gao Neng crouches back down, smoothly plucking another blazing fruit. Simple. This is the vast gulf between an absolute genius and the rest of you. Alright, enough gawking. Pack the loot up. We're moving to the next farming spot. Tang Tang tilts her head, completely baffled. Change locations? Why would we ever leave this gold mine? This exact spot birthed 2 supreme evolved variants. That proves the evolutionary energy here is off the charts. Shouldn't we sweep the perimeter? Gao Neng turns to her, offering a calm reality check. I can sense the spiritual aura in this sector. It's been completely drained dry. Digging around here is a total waste of time. So, do you trust my instincts or not? Tang Tang tightly grips her weapon, immediately changing her tune with a dramatic pose. I trust you. I trust you. As long as you lead me to fat stacks of cash, I'll believe the sky is green. Just point the finger, boss, and I'll blow it to kingdom come. Gao Neng flashes a brilliant, wildly satisfied grin. Music to my ears, Comrade Tang Tang. I absolutely adore your ugly, ruthless, capitalist mindset. Meanwhile, still hiding in the shadows, Zhang Qing scoffs at their logic, muttering to herself, changing spots? What a pair of complete idiots. Do they have any idea how infinitesimally rare evolution variants are? You'd have to sift through 10,000 regular dragon fruits just to find a single 5 dragon. Pushing up her glasses, a smug, challenging glint flashes in her eyes. If that brat can sniff out even one more mutated plant, I'll admit all my years of advanced academy study were a total waste of breath. Far away, in an incredibly desolate and unforgiving frozen wasteland, a brutal battlefield reeks of blood and devastating casualties. A heavily armored soldier marches forward, his voice heavy with grief. Elder Li, the casualties are catastrophic. We've just crossed over 3,000 men lost. Tian Nan stands tall against the howling, biting wind, his eyes closed in sorrow. How many times have those monsters sieged our walls this month? And what is the status of the other war zones? The soldier maintains a crisp, perfectly respectful salute. This is their third massive assault, sir. The Western Front is holding beautifully, with minimal casualties. The Southeastern forces have also successfully repelled the vanguard. But here, in the northern sector, before the soldier can finish his grim report, the seasoned commander sharply cuts him off. Winter has descended upon us. The alien races of the northern battlefield are creatures born from the absolute extreme cold. It is only natural that our forces are feeling a crushing pressure. The soldier hesitates, his voice trembling slightly. But sir, last winter was never this ferociously violent. Tian Nan squeezes his eyes shut, a suffocating aura of dread settling over him. This winter will be a river of blood, I fear. The Great War is going to trigger much earlier than prophesied. As the old commander stands atop the blood-stained fortress walls, he suddenly reaches inside his heavy coat. He pulls out his encrypted phone, only to freeze. 2 sudden notifications make the legendary commander's battle-hardened hands violently tremble. Alert. Bank card ending in 0568 has consumed 3,025 alliance credits. Deduction reason, unknown. Current balance, 38.5 million. Immediately followed by a second lethal strike. Alert. Bank card ending in 0568 has consumed 3,850 alliance credits. Deduction reason, unknown. Current balance, 0. But lurking in the shadows of this sudden bankruptcy, a nightmare was just beginning. Seeing his commander's expression suddenly darken, the nearby soldier immediately tensed up. He cautiously asked if Elder Li had received some critical military intelligence. Tian Nan kept his eyes glued to his phone screen. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper as he replied, he stated that someone out there was simply begging for a beating. Meanwhile, deep within Forbidden Zone 93, roaring laughter echoed through the desolate wasteland. Not only had they found the rare 7-leaf flower, but they actually stumbled upon its evolved form, the 7-leaf golden lotus. They had struck absolute gold. Standing beside him, Tang Tang cheered with explosive excitement. She praised Cao Neng as an absolute god of fortune. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, who had been following them this entire time, was stunned into absolute silence. Her face was completely pale, freezing in a stiff expression of pure disbelief. In just 2 short hours, they had harvested 2 5-dragon stalks and 2 purple thunder pearls. Add 2 7-leaf golden lotuses to that, along with mountains of lower-tier elemental materials. Was this an illusion? Her mind screamed that this had to be a hallucination. Zhang Qing watched as he hoisted the glowing loot into the air, laughing like a maniac. Normal luck meant the goddess of fortune was smiling upon you. But this guy, did he actually spend the night with the goddess of fortune herself? Cao Neng's face was plastered with an outrageously smug grin. He shamelessly declared that no one could call him a show-off. In his mind, he was already acting incredibly humble. Finding exactly 2 evolved spiritual plants each time was the absolute peak of keeping a low profile. But right at his moment of triumph, a sharp notification rang from his phone. He flipped it open, only for his jaw to drop in pure horror. The message read that his bank card ending in 088 had just been charged 4,100 alliance credits. The reason for the deduction? Completely unknown. His remaining balance sat at exactly 5,258 million. Cao Neng's expression instantly warped into sheer panic as his eyes bugged out. What in the world was happening? He had never received deduction alerts when using his source energy before. Did this mean his master's 10 billion fund had already been completely drained? Was he really spending money that fast? The realization struck him like a physical blow as he clutched his head in agony. He screamed to the heavens that he only had 50 billion left. He felt utterly impoverished, his heart shattering into a million pieces. Watching this dramatic breakdown, Tang Tang furrowed her brows in utter confusion. What on earth was wrong with him? It was her first time seeing someone cry tears of pure agony right after digging up ultra-rare evolved plants. Standing off to the side with her arms crossed, Ning softly pointed out the absolute absurdity of his reaction. She noted that their harvest, from just a single half-day, was already vastly superior to the combined 2-week haul of the other 297 participants. Yet, he still looked completely unsatisfied. Realizing he was losing his cool, Cao Neng awkwardly cleared his throat to salvage his image. He quickly announced that they had gathered a mountain of loot on this run. Putting on a serious face, he claimed his expert intuition was telling him something. He declared the spiritual energy in this area was completely drained, suggesting they should just pack up and head back for the day. Hearing his excuse, Ninger simply nodded, agreeing it was about time they reported their massive haul anyway. However, Tang Tang wasn't ready to quit just yet. She loudly questioned how the spiritual energy could possibly be dried up already. She begged to squeeze out just a little bit more loot. Cao Neng visibly twitched, holding back a bitter pout. He screamed internally that digging up any more treasures was literally draining his own bank account. He firmly decided they needed to rush back and refine some pills to recoup his massive financial bleeding. Only by recovering his funds could they secure long-term, sustainable growth. A short time later, back at the bustling base camp outside Forbidden Zone 93, several veteran groups were gathered around, murmuring in surprise. They wondered why Cao Neng's team had returned so early from the danger zone. Seeing Cao Neng's squad approach, the whispers grew louder. A mere 6th-tier rookie team entering a C-rank zone? They smirked, assuming the rookies must have hit a terrifying wall of danger. The veterans scoffed, betting the rookies just took a quick stroll around the outer edges before fleeing in terror. A blue-haired youth shot Cao Neng a look of pure disdain. Did these kids really think rare materials were that easy to harvest? He mocked their absolute arrogance for trying to exploit a C-rank zone on their very first day. Beside him, a menacing red-haired youth crossed his arms and sneered. The red-haired veteran bitterly complained that they had been grinding here for over 10 days. And yet, even they could only scrape the absolute edges of the zone for basic, low-tier scraps. Right at that moment, Cao Neng's confident voice shattered their arrogant gossip. He slapped his bag onto the counter, declaring he wanted to submit his harvest. The moment the staff member peeked inside, his eyes practically bulged out of his skull. He gasped at the sight of azure dragon fruits, praising their unbelievably good luck. The mocking veterans behind them instantly froze, their voices trembling in pure shock. Did he just say 10 whole stalks? Even though they were technically low-tier drops, they were still incredibly rare elemental attribute materials that everyone killed for. The veterans gritted their teeth enviously, realizing this single batch would net a massive point payout. Was this really the haul of a first-day rookie? What kind of divine luck was this? But Cao Neng simply raised an eyebrow, casually dumping out an avalanche of glowing items. He smoothly agreed that his luck today was pretty decent. Without skipping a beat, he tossed down 17 stalks of thundergrass and 23 glowing 7-leaf flowers to be exchanged. As the pile of legendary loot hit the counter, silence fell. The arrogant veterans were struck completely, utterly speechless. A suffocating, deathly quiet gripped the entire trading hall. Snapping back to reality, the appraiser's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He counted a staggering total of 50 elemental materials. He stammered out Cao Neng's name, his brain struggling to process the sheer quantity. He desperately asked if all of this really came from Forbidden Zone 93. Cao Neng didn't even blink, delivering a rock-solid confirmation. The second those words left his mouth, the crowd behind him exploded into absolute chaos. One veteran grabbed his friend by the collar, screaming that they had just passed through that zone last week. Was the loot density really that insane? Another yelled that it was physically impossible. Even in the richest zones, finding 3 separate elemental spawning grounds in a single day was unheard of. These were mythical spiritual plants, not cheap cabbages you could just pick off the side of the road. They furiously blamed each other for not searching hard enough. But right then, as if suddenly remembering a minor detail, Cao Neng reached into his bag again. He casually mentioned that he had one more little thing to submit. The appraiser's eyeballs nearly blasted out of their sockets as he let out a soul-piercing shriek. An evolved spiritual plant? Upon hearing those words, the veteran teams completely lost their minds and sprang into action. The blue-haired youth who had mocked them earlier frantically whipped out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed his guild. He screamed into the receiver to drop everything immediately. He ordered them to rush straight to Forbidden Zone 93 to strike it filthy rich. He demanded they empty their entire guild vault to buy maximum gear, swearing he would live in that zone for the rest of the month. Behind him, 2 heavily armed mercenaries brandished their weapons like madmen. They roared at the top of their lungs to rush the 93rd zone for a gold rush. True opportunities never waited for stragglers. If they missed this godly farming window, they would regret it for the rest of their miserable lives. Watching the absolute frenzy he had just unleashed, Cao Nang scoffed in sheer superiority. Did these pathetic mortals really think a walking cheat code like him would take 3 to 4 days just to pick up a single trash-tier herb like the rest of them? Gao Neng shoots a quick, meaningful glance at Ning. A silent agreement passes between them. They already finalized their plan on the journey back. They will hand over all the low-level materials. As for the evolution seeds, they submit 3 and keep 3. Once the alchemy environment is fully prepared, they will kickstart the project. Gao Neng flashes a confident smile at the clerk. If everything looks good, go ahead and exchange these for points. The staff member blinks, snapping out of a daze. Ah, right away. Then he freezes. Wait, no. With this massive amount of attribute materials, I have to report this to the higher-ups. Absolute panic takes over his face. He scrambles for his phone, his hands trembling. The sky is falling. The sky is literally falling. I need to report this immediately. Evolution energy might have just appeared in Forbidden Zone 93. Meanwhile, at the governor's office, an urgent shout shatters the silence. Reporting for duty. Chairman Wu does not even turn around, calmly swirling his coffee. You are not a child anymore, he scolds. Maintain your composure. Yunping rests his chin in his hand, letting out a heavy sigh. Exactly, panting and rushing like a madman. Where are your manners? But Zhongqing is too frantic to care about etiquette. Reporting to Chairman Wu and Governor Yun. A literal miracle has descended upon Forbidden Zone 93. Chairman Wu takes a slow sip of his coffee, completely unfazed. A miracle? What kind of miracle? Yunping chimes in with a mocking smirk. We have spent half our lives guarding this place. What miracle have we not seen by now? Without warning, Zhongqing drops the bombshell. Gao Neng spent merely half a day out there, and he dug up 40 attribute materials, along with 6 evolution seeds, in Forbidden Zone 93. In an instant, the two veterans lose their minds. Chairman Wu's jaw hits the floor. Evolution seeds? Did you just say evolution seeds and attribute materials, and 6 of them? He spins around, his calm facade completely shattered. 40 materials? Zhongqing nods firmly, having fully expected this exact reaction. That is correct, and every single spot where the materials grew contained exactly 2 evolution seeds. Yunping furrows his brows, refusing to believe it. But that defies all logic. Since when are evolution seeds so easy to find? But Zhongqing stands her ground. I swear it on my life and honor. I even recorded the exact coordinates, she declares without hesitation. Right at that moment, Yunping's phone buzzes. I am here. What is the emergency? A terrified scream erupts from the speaker. Reporting to Governor Yun. The two superiors' faces drain of color, shifting into pure horror. They hear that Gao Neng just submitted 50 attribute materials, and hidden among them were 3 evolution seeds. The voice on the phone babbles on in sheer panic, the words stumbling over each other. The geniuses on the dragon board are losing their minds. So many people are rushing out of the base today. Do we need to deploy an armed escort? Yunping processes the chaos for a moment before answering. No need. With so many elites moving together, safety is practically guaranteed. I will handle the arrangements. Understood, sir. The caller quickly replies. Yunping abruptly stands up, turning with a burning intensity. Zhongqing. She instantly snaps to attention. Sir, yes, sir. Yunping's expression turns dangerously serious as he issues his command. Gather our forces. Call out every single one of those fake elites. I am going to investigate this anomaly personally. Elsewhere, thick dust kicks up into the air. Shimo sits in his speeding vehicle, his mind racing. As the undisputed top genius of the dragon board, he refuses to eat anyone's scraps, especially not Gao Neng's. His eyes narrow into deadly slits. Gritting his teeth, Shimo floors the gas pedal. But this entire situation is way too abnormal. Whenever things defy logic, there is always a catch. Just what kind of monstrous secret is hiding in Forbidden Zone 93? He has to see it for himself. On another road, a fierce young woman screams at her driver. Brother, drive faster. We absolutely must harvest more evolution seeds than Gao Neng. Her brother shouts back that the pedal is already to the metal. Qinglian grinds her teeth, her knuckles turning white as she clenches her fists. Damn it all. I wouldn't even step foot on the same dirt that stinking Gao Neng walks on. But this is our best chance to surpass him. If I can beat him, any sacrifice is worth it. Back at the base, Zhongqing stares at her phone, totally paralyzed. Absolute madness has taken over. Everyone is stampeding towards Zone 93. They are crazy. Everyone has gone completely insane. The operator's voice echoes through the receiver. You currently have 27 pending requests to leave the base. She grinds her teeth, seething with fiery rage. This is all that bastard Gao Nang's fault. How on earth does this punk stir up so much chaos? Zhang Qing curses him to the heavens and back. Who knows where that absolute sinner is living it up right now? Meanwhile, in a quiet, luxurious house, Gao Nang is living his best life. He sinks into a lavish bathtub, humming to soft music, shamelessly using pure energy materials as bathwater. It is literally like swimming in liquid gold. No wonder Qinglian complained about her own bathwater. Only this extreme, luxurious method can force a core explosion state this fast. A wild thrill flashes through his eyes. The sheer power coursing through him is intoxicating. If he could just dual cultivate while in this core explosion state, his power would skyrocket. Suddenly, his phone chimes, breaking his train of thought. The screen lights up with a single message. Sender, Ninger. Content. Come, dual cultivate. Reading those words, Gao Nang loses his mind. He leaps out of the tub, buck naked, and ecstatic. Hell yes. Ask and you shall receive. Just wait right there. I am on my way. But a sudden meow shatters his fantasy. He glances down just in time to see a furry blur launching right at him. Panic strikes his heart. Heavens! Xiaomeng, what the hell are you doing? The cat dives straight into his bathtub, scaring the living daylights out of him. A second later, a blinding light flashes, and the cat transforms into human form. Xiaomeng lets out a long, satisfied sigh. Ah, a place overflowing with energy. This is truly the most comfortable. Gao Ning's face turns dark as thunder. He frantically wraps a towel around his waist and roars, Xiaomeng, what do you think you are doing? She does not even bat an eye, casually answering, taking a bath? He completely loses his mind. Weren't you supposed to be staying over at Tang's place? You are not bathing with her? He turns away. Seeing this, Xiaomeng waves a happy goodbye. This queen is as free as the wind. Why do you care who I bathe with? Gao Ning replies with an exhausted sigh. Fine. Fine. Go enjoy your freedom. I am going to find mine. I am out. Confused, she tilts her head. You are not soaking anymore? Gao Nang dries his hands. I am heading out for dual cultivation. Enjoy your bath. She blinks in pure innocence. Is dual cultivation really that amazing? Hearing this, Gao Nang grits his teeth. Amazing does not even begin to describe it. It is like traveling 10,000 miles in a single day. Of course, a day is just the unit of measurement. Xiaomeng's eyes instantly light up. Then this queen shall grant you a glorious opportunity. You may dual cultivate with me. A terrifying killing intent immediately erupts from his body. How could a peerless, handsome man like him dual cultivate with a literal cat? Just be a good girl and take your bath. Annoyed, Xiaomeng lets out a heavy huff. She closes her eyes and begins to circulate her spiritual energy. Moments later, the murky bathwater turns crystal clear. Transforming back into her feline form, she leaps out of the bathtub in Ning Er's dormitory. Prowling along the outside windowsill, she suddenly overhears a hushed conversation. Did you wash up yet? Just got clean. Come on up. Xiaomeng dashes right past the lovebirds. Suddenly, she freezes, her feline eyes glowing with realization. Meanwhile, Tang Tang is enjoying a relaxing soak. Out of nowhere, a shadowy blur crashes into her bathtub. Water splashes everywhere. Startled, she cries out, Who goes there? Xiaomeng pops her little head above the surface. Seeing this, Tang Tang bursts into a smile. Xiaomeng, do you want to bathe too? I thought cats were terrified of water. She playfully reaches out to the tiny beast. Do you want to play? All right then. She cheerfully splashes water right into Xiaomeng's face, laughing heartily at the cat's absolute look of disgust. But the playful mood instantly shifts. Xiaomeng suddenly presses both her tiny paws firmly against Tang Tang's hands. Utterly confused, Tang Tang blinks. Xiaomeng, what are you doing? The magical cat does not even bother to reply. She just scoffs inwardly. You do not even know about dual cultivation, you flat-chested brat. Suddenly, a massive surge of aura wraps entirely around Tang Tang's body. Her eyes widen in pure shock. This feeling, this perfect circulation of energy. What is happening? A crazy realization hits her like a truck. Could this actually be dual cultivation? Is a literal cat trying to dual cultivate with me? The great death god Tang? How is this even possible? 1 second, she is questioning her entire existence. The very next second, she completely surrenders to the bliss. This rapid energy assimilation feels absolutely incredible. Whatever, let us just do it. A blinding flash of spiritual light erupts, illuminating the entire room. She tightly hugs Xiaomeng to her chest. That single session, It actually pushed me straight into the mid-5th tier. Overjoyed, she squeezes the magical feline even tighter. It turns out, I, the great death god Tang, am a peerless genius after all. Xiao Meng. You are truly my ultimate lucky charm. The very next day. Inside Zhang Qing's office, a shocked voice shatters the silence. What did you just say? Gao Neng's team actually went to restricted zone 118 today? I fully expected them to try their luck at zone 93 again, but they went straight to 118. The operative on the other end of the line reports in. We are completely in the dark here. Instructor Zhang, should we dispatch a tail to shadow them? She confidently shakes her head. That is only a C-rank restricted zone. For a team of their caliber, the threat level is practically 0. Besides, Commander Yoon has not even returned yet. We will put everything on hold until Commander Yoon and Speaker Du return. Meanwhile, deep inside Yun Ping's targeted restricted zone, his subordinates are frantically scanning the desolate wasteland. Anything over there? Not a single trace. Move toward the southern sector. Do not leave a single stone unturned. Tear this entire place apart if you have to. The men fiercely curse under their breath. Damn it all. We have been scouring this wretched wasteland for half the day. There is not even a single blade of spiritual grass. This is driving me completely insane. I would even settle for a low-level shadow beast right now. Just let me skin something alive to vent this blazing frustration. Even Yun Ping is utterly bewildered by this barren reality. Is there something fatally wrong with our searching methods? Beside him, Zhimo Ru completely collapses in sheer despair. I refuse to believe this. This cannot be real. How can my luck possibly be worse than that bastard Gao Neng? But Qing Lian's eyes burn with an unyielding, fanatical faith. Zone 93 absolutely hides a legendary miracle. We cannot surrender now. The moment I secure those high-tier energy materials, I am going to crush Gao Neng into dust. Meanwhile, Lin Ying grimaces at the pathetic prize in his hand, a totally useless, low-level earth attribute weed. At that exact same moment, inside restricted zone 118, Gao Neng's team has just hit the ultimate jackpot. Tang Tang's eyes practically shine like stars as she stares at the mountain of precious herbs. 15 stalks of blazing fire grass. And my god. 3 stalks of the ultra-rare evolved variant, the heaven-burning inferno grass. Gao Neng, how in the world did you manage to find all this? He dramatically places his hands on his hips, throwing his head back in a triumphant laugh. From this day forward, you may address me as the god of luck, or the chosen child of destiny. But Ning Er's sharp gaze remains deeply skeptical. There is definitely something suspicious going on here. Are elemental materials truly this easy to harvest? Tang Tang suddenly crosses her arms with a pout. It is just a massive shame that we handed Qing Lian's team such a cheap victory. I heard they have been camping in Zone 93 harvesting treasures all day and night. Gao Neng raises an eyebrow. You do not understand. Why is it a cheap victory for them? She firmly stands her ground. Because we were the ones who discovered that prime hunting ground. Zone 93 easily yielded 6 evolved plants for us. The area must be overflowing with pure evolutionary energy. By taking over our spot, they are absolutely guaranteed a massive harvest. Gao Neng shakes his finger with deadpan seriousness. Comrade Tong Tong, you are being incredibly narrow-minded. As the glorious pioneers of this generation, it is our absolute duty to leave behind blessings for the latecomers. But inwardly, he chuckles darkly. That is assuming I actually left a single scrap of blessing for those poor fools. A wicked smirk pulls at the corner of his lips. I really wonder what kind of despairing faces they will be making when we finally return. Deep within the underground city, artificial lights blur the line between day and night. Buried miles beneath the Earth's surface, completely starved of sunlight, the subterranean winter is infinitely more brutal than the world above. Huddled in the freezing darkness, Qing Lian's ragged faction desperately scours the frozen earth, but the shadows only hide their growing horror. Damn it all to hell. Why is this entire zone completely empty? What on earth went wrong? It makes absolutely no sense. If Gao Neng can uncover these treasures, why are we left empty-handed? Qing Lian shivered in the freezing night, her body trembling with pure rage. After hours of searching, she had only found a few pathetic quills from a darkborn hedgehog. Where exactly do I fall short compared to Gao Neng? She gritted her teeth. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the silence. Gao Neng's team is back. The crowd buzzed with overwhelming shock. Rumor had it that Gao Neng's squad had dared to enter restricted zone 118 today. Zone 108. Are they insane? Everyone knew restricted zone 93 held the precious evolved species, yet they completely ignored the obvious prize and ran straight into zone 118 instead. I am freezing to death. I need a hot bath right now, someone muttered. But all eyes were fixed on Gao Neng's impossibly smug expression. Could he have actually scored a massive haul in Zone 118? I refuse to believe he found anything in that wasteland. It defies all logic and reason. But the team was already marching straight toward the exchange hall. Let us go see the truth for ourselves. Qing Lian's face turned a violent shade of purple. She crossed her arms, desperately masking her panic with arrogance. I absolutely refuse to believe they found a single attribute herb. Yet, the moment Gao Ning's team dumped their bags, a mountain of glowing spirit herbs crashed onto the counter. The official report was staggering: 60 attribute materials, and on top of that, 4 ultra-rare evolved species. Go ahead, count them, Gao Ning smirked. This astronomical harvest left the rival teams with their jaws on the floor. 60 attribute materials and 4 evolved species? A bystander screamed in protest. That is even more than yesterday. I call absolute nonsense. 2 other hunters stepped up, their faces twisted in bitter resentment. We scoured restricted zone 93 all day yesterday. We spent 24 grueling hours in that hellhole, and we did not find a single worthless blade of grass. It has only been half a day, and they bring back a king's ransom? This is rigged. It is completely unfair. Hearing their pathetic whines, Gao Ning let out an icy, mocking laugh. I hear some amusing rumors floating around, Gao Ning announced, his voice echoing through the hall. People are saying we spent half a day gathering this pathetic pile in Zone 118. Allow me to clarify the truth right now. That is a complete lie. We only searched for 2 hours. Those 2 words struck Qing Lian like a physical blow to the chest. Her soul practically left her body as her eyes rolled back into her head. She collapsed instantly, forcing Qing Jie to dive and catch his fainting sister. Wake up! Please, wake up! He cried out. Standing nearby, Shimo shook like a leaf, completely broken by the crushing reality. Great Sun Ru, he stammered uncontrollably, unable to form a coherent sentence. Meanwhile, Gao Ning kept his inner thoughts to himself. I literally have a system cheat code, he thought. You fools keep trying to compare yourselves to me. Are you just asking to be humiliated? Watching from the shadows, Master Tian Nan crossed his arms in sheer astonishment. This insolent little brat, he muttered under his breath. 60 attribute herbs? An ultra-rare evolved species on top of that? You strike it rich and decide to keep your poor master completely in the dark? Just you wait, kid. We will settle this later, Tian Nan smirked. Elsewhere, the explosive news reached Zhang Qing, making her completely lose her composure. What did you just say? The massive discovery was in Zone 118, not 93? And the hall is even bigger than yesterday? Commander Yun Ping refused to believe a single word. Zhang Qing, what am I supposed to do with you? You swore Zone 93 held the miracle. My old bones are fragile. I cannot handle this constant emotional roller coaster, he groaned, rubbing his temples. Qing Jing nodded in absolute agreement. I warned you from the start. The words of these arrogant rookies mean nothing. Even her own reports are full of holes. Zhang Qing bit her lip, her mind racing in a frantic panic. How did everything go so wrong? She thought. Could it be that the miracle never belonged to Zone 93 at all? What if the real miracle is actually Gao Ning himself? Suddenly, a crazy theory flashed through Zhang Qing's mind like a bolt of lightning. Wait, Commander Yun, she yelled frantically. Did your excavation team smash any rocks? Yun Ping blinked in utter confusion. Smash rocks? Why in the world would we waste time smashing rocks? She slammed her hands on the table. Commander, you need to listen to me right now. When Gao Ning's team made their first miraculous haul, smashing rocks was the exact method they used to unearth the treasures. Yun Ping's eyes widened as the realization finally hit him. You mean to say the attribute materials in the restricted zones are actually concealed beneath the boulders? It makes perfect sense. If the evolutionary energy flows underground, the herbs would naturally take root beneath the stones. Qing Jing stroked his beard, his eyes burning with intense calculation. If this theory proves true, the entire human alliance is about to leap into a glorious new era of evolution. But Yun Ping quickly shook his head, bringing them back to reality. A new era is not born so easily. Jumping to monumental conclusions based on a single wild theory is far too dangerous. Yet, despite his words, a fiery passion ignited within the old commander's chest. However, for the future of the human alliance, even the slimmest thread of hope is worth risking everything. Qing Jing slammed his fist in passionate agreement. Understood. I will order the vanguard to prepare the high-yield explosives immediately. This time, we march into Zone 118 and level the entire mountain to the ground. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Gao Ning, was lounging luxuriously in a steaming bathtub. Ah, this is the life, he sighed contentedly. Loot a mountain of treasures, eat a feast, take a hot bath, and then go find Ning Air for some intense dual cultivation. This is exactly how a supreme genius should live. Humming a happy tune, Gao Neng massaged a thick layer of shampoo into his hair, but suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open behind him. He instantly sensed a presence stepping into the steamy room. Xiaomeng, are you sneaking back in again? He chuckled blindly. You always pick the most inconvenient times to wander around. A pet cat is still a cat. I suppose I should give you a little treat, he mumbled through the suds. Well? Since you are here, stop dawdling and get in, Gao Neng commanded casually. But it was not his feline companion. Master Tiannan stood in dead silence, staring dangerously at his completely naked disciple. The old master's mind flashed back to Gao Neng, intensely watching a male idol's combat livestream earlier that day. He even remembered his disciple brazenly admitting his bizarre obsession. Gao Neng had openly confessed to throwing billions in donations at a male performer. Tiannan's face turned darker than the bottom of an abyss. Does this wretched boy actually swing that way? Completely blinded by a mountain of shampoo bubbles, Gao Neng remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom. He had no idea his master's murderous aura was practically setting the room on fire. I could not care less about your twisted personal preferences, Tiannan thought, his fists trembling with rage. But you actually dare to make a move on your own master? You have truly grown too bold for your own good. Suddenly, a spine-chilling wave of bloodlust pierced through the warm steam. But Gao Neng reacted a second too late. In the blink of an eye, the water froze solid, turning him into a helpless, naked human popsicle. Who dares to ambush me? Gao Neng roared, violently shattering the icy prison with an explosive burst of aura. He spun around, ready to slaughter his assassin. But when he saw his master vibrating with pure, unadulterated fury, his jaw hit the floor. Master? It is you? Gao Neng shrieked in panic. Why are you creeping around like a ghost without knocking? Tiannan's eyes glowed with deadly menace. Let me remind you, you little brat. My title is literally the Ghost Child. Do you have a problem with that? Internally, however, Master Tiannan was deeply shaken by what he had just witnessed. I deliberately suppressed my freezing energy. But Gao Neng is only at the 6th stage. How did he break out so easily? This kid's foundation is terrifyingly thick. The old master marveled silently. Scrambling to pull his clothes on, Gao Neng flashed an awkward, guilty smile. Master, you came all the way here. Does this mean the military academy issue is finally sorted out? The master crossed his arms, his murderous aura slowly fading into a triumphant smirk. I bring incredible news. Your admission to the military academy has already been officially approved. I was inspecting the Northern Zone base recently, so I could not inform you beforehand. Cao Neng flashes a bright, expectant smile. So, what about the teaching staff? Tiannan lets out a heavy, irritated sigh. Just who do you think your master is? It is already handled. Every single one of them has over 5 years of military teaching experience. Cao Neng rubs his hands together, his face practically glowing with blatant flattery. Master is truly incredible. In that case, I have just one more tiny favor to ask. Seeing that sly look, Tiannan immediately senses trouble. Shut your mouth, the older man snaps. I have zero interest in whatever scheme you are brewing. The young disciple blinks, completely baffled by the sudden hostility. But why? I feel like this really is not a difficult request. Tiannan grinds his teeth together. It is extremely difficult. Cao Neng rolls his eyes and turns his back in dramatic disappointment. If I knew my master was this petty, I should have just accepted when Sword Elder begged to take me as his disciple. He offered me so many incredible benefits. You know, hearing this, Tiannan feels like his prized possession is being stolen right from under his nose. What did you just say? That old sword geezer actually tried to poach you? Cao Neng nods with absolute confidence. That is right. He even said I could name absolutely any condition I wanted. He even promised I could come and go from that forbidden cave as I pleased. Tiannan trembles, furious sweat pouring down his face like a storm. Come and go as you please? That old sword maniac was actually willing to go that far? To stoop to such shameless lows just to steal my disciple? Rage blazes in the master's eyes. Fine then. Throwing away all his pride just to poach my talent. If word gets out that someone stole my direct disciple, where would I put my face? Boiling with competitive fury, he points a shaking finger at his student. Which cave do you want to enter? Spit it out. I am going all out today. If that old sword fossil can get you in, then I, Tiannan, will do the exact same. Cao Neng's eyes widen in pleasant surprise. Master, do you really mean that? The older man's spiritual pressure explodes into the sky as he roars back. My words are absolute gold. But deep in his heart, Tiannan makes a vicious vow. You little brat, just try me. Let us see if I do not strangle the life out of you first. A triumphant smirk spreads across Cao Neng's face. Perfect. Then I will head over right now. His target? The cave, located in Forbidden Zone 2. The master freezes completely. Wait a minute. What cave did you just say? The cave of Forbidden Zone 2. Tiannan's voice suddenly grows terrifyingly hollow. That cave you just mentioned. Are you talking about the abyssal demon? Cao Neng lets out a dramatic gasp. Oh, so that place is actually called the abyssal demon? Tiannan immediately blocks his path. Hold on a second. How do you even know about the abyssal demon in Forbidden Zone 2? Do not tell me you have already been there? Cao Neng waves his hands in instant denial. Me? Sneaking into Forbidden Zone 2? How could I possibly do that? I merely heard some passing rumors. Whispers saying the underground city existed long before the capital of Hope. And then someone casually mentioned a massive cave resting inside Forbidden Zone 2. Tiannan narrows his eyes. There is zero chance he is buying this little scammer's absolute nonsense. Lies. Pure lies. Even the 300 geniuses on the dragon ranking, with their complex backgrounds and deep connections, not a single one of them has clearance to even discuss Forbidden Zone 2. This brat is definitely hiding a mountain of secrets. Slowly, a chillingly inhuman smile creeps onto the shameless master's face. The trap is about to be set. My dear Cao Neng, if you still want me to personally escort you into the abyssal demon, it is not entirely impossible. How about this? Let us make a little wager. If you win, I will bring you straight to the abyssal demon. But if you lose, I do not ask for much. Just 10 billion. How does that sound? Cao Neng nearly chokes on his own breath. 10 billion? Master, wait just a minute. You have to tell me what we are betting on first. Only then will I decide. Tiannan lays out the deceptively simple rules. I heard you scooped up quite a few attribute materials these past 2 days. Your luck is clearly decent. So, we will bet on exactly that. By tomorrow. If you can manage to unearth more than 50 stocks of attribute materials, then consider it your flawless victory. Of course, just like your previous hauls, the batch must contain an evolutionary species. Cao Neng immediately throws up his mental defenses. Is that it? Is it really that incredibly simple? Tiannan offers a smile of pure, unadulterated innocence. That is right, as simple as breathing. So, do we have a bet? But Cao Neng knows his absolutely shameless master far too well. Something is wrong. The danger alarms in his head are screaming. His master is completely different from Qing Jing. He is not just an old fox. He is a despicably shameless old fox. He definitely wants to scam my purple crystal ore. Did he really think I would not figure it out? Why else would he hand me such an easy advantage? Tiannan's smile slowly twists into a sinister smirk. Well, do you have the guts to bet? For a genius like you, this should be a walk in the park, right? Of course, if you are too terrified to accept, we can just pretend this little wager never even happened. However, I should tell you that Forbidden Zone 2 holds far more than just mere attribute materials. This incredibly vague, manipulative bait makes Cao Neng's suspicions spike. Master, what exactly are you implying? Tiannan cuts straight to the core of the mystery. Let me ask you just one simple question. Where do you think the underground city's attribute materials actually come from? Evolutionary energy. Cao Neng answers without hesitation. A glint of genuine praise flashes in the master's eyes. This brat actually knows his stuff. It seems your trip to the underground city was not a complete waste of time. Spot on. Those precious attribute materials are physically manifested from pure evolutionary energy. And the abyssal demon? In a very real sense, it is the absolute origin source of that evolutionary energy. But of course, if you are too scared to take the bet, we can end this conversation right here. The bait is simply too good. Cao Neng steps right into the trap. Master, I am taking the bet. Tiannan still plays the role of a reluctant saint. Oh, are you absolutely certain you want to wager against me? Please, do not force yourself if you are not ready. I, Tiannan, never force anyone into anything, especially not my own precious beloved disciple. Cao Neng swears to the heavens that he is completely willing, not forced at all. But, I do have one condition. The innocent smile vanishes from his face. Tiannan raises an eyebrow. A condition? Let us hear it. The young disciple lays out his terms with absolute clarity. If I win this, you have to either teach me a definitive survival method for the abyssal demon, or hand over a top-tier life-saving artifact. That chilling, sinister smile immediately returns to the old master's face. This stinking brat is acting quite arrogant today, is he not? Deal. I accept your conditions, assuming you can actually beat me. However, regarding those 50 stocks of attribute materials, the batch must contain at least 5 evolutionary species. I repeat, at least 5. Did you hear me clearly? Cao Neng's jaw drops as he screams in absolute protest. Wait a damn minute. Did you not just say I only needed one evolutionary species? This is completely unfair. Tiannan shamelessly dropped those words before turning his back. Fairness? Since when did fairness exist in this brutal world? My absolute strength crushes yours. Naturally, my words are absolute law. Gao Neng stood completely frozen in place. He silently watched his master's retreating figure fade into the distance. Suddenly, a dangerously wicked smirk crept across Gao Neng's face. The trap was perfectly set. The old man thought he was the ultimate hunter. Little did he know, he was nothing but the prey. Meanwhile, Tiannan walked away with absolute satisfaction. A smug, victorious grin plastered his face as he thought to himself, "You foolish, smelly brat. You walked right into my trap. Is there truly a difference between finding one evolution seedling and finding 5? Did you really think I cared about the sheer numbers? Trying to fool me with that pathetic fake act? You are way too green, kid. Your acting skills are absolute garbage." But suddenly, a sharp, venomous curse sliced through the air behind him. "You stubborn, undying old fossil. You have been hiding in the shadows this entire time. Did you honestly think I wouldn't notice your terrifying presence?" Tiannan scoffed. Demon Eye truly lives up to his legendary name. When it comes to absolute vision, your eyes are unmatched. Tiannan's voice turned ice cold. "We already crossed paths in broad daylight, stalking me through the dead of night. Does this little game even mean anything?" Mubai stepped right out of a glowing spatial rift. "It means everything. In fact, the deeper this goes, the more thrilling it gets." Tiannan's aura flared with a silent, deadly threat. "Back off, or I will march straight to that brat right now. I will expose exactly how you plan to toy with his life." Dropping the act, Mubai's expression grew deadly serious. "Tell me the absolute truth. Did you actually sense his spiritual power? Is it truly resonating with Xishan?" Mubai's eyes gleamed with terrifying certainty. "I swear it on my very life. Tiannan Bai Chen. You know exactly what a spiritual resonance with Xishan means. I bet my life on it. This is the real, hidden reason you took him as your disciple, isn't it?" Mubai delivered his final, crushing ultimatum. "If you do not have the guts to tell the boy the truth, then I swear, I will drag him straight into the demon abyss myself. Your precious disciple will face 10 certain deaths with 0 chance of survival. Can you really bear to watch him die?" Meanwhile, Gao Neng was already putting the puzzle pieces together. He knew his master's ultimate goal was not just to scam him out of his cash. The old man foolishly believed he had seen right through Gao Neng's acting, but the truth was far more twisted. Gao Neng had already seen through his master's grand deception. An absolute masterclass in psychological warfare. If my tactical calculations are dead on target, my master's true objective is glaringly obvious. He wants to uncover the exact method I use to track evolution seedlings. He is desperately trying to expose the legendary secret hidden within my body. My ultimate trump card. The melon skin system. Master, it is not that I want to deceive you, but even the closest allies must respect each other's deepest boundaries. The existence of the melon skin system was an absolute, world-shaking secret. If push came to shove, he would just have to sacrifice Tang Tang as the perfect scapegoat. Miles away, the blissfully unaware Tang Tang suddenly let out a massive sneeze. The poor girl had no idea she was being brutally calculated. That night, pure chaos consumed the 118th restricted zone. Nobody dared to sleep. A deafening explosion shattered the earth, obliterating an entire sector. A frantic voice pierced through the blinding smoke. "Well, what is the status? Did we find anything? We have already blown up a 20th of the entire restricted zone." Suddenly, a scout screamed at the top of his lungs. "Report! We found it! A massive discovery!" Yunping's eyes widened with desperate hope as he hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" The scout trembled as he delivered the grand total. "We have secured exactly 8 elemental attribute plants." Yunping's face contorted with blazing fury. "Are you freaking kidding me? Blast more rocks. That demonic girl, Zhang Qing, she is becoming less human by the second. How dare she play such a twisted game with me?" He roared into the night sky. "When we get back, slash her damn salary." The explosive news sent massive shockwaves through the entire base. It became the absolute talk of the town. But today, Gao Neng's elite crew had their eyes locked on a deadlier prize. The infamous 317th restricted zone. Rumor has it, Commander Yun tore through Zone 118 last night, but his harvest was absolute garbage. The hunters whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with immense greed. "This time, we shadow Gao Neng. There is no way we leave empty-handed. I refuse to believe that evolution energy just magically follows that kid around." Driven by intense curiosity, the massive crowd roared in perfect unison. "Move out! Let the epic hunt begin. Lurking in the shadows, Shimo gritted his teeth in blazing frustration. Damn it all. I want to raid Zone 317 too. But his immense pride was stinging. If I go now, won't I just look like Gao Neng's pathetic shadow? How the hell am I supposed to swallow this insult? Just as his fury peaked, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Shimo, care to forge a legendary alliance with us? He turned to face the infamous Yi brothers. Chinga stepped forward with a deadly serious proposal. The mining window for Zone 317 is absolutely perfect. But do not forget, it is a bloody C-rank forbidden ground. The lethal threat level completely eclipses Zones 93 and 118. Qinglian's eyes narrowed with calculating precision. If we combine our monstrous strength, we can guarantee our absolute survival. Shimo's eyes widened in genuine shock. Wait, you guys are targeting the 317th zone as well? A dark, calculating silence fell over Shimo. An alliance could change everything. Fine, I am in. But when we harvest those elemental plants, how do we split the ultimate spoils? The answer was brutally simple. An absolutely equal cut. No hidden tricks. Nobody takes advantage of anyone. But before the pact could be sealed, another overwhelming presence stepped into the fray. If you are looking for a dominant squad, why not join our ranks instead? Wei Ya smirked, radiating absolute, supreme confidence. You name your price for the split. We will honor it. This massive collision of titans instantly sent shockwaves through the entire camp. The whispers turned into a deafening roar of sheer disbelief. Did you hear that? Shimo and Wei Ya, the absolute top 3 monsters of the Hidden Dragon rankings. They are actually forming an alliance with Qinglian, and Qingge from the legendary Radiant sect is with them. Sir rank and A rank elites are literally forging an unstoppable super team. The terrifying reality set in. Without monumental strength, stepping into Zone 317 was pure suicide. The explosive intelligence quickly reached Commander Yunping's ears. His brows locked in absolute disbelief. 10 elite squads are marching into Zone 317 today? Just because of Gao Neng's sheer presence? Did that kid single-handedly trigger this massive tidal wave? A high-ranking officer trembled as he delivered the grim tactical assessment. Commander, throwing this many hunters into a largely uncharted death zone is pure madness. If a catastrophic variable emerges, the death toll will be completely unmanageable. He is absolutely right. What if that abyss is crawling with level 8 nightmare beasts? Or worse, a terrifying level 9 entity? We need a massive defensive contingency right now. Yunping slammed his hands on the desk and stood tall. Assemble my gear. I am heading into the abyss myself. The officers panicked, desperately trying to block his path. Commander, no. You have not slept a single wink in 2 straight days. Let the vanguard handle this. Yunping stubbornly shook his head, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. Do you think I do not crave rest? But with the terrifying stakes right now, I cannot afford to blink. Mobilize the elder veterans to back me up, he muttered through gritted teeth. Ever since that chaotic brat, Gao Neng, stepped foot into the underground city, this entire damn fortress has gone completely insane. Unlike the relatively tame grounds of Zones 93 and 118, the geography of Zone 317 was an absolute death trap. Beyond the jagged stone forests and barren wastelands, the earth was violently hollowed out by a terrifying network of subterranean caves. Lethal, toxic underground swamps stretched for miles in absolute darkness. And lurking within those muddy depths, unknown, monstrous entities waited patiently to ambush their next prey. When the Alliance forces first cracked this sector open, the terrifying energy readings instantly flagged it as a catastrophic A rank to B rank lethal zone. But after multiple bloody scouting missions only uncovered level 7 nightmares, they temporarily downgraded it to a treacherous C rank rating. By the time Gao Neng's elite squad finally breached the perimeter, the clock had just struck 10 in the morning, and the true nightmare was just beginning. Tong Tong glanced back at the shivering Gao Neng and smirked. It is absolutely freezing here compared to the other forbidden zones. Gao Neng, did you drop your guard and get careless this time? Forbidden Zone 317 is a deadly fusion of bubbling magma and toxic swamps, making the dark aura incredibly heavy. Unlike you, I actually did my homework, Gao Neng chuckled inwardly. Go ahead and gloat, my dear companion. I will not bicker with you today. After all, you are the shining star of today's grand performance. According to his mental wilderness map, an absolute treasure trove of rare attribute materials was hidden just beneath the jagged, rocky crags up ahead. Let the show begin. The group confidently ventured deeper into the shadows. Watching from a hidden vantage point, Tiannan nodded in approval. That stinky brat is quite cautious. knowing to use his weapons to safely forge a path. Mu Bai chimed in from beside him, his eyes sharp as a hawk. I was observing him closely just a moment ago. Before entering this forbidden zone, that kid did not release a single ounce of spiritual power to scout ahead, plunging in entirely blind like that. It is highly suspicious. No matter what hidden tricks he has up his sleeve, we just need to trail him. Knowing this little punk's cunning nature, he might already be perfectly aware we are tailing him. I want to see exactly what kind of game he is playing. Mu Bai's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. With his pitiful cultivation realm, could he really detect our presence? Tiannan smirked knowingly. He did not sense us, he deduced it. While he cannot match my brilliance, that kid's mind is terrifyingly sharp. Mu Bai scoffed, his voice dripping with blunt sarcasm, guessing it would not be hard at all. After all, your grand acting performance yesterday was utterly pathetic. Tiannan bristled, his voice rising in fiery irritation. Still better than yours. Whatever, just keep your eyes locked on that brat. Ahead on the rugged trail, Gao Neng halted his steps. We are here. This is the exact spot. He brought out little Xiao Meng, his eyes silently issuing a command. The magical pet let out a sharp meow, confirming the signal. Tung Tung jumped in shock as the cat suddenly darted from her arms. Meow, hiss, she panicked, waving her hands. Xiao Meng, what has gotten into you? Seeing the furball sprint straight toward the treacherous cliffside, she screamed, Xiao Meng, come back. It is way too dangerous down there. Unable to hold back, Tang Tang recklessly bolted after the rogue pet. Sister Ning Gao Neng, wait right here. I will go fetch Xiao Meng, she yelled over her shoulder. Gao Neng called back with a flawlessly feigned tone of concern. Be careful out there. Tang Tang finally snatched up the squirming Xiao Meng by the scruff. Gotcha. What on earth possessed you to run? But as she scolded the pet, her entire body froze. Staring straight ahead, a piercing, ear-shattering scream erupted from her lungs. Sister Ning Gao Neng, you two have to come see what I just found, she shrieked in absolute delirium. It is the wood orchid vines. There is an entire field of them. These are ultra-rare wood attribute materials. She puffed out her chest in triumphant glory. The great reaper Tang Tang is truly blessed by the heavens to stumble upon such treasure. Gao Neng played his part to perfection, masking his inner smirk with a look of utter shock. Who would have thought wood orchid vines would grow in a barren wasteland like this? Ning do these vines normally sprout in such environments? He asked. Ning analyzed the scene, her eyes glowing with knowledge. Records state they thrive in freezing, damp spots. But a cluster this insanely dense is unheard of. There must be at least 20 stalks here. Suddenly, Gao Neng shifted his gaze, pretending to lock onto something even more breathtaking nearby. Ning Tang Tang, look over there. There are 3 stalks radiating a completely different aura from the rest. Could those be an evolved variant? Heavens above. Those are the purple wood orchid vines, the legendary evolved form. Ning gasped. To find such a massive cluster, and 3 evolved strains hiding within it. This is unbelievable. High above the canyon, Tiannan watched the spectacle unfold in utter bewilderment. This process is flowing far too smoothly, but if that brat Gao Neng rigged this somehow, how did he make Tang Tang be the one to unearth the loot? Mu Bai was equally shell-shocked. To stumble across legendary materials just by chasing a rogue cat? Tiannan furrowed his brows, sensing a massive, invisible web. This completely shatters my expectations. He glanced at his old friend. What is your read on this madness? Left with 0 answers, Tiannan vowed to keep watching. Down in the canyon, the flawlessly orchestrated chaos continued. Tang Tang's phone suddenly slipped from her grasp, tumbling straight into a dark earth crevice. She frantically dove after it. My phone! She cried out. Standing behind her, Gao Neng rubbed his head with an innocent, apologetic smile. My bad, Tang Tang. My hand slipped. Scrambling up, she spotted Xiao Meng perched on a branch above. Xiao Meng, what kind of mess are you starting now? But as she pushed herself up from her faceplant in the dirt, her eyes locked onto a mesmerizing, pulsing glow radiating right in front of her nose. By the gods! Wisdom Stargrass is growing in a dump like this. Look! Everyone, look! Without a single second of hesitation, she fiercely uprooted the glowing spiritual herb, but the swampy depths had even more earth-shattering secrets to bear. Buried beneath the mud pulsed a magnificent crimson lotus. Tang Tang's eyes practically turned into stars. Holy heavens! It is the glazed heartfruit too. High above, Tiannan's jaw literally hit the floor at her explosive luck. Down below, Tang Tang planted her hands on her hips, radiating pure arrogance. Behold, Today is the heaven-sent lucky day of the great Reaper Tang Tang. I am the absolute chosen child of Forbidden Zone, 317. Sorry, Gao Neng, but it looks like you will have to hand over your Son of Destiny title to me today. Gao Neng clapped along like an obedient sidekick. You are absolutely right. It is all yours. Watching this circus, Mubai turned to his old friend. What do you make of this? Tiannan narrowed his eagle-like gaze. I can confirm those herbs possess genuine microevolutionary energy, but stumbling upon back-to-back jackpots like this, the odds are infinitely lower than 1 in 100. Mubai began to suspect the kid was actually completely innocent and just relying on pure luck, but Tiannan immediately raised a hand to shut that theory down. Do not jump to conclusions just yet. Do not forget, it has been Tang Tang naturally leading the way this entire time. I want to see if relying purely on Tang Tang's monstrous luck will be enough for him to pass the impossible standard I have set. Meanwhile, the trio continued their carefree stroll through the deadly Forbidden Zone, 317. Gao Neng pressed his lips together, his mind working at lightning speed. My master is definitely lurking nearby, watching our every single move. But since Tang Tang is the one mysteriously finding every single attribute material today, even if the old man suspects I am rigging this, he has absolutely zero proof. As the trio stepped into a sprawling canyon, Tang Tang paused at a fork in the road. Hey, at the last intersection, we took the left path, right? So let us switch it up and explore the right path this time. Gao Neng instantly went into panic control mode. My dear Tang Tang, zigzagging left and right is a terrible idea. If we hit a dead end, we will never find our way back. To his sheer relief, she did not bother arguing and instantly nodded in agreement. Makes sense to me. Let us stick to the left then, she chirped. Gao Neng smirked like a mastermind in the shadows. Thank the heavens, Tang Tang is so utterly gullible. With just a few subtle words, I can puppet her straight into the exact coordinates. Gao Neng's eyes slide shut. His mind races, coldly calculating their next move in the shadows. They are inches away from the underground swamp. Is it a death trap? A terrain this complex has no business existing in a C-rank restricted zone. Usually, environments this twisted are strictly B-rank territory, or even the terrifying A-rank. Even with their full map, the data is already 3 days old. In the restricted zone, 3 days is enough time for hell to break loose. The trio's brief moment of peace is shattered. A sharp alarm rings out. It is a warning from the gene weapon. Someone is approaching rapidly. Gao Neng snaps his eyes shut and issues a silent command. Synchronize the gene weapon's vision. Wait a second. Those figures look awfully familiar. His gene weapon is already deployed on the front lines. It turns out to be Pang's squad, prowling the area on a scouting mission. Catching sight of the mechanical beast, the boy blurts out in shock. Gao Neng, is that you? But Qing Lian fiercely cuts him off. She glares at the machine. No, you idiot. That is Gao Neng's gene weapon. Less than a minute into the reunion, the trash talk begins. So it is you guys. What a cursed encounter. Tang Tang and Qing Lian instantly lock horns, barking at each other like rabid dogs. I should be the one saying that. Who gave you the nerve to stalk us? You actually followed us all the way to Restricted Zone 317. Who the hell are you calling stalkers? Do you own this restricted zone? Wei Ya and Zhou Jin step forward, their aura pulsing with hostility. Gao Neng, are you heading toward the underground swamp next? The main character does not miss a beat. That is the general direction, yes. Zhou Jin's expression turns deadly serious. Our loot in this sector has been garbage. We are planning to check the swamp out as well. By the way, what exactly is your squad's haul looking like? Gao Neng answers with a totally indifferent shrug, but his words make all 5 of their jaws hit the dirt. Nothing much, really. Just over 20 raw material plants, and 3 evolutionary seedlings. Qing Lian and Pong look like they just swallowed a lemon. Their faces contort in pure disbelief. You call that nothing much? We started at the exact same entrance. We have the exact same destination, yet we only found worthless non-attribute trash. Seeing their utter despair, Tong Tong flashes a devilishly smug grin. How does that feel? Are you bowing down yet? Are you seething with jealousy? Every single one of those herbs was found by me, the Grim Reaper Tang Tang. So what is your grand total? Come on, let us hear it. Her rival, Qing Lian, is literally fuming. Smoke might as well be pouring from her ears. I am going to explode from sheer rage. Unable to stomach another second of Tang Tang's arrogant, beaming face, Qing Lian whips around in absolute fury. Brother, we are leaving right now. Qing Ji hurriedly throws up a hand in farewell. Gao Neng, we will head out first. Keep yourselves alive out there. Now alone again, the trio regroups. Ninger leans in and whispers to Gao Neng. Those guys are definitely trying to beat us to the underground swamp. Is that going to be a problem? The main character flashes a terrifyingly confident smile. Relax. It will not change a thing. Suddenly, the corners of Gao Neng's mouth curl upward. It is a wicked, calculating smirk. That underground swamp is absolutely massive. Ninger steps completely into his personal space. She tilts her head with a teasing smile. Telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I will uncover your little secrets? Gao Neng fires back without a second of hesitation. What little secrets? There is nothing hidden between you and me. Ninger drops the playful act instantly. Her gaze shifts to the distant horizon. But out there in the shadows, I sense another movement. Gao Neng nods grimly, his aura tightening. You felt it too. It seems the underground swamp is quite the tourist attraction today. Tong Tong, on the other hand, does not care at all. She laughs with terrifying enthusiasm. Tossing a neutron bomb in her hand, she sneers at the unseen enemy. A bunch of filthy scavengers. You dare compete for attribute materials with the Grim Reaper Tang? I will blow every single one of you straight to hell. Seeing her teammates' overly bloodthirsty nature, Ninger crosses her arms. She leans in to whisper to Gao Neng, down here in the underground wilderness, blood is always spilled over resources. Clashes are completely unavoidable, but as fellow Alliance members, we still need to show some restraint. Wasting no time, Gao Neng takes the lead. He throws a sharp hand signal to the girls. Move out! As they push deeper into the shadows, the trio assesses their surroundings. This sector of Restricted Zone 317 actually holds a dense vegetation belt. That alone makes this C-rank zone entirely unique. The ambient energy here pulses weirdly. They are standing right on the edge of the swamp. Without warning, Tang Tang's eyes dart around. She drops into a cautious stance. Lowering her voice, she asks Gao Neng, "Are we being tailed right now?" The main character blinks in genuine surprise. Most likely. So you actually noticed them? Gao Neng shoots a subtle glance at Tang Tang, his mind racing with theories. Wait a minute. I distinctly remember this crazy girl's mental power being ridiculously weak. These stalkers are masking their presence like absolute pros. Logically, Tang Tang should have zero chance of sensing them. Did her mental power suddenly achieve a massive breakthrough? That makes no sense. I never handed her any secret manuals, and we definitely never practiced dual cultivation together. How in the world did she pull this off? Minutes later, they scale the edge of a towering cliff. Ninger's eyes scan the terrain. We set up the ambush right here. Tang Tang gives an immediate, vicious nod. Perfect. Moments later, the trap is set. The trio crouches shoulder to shoulder, completely concealed behind a massive boulder. The waiting game begins. Ghostly silhouettes slowly materialize through the fog. Every single alarm in their heads screams at once. The prey has arrived. Tang Tang practically vibrates with excitement, whipping out her deadly neutron bomb. But Gao Neng stays icy cool. Whatever these fools are, I am hitting them with an intimidation glare first. Without a second thought, his eyes snap wide open. A terrifying, overwhelming pressure shoots straight toward their stalkers. In a fraction of a second, Gao Neng instantly analyzes the enemy's raw power. 1 7th tier mid-stage, 1 initial tier mid-stage, and 2 deadly 6th tier late stages. The real nightmare was just beginning. Late 6th tier, late 6th tier, early 7th tier, mid 7th tier. Make no mistake, this exploration team's combat power is absolutely terrifying. Even though Gao Neng's trio remains perfectly hidden in the shadows, the enemy team's third brother senses their presence. He steps forward, his voice cutting through the tense silence. May I ask, is Captain Gao Neng and Shen Xiao's team hiding over there? The fourth brother chimes in, his voice suspiciously eager. We come in peace. The Alliance sent us to secretly protect you geniuses. Please, do not misunderstand our intentions. Ning Er exchanges a knowing smirk with Gao Neng. The lie is completely obvious. Gao Neng's lips curl into a cold, mocking smile. He reads her mind perfectly. Sending a mere 6th-tier lackey to negotiate? It is a blatantly obvious probing tactic. Tong Tong rolls her eyes, absolute disgust written all over her face. Do they really think they can fool the death god Tong Tong? She mutters viciously. It is never that easy. Gao Neng, should I blow them away with my cannon? Gao Neng chuckles, his eyes gleaming with calculated mischief. Hold your fire, at least, for now. With a flick of his wrist, he pulls out a mysterious capsule, staring at it with wild anticipation. We will resolve this using the simplest method possible. The capsule bursts open in a blinding flash. Violent arcs of electricity crackle through the air, illuminating the dark ruins. Gao Neng ruthlessly summons his genetic weapon for everyone to see. The hostile squad gasps, their eyes widening in absolute terror. The terrifying genetic weapon hovers aggressively above their heads, radiating lethal intent. With a face carved from ice, Gao Neng rests his hand on his sword hilt. Get lost. That single murderous gesture shatters their confidence. The third and fourth brothers immediately panic, waving their hands frantically. Captain Gao Neng, do not be rash. Yes, please do not misunderstand. The truth is, we. The second brother stammers, nervously turning to their leader, Qin Meng. What should they do next? Qin Meng forces a hollow laugh, immediately raising both hands in mock surrender. There is no need for such naked hostility, Captain Gao Neng. Sweat drips down his face as he slowly backs away. If you truly do not need our alliance protection, we will take our leave. Keep your weapons sheathed. With that pathetic excuse, the supposedly mighty squad tucks their tails and retreats. Watching the cowards flee from their high vantage point, Gao Neng's squad realizes a grim truth. The underground city is definitely not just a playground for the dragon-ranking geniuses anymore. Blood was not shed this time, but the suffocating scent of gunpowder and impending war grows heavier within the restricted zone by the second. Gao Neng furrows his brows, his mind razor-sharp. The path of the supreme strong only moves forward. Hesitation means death, and legendary resources must always be seized with an iron fist. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shatters the underground silence. The trio whips around, their combat instincts flaring. Gao Neng grits his teeth, a rare flash of pure anxiety crossing his face. That violent shockwave came directly from the third growth zone, the exact location they were preparing to infiltrate. Damn it! Gao Neng curses under his breath. With so many scavengers swarming the depths, even the most deeply hidden treasures are being discovered. Cold sweat drips down his intensely focused face. It seems this terrifying underground swamp is getting far too crowded. Ning stares toward the rising smoke, her grip tightening on her spear. The battle for the resources has already begun. Gao Neng narrows his piercing eyes at the distant chaos. The real question is, are those fighters fellow dragon-ranking geniuses or ruthless exploration teams? Despite the rising tension, Gao Neng forces his racing heart to calm down. Patience is the ultimate weapon. A warrior must conquer one step at a time. You cannot swallow a massive feast in a single bite. They need to completely secure their current perimeter before rushing blindly into a raging war zone. But Tang Tang is already blazing with absolute battle lust. She steps forward confidently, her eyes shining with greed. Explosions mean fighting, and fighting means someone found legendary attribute materials. I am the death god Tang Tang, an S-rank dragon-ranking genius. I absolutely refuse to miss out on this loot. She charges forward, only for Gao Neng to ruthlessly yank her back by the collar. Hold your ground, idiot, he hisses. But suddenly, a terrifying shift happens. Xiao Meng, the pet resting peacefully on Tang Tang's shoulder, jolts awake with wide, frantic eyes. It leaps wildly into the air, sending Tang Tang into a state of sheer panic. Time seems to freeze as they spot the horrifying truth. A lethal, metallic dart is buried deep into Xiao Meng's tiny body. Pure terror washes over Tang Tang's face. Xiao Meng, are you okay? Gao Neng whips around instantly, lethal aura erupting from his core. The supposedly retreating exploration squad is standing right behind them. The treacherous fourth brother holds a smoking tranquilizer gun, an arrogant, punchable smirk plastered across his face. Relax, little girl. It is just a maximum strength anesthetic. Once you arrogant brats pass out, we will simply deliver your unconscious bodies to the other rival, dragon-ranking factions. Your safety is absolutely guaranteed, he sneers with venomous delight. Gao Neng's expression goes frighteningly blank. His eyes radiate absolute zero temperatures. Is that so? Then I suppose I should thank you for showing such incredible mercy. Because when I crush you into the dirt, I will leave your broken bodies right here for the monsters to feast on. The fourth brother's eyes gleam with sadistic cruelty as he laughs. My, why so violently hostile, Captain? We are all loyal soldiers of the human alliance. There is no need to fight to the bitter death. The bastard continues to laugh maniacally, twirling his deadly tranquilizer gun like a toy, but his actions scream murder. The next paralyzing dart locks into the chamber, its razor-sharp tip glinting menacingly in the dark. The trigger is pulled, but in a split second of absolute godlike reflexes, the projectile is ruthlessly deflected by the tip of a blade. Ning explodes forward like a phantom. With her spear thrusting forward in a deadly arc, she forces the terrified fourth brother to drop his weapon. Too fast, he screams, his smugness completely shattered. Seeing her beloved Xiao Meng hurt, pushes Tang Tang past the breaking point. Boiling with volcanic rage for her comrades, the death god raises her heavy electronic cannon. You absolute scum! You dare sneak attack us? She roars like a demon. I am going to blast you all to hell. In a flash of overwhelming firepower, the enemy lackeys are sent flying like broken ragdolls. The ambushers are completely dumbfounded. Impossible. We watched them for hours. That crazy girl used her electronic cannon dozens of times already. How does she still have enough energy for rapid fire? The fourth brother groans in agony, desperately projecting a shield to survive Tang Tang's brutal bombardment. His perfect sneak attack, completely ruined by a stupid little cat. The third brother gnashes his teeth, violently blown back by the squad's monstrous counterattack. Ning Er's combat speed completely defies logic. We severely underestimated these monsters. The second brother's face darkens, all previous arrogance wiped clean. They truly live up to the title of dragon-ranking geniuses. It seems crushing them will require us to go all out. Seeing his elite team pinned down and battered in mere seconds, the enemy leader Qin Meng finally explodes. A terrifying aura erupts from his body as he roars into the darkness. Second brother, fourth brother, hidden in the shadows, an ambush waits. Two of you take Gao Neng. I will pin down Ninger. Leave Tong Tong to old third. Qin Meng commands his squad. Do not underestimate them, but keep them alive. But the moment the words leave his mouth, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Qin Meng flinches, whipping his head around. Old third, what happened? He spots old third sprinting for his life, stumbling in absolute terror. Old third, Qin Meng roars. The panicked man screams back. Boss, a dark-born creature. It is a trap. Watch out. A dark-born creature? From across the battlefield, Gao Neng watches the chaos unfold with a delightfully wicked smile. There is no dark-born creature here. That is his flying earth dragon, lying in ambush for hours, waiting for these exact fools. Sure, making the flying earth dragon solo a late stage 6 expert is a tall order. But dragging him underground for a bit? Child's play. Without missing a beat, Gao Neng commands his gene weapon to strike. Steel clashes violently. Every devastating blow from the mechanical beast forces old second to grit his teeth in desperate defense. What is this? A high-tier gene weapon? While his enemies panic, Gao Neng stands completely unfazed. He calculates the battlefield. The mid-stage 7 leader is locked down by Ninger. The early stage 7 fighter is getting crushed by his gene weapon. And the late stage 6 expert is buried alive. Temporarily out of the game. That leaves Gao Neng completely free. With a lightning-fast motion, he grabs the fiery beauty by her collar. Tang Tang, let us end this quickly. Before she can process his words, he hurls her forward with monstrous strength. She goes flying through the air, flipping completely upside down. Furious, Tang Tang shrieks at the top of her lungs. Gao Neng, how dare you throw me? But she instantly snaps into combat mode. Mid-air, her aura flares violently as she roars at her target. Bring it on! I, Death God Tang, will not be looked down upon. Take this. She violently tosses a small, satellite-like gadget, the alloy treasure mine. Within mere seconds, the tiny device expands into a gigantic colossus, hurtling straight toward Old Fourth. Terrified, Old Fourth frantically leaps backward to dodge, but Qin Meng spots the fatal error and screams a desperate command. Old Fourth, do not retreat. Driven by pure survival instinct, Old Fourth glances over his shoulder. His blood runs cold. Gao Neng is already waiting right behind him. Crap. I walked right into a trap. Gao Neng unleashes a terrifying footwork technique. Phantom step, clone illusion. Multiple afterimages blur across the battlefield. Old Fourth grimaces in deep disdain. Phantom clones? You think such cheap parlor tricks can actually fool me? He mocks arrogantly. In a split second, he summons a heavy set of energy armor, encasing his entire body. I am a late stage 6 master. My realm absolutely crushes yours. No matter where you strike from, my absolute defense will shatter your hopes. Hearing this, Gao Neng flashes a bone-chilling grin. This is exactly the moment he was waiting for. He tightly grips his staff, raising it high into the sky as a thunderous roar escapes his lips. Thunder God Domain, 3 slashes in 1. Gao Neng grits his teeth and brings the staff crashing down with the catastrophic force of heavenly lightning. Boom! The unbreakable heavy armor is obliterated in an instant. Old Fourth takes the devastating strike head-on, his body sent flying like a broken doll. He violently coughs up blood, his face twisted in absolute agony. Gao Neng barely breaks a sweat. He casually rests his weapon on his shoulder and smirks. Next, suddenly, a massive boulder in front of him splits in two. Old Third bursts frantically from the massive crack. But the terrifying earth monster is still fiercely clamped onto his body. Panic completely consumes him as he shrieks. What the hell? No. Wait a second, he begs desperately. But Gao Neng's eyes show zero mercy. He swings his thunderous staff once again with world-shattering momentum. Bam! Vital points are struck with pinpoint precision. Old Third sprays a fountain of blood into the air, instantly collapsing. Watching his subordinates get wiped out, Chin-mung screams in absolute panic. Old Third, Old Fourth. Old Second is the only one left barely standing, completely drenched in cold sweat. 2 strikes. 2 strikes utterly destroyed Old Third and Old Fourth. Is this the true monstrous power of a genius Dragon Board member? Gao Neng exhales a long, heavy breath. His voice echoes with terrifying calmness. No, even a Dragon Board genius could never pull this off. Utter despair washes over Old Second as he stammers out. This guy, he is a complete monster. High above, 2 observing elders are left completely speechless. Mubai slowly turns his head, his eyes wide with shock. Old Ghost Tong, give it to me straight. Did you actually teach Gao Neng to fight like that? Tian Nan lets out a long, heavy sigh. Bullshit. If I did not teach him, do you think you did? Did you see the sheer devastation in his blade technique? I gave him that. He says it with confidence, but deep down, a seed of doubt takes root. Something does not add up. Gao Neng is undeniably strong, but could he truly possess this level of overwhelming power? The Tyrant Blade's single slash technique he just executed. It feels fundamentally different from the exact moves I taught him. A mysterious, almost spellbinding smirk suddenly creeps across Mubai's face. It is not just his god-tier natural talent. His entire combat style is utterly relentless and flows with an absolute, breathtaking freedom. His terrifying ability to seize the perfect opening in battle. He actually mirrors my own legendary bearing. Guidong immediately bristles with a fierce glare. I am warning you right now. Do not even think about poaching my disciple. You shameless old thief. What do you mean he has your bearing? That dominating rhythm is undeniably my signature combat style. Chin-mung is forced to view her in a completely new light. Unbelievable power, he mutters under his breath. Ning-er. Rumor had it she had not even broken through to the 7th tier yet. I never expected her to be this lethal. He pushes his limits in a desperate clash against Gao Neng, while simultaneously fending off this unknown entity. Just what exactly is this freakish thing? Some high-tier manifestation summoned by Gao Neng? Could it actually be a sentient genetic weapon? Gao Neng glares down at him with pure disdain. I told you to scram, but you refused to listen. Looks like you have pushed your luck way too far this time, has it not? Chin-mung freezes in absolute shock. Chin-mung freezes in absolute shock. That is impossible. There is no way a genetic weapon in this world possesses its own consciousness, let alone the ability to mock its opponent. He had been utterly confident in their overall combat strength. Out of their 4-person squad, 2 are 7th tier experts, and 2 are at the late 6th tier. Meanwhile, the enemy only has 2 6th tiers and 1 5th tier. Even throwing this 7th tier Gao Neng into the mix, their own team should have held a crushing advantage. Yet, the moment they clashed, half of his supreme formation was instantly wiped out. They have been completely suppressed and violently beaten down this entire time, but the final victor has not been decided just yet. Gao Neng immediately barks an order to his teammate. Tong Tong, pull out your neutron artillery right now and obliterate them. Hoisting the massive cannon in her hands, she flashes a triumphant, cocky grin. Oh, so now you know how to beg for my help? Finally realize the terrifying power of your Grim Reaper Tang? Gao Neng quickly plays along to stroke her ego. Exactly. This guy is a 7th stage expert. My basic slashes will not even scratch him. Let us blast him to ashes with the neutron bomb. Tang Tang's finger tightened on the trigger. Generating the isotope element will take a few seconds. You need to buy me some time and cover my back. And another thing, you threw me earlier. I demand 2 extra shares of the points for that. Try that again, and I will bite you to death. Gao Neng just rolled his eyes. Save the complaints for later. Let us vaporize this guy first. Second brother's face drained of color as he threw his weapon to the dirt. Wait, stop your casting right now. I surrender. I completely yield. But the cannon was already glowing with deadly energy. Tang Tang let out a wicked laugh. Surrender? There is absolutely no way we are accepting your surrender, even if you beg on your knees. It is far too late. My ultimate Reaper Tang neutron bomb is already reaching critical mass. Trembling with absolute terror, he dropped to his knees. Please do not shoot. We are all members of the Human Alliance. We are basically brothers. There is no need for such brutal slaughter. Seeing the overwhelming threat, even Chin-mung lowered his weapon in defeat. Gao Neng, we yield to you. State your price right now. What will it take for you to cancel that attack? Gao Neng crossed his arms, staring down at them like a conquering king. You want to negotiate terms now? Do you not think it is a little too late for that? Tang Tang eagerly nodded from behind him. Exactly. Way too late. My energy core is overloaded, and this shot is begging to be fired. Besides, whatever treasures you might be holding, cannot we just loot your ashes after we blow you up? Assuming, of course, that there is anything left to loot after the blast. Second brother practically crawled forward, crying out, "No, please. I am a high-tier elite. The Alliance is running incredibly low on high-tier fighters. You have to preserve the future of humanity. I would much rather die an honorable death on the battlefield." Gao Neng turned to ask for a second opinion. "Ning-er, what do you think? You suggested 1 billion per head, but that feels a little cheap." Ning-er's cold expression softened just a fraction. "Then let us make it 2 billion each." But Tang Tang immediately shouted her objection. "No way! 3 billion per person, at the absolute minimum." Qin Meng gritted his teeth, desperately trying to haggle. 1 billion each. We can pay that right now. But 3 billion? That is completely impossible. Is that so? Gao Neng's eyes turned instantly ruthless. "Tong Tong, blow them to kingdom come." Second brother shrieked in absolute horror. "Boss, save me." Backed into a corner, Qin Meng tried a desperate threat. "Gao Neng, killing us brings you zero benefits. Losing high-tier fighters weakens the front lines. The Alliance will strike you down with the heaviest punishment imaginable." Gao Neng threw his head back and burst into mocking laughter. "A heavy punishment? Are you seriously that incredibly naive? I possess dual innate talents, and my spiritual power has already achieved physical manifestation. Do you honestly believe the Alliance would throw away a genius like me just to avenge trash like you? Take a good look at this high-tier gene weapon. It is a brand new prototype, sent exclusively to protect my life. Who do you think the Alliance values more? Me or you failures?" Realizing they were completely outmatched in both power and status, Qin Meng finally broke. "Curse you." "Fine. 3 billion it is." Gao Neng smirked in pure satisfaction. "Deal. That is 12 billion total, and I will not accept a single penny less." Tang Tang, stand down. A system notification instantly popped up. 3 billion Alliance credits deposited to Ninger's account. 3 billion Alliance credits deposited to Gao Neng's account. 3 billion Alliance credits deposited to Tong Tong's account. Watching their massive, newly acquired wealth, Gao Neng and Tong Tong waved like cheerful merchants. "Thank you for your generous patronage, bosses. Have a safe trip back home. We welcome your business anytime." As they limped away carrying their injured, second brother gnashed his teeth in bitter resentment. "Boss, are we really just going to swallow this insult and leave?" Qin Meng's eyes flashed with icy fury. "What else can we do? Half our squad is severely injured. If we try fighting for resources in this pathetic state, we are just begging for death." His blood boiled with dark frustration. They had only come here to steal some elemental materials. Now, they had suffered a humiliating loss that completely bankrupted them. Suddenly, an ancient, rumbling voice shattered the silence, dripping with sheer disappointment. "Launching a cowardly ambush on your own comrades, attempting to steal their resources, and finally begging on your knees for mercy. You have brought utter disgrace to the legendary Shangguan family." Qin Meng froze dead in his tracks, his voice trembling in panic. "Who goes there?" From a terrifying spatial rift tearing open before them, a chilling introduction echoed. "I am the ghost child, Li Tiannan." Mubai stepped through the rift right beside him. "I suppose I do not need to introduce myself." Second brother let out a terrified gasp. "The legendary Li Tiannan?" Both men immediately folded into deep, trembling bows. We greet Elder Li. This junior pays his utmost respects." Li Tiannan stared down at them with freezing indifference. "Will you accept your punishment?" Qin Meng kept his head bowed to the dirt, not daring to breathe loudly. "We await Elder Li's divine judgment." Li Tiannan gave a slight, acknowledging nod. "At least you still have a shred of backbone left." The elder then pointed toward the treacherous northern stronghold. Qin Meng's eyes widened in sudden realization. "The North District? You want us to?" "We understand your command. The 4 of us will depart for the northern stronghold immediately. We will cleanse the Shangguan family's shame with our blood." The 2 men scrambled away as fast as their legs could carry them, leaving behind a final cry. "Thank you for this chance, Elder Li." Watching them flee, Mubai shot a side glance at his old friend. "You old ghost, you are getting absolutely shameless by the day." Li Tiannan merely scoffed, completely unbothered by the accusation. "Shameless, you say?" They were utterly crushed by a lower-tier opponent. Their fighting spirit is shattered. If they ever want to break through their limits, only the brutal crucible of the battlefield can forge their confidence anew. "I am strictly doing this for their own good." Mubai rolled his eyes, immediately exposing the lie. "You make it sound so noble." We both know the Northern Stronghold is desperately short on cannon fodder. Deep down, he could not help but marvel at the old man's sinister brilliance. He had perfectly used those 4 elites as a stepping stone to build Gao Neng's terrifying reputation, and once they were completely broken, he tossed them onto the frozen north to serve as free, hard labor. He even managed to score a massive favor with the northern commanders in the process. When it came to pure, unadulterated shamelessness, Gao Neng truly was this old monster's perfect disciple. Fine, you always have a perfect excuse, Mubai finally sighed. But the forbidden zone up ahead, are you really certain about letting that brat walk right into it? Li Tiannan's gaze shifted toward the terrifying horizon. A greenhouse can never cultivate the most resilient, dominant flowers. The wild zones are pure chaos. But if he is to survive this era, he must face their horrors, sooner or later. Beyond the safety of the underground city walls, 2 apocalyptic threats ruled the wasteland: the nightmarish darkborn creatures, and the treacherous, ever-shifting wild zones. But little did Gao Neng know, the wild zones held horrors he could never even begin to imagine. The most common anomalies manifest as raging flames, crushing glaciers, or apocalyptic storms of wind and thunder. But the truly terrifying ones mess with your mind directly. They warp your very perception, trapping you in terrifying, hyper-realistic illusions. During the expeditions into Zone 93 and 118, these natural magnetic zones never appeared. Generally speaking, a mere Class C forbidden zone shouldn't harbor such a deadly anomaly. Gao Neng suddenly throws his arm out, halting the 2 girls. He points at the murky swamp ahead. "That bog," he mutters. "I think it's a natural magnetic zone." Ninger's eyes widen in absolute shock. "A magnetic zone? Are you certain?" Tang Tang immediately chimes in. "No way. How could something like that spawn in a low-level Class C area?" "What makes you say that?" she asks. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. "Hypothetically, if a piece of land could actively change its location, wouldn't that be a magnetic zone?" Ning Er processes this terrifying thought. A shifting terrain. If a special magnetic zone is projecting these illusions, then yes, it's entirely possible. Gao Neng stays silent, his mind racing at light speed. If his memory serves him right, the elemental materials in this swamp are the richest in the entire Forbidden Zone. According to the map he scanned a few days ago, there are over 30 stalks here, including an insanely rare, naturally evolved variant. But the clincher? 2 days ago, this swamp wasn't even in this location. The entire area is cloaked in a bizarre magnetic field. Meanwhile, an absolute bloodbath has broken out over the precious herbs. A greedy scavenger lunges forward with crazed eyes. "The Biluo fruit, it's all mine." Just inches from the prize, a massive hand intercepts him. Jimo steps in, his aura erupting. With a devastating strike of the Great Sun Tathagata technique, he blasts the scavenger away like a ragdoll. Qing Lian shouts over the chaos, checking their flank. "Shimo, can you hold the line?" he scoffs, a confident smirk on his face. "Not a single problem. As long as I'm standing, no one is snatching these fruits." While unleashing her attacks, Qing Lian rapidly calculates their spoils. There are over 30 Biluo fruits right in front of them. At the bare minimum, every member of their squad needs to secure at least 2 stalks. Right at that moment, Gao Neng's trio finally arrives at the scene. Tang Tang gasps, pointing at the carnage. "Look! Shimo's squad is already there." Aside from the elite dragon rank teams, even rogue adventurer squads have joined the meat grinder. Even Gao Neng is slightly caught off guard. "Well?" Tong Tong asks, her voice tense. "Did you figure it out? Is this really a natural magnetic zone?" Gao Neng's mind is a steel trap. The current location of the Biluo fruits is roughly 200 meters away from where he sensed them 48 hours ago. If this terrain is just a massive illusion projected by the magnetic zone, could the furious mob fighting over the fruits be an illusion too? If he takes one step closer, will his own spatial coordinates shift? This entire phenomenon is a colossal mind trick. His lips curl up. "All right, let's test this theory." Tang Tang is buzzing with adrenaline, ready to throw down. "So, where are we hitting, Gao Neng? Are we crashing their party?" But Gao Neng has his eyes on a much bigger prize. "No, we're heading somewhere else." Tang Tang blinks in utter confusion. "Somewhere else? Are there other rare materials around here?" Watching him sprint in the opposite direction, Ning Er quickly follows. "Gao Neng, did you figure out the zone's secret?" He glances back, not 100% sure, but it's worth the gamble. Without a second thought, Ning Er places her complete trust in him. Understood. Meanwhile, the losing factions are grinding their teeth in pure frustration. "Damn it all, Shimo and the top dragon rank monsters teamed up. We don't stand a ghost of a chance against that lineup." Just then, they spot a massive cloud of dust approaching. A 3-person squad is blitzing straight toward their perimeter. "Look over there! It's Gao Nang's squad!" One of the battered adventurers scoffs in disbelief. "They're showing up now?" Talk about being fashionably late. Jumping into this bloodbath now is practically suicide. Simo's team has complete control over the zone. Best we can do is scavenge whatever scraps they leave behind. But Gao Nang's crew? They aren't getting a single leaf today. Seeing the newcomers, Chinga instantly flares her aura, shifting into a defensive stance. "Gao Nang's squad is here," she warns. "If they want to play, we'll bury them right here." But suddenly, Gao Nang's footsteps grind to a dead halt, putting everyone on high alert. Hold up. They stopped moving. What is he plotting? Instead of attacking, Gao Nang pulls back his fist. With a thunderous boom, he smashes it straight into the empty dirt. The rival factions watch in sheer bewilderment. What the hell is he doing? He's hundreds of meters away from the harvest zone. Is he just playing in the mud? Gao Nang ignores the stares, plunging his arm deep into the shattered earth. He rummages around wildly for a second. Suddenly, his fingers grip something solid. Jackpot. With a powerful yank, he pulls a glowing object from the dirt. An entire vine of vibrant biluo fruits dangles perfectly from his hand. Jaws hit the floor across the entire battlefield. Are those biluo fruits? How is that even possible? That patch of dirt was completely empty. Even the mighty Shimo is losing his mind. The harvest zone is over here. How the hell did he just rip one out of random ground? It's a trick. It has to be some kind of visual illusion. Qing Lian grits her teeth, pure rage boiling in her veins. Did a rogue seed somehow take root over there? But even if it did, how did he pinpoint it perfectly? Shimo sneers, brushing off the anomaly. It's just dumb luck, a blind cat finding a dead mouse. The main cluster is still right in front of us. If he digs up one more stalk, I'll eat dirt right here and now. As if answering the challenge, Gao Nang reaches back down and casually yanks out another massive bundle of fruits. The crowd completely short-circuits. We are bleeding and breaking bones for these. And he's just pulling them out of thin air? Where is the logic? Gao Nang smirks, proudly raising a crimson, glowing fruit for everyone to see. Oh, would you look at that? The evolved variant. The blood luo fruit. Tang Tang's eyes sparkle like diamonds at the priceless loot. I can't believe a mutated variant was hiding under the dirt, she cheers. Shimo stares in utter soul-crushing disbelief, questioning his very reality. A blood luo fruit? But evolved variants only spawn one per region. There is clearly one growing right here in our patch. How the hell could there be a second one in that random dirt? Suddenly, the glowing red fruit right in front of Shimo flickers and vanishes into thin air. His jaw drops, his brain completely malfunctioning. It's gone. The blood luo fruit from our patch just vanished. Panic rips through the battling squads as they look down at their precious harvest zone. Wait a minute. Is it just me? Or is the pile shrinking? You're right. We had nearly 30 stalks, and a dozen are already missing. The entire mob slowly turns their heads. They watch as Gao Nang frantically digs like a madman, yanking out fruit after fruit. The horrifying realization finally hits them. Oh my god, he's harvesting our fruits from over there. Spatial theft? How is he stealing them through thin air? But little do they know, the true nightmare is just beginning. Qing Lian's eyes widen in sudden realization. Wait, we have been played. This whole area is nothing but a magnetic illusion. The real growing zone is exactly where Gao Nang is standing right now. Realizing they were tricked, the enraged mob furiously charges toward him for a sneak attack. Stop right there, Gao Nang. Everyone, get him. Do not let him dig up another root. Gao Nang merely lets out a cold smirk. They are way too late. Just 3 more stalks and his quota is perfectly filled. Tang Tang steps up, unleashing a barrage of bullets to suppress the advancing crowd. You bunch of disorganized trashes. You really think you are worthy of stealing our materials? Seeing his inventory full, Gao Nang casually stands up and grabs Tang Tang by her collar. Alright, playtime is over. We should run. She blinks in absolute shock. We are running before we even finish harvesting? She asks. He replies with mock generosity. There are 10 stalks left. Let us just treat it as a charity gift for them. Suddenly, Ning Er's eyes flash with sharp vigilance. She swings her blade forward, instantly erecting a massive energy barrier that completely blocks the pursuers in their tracks. Ning Er calls out, "The rest of the harvest belongs to you all." Shimo furiously barks orders. Do not fall for their trap. They already stole 20 stalks, and even the evolved seed is in their hands. Even if we chase them, can we actually break through the defenses of so many powerful people? The other members hesitate. Words are just words, but there is absolutely no way they are going to leave 10 precious stalks behind. Besides, Ning Er and Gao Neng are terrifyingly strong. Chasing them guarantees no profit, but if they snatch just one stalk in this chaos, would that not be completely worth it? The entire mob frantically claws at the dirt, prioritizing what is right in front of them. Steal from Gao Neng? Whoever wants to chase that monster can do it themselves. I am grabbing one for myself first. A guy screams in pure ecstasy. Ah, I finally got a jade luo fruit. He viciously yanks the root out of the ground, but freezes completely when he sees the fruit shattered in half. His furious comrades immediately jump on him, beating him to a pulp. Heavens, you just destroyed an elemental material. Beat him to death, this damn bastard. The boy desperately shrieks in protest. No, please! Was Gao Neng not harvesting them the exact same way earlier? Meanwhile, a system notification rings in Gao Neng's mind. Material gathering skill proficiency reaches 100%. Watching from afar, Mubai silently assesses the situation. This kid is an absolute monster of a genius. How do you think we should score this? Tiannan is equally astounded. God knows how this brat actually did it, to see right through the magnetic zone's illusion with just a single glance. However, snatching the treasure is easy, but keeping it is a whole different story. Down below, the mob fiercely tears into each other over the remaining spiritual fruits. Let go. This jade luo fruit is mine. All of you, be incredibly careful. If anyone destroys another stalk, I will personally cripple them. If I cannot deal with Gao Neng, you think I cannot deal with you trashes? I am putting my life on the line today. Qing Lian watches the chaos, utterly helpless. Seeing these short-sighted fools fighting, Shimo refuses to let his obsession die. We have no other choice. We have to chase them down ourselves. There is no way we are letting Gao Neng reap all the fishermen's profits alone. Abandoning the warring crowd, their elite group directly pursues Gao Neng's team. Elsewhere, Gao Neng gloats over his massive haul. What do you call professional? This right here is absolute peak professionalism. Stealing the loot right from under 50 people's noses and retreating, completely unscathed. A genius like me defies the heavens themselves. Even I want to smite myself. Tang Tang looks at him with shining eyes of pure admiration. That was way too thrilling. Snatching the treasures and making a grand escape. It feels unbelievably good. Gao Neng, you are basically a god. How on earth did you spot the true location of the jade luo fruits? He puffs out his chest with immense pride. My dear Tang Tang, once you possess divine eyes like mine, you will understand. The world just looks completely different to a genius. Suddenly, Gao Neng's expression hardens into sheer vigilance. He slams on the brakes abruptly, desperately grabbing his friend by her hair to yank her back just before she gets sucked into a hidden void below. Tang Tang, watch out! She gasps in absolute horror, her eyes wide with a mix of utter disbelief and mounting panic. Gao Neng and Ning Er instantly shift into a back-to-back combat stance, sensing a deadly ambush surrounding them. Taking the loot away is clearly not going to be a walk in the park. Emerging from the shadows is Xiong Tian's fearsome group. He sneers. The legendary genius of the dragon ranking. Truly, seeing is believing. You must be Gao Neng, right? Li Zu steps forward with a chilling demand. You can take the jade luo fruits, but you are leaving every single blood luo fruit behind. But Xiong Tian's greed knows no bounds. How about this? You leave absolutely everything behind, he threatens. Gao Neng stares at the imposing figures, a flicker of genuine caution crossing his eyes. Ning Er tenses up, her knuckles turning white on her sword hilt as she assesses the grim situation. 4 7th-tier experts. This is an elite high-tier squad. Tang Tang finally realizes the terrifying gravity of their predicament. What tier did you say? 4 high-tier experts? Just then, Shimo's voice echoes through the clearing. Great Sun Tathagata. We are all members of the dragon ranking. If you split half the jade luo fruits, my team will help you. Gao Neng's group snaps their heads back in sheer surprise. Qing Lian glares at the ambushers with absolute disgust. A bunch of high-tier experts stooping to highway robbery? Have you completely thrown your pride away? Zhou Jin urgently advises Gao Neng to form an alliance. It is not just these 4 high-tier elites. The massive army of students behind us will catch up any second now. Qing Ge chimes in to negotiate the terms. We only want 10 stalks of the jade luo fruits, and we split the blood luo fruits straight down the middle. That is a fair trade, is it not? Hearing this, Tang Tang erupts in blazing fury. Fair? What the hell is fair about that, you shameless hypocrites? We found every single fruit ourselves, and now you want to extort us and call it justice? Qing Lian roars back indignantly, her pride stung. What do you mean, extort? We were clearly the ones who discovered this zone first. If anything, your team stole them right out from under our noses. Gao Neng quickly steps between the glaring women to de-escalate the explosive situation. What exactly did you discover? A bunch of magnetic illusions? He asks calmly. Without my divine intervention, would you have even dug up a single root? Qinglian freezes, completely unable to argue against such flawless logic. As her group huddles up to discuss, Gao Neng rubs his chin. Well, their offer to team up is not an entirely bad idea. Little sister, perhaps we should sit this one out. The Forbidden Zone is incredibly massive. By the Great Sun, we really should not court extra trouble. Zhang Tian violently scoffs at the sight. The so-called prodigies of the dragon rank? Just a bunch of hopelessly naive brats. Beside him, Chen He viciously chimes in. Cut the crap. Both the Blood Asura and Jade Asura fruits belong to us today. Relax. We will not extinguish your pathetic little lives. But Gao Neng refuses to swallow such blatant disrespect. His brows lock together, knitted so fiercely they could effortlessly crush a fly. He makes his absolute choice. A violent clash is completely unavoidable. Still, facing 4 high-tier experts brings a suffocating mountain of pressure. Just then, a sudden voice violently shatters the tension. Anyone who provokes the military's absolute authority will not be forgiven. It is none other than Lin Ying's squad arriving from behind. We have got your back. Gao Neng's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated relief. Senior brother Lin Ying, Wang Jun. You guys actually made it. Xu Ping sneers maliciously at the sudden reinforcements. More little brats? Chen. He scoffs with absolute disdain. Mid-tier trash. No matter how many ants gather, they still cannot shake a massive tree. Wei Ya turns to her companion. Shimo, what is your ultimate call on this? Before he can answer, Zhou Jin steps right up. Dragon rank members must prioritize cooperation. I say we back them up first. Qing Lian is the very first to answer the bloody call to arms. She instantly triggers her battle armor. In a flash of blinding radiance, her entire body is encased in a magnificent, awe-inspiring mechanized suit. She barks a razor-sharp warning. Gao Neng, do not think I am actually helping you. I will rob you blind once we crush these high-tier fools. Exploding forward toward Xu Ping, Qing Lian roars, Brother, let us move. Shimo instantly leaps into explosive action from behind. He nods in full, bloodthirsty agreement. The Great Sun's logic is absolutely flawless. Let us exterminate them all. A fierce determination violently burns within his chest. This is the perfect opportunity. Today, he will prove to Qing Lian once and for all that he is vastly superior to Gao Neng and Lin Ying. Gao Neng's squad charges directly into the chaotic fray. Ning-er, go, he commands. Tong Tong prepares her devastating neutron rounds. Hell yes. Let us smash them to pieces. The Grim Reaper Tang claims the very first strike. But instantly, a torrential rain of lethal sword intent violently surges right toward her. Tang Tang grumbles in sheer, utter frustration. Why are they targeting me first? That is completely unfair. Thankfully, Ning-er's colossal mech swings its massive armored arm to block the devastating barrage. Dozens of razor-sharp energy blades now violently pierce the mech's heavy plating. Ning-er frantically calls out, Tong Tong, maintain your distance. Do not be reckless. Tang Tang obediently nods. Understood. Meanwhile, Xu Ping lunges violently into the chaos, wielding a deadly bladed ring. She unleashes a relentless storm of brutal strikes against Qing Lian's towering shield. Gao Neng watches in absolute shock. Qing Lian is actually holding her ground against a high-tier expert. Is she not only at the mid-6th tier right now? He cannot help but be thoroughly impressed. This fierce girl truly hides some monstrous, terrifying capabilities. The sheer impact echoes out. Even her opponent is forced to acknowledge the horrifying truth. This brat is completely unbreakable. Is her body made of pure alloy? At just 16, Qing Lian claimed the throne of the Holy Maiden of the Luminous Sect. She possesses not only flawlessly devastating combat skills, but also one of the most legendary hidden talents in existence, the titanium alloy physique. Sensing the escalating danger, Qing Ge violently launches himself to his sister's side. Together, they form an impregnable, flawless vanguard. Defending the left flank is Qing Ge, the elite punisher of the Luminous Sect, unleashing his explosive attack power. With one commanding offense and one impenetrable defense, the siblings can clash evenly against an early 7th-tier powerhouse. Caught completely off guard by their flawless synergy, Chen He suffers a devastating blow. He crashes to his knees, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. How is this even remotely possible? I do not have a single shred of power to fight back. The terrifying truth is that the top 3 prodigies of the dragon rank are merely a hair's breadth away from the 7th tier. Furthermore, Shimo and Wei Ya boast legendary records of slaughtering high-tier experts on the blood-soaked battlefield. When they join forces, an ordinary 7th-tier expert does not stand a single chance in hell. Enraged, Ancestor Lee triggers his lethal ability, launching a brutal counterattack. Insolent little brats. You actually dare challenge the absolute supremacy of a high-tier master? Wang Jun instantly becomes his very first target. A catastrophic wave of sword intent violently hurtles right toward him. Wang Jun freezes in sheer terror as the lethal energy violently grazes his body, but Lin Ying has already flashed forward, firmly shielding his comrade. Witnessing this, Ancestor Lee cannot help but offer a sinister compliment. What a freakish mutation you possess, you arrogant little brat. Emerging completely unscathed, Lin Ying merely flashes a cocky smirk. From the sidelines, Gao Neng calmly observes the clash. It looks like senior brother Lin Ying has things completely under control over there, he mutters. It is finally time to focus on his own lethal prey. He turns his icy gaze forward. All right then. You were the one laughing the most obnoxiously just now, right? Xiong Tian maintains his sickeningly arrogant grin. And what if I was? My offer still completely stands. Surrender your treasures now before it is too late. Gao Neng practically admires the man's sheer, unadulterated audacity. I actually like people who own their garbage behavior. If you think you are so tough, try surviving a single strike from my blade. Xiong Tian violently throws his head back, treating the threat like an absolute joke. Survive one of your strikes? What suffocating arrogance. I could take 10 of your pathetic slashes without breaking a single sweat. Deep down, he gloats with utter supreme confidence. I have already analyzed your pathetic battle at the ancient Hua Mountain sect. A 6th tier with dual talents is undeniably a monstrous threat. But you have made one fatal, irreversible miscalculation. I am not merely at the early 7th tier. I am at the mid-tier. Without a single fraction of hesitation, Gao Neng explodes forward like a raging storm. Take this. 3-strike convergence. Xiong Tian scoffs internally, with pure, venomous contempt. Still way too green, he attacks blindly, without even grasping the true, overwhelming power of his opponent. A straightforward, brainless frontal assault? Do you actually think you are fighting an equal? But the very next fraction of a second, Xiong Tian's entire body violently freezes in place. Monstrous claws erupt from the earth, viciously locking onto his ankles. Panic floods his veins as he desperately scrambles to block the descending strike. I am completely doomed, he screams in his mind. Showing absolutely zero mercy, Gao Neng brings his blade crashing down with apocalyptic force. Horrified and thoroughly battered, Xiong Tian gasps for answers. What exactly is that monstrous weapon in your hands? Gao Neng flashes a dangerously playful smirk. Just a simple pig-slaughtering blade. Cold sweat drenches Xiong Tian's back as absolute terror sets in. No, I absolutely cannot afford to keep exchanging blows with this terrifying monster. He violently detonates his aura. A massive surge of energy explodes outward, desperately trying to shatter Gao Neng's crushing suppression. Let me go! He roars in sheer desperation. The intense shockwave forces Gao Neng back a few paces. But seizing the perfect opening, Ning Er fiercely leaps right into his path. You are fighting a mid-tier opponent, and you still have the sheer audacity to run? The staff pierces right through his opponent's shoulder. Only then does the reality hit him. The geniuses of the dragon ranking are on another level. One is absolutely shameless, while the other is overwhelmingly strong. Over on the other side, Chen He collapses. He crashes to the ground in agonizing defeat, his pride completely shattered. Li Zhu burns with absolute humiliation. What is wrong with you all? He roars. You cannot even finish off a few mid-tier trash? Meanwhile, Xu Ping and Jing struggle desperately. They are pushed to their absolute limits by the Yi brothers. We have no choice, she screams. Call for backup immediately. Suddenly, shadows burst from behind the massive boulders. Zhou Jin and Wei Ya flinch in shock. They have more teammates? The trio presses their backs together, their auras flaring defensively against the incoming threat. This was a planned ambush. Zhou Jin's voice trembles with rising panic. What do we do now? A combined palm strike blasts into Qing Lian. She stumbles, barely able to hold her ground. Gao Neng instantly takes command. Ning'er, go back up senior brother Lin Ying, he shouts. Leave these bastards to me. She nods with fierce determination. Understood. Clutching his bleeding arm, Chen He snarls in pure fury. Gao Neng, you arrogant fool. You think you can take on high-tier experts alone? You want to fight all of us at once? Suddenly, a voice cuts in from behind. Who said Gao Neng is fighting alone? You still have to deal with the Grim Reaper Tang Tang. Boom! A massive cannon blast erupts. The explosive force sends the entire enemy group flying like ragdolls. She smirks, her eyes flashing with mocking disdain. Did you really think you were the only ones with numbers? How naive can you be? With a sharp wave of her hand, Tang Tang signals the grand entrance. From the surrounding squads, a fierce roar echoes out. Everyone, attack. These high-tier adventurers dare to step on our dragon ranking? The blood luo fruit is about to fall into their hands. Hearing this, the allied squads surge forward. They rush into the battlefield like a devastating tidal wave. They dare challenge the dragon ranking? We are not to be trifled with. The enemies panic. What? This is going too far. Wipe them out. Seeing the incoming horde, Lizu clicks his tongue in deep annoyance. This just became a massive headache, he mutters. Both factions crash into each other violently. A chaotic bloodbath unfolds. Battle cries and screams of agony shake the very heavens. Amidst the chaos, Ninger sends a sharp warning. The stage is perfectly set. We need to find an opening and slip away right now. But Gao Neng refuses to back down just yet. Hold on, let the waters muddy a bit more. If we can snipe 1 or 2 high-tier experts in this mess, then we can make our escape. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the battlefield. A fighter violently collapses to the ground, lifeless. The entire brawl grinds to a shocking halt. He is dead. Someone actually died. What is going on? Who did this? Instantly, the two factions point fingers at each other. You ruthless bastards. You used the chaos to commit murder. The opposing side frantically steps back. No, it was not us. But before they can argue, another agonizing shriek tears through the air. They watch in horror as another body drops. Someone else is dead. Panic spreads like wildfire. Who the hell is killing people? Stop attacking. Stop. We are all members of the Human Alliance. Show yourself. Who is the murderer? Everyone desperately denies their involvement. It is not us, I swear. Something is terribly wrong with this place. Suddenly, the ground erupts. A terrifying vine shoots out from the earth, tightly coiling around a fighter's leg. In a flash, it violently whips him into the sky. Tang Tang gasps, her eyes wide with absolute horror. What in the world is that? Is it a darkborn creature? Qing Lian grips her weapon, trembling slightly. I have no idea. I have never seen anything with this terrifying form. The earth begins to violently quake beneath their feet. Zhou struggles to balance. What now? An earthquake? Boom. Countless massive vines explode from the dirt. Their smooth, deadly surfaces glow with sinister golden veins. The demonic vines lash out with blinding speed. The adventurers are brutally swept into the air like mere insects. Screams of pure terror echo across the swamp. Tang Tang fires her cannon frantically at the creeping monstrosities. Boom, boom. Where the hell did these nightmare plants come from? She cries out. Gao Neng's blade dances wildly, but the vines regenerate instantly. It is no use, he roars, dodging a lethal strike. There are too many of them. We cannot kill them all like this. Suddenly, the sky itself seems to shatter. A deafening explosion rocks the heavens, and a colossal golden sword materializes through the clouds. Everyone freezes in sheer awe. Good heavens, what is that? Gao Neng stands completely stunned by the majestic blade. As the legendary figure of Mu Bai descends from the sky, a massive grin breaks across the boy's face. It is Elder Sword. The Elder sweeps his gaze over the battlefield. An evolved species of the darkborn demon vine, he mutters grimly. This is going to be incredibly troublesome. With a flick of his wrist, Mu Bai sends the golden sword crashing down. Boom! The divine blade pierces the earth, turning the entire swamp upside down. Massive fissures rip through the crust. The ground shatters into countless pieces. Only then does the crowd realize the horrifying truth. The main body of the evolved darkborn demon vine is buried right beneath them. Searing heat begins to radiate from the divine sword. Flames lick the air as thousands of vines simultaneously erupt from the abyss. Gao Neng can only watch, completely mesmerized by the cataclysmic clash. Could this be? He whispers in awe. Qing Lian finishes his thought, her voice trembling. An evolved Tier 9 creature. The Tier 9 monstrosity reacts to the intense heat. It violently twists its endless vines together, merging into a singular, colossal mountain of deadly thorns. Even Mu Bai narrows his eyes in astonishment. A Tier 9 darkborn demon vine. These are incredibly rare, even in the depths of the demonic abyss. To think such an evolved beast was hiding in this very swamp. Tian Nan lands beside him, his aura flaring fiercely. Stop overthinking it, he barks. These dragon-ranking geniuses absolutely cannot die here. We must save them immediately. The Tier 9 abomination towers like a dark god, preparing to slaughter the remaining humans. But Tian Nan moves faster than lightning. He unleashes a devastating palm strike, summoning a monstrous sea of heaven-scorching flames to engulf the beast. Gao Neng's heart races as he watches the fiery devastation. So this is it. This is the true power of a supreme realm expert. To think human cultivation could reach such godlike heights. Suddenly, Ninger's frantic voice snaps him back to reality. "We are doomed," she screams. Just as her horrifying premonition warned, the entire swamp begins to violently erupt. The adventurers scatter like terrified ants. "Run for your lives!" they shriek. The swamp is bursting open, but the demonic vines refuse to let their prey escape. Thick tendrils whip through the mud, dragging people down. "No, this is bad. Cut them down. Break free, or the mud will swallow us alive." Qing Lian and Jimo surge forward with righteous fury. Things are falling apart. We have to save them. Without hesitation, Gao Neng triggers his ultimate trump card. He summons the magnificent soaring sky earth dragon. The majestic beast spreads its massive wings and takes to the sky. Tong Tong stares up in absolute awe at the legendary creature. Gao Neng turns to Ninger urgently. "What is our next move?" He grinds his teeth as he watches the chaos below. "If we do not drag these people out of that death trap right now, a massive bloodbath is unavoidable." But lurking in the bubbling mud beneath them, fate has one last terrifying surprise in store. She reveals the terrifying truth. These withered vines are mere 5th and 6th tier creatures, but their sheer numbers are absolutely overwhelming. Gao Neng narrows his eyes, his gaze locked onto the colossal threat lurking in the shadows. Even with its immense power, that massive beast is no match for Sword Elder and his master. The real nightmare isn't the monster itself. It's this treacherous swamp and the endless ocean of creeping vines. Even 6th and 7th tier experts can't hold their breath forever. If they get dragged into that suffocating mud, death is absolutely certain. Without a second thought, Gao Neng swings his blade, violently slicing through the thorny tendrils, lunging at his throat. In a flash, the trio leaps onto the back of the massive earth dragon. "We can't keep playing defense." Gao Neng barks out a desperate command. "Forget the beast. We need to save the others first." Nearby, the two legendary elders unleash their devastating abilities, obliterating wave after wave of vines. "You damn beast!" Mubai roars in absolute fury. "Release my people right now, or I'll tear you to shreds." The moment the words leave his mouth, an explosive aura erupts from his body. A supreme, terrifying sword intent pierces the heavens, sending devastating shockwaves rippling through the entire space. But the apex predator doesn't back down. Baring its razor-sharp fangs, the colossal beast unhinges its massive jaws, blasting a lethal beam of chaotic energy straight at the elder. Countless razor-sharp vines writhe in a frenzy, desperately trying to pierce through the suffocating sword intent. Their goal is to shred the two elders into pieces. A few deadly tendrils even manage to snake their way right up to Tian Nan, but Tian Nan merely scoffs. A terrifying pressure erupts from his very gaze. Brilliant azure energy flares from his eyes, instantly vaporizing every single vine that dared to approach him. Mubai analyzes the battlefield with a grim expression. This damned beast's vitality is monstrous. He realizes that after its deadly evolution, its life force easily rivals that of a supreme martial powerhouse. Tian Nan shouts over the chaos. "Sword Elder, this monstrosity is just too massive. Chopping off a few vines won't even scratch it. We have to strike its absolute core. We need to find its tree heart." His heart races with dread. He knows that every second they waste fighting this behemoth, innocent lives are being swallowed by the mud below. Most of the warriors who entered this forbidden zone are only at the 6th tier of power. For ordinary 6th tier cultivators, surviving this nightmare is completely impossible. Suddenly, the murky swamp beneath a trapped squad begins to violently churn. Pure terror grips their faces. "We're completely doomed." Just as death approaches, Shimo slams his foot onto the trembling earth. A blinding, golden aura erupts, wrapping his entire body in divine light. He immediately chants a sacred mantra, "Great Buddha Tathagata." A majestic wave of golden energy surges through the shattered ground. It crashes directly into the violently churning swamp, forcefully freezing the deadly mud flow, right in its tracks. Meanwhile, Ninger's towering mecha steps into the fray. Its massive metallic hand crushes a thick bundle of vines, violently ripping them to absolute shreds. With pinpoint precision, the mecha snatches Wei Ya and Zhou Jin from the jaws of death, saving them right before the swamp swallows them whole. Standing heroically on the mecha's colossal shoulder, Tang Tang looks down. "Are you guys still breathing?" Zhou Jin gasps for air, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Is this the terrifying manifestation of Ninger's source energy? He stammers in complete awe. "Miss Tang Tang, you saved us." Tang Tang nods grimly. She reveals that both Gao Neng and Sister Ninger are pushing their source energy to the absolute limit to rescue the survivors. But the endless ocean of vines is simply too overwhelming, she warns. If this nightmare continues, more than half our forces will be wiped out. Across the battlefield, Gao Neng violently yanks Qingge out of the suffocating mud. Are you all right? Can you still fight? But the moment Qingge catches his breath, sheer panic floods his eyes. My sister, Gao Neng, where is my sister? Gao Neng's heart completely drops. He scans the chaotic battlefield, his voice heavy with dread. Qing Lian. She has completely vanished. He grits his teeth in frustration. That fiery woman Qing Lian, she was always picking fights and causing him endless headaches. Honestly, aside from her stunning beauty and impressive curves, she seemed completely useless in a real battle. But despite their constant bickering, she was the very first one to step up and fight when the ambush started. Plus, he had accidentally walked in on her bathing before. With that kind of history, there was no way he could just let her die in this wretched swamp. He had to go all out. But wait, a sudden chilling realization strikes Gao Neng. Tong Tong, where is Xiao Meng? Hearing the panic in his voice, Tong Tong frantically whips her head around the chaotic battlefield. Gao Neng, where did she go? Tong Tong screams in sheer terror. Xiao Meng, where are you? Her trembling voice cuts through the roaring battle. Gao Neng, what do we do? Xiao Meng is gone. Cold sweat instantly drenches Gao Neng's entire back. Are you kidding me? His mind races at lightning speed. His absolute only trump card, the only way to completely flip this deadly situation, was to establish a mental link with Xiao Meng. He needed her power to overturn this entire cursed swamp. Without Xiao Meng acting as his energy medium, his ultimate abilities were completely sealed. Even if he wanted to unleash his full power, he was completely powerless, unless he could somehow find a completely different medium. At that exact desperate moment, a spark of absolute madness flashes in Gao Neng's eyes. Wait a second, he mutters, a crazy plan forming in his head. The supreme magnetic mountains, they can be the perfect medium. Just then, a fresh wave of terrifying, highly evolved vines explodes violently from the suffocating mud. Yun Ping and his squad watch in absolute horror. What in the world is happening? He screams in utter disbelief. How can a mere rank C forbidden zone hide such a catastrophic evolved monstrosity? Forget about the logistics, someone yells through the chaos. Focus on saving our people. Leave that terrifying apex predator to Sword Elder and Elder Li. Our mission is simple. Shred every last one of these cursed vines to pieces. Even if we can only save one life at a time, we fight until our very last breath. Gao Neng clenches his fists tightly. Elder Yun's reinforcements have finally arrived. He calculates rapidly. But it's useless. There are thousands of these demonic vines. If we don't completely obliterate this treacherous swamp, every single one of us is going to die right here. Through the communication link, Ning'er's frantic voice cracks with terror. Gao Neng, I still can't find Qing Lian or Xiao Meng anywhere. A heavy, suffocating pressure falls onto Gao Neng's shoulders. If he had any other choice in the world, he would never dare to link with the volatile magnetic mountains. It was nothing short of suicidal. The sheer, raw power was utterly uncontrollable and could easily tear him apart. But looking at the endless sea of suffocating mud, his eyes harden with supreme resolve. I am the only one who can end this nightmare. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Neng unleashes his terrifying spiritual energy. A blazing, violent connection bridges his mortal body with the supreme elements. The terrifying power of the first magnetic peak begins to violently merge with his flesh. Instantly, chaotic energies threaten to tear his absolute soul apart. His veins bulge violently as his body nears the breaking point. I can't let it consume me. I have to hold on. Through sheer, unyielding willpower, he successfully links with the second magnetic peak. The third peak connects. Agony rips through every fiber of his being, but his unbreakable spirit refuses to shatter. He forces the connection to the fourth, and finally, the legendary fifth peak. The absolute condition is finally met. Boom! Gao Neng's eyes suddenly erupt with a blazing divine golden fire. It's time. An apocalyptic wave of raw, unfiltered energy violently explodes from his body. The sheer pressure of his awakening completely crushes the surrounding space, sending devastating shockwaves in every single direction. Even from a distance, Ning'er is forced to her knees by the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Cold sweat drips down her trembling face as she struggles to breathe. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief. This terrifying form. It's exactly like when he single-handedly annihilated the alien races. Meanwhile, Gao Neng floats amidst the chaotic storm. This terrifying omnipotence. He whispers, I can see it all. The very fabric and structure of this entire world is laid bare before my eyes. Slowly, he raises a single glowing fist into the heavens. Like a supreme black hole, he ruthlessly devours every shred of loose energy on the battlefield. As long as I possess this ultimate bridge, the power of absolute creation is firmly within my grasp. Now, devour the elemental source. His commanding voice echoes like thunder. Brilliant streaks of divine energy spiral violently from his body, diving straight into the terrifying heart of the deadly swamp. The earth-shattering reaction is instantaneous. The entire sea of mud violently spirals upward, twisting into a catastrophic, towering tornado of sludge. The suffocating swamp is forcefully ripped from the ground, spitting out the dying warriors who had been trapped beneath the depths. The battlefield falls into complete, stunned silence. What kind of godlike power is this? A drenched warrior gasps out, his mind completely shattered. Did we actually survive? Elsewhere, Qing Lian stares at the sky in absolute shock. What in the world just happened? Suddenly, a terrified scream shatters the silence. Look at the sky! Look at the swamp! The survivors point upward with trembling fingers. The entire deadly swamp. It's been completely refined into pure elemental source energy. Who could possibly wield such terrifying, monstrous power? Is it Elder Jian? Or Elder Li? Qing Lian gasped, her eyes widening in realization. No, that is not the Elder's doing. Panic seized her features as her gaze locked onto the source. It was Gao Neng. The entire crowd froze in absolute disbelief. Gao Neng? Did Gao Neng really do this? Is this still the same guy? Is he even human anymore? They stood paralyzed in shock. It was indeed Gao Neng. This crazy kid was actually absorbing the elemental energy of the entire swamp. He could actually connect with the Mountain of Death. Sensing the fatal threat, the terrifying creature finally fought back against the overwhelming energy storm. Mubai urgently barked a command. This is bad. This beast realizes Gao Neng's spiritual power is a genuine threat. We must stop it. Meanwhile, Ning'er's mind raced with calculations. During the last battlefield, Gao Neng overturned the earth for hundreds of meters. But the scale of this absorption, it was infinitely more massive. Such a monstrous feat would severely drain his energy and physical body. She had to save him at the absolute highest speed. Her giant dragon began to gather scorching firepower. A split second later, it blasted a blazing inferno straight down onto the high-tier creature's massive vines. Watching the demonic vines writhe in the roaring flames, Wei Ya's face lit up with wild joy. Fire! The fire is actually working. It all made perfect sense now. Before, these monsters hid deep in the swamp where flames were utterly useless, but now, they could finally fight back. Blazing flames erupted from Zhoujin's hands. Seizing the moment, other teammates ignited their swords with roaring fire. Even Shi Mo wrapped his entire body in flames, roaring out, "Kill your way out!" But Gao Neng was consumed by panic. Where is Xiao Meng? Where did she run off to? Why can't my spiritual power track her down at all? Xiao Meng could not have died, right? He desperately pushed his spiritual tracking to the absolute limit. But suddenly, a realization hit him. Xiao Meng did not have a normal genetic structure. She appeared to be a pure, concentrated mass of limitless energy. Combined with the liquid-state biomembrane she consumed before, perhaps those mysterious pupils were the ultimate catalyst for Xiao Meng's evolution. The hidden side of those pupils might conceal an unfathomable, ancient civilization. It could even be a direct link to another world entirely. Suddenly, a desperate scream tore from behind. "Gao Neng, run fast!" The high-tier beast's gaping maw lunged from the shadows, ready to swallow Gao Neng whole from behind. "Are you kidding me?" He cursed the two experts. "Master, Elder Jian, are you guys playing a cooperative game or what? Do you not know how to protect the backline?" Without hesitation, Gao Neng thrust his palm forward. "Stay away from me." But as his strike slammed into the vine, it dealt 0 damage. He gasped in pure shock. It did not even scratch the outer skin. Mubai's fury exploded. His eyes blazed with blinding light. "You filthy beast! How dare you!" A colossal surge of sword intent crashed directly onto the high-tier creature's body. The devastating impact blasted a massive crater straight through the monster. Gao Neng could only marvel at the sight. What an incredibly powerful strike. However, from the edges of that gaping wound, countless new vines began to sprout and weave together. Mubai watched in sheer shock. Instant regeneration? It still refuses to die? The rank 9 Darkborn Ghost Vine was legendary for its terrifying regenerative abilities. The power of this mutated species was practically on par with a supreme expert. Tiannan grimly confirmed the terrifying reality. Killing this thing is going to take a devastating amount of effort. But why was this Darkborn Ghost Vine fighting so desperately? It just would not die. Logically speaking, facing 2 supreme experts, it should have fled long ago. Could it be? It was staying because of this kid? Gao Nang's mind was racing. A high-tier Darkborn creature should possess commanding intelligence. It would never blindly fight to the death against such overwhelming power. Moreover, supreme experts were present here. This swamp had been cleared out long ago. There was absolutely no way this was its natural territory. There was only one logical conclusion. It had invaded from a completely different forbidden zone. But where did it come from? And what was its true purpose? The high-tier beast launched another vicious assault at him. Someone screamed a desperate warning, "Gao Neng, watch out." Just in time, Ning'er's giant dragon tanked the devastating blow in his place. Facing such an impossibly stubborn monster, even she felt the crushing pressure. Roaring flames from heavy artillery blasted relentlessly at the colossal beast. Tang Tang continuously fired her cannon, screaming, "You ungrateful, freaky monster! Let us see how you handle my electronic cannon." However, as the smoke cleared, the vine's outer shell remained absolutely flawless. She gasped in pure disbelief. "You have got to be kidding me. Not even a single scratch?" Realizing the dire situation, Tang Tang desperately called out for Sister Ning'er. But Ning'er instantly stopped her. "Tang Tang, do not waste your energy. The strength of a rank 9 mutated creature is infinitely close to a supreme expert. Electronic guns are completely useless." "Tang Tang, do you still have any burst seed pills?" She quickly replied, "Yes, I have 4 left. Sister Ning'er, what are you planning?" Ning'er snatched the pill bottle and commanded, "Tong Tong, find a place to hide immediately. Get behind Shimo." Without another word, she tipped the bottle back, swallowing all 4 explosive pills at once. Ning'er's eyes flared with blinding, terrifying power. Her entire body began to erupt with violent aura. Meanwhile, Gao Neng was sprinting for his life, desperately dodging the high-tier beast's relentless pursuit. "Damn it, this thing is just too massive. It is impossible to escape its attack range. What the hell am I supposed to do? Should he convert all his gathered energy into a shield to block one hit? No, that definitely will not hold. Since I have to risk my life anyway, I might as well bet it all on one massive gamble. With such a colossal amount of elemental energy, if I use it all for an energy manifestation, I wonder what kind of apocalyptic scene it will create." Gao Neng focused his absolute limits. He perfectly synchronized the energy, creating a terrifying sphere of raw power. The Heaven and Earth Dragon, the sheer power radiating from the sphere, unleashed razor-sharp shockwaves that sliced right through the vines. The 2 elders watched in absolute awe. What kind of monstrous energy fluctuation is this? "It is Gao Neng." Cracks spider-webbed across the glowing sphere. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic, majestic wings tore through the surface, and then, the entire thing violently exploded. The Heaven and Earth Dragon was forged within the raging firestorm. With a deafening roar, it instantly charged straight at the high-tier creature. Lin Ying's jaw dropped in pure astonishment. What an unimaginably massive energy manifestation. Did Gao Neng really create this? Is this truly something a mid-tier cultivator can achieve? Qing Lian grits his teeth in pure frustration. Even Gao Neng cannot pull this off, right? But how did that brat become so overwhelmingly strong? Lin Ying suddenly gasps, pointing into the distance. A massive mecha erupts with blinding, radiant energy. The entire team watches in absolute shock. Just what in the world is Ning'er doing? A brilliant golden aura surges from Ning'er's feet. The radiant light completely swallows her figure. In that breathtaking moment, she seamlessly merges with the colossal mecha behind her. Someone in the crowd screams in sheer disbelief. That is a physical manifestation fusion. How is that even possible? She is only a tier 6 awakened. Meanwhile, Gao Neng is locked in a devastating battle. The high-tier abomination whips its massive tentacles through the air. A relentless storm of deadly strikes rains down upon him, but Gao Neng refuses to back down. Fusing his combat domain with the Thunder God's power, he unleashes absolute havoc. He slams a catastrophic blow directly into the beast's body, roaring, "Take this." The Earth Dragon lets out an earth-shattering roar. It thrashes wildly, desperately tearing through the suffocating vines. Seizing the opening, Ning'er raises her massive staff and launches herself straight at the target. The colossal weapon pierces the air with a deafening shriek. With terrifying precision, it impales the very core of the high-tier monstrosity. The spectators completely freeze in their tracks. Ning'er's strike actually pierces the defenses of a Tier 9 evolutionary beast. Together, Gao Neng and Ning'er hold back the terrifying strike of the Nether Ghost Vine. Even the 2 veteran elders are left utterly speechless. Elder Mubai finally snaps out of his daze. "The new generation is truly overtaking the old," he mutters in absolute awe. "These youths are terrifyingly strong." Tiannan smirks at his old friend. We veterans cannot afford to lose face here. It is time to risk it all, sword old man. Mu Bai draws his blazing greatsword, his aura exploding. Bring it on. You think I am afraid to put my life on the line? With a mighty shout, Mu Bai leaps into the sky. His titanic sword descends like a falling meteor, cleaving straight into the abomination's colossal body. Without a second of hesitation, Mu Bai unleashes his second strike. The massive blade sinks impossibly deep, completely pinning the writhing monster in place. Straining to hold the beast down, Mu Bai roars out. Old ghost, it is your turn. Ghostly energy erupts, taking the shape of a massive, terrifying skull. A suffocating wave of dark power completely engulfs the struggling creature. At that exact moment, Ninger gathers an unimaginable amount of energy. She launches a devastating blast directly at the pinned target. The strike obliterates the monster's flank, causing it to thrash in agonizing pain. Shimo stares at the agonizing beast, his eyes wide with absolute horror. Just what kind of heaven-defying battle is this? This is an epic clash of legends, a world-shaking war between supreme paragons and a Tier 9 evolutionary terror. But the most terrifying part? Two mere Tier 6 awakeners are holding their ground in this god-tier domain. The combined destructive force of their attacks ravages the high-tier beast. Qingji's entire team stands paralyzed. Are they watching mortals fight, or a battle between gods? How is this physically possible? Gao Neng and Ninger have not even reached the high tiers yet. Yet they are dominating a battlefield meant for absolute legends. We are absolutely useless here, someone mutters, but Qing Lian's eyes suddenly narrow as he senses a chilling shift. Wait, something is wrong. Why have all the other deadly vines completely stopped attacking them? They are retreating back to the main body. Gao Neng's instincts scream danger. He stares intensely at the nether ghost vine, realizing its grotesque form is mutating. The earth beneath them begins to violently shatter. The monstrous high-tier beast tears through the ground, shooting straight into the sky. Cold sweat drips down Gao Neng's face as the horrifying truth hits him. This absolute nightmare. It can regenerate. Tiannan's jaw drops in sheer disbelief. What the hell? It took my ultimate strike head-on and still has the power to heal? Mu Bai's eyes widen in realization. No, look closely, old ghost. It is summoning every single remaining vine. The beast is draining their life force to fuel its own terrifying regeneration. We cannot let it fully recover. We have to hit it again. Tiannan spits blood, shouting back. Hit it again? Do you think my body is made of immortal iron? Mu Bai fiercely cuts him off. Cut the nonsense and focus. I know damn well you have one last strike left in you. If we do not end this now, it will endlessly devour thousands of vines. Its regeneration will never stop. Damn it, I need a second to gather my mana. Hold it off for just a moment. But the demonic vines are already lunging like vipers, targeting the mighty earth dragon. Gao Neng's eyes flare with intense killing intent. Still coming for me? Huh? Do you really think I am some soft persimmon you can just crush? I will show you exactly who the weak link is. Logically, his power should never break its armor, but that colossal strike his master landed earlier left a glaring weak point, and Gao Neng sees it perfectly. Without a shred of fear, Gao Neng commands the earth dragon to charge forward. Mu Bai screams from a distance, his voice laced with panic. Gao Neng, do not do anything reckless. The savage vines violently pierce through the earth dragon's scales. Ignoring the agony, Gao Neng roars, keep charging, do not stop. His materialized weapon gleams with deadly light, launching straight at the beast's exposed wound. The monstrous entity shrieks in absolute agony. A devastating blow strikes its wounded torso, tearing it wide open. Disgusting green blood erupts from the monstrous gash like a gruesome geyser. Mu Bai watches the terrifying scene unfold, a proud smirk forming on his lips. You crazy little brat. You actually pulled it off. Qing Ge and the rest of the survivors are absolutely paralyzed with shock. Gao Neng actually wounded the nether ghost vine. He shattered the defense of an apex predator. His monstrous power is simply unreal. Zhou Jin's eyes ignite with a blazing, unyielding resolve. If Gao Neng and Ninger can fight like absolute demons, then what is stopping us from doing the same? Wei Ya summons his aura, fiercely agreeing. Exactly. We are not just dead weight. Shimo roars as his massive fists slam brutally into the earth. Muscles bulging, he viciously rips a thick, writhing vine straight out of the ground. We cannot let a single one of these bastards reach the main body to heal it. Qing Lian's legendary blade flashes, cleanly decapitating a surging vine. He is right. Block them all and slaughter every last one. Their fighting spirit erupts like a blazing inferno. They have finally found their courage in the face of absolute despair. Everyone, charge, tear them to pieces. The nether ghost vine is heavily wounded. If we can just stop its lifelines, victory is ours. Give it everything you have. Watching the furious charge, Mu Bai smiles deeply. Gao Neng's sheer defiance has awakened the bloodlust in all of them. This old man refuses to be outshone by a bunch of brats. Mu Bai's eyes turn terrifyingly sharp as he glares at the colossal beast. Since you do not know when to retreat, then you will rot in this very earth. Suddenly, the colossal mecha violently grabs a massive section of the vines. With bone-crushing mechanical strength, Ning-Er violently yanks the high-tier monstrosity straight toward her. Ning-Er's mind races with deadly precision, taking the ultimate attacks of two supreme paragons has ravaged the nether ghost vine's body. Its rapid regeneration is incomplete, leaving fatal flaws all over its armor. I just need to strike those exact weak points, and its core will be mine. Without a second of hesitation, her massive staff plummets from the heavens. A devastating godlike strike slams directly into its fatal flaw. The terrifying behemoth unleashes a heaven-shaking shriek of pure agony. Gao Neng's blood boils with excitement as he roars in triumph. You ugly bastard. After all this time, you are finally feeling the cold grip of fear. But Tiannan's terrifying voice suddenly echoes across the blood-soaked battlefield. Are you all ready? Gao Neng, Ning-Er, Sword Old Man. Everyone, get the hell out of the way. The three of them froze in absolute shock, unable to process the sheer chaos unfolding before them. Gao Neng was the first to snap back to reality. Master is about to unleash his ultimate move. Run! Ning-Er desperately launched herself off the beast's massive body. Meanwhile, Mu Bai gathered his aura, backing up Tiannan by forging a devastating sphere of pure energy and crackling lightning. Without a single second of hesitation, they hurled the explosive attack straight at the towering high-tier monstrosity. The terrifying beast barely had a moment to process its impending doom. In a flash, the overwhelming force swallowed it completely, dragging it violently down into the abyss. Mu Bai threw up his shield, desperately blocking the deadly shockwave. Even the mighty Earth Dragon had to brace itself against the violent aftermath as a massive cloud of dust swallowed the entire battlefield. As the thick smoke finally cleared, the terrifying high-tier beast was left with its jagged maw completely obliterated. Qingge and Zhou Jin stared in utter disbelief. Did we actually do it? The Darkborn Ghost Vine is dead, Tiannan gasped out, his voice heavy with complete exhaustion. I do not have a single drop of mana left in me this time. But suddenly, a sickening crackle echoed from the beast's mangled corpse. Vicious vines whipped up from below, locking dead onto Gao Neng. It is still alive! He panicked as the demonic tendrils violently coiled around his body, leaving him utterly trapped. What? Mu Bai roared in pure horror. This is disastrous. The damn beast is still breathing. Its massive frame began to thrash, aggressively dragging itself downward into the dark depths. Qinglian's eyes widened in panic. It is trying to escape. Shimo gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit blazing. It is clinging to its last breath. We absolutely cannot let it get away. Tiannan frantically pointed toward a dark corner of the ruins. This is bad. Old man sword. Look at that. Mu Bai felt his blood run cold. Look at what? The old warrior grimly explained the terrifying truth. Because it was buried under the swamp earlier, we completely missed the actual threat. That is a direct tunnel leading straight to Forbidden Zone 317. That is exactly where this Darkborn Ghost Vine came from. As the vines relentlessly dragged him toward the chasm, Gao Neng furiously swung his blade, hacking at the deadly tendrils. He screamed at the monstrous plant. What kind of deep-seated grudge is this? You are on death's door and you still will not let me go? So what if I killed a few of your little spawns? So what if I stabbed you a couple of times? Do we really have to fight until we mutually destruct? His current strength was simply not enough to slice through the demonic vines. It seemed he had no choice but to use his ultimate, most desperate technique. He took a deep breath and roared at the top of his lungs. Master, save me! Burning with absolute fury, Tiannan charged in to rescue his student. Let go of my disciple, you filthy beast. He clashed head-on with the towering monstrosity, bringing his blazing sword crashing down onto its main body. Suddenly, a deep gash split open on the beast's flesh, oozing a foul, slimy liquid. But from within that grotesque wound, a blinding silver light erupted into the air. Curled up inside that dazzling silver sphere was Xiao Meng. Tiannan froze in his tracks, completely dumbfounded. A cat? A literal cat? Mu Bai's entire worldview shattered into pieces. This little furball was swallowed whole by the Darkborn Ghost Vine, and it is actually still alive? Tang Tang watched the scene in pure, unadulterated shock. Xiaomeng, so you were eaten by that monster all along? Suddenly, Xiaomeng's tiny body became cloaked in an overwhelming azure aura as she gracefully leaped to the shattered ground. Bearing her deadly claws, she launched herself upward in a fit of absolute rage. She mercilessly shredded the high-tier beast with a flurry of savage strikes. Gao Neng finally pieced the terrifying puzzle together. No wonder I could not find Xiaomeng earlier. It actually ate her. Did this dark-born ghost vine achieve its terrifying evolution specifically because it consumed Xiaomeng? He locked his intense gaze onto the massive dimensional rift. The timeline lined up perfectly. Besides, that rift was barely 30 meters wide, far too small for this massive dark-born ghost vine to squeeze through. This proved that the beast had only evolved after crossing over from Forbidden Zone 317, and that could only mean one chilling thing. Because he had foolishly stepped onto Ghostvine Mountain, this monstrosity viewed him as a massive energy source, exactly like Xiaomeng. It wanted to devour him to trigger another insane power-up. Gao Neng furiously raised his blade and roared, "You want to eat me? You refuse to let me go? Well, now I will not let you go either. Taste my Trinity Slash." His blade flashed with blinding speed, cleanly severing the demonic vine in a single, devastating strike. Gao Neng rejoiced inwardly. It is cut. The beast has definitely weakened. Teaming up with Xiaomeng, they launched a relentless joint assault, ruthlessly exploiting the monster's crippled state to claim its life. Mu Bai and Tiannan surged forward simultaneously, their auras blazing like wildfire. Incredible work, Gao Neng. Now die, you filthy beast. The high-tier monstrosity barely managed to rear its ugly head before facing an absolute barrage of lethal strikes. A catastrophic explosion shattered the battlefield, sending waves of scorching heat in all directions. Seeing the sheer devastation, the entire crew erupted into victorious cheers. "We won! We actually won! The nightmare is finally dead!" Thank the heavens, Gao Neng stopped it at the very last second. Tiannan let out a heavy sigh of relief. At least we slaughtered it before it could escape back into the abyss. Mu Bai firmly nodded in agreement. Without a doubt, Gao Neng is the undisputed champion of this brutal battle. Tiannan could not help but praise him. This kid really outdid himself today. Amidst the smoldering ruins, only a withered, husk-like branch remained. Suddenly, someone gasped, realizing it was the very core of the dark-born ghost vine. The demonic core violently twitched, desperately trying to flee. A voice growled in the smoke. "You sneaky bastard, still holding back a trick." Moving like a lightning bolt, Xiaomeng sprinted after it. As the core plummeted straight toward the rift, Xiaomeng was closing in for the ultimate kill when she was abruptly yanked backward. Gao Neng had desperately grabbed her by the tail. "Do not chase it. Who knows what kind of terrifying dangers are lurking down there?" But Xiaomeng furiously hissed, utterly refusing to back down from her prize. "Gao Neng, do not let it go. That thing is a supreme tonic." Gao Neng snapped back. "Tonic, my foot. I am completely drained. The backlash from connecting to the magnetic mountain is kicking in. Even moving a muscle right now takes everything I have." A mysterious, overwhelming light suddenly flashed in Xiaomeng's eyes. "Out of energy? Then your queen shall grant you some." Gao Neng's face paled in absolute terror. "Wait, hold on just a second." But it was far too late. Gao Neng groaned in total despair. Every time he linked with Xiaomeng or the magnetic mountain, the massive backlash nearly killed him. He had just barely survived linking with the bronze entity, and now Xiaomeng was forcing another connection. "I am going to literally explode and die with you." But suddenly, something felt entirely different. Wait a minute. I am not in pain? Not only that, my stamina is actually skyrocketing. What kind of god-tier glitch is this? Did two negatives just make a positive? No, that was not it. It was because of Xiaomeng. Her energy signature was perfectly identical to the mysterious bronze entity. Because he was forcefully linked to both sides at the exact same time, he was no longer just the final vessel taking the brunt of the shock. Instead, he had become the perfect bridge. The two overwhelming energy sources had merged within him, achieving absolute, flawless balance. But what terrifying power would awaken from this miracle? Xiaomeng frantically nudges Gao Neng. "Hurry up. If we chase that thing down, it is going to be a massive power-up for us." He hesitates for a split second. "Are you serious? Just how much of a boost are we talking about?" The companion reveals that all the supreme abilities of the evolved species are condensed entirely within its tree heart. Instantly, Gao Neng's eyes blaze with renewed, fiery determination. "That is insanely overpowered. There is no way I am letting a prize like that slip away." He summons his colossal dragon with a deafening roar. Ascend to the heavens, soar across the earth. The massive earth dragon carries him, diving headfirst straight into the pitch-black abyss. Gao Neng wastes absolutely zero time. He instantly unleashes his spiritual aura outward, locking his senses directly onto the fleeing tree heart. Once he pinpoints its exact location, he gauges the distance to be roughly 300 meters ahead. Its speed is nothing to scoff at, but there is zero chance it can outrun him now. Suddenly, a massive disturbance echoes from behind, forcing both man and feline companion to snap their heads back. It turns out Tian Nan, Mu Bai, and Ning Er's entire squad have fearlessly leaped down into the chasm right after them. They actually followed us down here, Gao Neng exclaims in surprise. Tian Nan urgently calls out his warning. Where is the tree heart? If it has gotten too far away, absolutely do not pursue it any further. Gao Neng quickly shouts back his report. It is not far at all. It is only about 300 meters directly beneath us. Tian Nan analyzes the terrifying environment. The magnetic interference inside this chasm is dozens of times stronger than the outside world. Right now, my spiritual energy can only scan up to a 200-meter radius at maximum. His master suddenly freezes mid-air, the horrifying realization hitting him like a truck. Hold on, wait a minute. If my supreme spiritual senses cannot even see that far, how on earth can you see it? Caught off guard, Gao Neng immediately falls back on his classic habit of talking his way out of things. I obviously cannot see it either. I simply deduced its location by calculating its average speed against our own descent time. Internally, his heart is pounding out of his chest. That was way too close. So, a normal person definitely should not be able to see that far down? The magnetic interference down here is supposedly dozens of times deadlier than on the surface. Yet, why does he feel absolutely nothing? If anything, his sensory range feels vastly expanded. His spiritual domain has already effortlessly expanded to a staggering 3,000 meters, and it does not cost him a single drop of sweat. He knows that sharing a mental link with Tongxi and Xiaomeng boosts his power, but there is no way his current spiritual strength should dwarf even a Supreme Realm Master, right? Just how is his spiritual radar exceeding his own master's range by more than 10 times? Suddenly, Gao Neng's expression drastically twists in sheer horror as he spots the monstrosity lurking below. Locking eyes with the venomous, colossal legs thrashing in the depths, he makes a grim calculation. This absolute behemoth has to be at least a high-tier abyssal creature, if not something far worse. They have barely hit the 800-meter mark, and high-tier abyssal nightmares are already spawning. To make matters worse, the deeper they dive, the more an impossibly massive swarm of these monsters begins to gather. However, amidst the lethal danger, this abyss is an absolute goldmine for ultra-rare elemental materials. Gao Neng quickly asks for confirmation. Master, is it possible that high-grade elemental resources are actively growing down here? Tian Nan confirms his wildest suspicion with a grave nod. If my instincts are correct, we have just stumbled into a completely brand new, untouched demon abyss. It is absolutely bursting with pure evolutionary energy. The demon abyss in Forbidden Zone 2 has been mined dry for decades, but this untouched realm holds an astronomical treasure trove of undiscovered resources. A wicked, excited smirk curls onto Gao Neng's lips. He knew it. A completely virgin, uncharted demon abyss. Just by scanning down to the 5,000-meter mark, his senses have already detected over 1,000 rare elemental materials and massive veins of pure magnetic crystal copper. Tian Nan continues with a grim warning. However, at the exact same time, my senses have picked up over 20 high-tier abyssal entities lurking in the shadows. If I am not mistaken, this horde of dark creatures is also desperately hunting that tree heart to trigger an extreme evolution. If those monsters devour it, we might be facing a catastrophic 9th-tier evolved nightmare. Gao Neng hesitates for a fleeting moment, but his greed wins out. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Without a doubt, the second Elder Jian and his master leave this abyss. The Alliance will instantly lock this entire sector down. If he lets this golden chance slip through his fingers today, he will never find a colossal stash of supreme materials like this ever again. Gao Neng snaps into commander mode. Tong Tong, lock your coordinates. Fire your plasma cannon straight down at a 9-degree angle. Tang Tang pauses, utterly confused by the order. Wait, are we not trying to catch the tree heart? Why are we blasting it? Plus, it is completely pitch black down here. I cannot see a single thing. Despite her complaints, she pulls the trigger without a second thought. To hell with the details. A blinding blast of destructive artillery pierces straight into the suffocating darkness below. The fleeing tree heart never expected a catastrophic strike to rain down from above. Just as the fiery blast is about to obliterate it, the entity desperately flings itself deeper into the chasm, miraculously crash-landing onto a jagged cliffside below. The tree core radiates utter satisfaction. But right on cue, the devourers hunting it burst onto the scene. Gao Neng's eyes light up with absolute thrill. It actually worked, he realizes. These darkborn creatures might be terrifying, but they are incredibly cautious. They desperately crave the tree core's energy, yet they fear a deadly counterattack. Seeing the core dodge, the lightning cannon confirms one thing. It only possesses evolutionary energy now, with absolutely zero power to fight back. Utterly baffled, Mubai demands, Gao Neng, what in the world are you trying to do? You just alerted every enemy in the forest. Instead of letting those high-tier, darkborn creatures stay hidden in the shadows, Gao Neng smirks, cutting him off. Why not use the golden tree core to bait every single one of them out into the open? The older man sighs. Your logic is sound, but now they are tearing each other apart for the core. If one of them actually swallows it, we will just have to slice its stomach wide open. As the old saying goes, it does not matter whose hands hold the treasure right now. The only thing that matters is who walks away with it in the end. Gao Neng's confidence is unshakable. Even if a terrifying Tier 9 evolved beast emerges, as long as it is not one of those hyper-regenerating ghost vines, you and Master have absolutely nothing to fear. Mubai nods slowly, actually finding logic in the boy's crazy words. But Tiannan instantly sees right through the deception. Logical my foot, he barks. This shameless brat is clearly using us as his personal muscle. He wants us to do all the dirty work while he sneaks around harvesting the premium materials. Gao Neng just shrugs, flashing an innocent smile. Master, you wound me. You cannot falsely accuse a good and honest citizen like this. I would never do such a thing. Tiannan scoffs in absolute disgust. I know exactly what kind of scheming rat you are, he growls, his voice dripping with authority. Now get out of my sight. The Sword Elder and I will slaughter these darkborn freaks. But remember this one absolute rule. Do not dare to descend below 8,000 meters. Do you understand me? Gao Neng furiously nods. Thank you, Master, he cheers. But Tiannan simply sneers, his eyes glinting with a shrewd light. Save your breath. I am claiming a 30% cut of all the materials we harvest. Beside him, Mubai flashes a deeply sinister grin. I am taking 30% as well. Having two Supreme Realm experts doing your heavy lifting is not a bad deal, is it? Gao Neng lays down the law. We agreed on 8,000 meters. We don't step a single inch deeper. Ninger, Tong, let's move. But suddenly, Xiaomeng taps his shoulder, aggressively protesting the retreat. What about the queen's super-nourishing tree heart? The little cat complains. Gao Neng just sighs. Forget about that tree heart. With Elder Sword and the Master up there, it would never fall into our hands anyway. Looting what is right in front of us is the real profit. Once we gather enough materials, I will refine dozens of pills just for your daily cat food. Xiaomeng's eyes instantly spark with greed. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Gao Neng replies. The cat lifts its chin arrogantly. True. You wouldn't dare deceive me anyway. Gao Neng sneers inwardly. He has fed empty promises to this foolish cat dozens of times. Where does it get this unwavering confidence? Suddenly, Tong Tang's amazed voice rings out. Gao Neng. Sister Ninger. Come look at this. She gasps in absolute awe, staring at the glowing sea of treasures. This place is a literal gold mine. We are hitting the absolute jackpot. Gao Neng immediately barks out orders. I will harvest the plant-based materials. You two mine the elemental ores. His hands move like lightning, flawlessly snatching up a glowing spiritual stalk. He smirks with absolute confidence. With my 100% perfect gathering technique, we do not need to fear damaging any roots. Our goal is to strip this 8,000-meter zone bare in record time. But his excitement is suddenly cut short. He freezes in his tracks, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Tang quickly issues a warning. Watch out! Dark abyss creatures are approaching. 2 at early stage tier 7, and 1 at mid-stage tier 7. Gao Neng shifts his stance with fluid grace. Just as I calculated. All the elite monsters are busy chasing that golden tree heart. These leftover tier 7s are just trying to pick off our scraps. Blinding flashes of combat aura erupt through the pitch-black abyss cavern. He slaughters the monstrous beasts with effortless precision. For our current power level, dealing with these guys is an absolute breeze. Within this 8,000-meter zone, we are perfectly safe. Just remember, do not push your luck. With a powerful leap, he clears the battleground. Landing smoothly, Gao Neng calculates their massive haul. The loot we gathered in just 30 minutes is insane. Even if I distribute a portion, I can still forge at least 500 elemental pills. With this mountain of resources, breaking through to tier 7 is a joke. We could surge straight to late stage tier 8. He had previously decided to descend another 2,000 meters. But now that we have hit the 8,000 meter mark, no matter what temptations lie ahead, I will absolutely not step any deeper. A confident smirk crosses his mind. I am someone who possesses the omniscient system map. Farming elemental materials is just a matter of time. There is zero need to risk my life. But right on cue, the system chimes in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a hidden welfare quest. Smacked by this sudden system bait, Gao Neng curses inwardly. You absolute scammer system. You are truly wicked. It is a dreadful feeling he hasn't felt in a long time. Triggering a hidden quest at this exact moment? What dark scheme are you plotting? He demands. The system simply asks, will the host accept this quest? Gao Neng immediately starts bargaining. I accept checking the details first. If it is suicidal, I am not doing it. The system panel flashes with the welfare quest. A true man braves the 20,000-meter depth. Quest details. Descend to the 12,000-meter mark of the Abyssal Demon Zone. Trigger first milestone welfare. Reward. 1 special skill upgrade opportunity. Descend to the 16,000-meter mark of the Abyssal Demon Zone to trigger the second milestone welfare. Reward. A second special skill upgrade opportunity. Descend to the 20,000-meter mark of the Abyssal Demon Zone to trigger the third milestone welfare. Reward. A third special skill upgrade. Quest penalty. None. Gao Neng squints at the glowing blue screen. This feels incredibly unnatural. Good heavens, this is an unprecedented legendary reward. 3 whole skill upgrades? In the past, the absolute limit was just 1. System, since when did you become so generous? He lets out a deeply helpless sigh, rubbing his temples in frustration. It seems you really want to send me to my grave. The system shamelessly replies, thank you for the compliment, host. To successfully bait you, I have expended quite a bit of effort. Gao Neng groans internally. At just 8,000 meters, high-level monsters are everywhere. 20,000 meters? Just kill me now. Sigh. Let's pass on this suicide mission. Once I am overwhelmingly strong, I will definitely do it next time. For example, after I hit tier 9, or become a supreme expert. But when the hell will that be? If I abandon this golden opportunity, will I have to wait 2 or 3 years for the next one? Ning'er's calm voice suddenly breaks his train of thought. Gao Neng, we have hit the 8,000-meter mark. It is time to head back up. Gao Neng turns to look at her. Ning'er, I need to ask you a hypothetical question. Suppose I could absolutely guarantee that 50 meters below us is a massive cluster of materials, with 0 abyss creatures guarding it. However, going down means breaking the 8,000-meter limit that Elder Sword strictly warned us about. What would you choose? Without hesitation, she replies, then I would not go down. Tang Tang tilts her head in burning curiosity. Wait, why not? Didn't he just guarantee there are no abyss monsters? If it were me, I would absolutely dive down. Gao Neng shoots her a deadpan look. I wasn't asking you. Anyway, let me change the parameters. Suppose at 20,000 meters deep, there is absolute, lethal danger. But in exchange, there is a legendary chance to completely reforge your destiny and undergo a rebirth. What then? Tang Tang raises her hand excitedly. I'm going. Gao Neng fiercely glares at her, cutting her off. You, zip it. Ning'er falls into deep, heavy contemplation. 20,000 meters. A complete destiny rebirth. You mean, diving down is 1 step into the grave, or 1 step straight into the heavens? If your information is correct. Her eyes harden with absolute resolve. Then I will go down. Gao Neng is completely stunned. Why refuse a perfectly safe 50-meter dive, but willingly gamble your life on a suicidal 20,000-meter plunge? She stares back with unwavering conviction. Exactly that. The scale of the rewards is on completely different levels. Mere elemental materials are simply not worth defying the strict orders of a supreme expert. But if it is a true, heaven-defying chance to elevate my very being, then I will absolutely risk my life without hesitation. Hearing her fierce words, Gao Neng's own resolve instantly solidifies. She is absolutely right. 8,000 meters will only ever yield basic elemental materials and magnetic ores. The secrets buried 20,000 meters below are definitely more than this. No matter the depth, we have to risk it, Ning'er declares, her mecha armor gleaming in the dark. Gao Neng, are you really planning to go deeper? She asks. Tell me the truth. What are our odds? Gao Neng lets out a heavy breath. Honestly, less than 10%. Ning'er braces her spirit. Got it. Then I am diving down with you. Hearing this, Gao Neng immediately blocks her path. No, Ning'er. You and Tang Tang head to the surface. I am going down alone. He forces a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I will just descend a few hundred meters. I will be right back. But Ning'er instantly sees through his lie. If it was only a few hundred meters, you would not have asked me about my odds. You refused to let me take risks. Do you think I would just stand by and watch you face death alone? Defeated by her stubbornness, Gao Neng sighs. Fine. You are coming with me. But Tang Tang stays behind. She absolutely cannot come with us. Instantly, Tang Tang glares at him in protest. Why not? You and Sister Ninger are diving into danger. I refuse to be left behind. I am going down too. She puffs out her chest. My death god aura is incredibly strong. I am a walking humanoid nuke. Before she can finish boasting, Gao Neng strikes the back of her neck. A humanoid nuke? He smirks. More like a dangerously naive nuke. As Tang Tang collapses into unconsciousness, Ninger looks at him with deep concern. You knocked her out down here? How are we supposed to send her back up? Gao Neng reveals his hidden card. My spiritual energy domain is vast enough in this area. I can command the soaring earth dragon to safely carry her to the surface. Hearing this, Ninger breathes a sigh of relief. All right then, that works. Suddenly, Gao Neng swings his hammer right at her, but she instantly blocks the strike. She smirks, her eyes flashing with sharp awareness. Using the same cheap trick on me? Gao Neng. You are the naive one here. Gao Neng smiles awkwardly. I had no choice. My raw power might be slightly below yours right now, but I absolutely refuse to let you dive into that hell with me. Ninger, listen to me carefully. I have always wanted to tell you this one thing. Instantly, Ninger's eyes narrow with intense vigilance. She spins around and delivers a devastating kick straight at the hidden weapon creeping up behind her. Gao Neng sighs in utter defeat. So ruthless. Even combining a honey trap with a classic misdirection tactic failed to trick her, as expected of this cunning little demon. But unfortunately for her, Gao Neng barks a sudden command. Xiao Meng, strike! Out of nowhere, the familiar creature materializes behind Ninger. Bam! The hammer connects. As Ninger slumps forward, Xiao Meng immediately starts complaining. Gao Neng, you totally blew my cover. He replies with absolute shamelessness. Relax. When she wakes up, just tell her it was a hallucination. Deny it to the grave. Ninger cannot do anything to you without proof. Catching the unconscious, Ninger in his arms, a wave of heavy guilt washes over him. I am so sorry, Ninger. If my destination was only 10,000 meters deep, I would have braved it together with you. But 20,000 meters? I simply cannot gamble with your life. Staring down at her peaceful, unconscious face, a slightly wicked thought crosses Gao Neng's mind. Taking advantage of a maiden in distress is not exactly the heroic thing to do, is it? Still, I should leave behind a little memento. He leans in and presses a gentle, lingering kiss against her forehead. When I return, alive, I will claim a real one properly. Consider this my advance reward. His expression hardens with resolve. Elder Jian and my master will descend any minute now. Those 20-something high-tier beasts will not stall them for long. I have to move fast. Gao Neng crushes a compression capsule. In a flash of blinding light, the golden giant ape materializes. Lend me your monstrous strength. Help me escort Ninger to safety. He tightly crushes the energy capsule. Life element, fuse with fire. He channels the ultimate energy alloy, merging titanium, tungsten, silver, iron, and the purest gold. The 5 supreme elements synchronize perfectly, bound together by his overwhelming spiritual domain. This is it, the absolute strongest combination I can forge right now. Full domain form. Seeing this terrifying transformation, Xiao Meng leaps onto the top of his head. She scratches his metallic surface in shock. Gao Neng, your body has become incredibly hard. He winces slightly, gritting his teeth. Of course I am hard. Do you know how much money I am burning right now? Fusing 5 ultimate elements burns through 1 billion alliance coins per hour. But down here in the demonic abyss, money is absolutely worthless. Wealth can be rebuilt, but to survive this hellish depth, this monstrous power is non-negotiable. With his defense maxed out, Gao Neng issues his final command. Soaring Earth Dragon, get them out of here. Watching the girls safely ascend, he finally turns his attention to the mysterious creature, Xiao Meng. I am speaking to you with absolute seriousness. I am charging straight down into the 20,000-meter abyss. If gods block me, I will slaughter gods. If Buddhas block me, I will annihilate Buddhas. The creature smirks confidently. So, you are begging this great king for help? A cold, arrogant smirk crosses Gao Neng's face. I am not begging you, I am warning you. The moment I descend, our fates are permanently bound. If we fall, we perish together. If we conquer, we share the absolute glory. If you want to run away like a coward now, I will not stop you. Xiao Meng's eyes flash with excitement. I will lend you my power, but there is a condition. I want exactly half of all the epic loot we find. Gao Neng instantly rejects her greed. In your dreams, 1/4 is my absolute limit. To his surprise, she does not even try to haggle. Fine. Then I am leaving, she threatens. Unfazed, Gao Neng drops his bait. Think carefully. That 1/4 consists of perfectly refined, high-tier elixirs. It is infinitely more profitable than anything you could hoard alone. Instantly, the greedy creature takes the bait. Perfectly refined elixirs? You better keep your promise. Bam. Man and beast slap their hands together, sealing the high-stakes contract. My word is absolute. From this second onward, our destinies are bound as one. Their battle aura erupts, bound by fate. If gods block our path, we slaughter the gods. Without another word of hesitation, the duo plunges straight into the endless darkness. Their breakneck speed shatters the wind as the terrifying depth gauge plummets. Down in the shadows, grotesque high-tier beasts lock onto the intruders. Their terrifying jaws snap open, unleashing a devastating barrage of lethal venom. Gao Neng's eyes widen in brief surprise, before his overwhelming power explodes. Swish! In one blinding strike, he annihilates both monsters instantly. He scoffs, staring at the evaporating carcasses with pure absolute disdain. Pathetic. Mere early stage, Tier 7 trash actually thought they could ambush me? He glances upward. Xiaomeng, I thought our fates were bound together? Those shadowborn creatures just tried to assassinate me. Why didn't you lift a single finger? She yawns lazily from the top of his head. They were just early stage, Tier 7, shadowborns, 0 intelligence, 0 threat. Why should I bother wasting my energy? Gao Neng shoots her a warning glare. Listen here. If you refuse to pull your weight, you are getting exactly 0% of the loot. Deep down, Gao Neng sneers inwardly. Trying to hide your true strength while I do all the dirty work? Dream on. I am not letting you off that easily. A shadowy bat pursues them from behind. Gao Neng violently urges his companion forward. This is the perfect moment for her to prove her worth and establish her legacy. Xiaomeng shoots the creature a look of absolute disdain. What a total waste of talent. A razor-sharp glint flashes in her eyes. The terrifying bat instantly freezes in shock, frantically folding its wings to shield its weak points. Using purely her overwhelming mental power, Xiaomeng issues a single, silent command. Get lost. The vicious beast obediently flees into the shadows. The threat vanishes so quickly that Gao Neng feels utterly deflated. This only deepens his suspicion. Are rank 7 abyssal creatures really this cowardly? At the very least, it should have forced Xiaomeng to reveal a skill or two before running away. Watching this unfold, he realizes the terrifying truth. Xiaomeng is absolutely hiding a massive secret, but there is absolutely no time to dwell on these mysteries. They have already reached a staggering depth of 10,000 meters. Descending another 2,000 meters is the system's very first mission. Who knows what terrifying nightmares are waiting for them down there. Meanwhile, at a depth of 3,000 meters, the two-man Elder Club faces a completely different nightmare. A rank 9, four-eyed venomous mutated species. But Mubai unleashes a devastating punch, leaving the monstrous creature completely defenseless and coughing up blood. Spit it out right now. He roars with absolute authority. Tiannan furiously reminds his old friend that the beast swallowed their precious golden tree core. You actually tried to run? He delivers a few more brutal punches to its stomach. Let us see if you still have the energy to roar at us. Clearly, the beating is far from over. Just then, Yunping and his squad arrive to join the chaotic scene. They immediately call out in profound respect. Elder Li, Elder Jian. Yunping greets them respectfully, then looks around in total confusion. Where are Gao Neng, Ning and Tong Tong? Mubai casually replies, that brat Gao Neng is still down below, scavenging for loot. Suddenly, Tiannan senses a massive shift in the air. Are they coming up? He looks over and gapes in pure shock at the sight of the flying earth dragon. I was just thinking that with the kid's greedy personality, he would refuse to leave the bottom. At least his mind has not been completely clouded by treasure. But Yunping instantly spots a horrifying detail. No, something is horribly wrong. Mubai's face pales as he realizes the truth. I cannot feel Gao Neng's presence. Looking at the dragon, they are struck with pure terror. Only Ning and Tang Tang are there, and they are both completely unconscious. Where is Gao Neng? Panic erupts as Tiannan and Mubai blast off at the exact same time. Something terrible has happened. We have to go save him right now. The flying earth dragon is right here. Since it is still within his mental control range, the brat must be somewhere close by. But the deeper they dive, the heavier their hearts become. We have searched a 200-meter radius and found absolutely nothing. We have to go deeper. Tiannan's panic reaches a boiling point. We are 700 meters down, and he is still not here. Yunping asks in absolute disbelief. Could his mental domain actually stretch beyond 1,000 meters? That is impossible. But then, a terrifying realization hits Mubai. It is the magnetic mountain's power. His mental energy is perfectly linked to the magnetic mountain, so anything is possible. Tiannan's voice trembles as he makes a wild guess. Could that reckless brat have actually gone below 8,000 meters? Mubai's eyes widen in sheer horror. Do you really think he would dare to descend that far? No, Tiannan quickly denies it. That kid is absolutely terrified of dying. Under normal circumstances, he would never take such a suicidal risk, unless he found something incredibly special down there. Damn it, I cannot let that brat die in this forsaken place. Old Jian, hold on to the golden tree core for now. I have to go down there. Mubai nods firmly. Leave it to me, I will be right behind you. Without another word, the two legendary figures immediately split up. Tiannan's heart races with overwhelming anxiety. After fighting non-stop and burning through so much energy, even I am completely terrified of diving down to the 10,000 meter mark, because once you cross that 10,000 meter threshold, the demon abyss transforms into an entirely different, hellish world. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he prays, "You foolish brat, please tell me you did not actually go down there." Meanwhile, in the suffocating darkness of the absolute depths, Gao Neng suddenly senses a biological reaction nearby. Staring at the seemingly empty rock walls ahead, a chill creeps down his spine. There is absolutely nothing there, yet the feeling is completely overwhelming. Without warning, a blinding pain erupts across his back. A devastating force crashes directly into the boy and his feline companion, sending them flying. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, Gao Neng violently spins around. Who dares to ambush me in the dark? He instantly activates his supreme scanning ability. The rock face appears perfectly ordinary, but the system aggressively flashes with a dense cluster of early rank 7 warnings. Gao Neng's face drains of all color. What kind of absolute nightmare is this? Suddenly, glowing red dots begin to materialize on the solid rock. In the pitch-black abyss, countless blood-red eyes snap open. The system's mechanical voice delivers the chilling verdict. Dark-born rock spiders. Level, early rank 7. Characteristics: bodies composed entirely of ore, allowing perfect camouflage within the rock. They draw power directly from their mineral environment and attack in massive swarms. Weakness: extremely slow movement. Gao Neng curses furiously under his breath. Another freakish monster that can phase into solid rock. This cursed demon abyss is crawling with impossible horrors. Does this mean I just waltzed right into their main nest? As if answering his terrifying question, the massive cliff face violently cracks open. An endless sea of horrific stone spiders pours out from the shadows. Then, the system delivers the ultimate death sentence. Dark-born Spider Queen detected. Level, early rank 8. Gao Neng freezes, his blood running completely cold. Nearly 20 rank 7 monsters led by a rank 8 queen. Xiao Meng, do you have any brilliant ideas? The beast simply replies with absolute certainty. Yes. Her genius master plan? Run for your life. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Neng fiercely follows his companion's lead. He screams out as he violently sprints away. Great minds truly do think alike. A confident smirk creeps onto his face as he runs. The system clearly stated their massive weakness is their incredibly slow speed. Only an absolute fool would stand and fight a swarm like this. Let the wind carry us away. But his victorious smile does not even last a full minute. Bam! Gao Neng violently crashes into an invisible, heavily reinforced wall. It is a massive, transparent spiderweb, completely undetectable, even by his supreme mental domain. The terrifying stone spiders begin their slow, agonizing crawl toward their trapped prey. Staring at the approaching death, Gao Neng finally understands the true horror of the demon abyss. From every single direction, the monstrous spiders follow the trembling silk threads, swarming the exact center where he is helplessly pinned. He thrashes wildly, desperately fighting to break free from the sticky trap. Pushed to the absolute brink, Gao Neng unleashes his ultimate power. Thunder God, Domain, activate. Devastating bolts of raw lightning surge directly through the silken threads, blasting straight into the advancing swarm. But the horrifying reality hits him like a speeding truck. It has absolutely zero effect. The lightning is completely useless. By merging with the ultimate earth and ores, they are immune to electricity, spinning webs that defy all detection. He is completely trapped. Even lightning fire cannot burn them. Their bodies are as hard as divine iron. I haven't even reached 12,000 meters, and I am already surrounded by absolute death? Whatever. I cannot hold back anymore. Gao Neng pushes his elemental absorption to the absolute limit. He unleashes a chaotic barrage of raw abilities to hold the line. Massive cubes of death slam down, sealing the space. The terrifying spider swarm is temporarily trapped inside the crushing void. Wasting no time, Gao Neng bolts for his life. Against over 20 high-tier beasts, fighting head-on is pure suicide. If that death space can buy him just 1 minute, it is an absolute win. Bursting into a new zone, he gasps for breath. A safe zone? Within a 1,000-meter radius, everything seems strangely peaceful. No, wait. At this extreme depth, his spiritual perception is completely useless. Is this abyss actually trying to kill me? Even if I wanted to turn back now, it is too late. The death space shatters behind him. The vicious spiders are already swarming the ceiling, hungry for blood. Gao Neng roars, "Meow, let's charge." They dive deeper at insane speeds. 11,200 meters, 11,500 meters, 11,700 meters. Finally, the system chimes. Depth has reached 12,000 meters. Congratulations to the host for completing the Phase 1 mission. Reward: 1 special skill upgrade. Gao Neng's eyes light up with fierce excitement. 12,000 meters. I finally made it. But suddenly, a terrifying anomaly strikes. His entire body is instantly frozen in place, utterly sealed. Shock washes over Gao Neng's face. What the hell is this? He cannot twitch a single muscle. His entire body is locked in an invisible prison. His eyes dart wildly around the dark abyss. Floating right beside him are the gruesome remains of humans and shadow creatures. Is this some kind of absolute magnetic field? Xiaomeng, can you sense what is wrong? He demands mentally. The airflow has completely stopped, she replies. There is a massive crushing force. The pressure is unimaginably high. That means the very air in this zone has solidified. Did those other creatures get frozen here until they starved to death? What a brutal way to die. Do not panic, Gao Neng tells himself. First, let's try extracting the elemental energy from this space. Nitrogen and oxygen are the most abundant gases here. He tries to absorb them all at once, but panic quickly sets in. Damn it, it is not working. No matter how much elemental energy he drains, an equal amount instantly refills the void. With my power alone, it is impossible to drain this massive reserve. Plan A is a complete failure. Stay calm. There has to be another way out of this hell. The air is solidified due to extreme pressure. The real nightmare is that air cannot be easily pushed against. But what if I treat this like water? A spark of absolute genius hits Gao Neng. That's it. The signature move of the bald shark. Maybe I can use that. I never got Teacher Gui to show me exactly how it works, but maybe, just maybe, I can recreate the core principle of that technique. His only hope of breaking this deadly deadlock is that single skill upgrade reward. The system displays his options: Epic Source, Mid-Level Heavenly Book Deduction, Mid-Level Life Element Fusion, High-Level Second Magnetic Core, and Mid-Level Death Stare. Analyzing the deadly situation, he quickly narrows it down. I can eliminate Epic Source and Death Stare right away. In this frozen trap, they will not do a damn thing. Upgrading the second magnetic core to Epic Tier or High-Level Life Element Fusion. Either of those might just give him a fighting chance to break free, but deep down, his gut feeling is screaming at him. A completely different choice. It is a low-tier ability, but it might be his absolute best bet. Originally, this skill only helped him manifest energy in the early stages. It was supposed to be completely useless in the late game, but I refuse to believe this is a trash skill. His eyes burn with unyielding conviction. I am trusting my instincts. This is the one. The system prompts, do you wish to upgrade limitless energy? Warning, this choice cannot be undone. Gao Neng grates his teeth and locks in his choice. To hell with changing it. This is the one. A brilliant golden arrow flashes across the screen. System update complete. Skill limitless energy upgraded successfully. Host has acquired a new special skill. Mid-level limitless possibility. The skill description reveals its god-tier power. Limitless possibility allows the host to infuse any attribute into any object. A massive grin spreads across Gao Neng's face. This is it. I struck gold. If he can infuse the solid air in this zone with the water attribute, he can perfectly mimic the bald shark's technique. But wait. He shakes his head violently. No, stay calm. If he just mimics the shark and gives this high-density air a water attribute, forget about the crushing water pressure. I would probably just end up drowning myself in it. After all, I do not actually have the bald shark's domain ability. Gao Neng's mind races at lightning speed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, shadow, light. None of them are right, but if it is called limitless possibility, that means I am not restricted to just the basic elemental attributes. Suddenly, the perfect answer clicks into place. Gravity. If I add a gravity attribute to the air, making the air below me heavy and the surrounding air light, it will literally pull me forward. The system chimes in with a greedy tone. Based on the area of effect, fees will apply. Making the air ahead heavier will cost 200,000 alliance coins per minute. Making the surrounding air lighter will cost 600,000 alliance coins per minute. Gao Neng is left utterly speechless by the extortion. You shameless bastard. I knew you had an ulterior motive. It is just money, right? Burn it all. Xiao Meng asks in total confusion. Who are you cursing at? Gao Neng ignores her, bracing himself for the impact. Instantly, his entire body is violently sucked downward. Taking full control, he flips mid-air and dive bombs like a missile, his voice ringing with pure triumph. It actually worked. I knew this crazy theory would pay off. Xiao Meng watches in sheer amazement. Gao Neng, how on earth did you do that? She asks. Pure skill, obviously, he replies smoothly. But inside, his heart is bleeding. I cannot exactly admit I am just burning mountains of cash. But as he descends, something else catches his eye. Floating in the dark abyss, glittering beside him, rare ores and priceless medicinal herbs. What other secrets are hiding in this deadly trench? Gao Neng hesitates, his eyes lingering on the precious loot. Should I really waste time harvesting this right now? He mutters to himself. I am not just broke. I desperately need this wealth. It is painfully obvious. The further his cheat system upgrades, the more it devours gold like a bottomless pit. Making his choice, Gao Neng decides to sweep the area clean. Why hesitate when fortune stares him in the face? Leaving legendary ores unmined is simply a fool's errand. Adjusting the gravity around him, he grins. He will strip this place bare before descending any further. Meanwhile, at a depth of 6,000 meters in the demonic abyss, Tiannan's brow drips with cold sweat. 6,000 meters down, and still no trace of him. Can that brat truly possess such monstrous mental strength? He questions in absolute disbelief. To blanket thousands of meters of the demonic abyss with his spiritual power, it defies logic. Never in history has anyone harnessed the magnetic mountain's core energy to such a terrifying degree. Tiannan's eyes harden with blazing resolve. I absolutely cannot let that stubborn brat die in this hellhole. It is finally time for the old master to experience a one-way ticket into the venomous spider's lair. Reaching a depth of 10,000 meters, he freezes in shock. A swarm of shadow-born rock spiders actually builds their nest in this god-forsaken abyss. A dreadful premonition grips Tiannan's heart. Panic flares in his chest. It is over. It is completely over. That reckless brat Gao Neng is doomed. Even among high-tier beasts, the defensive shell of these shadow-born rock spiders is legendary. Worse yet, their pack-hunting tactics make facing them an absolute death sentence. Even a supreme high-tier expert will find themselves knocking on death's door if surrounded. Gripping his sword, Tiannan unleashes his fierce aura. You and I are bound as master and disciple, he roars to the empty dark. Though you are an arrogant, disobedient fool, I will carve through this horde. His blade hums with lethal intent. I shall use the blood of these monsters to honor your heroic soul. Filthy beasts, pay for my disciple's life. With a thunderous roar, he swings his blade. A majestic wave of overwhelming sword aura erupts, instantly engulfing the nearest monstrous spider. Simultaneously, plunging to a staggering depth of 14,000 meters, Gao Neng stumbles as violent tremors rock the earth. What is going on? He gasps. Is some lunatic trying to dismantle the entire demonic abyss? Xiao Meng's panicked voice echoes, begging Gao Neng to run faster as the horde closes in. Chased relentlessly by a monstrous army of abyssal ants, Gao Neng grits his teeth. The pure terror of this demonic abyss is beyond human comprehension. Is this entire death zone the territory of pack-hunting monstrosities? He curses, desperately dodging another lethal strike. The entire human alliance barely possesses a few hundred high-tier warriors, and the alien races have even fewer. Yet, in this cursed abyss alone, he has already crossed paths with 60 to 70 high-tier beasts, just within this nightmarish swarm of ants. There are no less than 10 terrifying high-tier commanders leading the charge. Gao Neng shudders, imagining the horrors lurking even deeper in the darkness. Could there truly be supreme-tier shadow-born entities dwelling at the bottom? Heavens above. Please do not let me run into a 9th-tier abomination. Wait, forget the 9th tier. I cannot even survive an 8th tier. He corrects himself in a cold sweat. Suddenly, an unnatural chill crawls down both their spines. Snapping their heads around, they stare into the impenetrable gloom. Gao Neng's eyes widen in absolute horror. The raging swarm of high-tier ants is suddenly swallowed by a sickening murky mist. What in the world is that? One by one, the fearsome beasts are completely devoured by the creeping shadow. Every muscle in his body tenses as he glares at the unknown anomaly. What kind of demonic entity is this? Without a second thought, he immediately activates his system's appraisal skill. A cascade of system notifications floods his vision. Name, the Devourer. Level, unranked. Cold sweat instantly drenches Gao Neng's back. Wait, unranked? What the hell does unranked even mean? Gao Neng's mind races in sheer panic. In this world, a beast with 0 attack and 0 defense is already considered a freak of nature. So what unimaginable nightmare can an unranked entity be? The system glows with grim details. It is a mutated shadow-born species, a horrific existence possessing neither a physical body nor a conscious mind. It possesses the terrifying ability to latch onto any living host. Once attached, it mercilessly drains every drop of their life force. It feasts on their core energy until the victim withers into absolute nothingness. Worst of all, it is entirely immune to both physical strikes and spiritual attacks. Gao Neng's eyes burn with ultimate dread. Grabbing his companion, he desperately bolts away from the encroaching mist. What kind of broken logic is this? He curses violently through heavy breaths. How can something so utterly invincible exist, even in the demonic abyss? Immune to swords, immune to spiritual arts. How are you even supposed to fight a nightmare like that? It is literally impossible. We have to escape right now. Suddenly, a trembling voice echoes in his mental space. Gao Neng? He pauses, a sickening feeling twisting his gut as he waits for Xiao Meng to speak. She stammers, paralyzed by pure terror. I think. It is already attached to us. Xiao Meng loses her mind entirely, flailing her illusory hands in sheer panic. What do we do, Gao Neng? What do we do? I cannot shake it off, she cries out. I know we cannot shake it off. Gao Neng roars back, his mind spinning. This parasite is completely invulnerable. I have absolutely no idea how to counter it. In just a fraction of a second, he feels his vital energy draining at a terrifying speed. If this continues for another minute, we are going to be sucked completely dry. Suddenly, more shadows lunge from the opposite tunnel, making his blood run cold. Are you kidding me? One of these devourers is already a death sentence, but 2 more? Who can possibly survive this? Taking a ragged breath, Gao Neng forces himself to stay rational. Thank the heavens I linked Xiao Meng with the magnetic mountain. The mountain's core pumps immense energy back into his veins, barely keeping him alive against the parasite's drain. Shadowborn entities are notoriously territorial. His only shred of hope is to blast out of their hunting grounds. Maybe, just maybe, they will detach once he crosses their borders. But as he sprints forward, absolute despair slams into him. Blocking his only escape route is a massive swarm of shadowborn rock spiders. Are you seriously not leaving me a single path to survive? He roars at the heavens. His jaw locks so tightly his teeth nearly crack. If this is the end, he will go down in a blaze of glory. Unleashing every ounce of his aura, Gao Neng charges like a madman straight into the spider horde. If I am going to die, I am taking all of you with me. He laughs like a true maniac. I have the Devourer on me. Come on, let us share the pain. Seeing this human charging with an unranked parasite, the terrifying spiders actually freeze in sheer confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, the fierce beasts instantly retreat, frantically diving back into their dark caverns. Gao Neng skids to a halt, his jaw dropping to the floor. Wait, do they seriously just run away from me? Does this mean I am basically carrying the god of plagues right now? With this parasite attached to him, every monster in the demonic abyss is terrified of catching it. Whatever. I will use this invincibility buff while it lasts. Charge. Ding. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly chimes. Depth. 16,000 meters. Congratulations, host. Second phase mission complete. Gao Neng frowns, wiping the freezing sweat from his brow. Reward, second special ability upgrade. Unlocked. He lets out an exhausted breath. It is finally over? The first phase nearly got me slaughtered by giant spiders. The second phase strapped a life-draining devourer to my back. He glares into the infinite darkness below. Just what kind of hellish nightmare is waiting for me in the third phase? Suddenly, a biting, unnatural anomaly creeps up his arm. Lifting his hand to the dim light, his pupils shrink in horror. Frost rapidly crystallizes across his skin, freezing his very veins. Gao Neng shivers violently as the surrounding temperature plummets into the absolute negatives. It seems, the next zone is a domain of absolute zero. But deep in the shadows, a fierce grin forms on his face. Nothing in this godforsaken abyss can extinguish Gao Neng's blazing ambition. Deeper into the abyss, They press forward, determined to conquer the crushing depths. The temperature must be below freezing by now. Gao Neng shivers. Xiao Meng, are you holding up? He turns, only to jump back in sheer terror. Her head has transformed into a massive rose. What the hell? What happened to your head? But Xiao Meng is equally horrified. Gao Neng, your head is blooming too. Two humanoid flowers stare at each other in absolute shock. The truth strikes Gao Neng like lightning. It is an illusion. Suddenly, a vicious attack shoots up from the darkness. He dodges just in the nick of time. As his vision snaps back to reality, he gasps for air. There is something hiding inside this illusion. If I had not fused my 5 metal elements, that strike would have killed me instantly. Gao Neng grits his teeth, his eyes burning with intense frustration as he snaps at his companion. Xiao Meng, if you keep holding back your true power, we are both going to die down here. Xiao Meng leaps from his shoulder. Her tiny form begins to morph, rapidly expanding into her breathtaking human shape. Dark, sinister energy swirls in her palm, forming an eerie black sphere. Gao Neng's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Wait a minute. I know this terrifying aura. Is not this Tang Tang's signature move? As she raises the colossal sphere above her head, the horrifying truth hits him. A neutron bomb? With ruthless precision, Xiao Meng hurls the devastating weapon directly at their hidden enemy. A massive explosion rocks the cavern. Thick smoke swallows the area, leaving Gao Neng waving it away with an utterly helpless expression. Since when could Xiao Meng use Tang Tang's nuclear weapons? Are our character settings glitching out? But his complaints freeze in his throat as the dust finally settles. An ethereal blue light radiates from countless ice flowers blooming in the darkness. He stares in absolute awe. The illusion has shattered. These ice flowers were generating the hallucinations all along. Xiao Meng reverts to her lazy cat form, yawning casually. Illusion broken. The rest is up to you. Gao Neng's eye twitches violently. Are you seriously going to play the lazy boss now? She hisses back in pure indignation. This black mist is devouring our energy. Just using that move once completely drained my reserves. Gao Neng knows she is telling the truth. The mind games might be over, but the hallucinogenic ice flowers remain. Worse still, the devourers are latched onto them, constantly draining their life force. This is getting incredibly dangerous. Wait, I have an idea. He decides to gamble his remaining energy to upgrade his second magnetic core to epic tier. The system chimes in immediately. Warning. Confirm upgrade for the second core. Changes are permanent. No refunds. He viciously slams the confirm button. Cut the nonsense and upgrade it already. The robotic voice echoes in his mind. Confirmation received. Commencing ability, evolution. Second, magnetic core, successfully upgraded to epic tier. Congratulations, host. New supreme ability unlocked. The 4 symbols manifest. 4 blinding colors of divine energy pulse wildly around him. A glorious notification flashes before his eyes. 4 symbols, magnetic core. Cultivation speed increased by 800%. Focus enhanced by 800%. Health and spiritual recovery boosted by 800%. Eastern Azure Dragon of Transformation unlocked. Can shatter all illusions, while granting the power to create or embody phantoms. Southern Vermilion Bird of Immortality unlocked. Upon activating the Undying attribute, spiritual power instantly converts to vitality, fully restoring depleted life force. As long as spiritual energy remains, the host cannot be killed. Western White Tiger of Divine Aid unlocked. Upon activating Divine Assistance, vitality rapidly converts into spiritual power, granting absolute immunity to mental suppression, and maintaining peak tactical clarity under ultimate pressure. Northern Black Tortoise of Concealment unlocked. Erases all aura and energy fluctuations completely. Enhances vision to godlike levels, allowing sight through solid earth and absolute darkness. Gao Neng's heart races with pure adrenaline. My own father wants to call me daddy now. Is this the ultimate pay-to-win power trip? If I knew it was this overpowered, I would have upgraded it ages ago. The quadruple energy flow is just the cherry on top. The 4 symbols are already this devastating. What kind of monstrous ability will emerge if I fuse the life element into my next upgrade? Cheating the system feels incredible. The more I hack, the better it gets. But his celebration is cut violently short. A massive, frost-covered vine explodes from the ice flower's roots, slamming a devastating strike directly into Gao Neng's spine. He is sent flying like a broken rag doll, crashing brutally against the cavern wall. Yet, wiping the blood from his mouth, a calculating smirk creeps across his face. I let my guard down again. Good. That hit woke me up. With 4 magnetic cores active, my first priority is to chug potions and max out my 4 energy streams. His eyes lock onto the battlefield. Xiao Meng already shattered the primary illusion. Logically, I do not even need the Azure Dragon's power right now. With 4 cores running, those parasitic devourers cannot drain me dry anyway. But I still need to exterminate them first. Gao Neng instantly swaps his cores, activating the Azure Dragon's transformation. A sickening feeling washes over both him and Xiao Meng as the evolution triggers. Their bodies rapidly wither away, turning as sickly and emaciated as dried corpses. They plummet weakly toward the abyss below, while streams of life force seemingly bleed out from their skin. Watching the devourers react, Gao Neng grins inwardly. Just as I calculated. They might lack intelligence, but manipulating their basic instincts is easy. My camouflage makes them believe their prey is completely sucked dry. This illusion attribute is absolutely terrifying. Still, letting them off the hook this easily is not my style. You parasites drank my energy. Now it is time to earn your keep. With a sweeping gesture, Gao Neng fully unleashes the Azure Dragon's phantom creation. The 2 devourers immediately sense an irresistible presence. Yet, they hesitate, hovering nervously above a swarm of icy ants. Gao Neng's eyes narrow in realization. They are not moving in. Of course, these devourers despise the cold. They are terrified of approaching those freezing ants spawned by the ice flowers. If that is the problem, let me turn up the heat with a thermal illusion. As the monsters finally dive blindly into the icy trap, a victorious smirk lights up his face. Checkmate. I truly am a genius, Gao Neng smirks, leaving the chaos behind. Let those monsters tear each other apart while I slip away. The elite hunter and his companion dive deeper into the abyss, but their victory is interrupted. A cold, mechanical voice echoes in his mind. Ding! Host has activated illusion creation 3 times at 2 million alliance coins per use. Total deducted. 6 million. Gao Neng almost trips over his own feet. Are you kidding me? You are actually charging me for that tiny temperature tweak at the end? The system responds with merciless logic. A premium system never miscalculates a skill activation. Host. Grumbling. Gao Neng quickly changes the subject. I am not arguing with a stingy artificial intelligence. Let us test something else. Swap the core and activate Concealment Aura. Ding. Concealment Aura activated. Cost. 100,000 alliance coins per minute, per target. Total for 1 human and 1 cat. 200,000 per minute. Gao Neng blinks in pure shock. This greedy system can actually cloak allies too? That is a massive game changer. For once, the scamming system actually shows a shred of conscience. He fully expected it to charge 10 times the price for a companion. After all this time together, you are finally acting like a real friend, he praises. The system chimes instantly. Because Host has used the term friend, the system will make an unprecedented exception, delivering 1 complimentary friendly tip. To survive, Host must ultimately use violent measures to force a true alliance with Xiao Meng. Her true, hidden power is the absolute key to your survival in this abyss. Gao Neng freezes, his mind racing. Wait, violent measures? True alliance? Before he can process this, Xiao Meng tilts her head. Who are you muttering to over there? He narrows his eyes, scanning his feline companion from head to paw. The system's words echo in his mind. Her true power is the only thing keeping him alive? Unbelievable. The system waited until they were neck-deep in danger to drop this massive bombshell. But this is the perfect opening to finally uncover Xiao Meng's deepest secrets. Meanwhile, the duo has already plummeted to a staggering depth of 17,000 meters, far above them. Meanwhile, the duo has already plummeted to a staggering depth of 17,000 meters, far above them. At the 10,000 meter mark, Tian Nan's heartbroken voice shatters the silence. Gao Neng, my foolish disciple, the old master wails, staring into the dark abyss. To think this old man would have to bury his own student today. At the very least, your master will recover your bones and bring you home. But as he scans the gruesome battlefield, his tragic monologue halts abruptly. Confusion washes over his weathered face. There is absolutely no trace of a corpse. His jaw drops in disbelief. Did that brat actually survive? How could a mere rookie slip past a terrifying Tier 8 boss and its entire army of Tier 7 beasts? Hope ignites in the old master's chest. Wrapping himself in blazing aura, Tiannan dives deeper into the lethal darkness, determined to find his crazy disciple. As he plunges further, a suffocating pressure crushes against his lungs. He gasps, his eyes wide with shock. Did that little monster seriously survive this hellish atmospheric pressure too? Pure spiritual energy erupts around Tiannan, forming a protective domain to block out the deadly natural forces. This kind of domain projection is strictly a high-tier master's technique. There is zero chance Gao Neng could pull this off. So how in the world did he bypass this death zone? Even my legendary strength is suppressed in this demon abyss, Tian-nan mutters, wiping sweat from his brow. His consecutive battles have drained his core. Pushing deeper is basically flirting with death. If you are still alive down there, you brat, I swear I am extorting 20 attribute crystals from you. If I do not, I will legally change my last name to Gao. Suddenly, two terrifying shadows slam against his spiritual shield. Tian-nan's blood runs cold. Devourers? These are overlord-level nightmares. Even a mighty Tier 9 master would detour to avoid them. Why are they roaming above the 20,000-meter mark? He prays to the heavens that Gao Neng did not cross their path. Fighting these two devourers head-on would drain his remaining energy and waste precious time. He has to play it smart. Condensing a massive chunk of his own aura, Tian-nan hurls it into the darkness like a glowing piece of meat. Fetch, you ugly mutts. As the beasts chase the bait, he rockets further down the abyss. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. If his energy reserves were not totally shot, he would have easily vaporized those bugs. Crossing the 16,000-meter threshold, a chilling realization hits him. Still no trace of his disciple? This is mathematically impossible. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. Floating right beside him are massive, shattered blocks of ice. Tian-nan stares at them, utterly dumbfounded. Devourers hunting in this specific layer? That defies all logic. This sector is an absolute zero freezing zone. Based on a devourer's biological instincts, they would never willingly enter this freezing hellscape. The only logical explanation? Someone intentionally lured them here. Did a measly Tier 6 rookie drag Overlord-level monsters down here and actually live to tell the tale? Has the whole world gone insane? Meanwhile, at the bone-crushing depth of 19,000 meters, the insane rookie in question is chilling. Gao Neng mentally tallies his epic loot. After that last chaotic scramble, his stash of attribute materials has skyrocketed to 2,000 pure units. Adding the ultra-rare magnetic crystal ores, his spatial pockets are bursting at the seams. But getting rich means nothing if he cannot make it back alive. The lethal 20,000-meter mark is right below them. The final, deadly trial is rapidly approaching. His mind drifts back to the system's ominous warning. He needs to use violent measures to force Xiaomeng into a true alliance. But what exactly counts as violent in this context? Deciding to test the waters, Gao Neng stares intently at his companion. Hey Xiaomeng, are you still hiding a massive secret from me? She swishes her tail, not missing a beat. Are you not hiding a mountain of secrets from me too? Gao Neng chuckles, suggesting they finally drop the masks and trade the truth. Xiaomeng smirks dangerously. Oh? And what exact posture did you want to use for this interrogation? Gao Neng's voice drops to a deadly, serious whisper. Cut the games. Tell me what your true ability actually is. How in the world do you know how to fire a neutron bullet? She licks her paw nonchalantly. I dual cultivated with its previous owner, so I learned it. My combat replication speed is terrifyingly fast. Learned it? Gao Neng scoffs. You mean you completely copied it? So, does that mean you have secretly copied my overpowered talents too? Xiaomeng rolls her eyes. We have never dual cultivated together. How could I possibly steal your skills? Besides, your raw talent is useless to me. All I need is your calculation algorithms. I thought we were trading secrets? Why am I the only one on the chopping block? She huffs. Gao Neng raises one finger. Fine, just answer one final question, then you can interrogate me. His gaze pierces right through her. Do you truly hate humanity? The playful aura vanishes from Xiaomeng instantly, replaced by a heavy, sorrowful silence. Honestly, maybe a little, she whispers, her eyes darkening. My very first master abandoned me to die, but my mother gave me everything. I swore an absolute oath to her. I will never bring harm to humans. But as Gao Neng listens, a chilling realization grips him. What comes next? The very first master? Xiaomeng smoothly shifted the subject. All right, now it is my turn to ask. Do you actually believe a single word I just said? Gao Neng froze in surprise. He knew exactly why she was asking this. Your silence speaks volumes. I am guessing that means you do not believe me, right? She pressed. He flatly admitted she was right. Xiaomeng instantly went on the offensive. Mother trusts me completely, yet you still dare to doubt me. So why on earth should I share my secrets with you? Gao Neng furrowed his brows. What will it take for you to talk? Right before his eyes, her feline paws began morphing into human hands. Xiaomeng fully shifted back into her stunning human form. She locked eyes with him and smirked. Since you are the man of the house, you should at least be able to beat me in a fight. Gao Neng was completely taken aback. Did she seriously want to settle this with raw violence? She smugly confirmed his suspicions. That is right, and whoever loses is not allowed to cry about it. Gao Neng secretly celebrated in his mind. This was like someone handing him a pillow just as he felt sleepy. He had been desperately looking for an excuse to teach this arrogant cat a lesson. He eagerly accepted the challenge. You said it yourself, the loser is a dog. Internally, Gao Neng was overflowing with confidence. He was currently decked out in full pay-to-win gear, stronger than ever before. Out of everyone, Xiao Meng should be the one who understood his terrifying new power the most. If she still dared to provoke him, she absolutely had a hidden trump card. Xiao Meng gathered swirling energy in the palm of her hand. Gao Neng, did you not want to see the true power of a queen? Then allow me to open your eyes. She violently swung her hand, tearing a rift of raw power through the air. Gao Neng tensed up, frantically analyzing her move. Was she shattering the void with her bare hands? No, that was impossible. The glowing mass of light floating before him looked strangely familiar. It was a spatial core. Could your true ability be controlling spatial cores? He asked in shock. Xiao Meng smirked, shaking her head. Not quite, but I can do this. She casually thrust her hand straight into the swirling core to prove her point. Her face radiated absolute arrogance. In a flash of blinding light, a majestic suit of armor materialized over her entire body. Xiao Meng tightly gripped a glowing battle blade. She pointed the lethal weapon straight at Gao Neng. If you want to surrender, now is your last chance. Gao Neng was absolutely speechless. Carrying a core was one thing, but resonating with it like this was unheard of. He always knew Xiao Meng was a special existence. Panic creeping in, he demanded. Where did you get my armor and blade? I forged them myself. Obviously, she replied with a wicked grin. I actually learned this little trick from watching you. Hearing this, Gao Neng felt a surge of pride. So you stole my moves? Very well. He gripped his own weapon tightly. It seems you are finally going all out without holding back. Xiao Meng let out a terrifying laugh. Of course, crushing you has always been my ultimate dream. If you want to make the first move, bring it on. She stood perfectly still, calmly waiting. Gao Neng instantly unleashed his ultimate technique, the Thunder God Domain. Without missing a beat, she activated her very own Thunder God Domain. Crackling lightning surged wildly into her forged blade. Two terrifying identical storms of power clashed in midair. Gao Neng could not help but praise his opponent. Not bad at all. Xiao Meng, you only pretended to be a good little pet just to steal my martial arts, did you not? Xiao Meng let out an icy, mocking chuckle. What if I did? She taunted. Are you scared now? Is my learning ability not utterly terrifying? Gao Neng refused to back down. Let us see you copy my next attack. There is no way you mastered this one. Trinity Slash, he roared, unleashing devastating power. Xiao Meng just curled her lips into a deadly smirk. Bingo, I know that one too. In a flash, she countered with her own perfect Trinity Slash. The collision of their ultimate attacks triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Gao Neng peered down through the thick, billowing smoke. Xiao Meng had lost the exchange, grinding her teeth in agonizing pain from the fierce impact. Gao Neng analyzed the situation in his mind. His body was currently fused with 5 elite supreme alloys. Yet even with this legendary level of physical defense, the sheer shockwave had left his wrists completely numb. But looking at Xiao Meng, she had not perfectly copied his system abilities. Using the exact same technique, his physical durability vastly outclassed hers. The advantage belonged to him. Overflowing with arrogance, Gao Neng slashed down his blade. Do you finally understand my true power? Xiao Meng, you are the one who should surrender right now. Refusing to yield, she blocked his heavy strike with a small dagger. The brutal force sent her sliding backward across the ground. Riding his momentum, Gao Neng violently charged forward with his blade. Xiao Meng instantly recognized his footwork. Was he using phantoms? Suddenly, the figure she was facing turned into a pitch-black shadow. Its eyes glowed with a bone-chilling light. Gao Neng slashed down mercilessly and sneered. You did not expect the ghost shadow step, did you? The devastating sword strike crashed into the earth. A massive explosion ripped through the entire cavern, sending debris flying everywhere. You are totally cheating. You are still you, Xiao Meng angrily protested. In a desperate move, she grabbed the glowing spatial core. Without hesitation, she tossed it straight into her mouth and swallowed it. Gao Neng's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. What kind of insane move was this? Even a small core contained a highly compressed magnetic field. Could that thing actually be eaten? Violent arcs of electricity instantly began sparking across the space. Xiao Meng wiped her mouth, overflowing with supreme arrogance. Energy replenishment is fully complete. Now, I will fight you to the bitter end. Gao Neng's figure blurred as he dashed forward with incredible speed. We do not need a final battle to know who is the king and who is the queen. Just give up. You can never defeat me. Unfazed, Xiao Meng suddenly summoned two perfect ghost shadow clones. She launched herself fiercely at her opponent from multiple angles. Gao Neng's eyes widened in sheer horror. He desperately raised his sword to block the incoming barrage. "Are all three of these solid physical bodies?" he shouted. "Xiao Meng, what on earth is this technique?" She threw her head back and let out a triumphant laugh. "We are in the middle of a battle. Do you really think I would just hand over my secrets?" she mocked. "But yes, of course I know exactly what I am doing. Otherwise, how would you comprehend the boundless brilliance of Queen Xiaomeng? When Tang Tang gave me a tour of the gene laboratory, I secretly devised this ultimate method. All of those clones she showed off? They fully belong to my supreme arsenal now. Total energy manifestation." Gao Neng felt his blood run cold as he quickly did the math. She could manifest 17 distinct shadow clones, even if her true form was an energy entity capable of scanning him. Was it genuinely possible to scan and copy on such a terrifying scale? In the blink of an eye, Gao Neng was completely surrounded by her lethal shadows. Xiao Meng offered a final, chilling warning. "There is no need to look so shocked. Did you not already piece this together? The compressed magnetic field serves as my ultimate power source." The devastating truth finally hit him. So, that was her grand master plan. By manipulating pure energy manifestation, she was using the compressed magnetic field to unleash her true power at 100% capacity. But exactly how many clones was he about to face? Xiaoming charges forward like a bullet. "Still refusing to surrender?" she mocks. "Then do not cry when I win and pull your pants right over your head." Gao Neng smirks in response. "Do not get ahead of yourself," he fires back. "When I am done with you, you will not even have pants left to wear." A ruthless barrage of punches rains down on Gao Neng. As he desperately dodges and slips away, Xiao Meng stays right on his heels. "Think you can run?" she taunts. Gao Neng suddenly raises his hand. He whips around, launching a desperate palm strike straight at her chest. But Xiao Meng effortlessly catches his wrist in an iron grip. A cornered dog leaps over the wall. "Huh?" she sneers. She glares at Gao Neng. "Do you really think you can guess my true body so easily?" A confident smile creeps onto his face. "Of course I know this is not the real you," he replies calmly. Suddenly, the genetic weapon materializes behind her. It raises a massive fist, ready to strike. "I am just waiting for you to drop your guard," Gao Neng shouts. Xiao Meng reacts with lightning speed. She blocks the devastating blow with one hand, her expression darkening. "How do you know my true body?" she demands. Gao Neng lunges forward, throwing a fierce punch of his own. "You should really look in the mirror," he mocks. "When you compress your magnetic field, your eyes look completely different from your clones." Xiao Meng deflects both strikes, sending them crashing downward. Gao Neng watches her intently, his mind racing. When the first ocular cores were discovered during the Great Cataclysm a century ago, humanity relied on this ocular civilization to survive. That power alone allowed us to invent incredible hyper-technology and gave birth to the legendary energy warriors. Whether in the underground cities or the treacherous surface world, these ocular cores have a bloody history spanning nearly 100 years. Yet right now, Xiao Meng is actually forging her own ocular cores. Xiao Meng's eyes widen, blazing with sheer determination. Seeing the genetic weapon about to take a massive hit, Gao Neng panics. She is too fast. Her terrifying heterochromatic eyes, one burning red and one glowing blue, lock onto the target. She unleashes a devastating punch. The genetic weapon is sent flying backward instantly. It smashes violently into the cavern wall, its system completely freezing from the sheer impact. All color drains from Gao Neng's face. A single strike from her completely severs his mental link with a terrifying rank 7 genetic weapon. "Just accept your fate, Gao Neng." Xiao Meng sneers. "You are next." Gao Neng throws his hands up in a panic. "Hold on a second. We agreed to a fair one-on-one fight. Spawning so many clone cores is cheating." "Oh, shut it." Xiao Meng snaps back. "You literally used a genetic weapon to ambush me. Do you call that fair?" Gao Neng quickly proposes a new rule. "Fine. Then no more sneak attacks. And absolutely no more flashy energy materialization tricks either. Let us settle this with 3 direct strikes. Winner takes all. How about it?" Xiao Meng raises an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. 3 strikes to decide everything? Exactly. Gao Neng nods firmly. 3 head-on clashes. Whoever wins becomes the absolute boss. This proposal sparks a fiery interest in her eyes. The loser obeys the winner? Are you serious, Gao Neng? They have to obey every single command? Gao Neng keeps his true thoughts hidden. He secretly scoffs. Tricking a little wildcat like her hardly counts as a real scam, right? Xiao Meng slams her fist into her palm, sealing the deal. "Fine. When I win, you must address me strictly as Queen Xiaomeng. Deal. Gao Neng agrees without hesitation. She immediately starts listing demands. From now on, I want premium meat and fish for every meal. And my breakfasts better come with 2 extra eggs. Oh, and one more thing. You must dual cultivate with me, she demands boldly. Gao Neng nods smoothly. Not a problem at all. But she is not done yet. And wait, there is more. You must give me daily back rubs, shoulder massages, and foot rubs. Gao Neng finally cuts her off. All right, I get it. Winner takes total control. End of story. All of your demands are fine, but you are planning pretty far ahead, he smirks. Are you that confident you can actually beat me? Xiaomeng radiates absolute confidence. Of course I can crush you. She instantly summons her twin ocular cores. With terrifying speed, she grabs one glowing block in each hand. Resorting to her insane trademark move, she shoves both massive energy blocks straight into her mouth. As she begins digesting the raw power, Gao Neng watches in pure horror. She can still eat more of those? He instantly dashes forward. He cannot afford to let her finish absorbing that massive energy. We agreed to a head-on clash. Gao Neng roars. Whoever dodges is the loser. With her cheeks bulging, she forces the twin cores down her throat. She summons her blazing energy sword and meets his charge head-on. The two blades violently collide. A devastating shockwave of raw power explodes through the cavern. Gao Neng pushes forward with relentless force, driving his opponent back. The overwhelming momentum pins Xiaomeng forcefully against the jagged rock wall. Gao Neng points his glowing blade right at her. Xiaomeng, you lose the first clash, he declares triumphantly. You are not going to call that a sneak attack, are you? Struggling to finish digesting her cores, she grunts back. Of course, that does not count as a sneak attack, but Gao Neng does not hesitate. He launches himself at her again. In just that split second, she swallowed 5 more blocks. He panics inwardly. That makes 7 ocular energy cores in total. I absolutely cannot let her consume any more. Channeling every ounce of his aura, he unleashes the Trinity Fusion Slash. A terrifying combination of ultimate power tears through the air, crashing down toward her. Xiaomeng stands her ground, gripping her twin energy blades tightly. In a flash of blinding light, she merges them into a colossal fusion greatsword. The two titanic forces slam directly into one another, locked in a brutal struggle for dominance. Yet, unbeknownst to them, deep within the pitch-black abyss below, an ancient, supreme, dark entity watches their battle with a chilling, sinister gaze. Back on the battlefield, Gao Neng is violently blown backward by the blast. He grits his teeth in disbelief. I unleash my fully fused life elements, and I still get pushed back? Are 7 ocular energy cores really this terrifyingly powerful? Seizing the moment, Xiaomeng launches herself high into the air. She raises her glowing fist, a victorious smirk plastered on her face. Gao Neng, you lose. Xiaomeng channels an ocean of energy and unleashes a devastating palm strike. The sheer impact sends him hurtling backward like a broken doll. With blinding speed and bone-crushing force, Gao Neng crashes into the ground below, kicking up a massive cloud of blinding dust. Xiaomeng floats above, bursting into triumphant, villainous laughter. You are completely outmatched, Gao Neng. I win the second clash, she declares. Absolute confidence radiates from her very soul. He actually loses. He loses to the great Queen Xiaomeng. She cheers internally. If I can crush him in the second clash, the third one will be a total walk in the park. From this day forward, his only destiny is to be my obedient little snack. He will massage my back, rub my feet, and kneel whenever I command it. She summons another pair of twin cores into her hands. Victory is already mine, she smirks, but I must still show him the true depths of my absolute power. Without a second thought, Xiaomeng shoves all 3 massive core blocks right into her mouth. She swallows the horrifying amount of raw energy in a single gulp. Instantly, her body begins an insane power accumulation process. Dark, suffocating streams of mutant aura violently erupt from her very core. Xiaomeng places her hands on her hips, her maniacal laughter echoing through the cavern. It is over, Gao Neng. Get up and face your ultimate despair. Gao Neng gritted his teeth. Agonizing pain tore through his entire body as he forced out a heavy groan. I actually failed, he gasped. Who would have thought Xiaomeng's energy would be this overwhelmingly terrifying? Suddenly, the system chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed Phase 3 of the True Man quest by surviving a depth of 20,000 meters. Reward granted. Third special ability upgrade opportunity. Gao Neng stared blankly at his pitch-black surroundings. You have got to be kidding me. 20,000 meters? He had actually been blasted this deep underground by a single punch from Xiao Meng. At a staggering depth of 20,000 meters, the abyss was completely dead. There were no dark creatures. There were no demonic vines. There were not even any devourers lurking in the shadows. The silence was deafening. But Gao Neng shook his head. He could lose a team battle, but he absolutely refused to lose to a cat. If he bowed down to domestic violence now, where would his pride as a man go? Without hesitating, he smashed the selection button. System, upgrade my intermediate life element fusion right now. The system's mechanical voice echoed, initiating upgrade for life element fusion. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a brand new special ability, Life Atomic Fission. Rank, high level. Gao Neng narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Life Atomic Fission? What kind of new money-grabbing scam is this? The system immediately explained. This is the evolved form of life element fusion. Not only does it retain all previous functions, but it also unlocks 100.8 brand new power formulas. Each formula allows atoms to absorb massive amounts of energy. This forces them to completely break free from their basic elemental properties. They will enter a state of absolute energy excitation. Realization struck Gao Neng like lightning. I get it. That means I can force basic particles into entirely different, ultra-powerful energy states. The moment he activated the laser formula, his blade exploded with a blinding, toxic green aura. Suddenly, Xiao Meng charged at him like a meteor. Just give up, she roared. You are no match for me, Gao Neng. 3 devastating slashes merged into one apocalyptic strike, crashing down from above. In response, Gao Neng coldly summoned his own 3-slash technique. He swung his arm, condensing terrifying power into a single, unified point. With a deafening boom, a massive beam of energy shot straight toward his opponent. The steel shattered. Xiao Meng's blade completely disintegrated upon impact. But Gao Neng did not drop his guard for even a second. Gripping his glowing blade, he launched himself forward. Xiao Meng, now do you know who the real boss is? His mighty strike blasted her backward with overwhelming force. Web-like cracks instantly spread across her heavy armor. Gao Neng called out her name in excitement. He stared at his glowing blade in absolute disbelief. He had actually managed to injure Xiao Meng. This was unbelievable. The laser blade, amplified by life atomic fission, could actually slice right through pure life energy. Xiao Meng clutched her wounded shoulder, her eyes trembling. I lost. The great queen Xiao Meng actually lost. She looked up at him. Is this a new skill? Landing gracefully in front of her, Gao Neng smirked. You could say that. Her fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by burning curiosity. What is it called? Tell me. You have to tell me. Gao Neng cleared his throat arrogantly. What? Do you want to learn it? All right. I will tell you. This legendary move is called. He paused for dramatic effect. Loving you is a panic-inducing green light. Despite the ridiculous name, Xiao Meng's face lit up with absolute awe. Such an insanely powerful skill. Gao Neng's tone turned serious. From now on, you have to listen to me. And if you want me to truly trust you, you need to tell me your real purpose here. Xiao Meng froze, caught completely off guard. You want to know what I am trying to do? A heavy silence fell as she weighed her options. Finally, she revealed her deepest secret. I am going to create a brand new race, a supreme race, belonging entirely to cats. Gao Neng blinked in shock. A new cat race? Like the mutant tribes? He asked. She nodded firmly. Yes. But my race will be vastly superior. To do this, I stole a seed of resurrection. Back in the Forgotten Lands, I hunted down that dark night elf, the one named Ye Ying. I tracked her down, killed her, and ripped the seed of resurrection from her grasp. With it, I successfully cloned a brand new tree of life. Cold sweat dripped down Gao Neng's back. What? That means you already have the source of evolution. You are actually trying to play God and create a new species. Xiao Meng lowered her eyes. You defeated me in battle, so I am offering you the truth. But I know, you are never going to let me go through with this, are you? Once feline intelligence awakens and our power explodes, do you really think humanity will accept us as equals? Will they still treat us as cute little allies? If I had succeeded earlier, I probably would have become humanity's greatest enemy. But you and Tang Tang, you both treated me with such genuine warmth. Besides, I promised Mom that I would never harm a human. Gao Neng stepped closer, his voice tight. Did you tell Mom everything you just told me? Xiao Meng gently shook her head. Mom is incredibly wise. She did not need me to say it. She already guessed what I am. She is different from you. A soft smile touched Gao Neng's lips. Well, Mom is an ordinary person. Of course she is different from a fighter like me. But the warmth vanished as Xiao Meng took a step back. That is my entire secret. I have laid all my cards on the table. So, from this moment on, we are officially parting ways. Gao Neng's heart skipped a beat. Parting ways? Of course, she said bitterly. Now that you know my monstrous ambition, we can only walk separate paths. Or what? Are you going to help me build the supreme cat race? Gao Neng choked on his words, hesitation flashing in his eyes. Seeing his silence, Xiao Meng turned her back to him, unable to bear his gaze. You do not need to say it. I already know the answer. From now on, you will only view me as a threat to be guarded against. Or you will just preach at me like a chanting monk, begging me to be good. But it is useless. Whether the human alliance and the feline race become sworn brothers or mortal enemies, that is not a destiny you or I can control. Knowing all of this, Gao Neng, are you still going to let me walk away? But the moment Xiao Meng glanced back over her shoulder, raw terror exploded in her eyes. A monstrous shadow was hurtling straight toward his blind spot. Gao Neng, do not move, she screamed. Instinct kicking in, Gao Neng whipped around to face the cowardly ambusher. Before he could react, absolute darkness swallowed him whole. A chilling realization hit him. Was it a creature of the dark? No. This terrifying energy fluctuation. It was something infinitely worse. Not a single trace of mental fluctuation. It feels even more hollow than the Devourer. What on earth is this thing? My senses are completely gone, like my very nerves have been severed from my body. But Xiao Meng had warned me not to move. Suddenly, her fist rockets straight toward Gao Neng's face. The culprit was none other than Xiao Meng herself. He pinches his nose to stop the spurting blood, a sudden realization hitting him. His senses have returned. Xiao Meng, the absolute darkness is controlling you. Gao Neng shouts in panic. He desperately activates his scanning skill. Still nothing. Absolute dread grips him as he realizes. The skill is completely nullified. Guapi system. Do not tell me you are offline at a time like this. No, that is not it. The ability is still running. It is not that the system is offline, but rather, the target is entirely unreadable. There is only one type of existence that cannot be scanned. He quickly deduces its power level. A supreme realm entity. Complete horror washes over Gao Neng. A supreme realm monster. I had a bad feeling that at 20,000 meters deep, we might face a Tier 9 dark-born creature. But I never expected a supreme realm entity to appear. Suddenly, a desperate voice calls out to him. Xiao Meng clutches her head in absolute agony. Gao Neng. I cannot hear anything. I cannot even feel my own body anymore. The terrifying truth hits him. This absolute darkness severs all sensory perception. Then it must work just like before. When Xiao Meng forcefully punched me out of the zone, I just need to find a way to blast her out of here. Wasting no time, he summons his energy manifestation. The flying earth dragon roars into existence. Xiao Meng, hold on a second. I will knock you out of there. Following his command, the mighty earth dragon lunges forward. With its diamond-hard head, it violently rams straight into the void of darkness. But instead of an impact, the earth dragon is instantly swallowed. Gao Neng freezes in pure shock. His flying earth dragon was completely absorbed. This black void is far more deadly than it looks. Is it because the earth dragon is made of pure energy? He mutters. If so, then, let us see how it handles a genetic weapon. But the giant fist of the genetic weapon violently halts in midair. Gao Neng stands completely paralyzed in disbelief. Xiao Meng was clearly able to punch him out. So why is this happening? Even his ultimate genetic weapon is being completely devoured by the darkness. Gao Neng watches in absolute horror as the void strips away everything. Not even a single scrap of metal remains. He grits his teeth in frustration. That Tier 7 genetic weapon cost tens of millions to forge, and it was vaporized in mere seconds. But the loss of his weapon and attack formation is the absolute least of his worries right now. If Xiao Meng could penetrate it, but he cannot. There is only one terrifying possibility. The absolute darkness of a supreme realm entity operates completely differently. Unlike the Devourer, this entity possesses supreme intelligence. It deliberately let him slip away earlier, all to use him as the perfect bait to trap Xiao Meng. Her desperate voice echoes from the terrifying abyss. Gao Neng. Run. This monster will never let me go. Run? A bitter, mocking smile curves upon his lips. He wants to run more than anyone. His inventory is currently packed with over 2,000 attribute materials. Bringing even a fraction of them out would fetch an astronomical fortune. If he just plays it safe and focuses on grinding his power, within a few months, his personal resources could rival the entire alliance. But that is not all. If he abandons her here to die, the imminent threat from the cat tribe would crumble on its own. Only an absolute fool would stay behind to throw their life away against a supreme realm monster. Burning determination violently ignites within his eyes, with a fearless, righteous roar that shakes the void. How could I ever abandon my own sister? Triple/sword unity. Thunder God's laser fusion domain. The devastating hybrid attack crashes down upon the darkness, shattering the void into fragments. But the explosive backlash violently drags Gao Neng inside as well. So, this is the true heart of the absolute darkness? Even his most devastating ultimate strike did absolutely nothing. His senses are completely severed from the world. Through the void, Xiaomeng's voice trembles. Gao Neng, why? Why would you throw your life away for me? If I die here, a massive threat from the alien races dies with me. You never had to save me. He manages a weak, defiant response. You called me your older brother, and our mother has already accepted you as family. No matter how you look at it, we are family now. There is no world where an older brother stands by and watches his little sister die. Xiaomeng's heart violently skips a beat. Little sister? Do you truly see me as your sister? Gao Neng lets out a long, helpless sigh. Though it looks like I just threw my life away for nothing this time. Whatever. I came here to save you. Dying together in the abyss is not the most embarrassing way to go, right? Panic floods Xiaomeng's voice. But if we both die here today, who is going to take care of our mother? I can still use the very last of my strength. Let me try to blast you out of here one more time. You have already done everything you could. You cannot save me. But Gao Neng immediately shuts her down. That is where you are wrong. I already settled our mother at Tang Tang's family company. She will never be left without care. And, besides, if I failed to save my own sister today, I would never have the face to look our mother in the eyes again. Xiaomeng hesitates, her emotional walls completely crumbling. Are you truly willing to die here with me? He chuckles softly through the oppressive darkness. Looks like we are completely out of options, is it not? But no matter what happens, I will never abandon you to face this alone. Right at that heart-wrenching moment, a mysterious surge of energy slowly radiates from deep within his body. Gao Neng's heart drops as he realizes what this is. The mysterious energetic link between him and Xiaomeng. It had been severed, but now, it was forcefully reconnecting. A blinding light violently shatters the endless void. The brilliant rays pierce his eyes. Gao Neng stares in absolute awe at the sight before him. Xiaomeng, her arms spread wide, bursts through the darkness, screaming his name. Before he can even process the miracle, Xiaomeng crashes into him, wrapping him in a desperately tight embrace. A profound realization washes over Gao Neng. Even though the terrifying darkness had severed his physical senses, this overwhelming feeling of safety is exactly like resting in a mother's warm embrace as a child. Is this what absolute, unshakable trust feels like? He gently strokes her back, offering silent comfort. I am right here, he whispers softly. Xiaomeng's voice trembles with immense guilt. I am so sorry, big brother. I lied to you earlier during our fight. I was holding back on purpose. If I had used my true strength, you never would have stood a chance against me. He lets out an exasperated, fond sigh. Xiaomeng, really? Is there any point in trying to act cool at a time like this? Do you honestly think I would fall for that? But Xiaomeng drops a massive bombshell. You do not believe me? The truth is, 2 months ago, I had already awakened my true strength, and my real power right now is, a divine aura erupts from her entire being. Xiaomeng finally reveals her true power. She is at the mid-stage of rank 7. The distant darkness takes a devastating hit as she shatters the pitch-black sphere. Gao Neng freezes in shock. Are you kidding me? You call this mid-stage rank 7? Since when can a rank 7 shatter a Supreme Realm expert's lockdown? The realization leaves him completely paralyzed. Xiaomeng glances at him with cool indifference. She swears she only used rank 6 power earlier to keep things fair. But do not worry. From now on, you are the one and only brother of Queen Xiaomeng. I will never deceive you again. Her gaze then snaps to the looming darkness, her expression twisting with absolute fury. And as for you, you mindless trash, you forced my hand. Come down here for your queen. Gao Neng blinks in pure confusion. Come down? What is coming down? For a second, nothing happens. But outside the demonic abyss rift, the crowd stands paralyzed. Shimo points at the sky, trembling. Look! What in the world is that? Qing Lian loses her voice entirely. Wei Ya stares in pure disbelief. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Zhou Jin is struck totally speechless. Pure terror washes over them as the colossal magnetic mountain begins to plummet. The mountain's collapse ignites a raging inferno. sending the entire crowd fleeing for their lives. Run! A catastrophe is happening. The magnetic mountain is falling. Run for your lives. The massive peak crashes down, unleashing earth-shattering shockwaves that rip the ground apart. Deep within the abyss, Sword Elder Mubai scoffs coldly. You think you can escape my grasp? Submit to your fate. Terrified, the golden tree heart shrinks deeper into the rocky crevices. Yunping suddenly goes on high alert. Where is this falling rubble coming from? Are the walls of the demonic abyss collapsing? The violent tremors beneath their feet make everyone scream in panic. Is that the magnetic mountain? Yunping gasps in horror. Elder Sword, the density of that mountain is beyond normal. We need to fall back. But Mubai stands his ground, unwavering. Fall back? As a Supreme Realm expert, why would I ever retreat? He launches his blazing blade straight toward the heavens. Shatter. His towering sword intent crashes into the falling mountain, sending a devastating rain of boulders right where they stand. Yunping watches in absolute horror. What kind of apocalyptic nightmare is this? Why did the perfectly stable magnetic mountain suddenly fall from the sky? And how did it aim perfectly for the demonic abyss? Thank heavens for Elder Sword. Without his supreme tier strike, they would have been instantly crushed into dust. Elder Sword is invincible, absolute dominance, unmatched under the heavens. He waves them off with fake modesty. It was merely child's play. But deep inside his mind, he is screaming. Holy hell, that mountain was ridiculously tough. My damn wrist is nearly shattered. He grimaces, utterly bewildered. Who could cause such destruction? Could it be Tian? Does that guy actually have this kind of godly power? But if not him, then who? The terrifying thought fades as Mubai snaps back to reality, looking around in a panic. Wait a second. Where is the tree heart? Yunping breaks into a cold sweat. The tree heart completely vanished. Suddenly, he points frantically toward the distance. Look, over there. Amidst the plummeting wreckage of the magnetic mountain, a golden light flickers. It is the tree heart, cleverly hiding within the falling debris. They dive straight down in reckless pursuit. Damn it, it used the chaos to ride the falling mountain, after that golden tree heart. Meanwhile, in the deepest, darkest depths of the abyss, Tiannan senses a familiar presence. He is absolutely right. Gao Neng is still alive. The deeper he descends, the clearer the boy's energy fluctuations become. That stubborn brat. Nearly 20,000 meters deep, and he still refuses to die. Talk about insane luck. He is entering my spiritual range. Gao Neng, you better not be missing any limbs. Suddenly, he spots the epic clash against the darkness. His eyes widen in disbelief. What kind of monstrous technique is this? I definitely did not teach him that. And who on earth is that girl? Is she even human? His gaze locks onto the pitch-black entity, and a chill runs down his spine. The aura is overwhelmingly oppressive. That mass of darkness is actually a supreme realm existence. Suddenly, an apocalyptic roar echoes from above. Tiannan frowns in confusion. What is that noise? It is the massive magnetic mountain, plummeting straight toward his location. Unaware of the impending doom, he slowly turns his head upward. The sight nearly shatters his very soul. A jagged peak of the magnetic mountain slams directly into Tiannan's skull. Gao Neng screams out in absolute panic. Master, look out! But the next second, Gao Neng's jaw hits the floor. The colossal magnetic mountain actually cracks on impact. Gao Neng cannot believe his eyes. Is a Supreme Realm expert's head seriously harder than a celestial mountain? Unable to withstand the terrifying collision, the mountain violently explodes. Gao Neng immediately scrambles for cover. Holy crap, the mountain is exploding. I am way too young to survive this kind of blast. The devastating shockwave rips through the abyss, expanding rapidly in every direction. Refusing to yield, Tiannan stubbornly uses his raw, iron-hard head to block the falling apocalypse. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng is locked in a fierce, blood-pumping battle with the darkness. Die, you brainless filth. Your queen will execute you personally. She unleashes an endless torrent of pure energy, determined to pierce right through the dark entity. Suddenly, everything shifts into a pitch-black sphere. Gao Neng watches in utter shock. A terrifying pupil-like energy completely engulfs both Xiaomeng and the supreme tier darkness. The puzzle pieces finally click into place. When Xiaomeng yelled, "Come down," earlier, she was actually summoning the magnetic mountain. She does not just create miniature magnetic pupils. She has a direct, mystical resonance with the mountain itself. Wait, could she be trying to? Based on this legendary display, Xiaomeng's lifeform rank is clearly vastly superior to that darkness. But still, that thing is a supreme realm existence. Damn it, this is too much information. My brain cannot process all of this at once. Does Xiaomeng need backup? And what about my master? A Supreme Realm expert will not get blown up by a magnetic explosion, right? Before he can move, a blinding pillar of divine power strikes the dark sphere. The radiant energy intensifies by the second, illuminating the entire abyss. Xiao Meng emerges gracefully from the intense light. Gao Neng rushes forward, his heart racing with worry. Are you okay? You just absorbed a massive dark entity. Are there any side effects? She gives him a gentle, reassuring smile. Brother, I am perfectly fine. But then, a sudden realization flashes across Xiao Meng's eyes. Without a single warning, she shoves something deeply mysterious straight into his mouth. That is right, brother. I am giving you this. Gao Neng puffs out his cheeks as the overwhelming power hits him. He thinks to himself, this energy is completely off the charts. It is almost impossible to absorb it all. His eyes widen as the epic realization strikes him. Wait, is this the legendary Golden Tree Core? Xiao Meng beams with pure joy. Bingo! I found it hidden deep within Mount C. I already consumed my half, so this piece belongs to you. But brother, I have to leave now. You must take good care of yourself from now on. With his mouth still full of pure energy, Gao Neng blurts out in shock. Leaving right now? There is no rush right this second, is there? Just wait until we escape the demonic abyss. I will figure out a way to sneak you out of the underground city. But Xiao Meng shakes her head. Stop talking, brother. This is not a choice I get to make. Panic grips Gao Neng's heart. Before he can argue further, the very air around them shatters, and an overwhelming power crashes down from above. Master! Gao Neng gasps in absolute shock. Tiannan descends from the shadows, his aura blazing with fury as he commands. Filthy alien! Release my disciple this instant. The master's eyes narrow as he analyzes the terrifying aura. This energy can actually manipulate magnetic fields. She is no ordinary human. This young girl belongs to the alien race. How an alien rat managed to infiltrate their underground sanctuary remains a mystery. But one thing is certain, he absolutely cannot let her escape. Xiao Meng just shrugs with a helpless sigh. See, brother? I told you it would end up exactly like this. Desperate, Gao Neng pleads. Xiao Meng, wait! I can explain everything for you. There is no need for words anymore, brother. With a final glance, Xiao Meng erupts into a blur, blasting into the distance. How could Tiannan allow this? He roars. Where do you think you are running? Thinking at lightning speed, Gao Neng throws himself to the ground and wails. Master, save me! I am critically injured. This place is an absolute death trap. I cannot hold on. Hearing his precious disciple's cries, Tiannan instantly halts his pursuit and rushes over. You stinky brat! Who told you to run this deep? Did I not say 8,000 meters at most? Gao Neng rubs his head with a perfectly faked awkward smile. I kind of got lost. Tiannan's eyes practically shoot lasers of rage. Do you take me for a fool? You do not even have a scratch on you. If you can still stand, follow me to hunt down that alien right now. Immediately, Gao Neng doubles over, clutching his stomach like a dying man. My internal organs, they are shattered. I cannot even fly. Tiannan narrows his eyes in utter suspicion. Internal injuries, you say? Gao Neng nods weakly. Do not mind me, master. The big picture comes first. You go ahead. I will just rest here for a day or two until my body recovers. Tiannan forcibly drags his dramatic disciple up. You absolute bastard. We are 20,000 meters deep into the abyss. If I leave you here for 2 days, will you even be alive? Gao Neng continues his flawless acting, silently celebrating that the delay means they cannot catch her. Left with zero options, Tiannan summons a messenger crane. He has no choice but to yield all the glory to Elder Jian. Gao Neng's blood runs ice cold. This is a disaster. Master is notifying Elder Jian. If that ruthless swordsman catches her, Xiao Meng will never make it out of the demonic abyss alive. Panic overriding his fake injuries, Gao Neng suddenly jumps up. Master, you are right. We must hurry and back up Elder Jian immediately. Tiannan sighs in sheer frustration. Cut the absolute garbage. Do you think I do not want to hurry? The demonic abyss places a terrifying suppression on all Supreme Realm experts. My movements are restricted, and my energy consumption is already too massive. Seeing his opening, Gao Neng heroically suggests, Then you rest here, master. I will charge ahead and slay that alien myself. Taking full advantage of that split second, Gao Neng secretly channels his explosive energy. The ground shatters as his massive earth dragon materializes. Gao Neng leaps onto its back and blasts off, leaving his completely stunned master eating dust. Realization hits Tiannan like a sledgehammer. I have been played. You lying little rat. A second ago you were dying of internal injuries, and now you abandon me to steal the glory? Boiling with unmatched fury, Tiannan fires into the sky in pursuit. Slow down this instant, you ungrateful brat. Meanwhile, miles ahead, Xiaomeng finds her escape route blocked by Mu Bai and his elite squad. Yunping steps forward, his aura flaring. Stay sharp, Elder Jian. Elder Li just sent an emergency warning. Elder Jian confidently confirms, everyone fall back, leave her to me. A devastating beam of sword light slashes straight toward Xiaomeng. He roars, filthy alien, obediently surrender and accept your absolute judgment. Suddenly, a thunderous shout shakes the cavern. Get your hands off that girl. She is mine. A blazing golden force carrying terrifying firepower descends, aiming directly at her back. The elite squad immediately scatters to dodge the overwhelming heat. What insane power is this? Who is that? Mu Bai gasps in shock. Has Elder Li arrived? No, that is not him. That is. Watching the figure lunge forward and violently grab Xiaomeng by the neck, he is absolutely floored. That is Gao Neng. He actually managed to subdue the alien. Pinning her down, Gao Neng loudly reports, Governor Yun, Elder Jian, I have successfully suppressed the target. Leave her to me. You guys hurry and save my master. He cannot hold on much longer. The entire squad freezes in absolute horror. What? Elder Li is in mortal danger? Does that mean a Dark Supreme Realm expert is lurking below? Mu Bai blasts toward the lower levels without a second thought. This is a nightmare. The demonic abyss heavily nerfs human supreme experts. If that old ghost encounters a monster, he will be slaughtered. Yunping instantly follows suit, his aura exploding. We absolutely cannot afford to lose Elder Li down here. Everyone, advance and provide immediate backup. Watching the massive strike force disappear into the depths, Gao Neng knows his deadly gamble has paid off. At this moment, he finally releases his tight grip on Xiaomeng. The two exhausted runaways collapse, sighing in perfect sync. Deep below, Mu Bai finally intercepts Tiannan and frantically yells, Elder Li, are you gravely injured? Tiannan blinks, completely bewildered by the sudden rescue party. What in the world are all of you doing down here? Yunping urgently demands, where is the alien target? He replies, we left her, to Gao Neng. Mu Bai frantically scans the shadows. Forget that. Where is the Dark Supreme Realm expert? Tiannan looks at them like they have lost their minds. Supreme Realm? Then it clicks. Oh, you mean that dark entity at 20,000 meters deep? It completely vanished. I have no idea which way it went. Then Mu Bai's eyes widen in sheer horror. Wait, rewind. Did you just say the alien was left alone with Gao Neng? Gao Neng cannot possibly deal with her. Mu Bai gasps. Cannot defeat her? Yunping shakes his head in confusion. But we literally watched Gao Neng completely suppress her with a single devastating strike. Tiannan's blood pressure skyrockets, his aura erupting in pure fury. Absolute nonsense. That alien freak was casually surviving at 20,000 meters deep. She was clashing directly with a Dark Supreme entity and manipulating compressed magnetic fields like they were nothing. The horrifying truth finally hits Yunping like a physical blow. Wait, did she fake her defeat just to lure our entire squad away? Cold sweat drips down their faces. We are doomed. Gao Neng is locked in with a monster. The entire squad spins around, blasting back up with terrifying speed. A collective breath of relief washes over the group. They spot him at last. Gao Neng is safe and sound, but the relief is short-lived. Where is the alien mutant? Mu Bai demands instantly. Cao Neng, speak up. Where did that monster go? The young man lowers his gaze, a dark shadow crossing his face. She overpowered me, he mutters grimly. She managed to escape. Mu Bai narrows his eyes, his mind racing. We were fools to be tricked earlier, he thinks to himself. The mutant faking weakness played a part, but the real reason we were led astray was Cao Neng himself. The pieces are not fitting together. The mutant fled, yet Cao Neng stands here without a single scratch. What could possibly drive him to pull such a stunt? Elder Tiannan's voice drops to a bone-chilling whisper. Cao Neng, look me in the eyes and answer me. You let her slip away on purpose, did you not? The air grows heavy. Without hesitation, Cao Neng nods. Yes. Elder Tiannan's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Why in the world would you do that? The boy's response strikes like a hammer. Because I could not bear to see her die. His voice trembles with raw emotion. I do not care if she mutated into an alien. I absolutely refuse to let her perish. Fury erupts from Elder Tiannan like an active volcano. You foolish brat, he roars. Do you have any idea what you have done? Letting an alien spy escape is high treason. It is a straight ticket to the military tribunal. Mu Bai quickly steps in. Old Ghost Tong, hold your fire for a second. That alien mutant could not have gone far. Mu Bai calculates rapidly. Escaping the underground city is nearly impossible. If we move now, we can still hunt her down. It is completely useless, Elder Tiannan snaps, cutting him off. His furious gaze locks onto Cao Neng. The boy has actually drawn his blade, settling into a defensive stance. Take a good look at this arrogant disciple. Do you really think he is going to let us pass? Cao Neng, have you lost your mind? The elder's aura flares dangerously. Are you openly rebelling against me? Step aside right now, or I swear to the heavens, I will cleanse our sect's ranks and strike you down myself. Panic flashes in Cao Neng's eyes, but he holds his ground. Master, please listen to me, he pleads desperately. She is not a spy. Give me a chance, and I can explain everything about her. But Elder Tiannan is past the point of reasoning. He lunges forward like a speeding bullet. Save your pathetic excuses, he bellows. You treacherous brat, your life ends right here. His patience has completely shattered. You wretched disciple, the elder roars. I am cleansing our sect today. Yunping frantically rushes forward to intervene. Elder Li, please. You must calm down. Ignoring all logic, the elder unleashes a devastating palm strike directly at Cao Neng. The deadly wind howls, but mere inches from the boy's face. The lethal strike suddenly halts. Trying to save his pride, Elder Tiannan immediately spins around, glaring at the crowd behind him. Which one of you bastards dared to interfere? He barks furiously. Who launched a secret technique to stop my hand? Why are you holding me back? Release me so I can execute this traitorous brat. The entire group exchanges utterly bewildered looks. Did someone actually use a secret art? They whisper among themselves. Of course not. Even if we combined our strength, we could not possibly stop Elder Li's strike. The realization hits them like a ton of bricks. Ah, Elder Li is just looking for an excuse not to kill his precious disciple. Catching on to the hidden signal, the group immediately plays along, giving the furious elder a graceful way to back down. Elder Li, please hold your righteous fury, one of them shouts dramatically. Yes, Elder Li, reconsider, another chimes in. There must be a profound hidden truth behind this incident. Exactly. Let the boy explain himself first, they urge. You cannot genuinely intend to hand him over to the merciless military tribunal. Elder Li feigns a look of absolute outrage. What did you just say? He thunders. If I do not drag him to the tribunal, this brat will tear the very heavens apart. He gestures wildly around them. We are standing in the underground city. This is Yunping's absolute domain. This boy defied direct orders. If I do not execute him to set a bloody example, how will we ever maintain discipline? Yunping blinks, caught entirely off guard. Maintain discipline? He stammers out. His inner gears start spinning rapidly. Wait a minute. Is this sly old fox subtly telling me to step up and take the blame for this mess? Clearing his throat, Yunping steps into his new role. Elder Li, please, hear out my proposal, he states diplomatically. Let us bypass the military tribunal for now. Considering Cao Neng's boundless potential, there is no need to blow this out of proportion just yet. The absolute truth remains clouded in mystery. Yunping continues smoothly. Taking extreme measures without the full picture would be a grave mistake. Instead, second, Chief Wu is currently stationed right here in the underground city. He is presiding over the Supreme Council at this very moment. Why do we not hand this delicate matter over to his ultimate judgment? Elder Tiannan crosses his arms, still putting on an impeccable show of reluctance. Humph, that is far too merciful for this rebellious brat. Standing off to the side, Mu Bai watches the entire theatrical performance with deadpan exhaustion. What is even happening right now? Are they actually acting out a soap opera in the middle of a crisis? Mu Bai sighs internally. If I knew the outside world was filled with such ridiculous political theater, I would have never stepped foot out of restricted zone number 2. Pushing through the nonsense, Mu Bai finally speaks up. So, he grumbles loudly. Are we actually going to capture that so-called non-spy alien mutant or what? Yunping's expression turns deadly serious. Absolutely. We will capture her at all costs, Yunping declares coldly. There is only one single exit out of this underground city. No matter what tricks she pulls, she cannot escape our net. But master, Cao Neng tries to protest, but Elder Tiannan instantly claps a hand over his mouth. Shut your trap, you fool, the elder hisses furiously. Grabbing his unruly disciple by the collar, he drags him away. You are coming straight back with me. We will settle this behind closed doors. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the Forbidden Zone's forest, Xiaomeng stands in eerie silence. Her sorrowful eyes lock onto the deep crater before her. Brother, her voice trembles like a fragile autumn leaf. I have to go now. As the final word leaves her lips, her physical form begins to waver. Like a mirage in the desert, she turns translucent. A mystical energy surges from her very heels. It sweeps upward, consuming her entirely. In a flash of terrifying transformation, Xiaomeng vanishes, replaced flawlessly by the figure of Zhang Qing. Cut to the high-tech security checkpoint. The automated scanners flash green as a figure approaches. The monitors display a verified identity profile. Name, Zhang Qing. Identity confirmed. A heavily armored guard barks out into his comms. 0 anomalies detected. Clearance granted. The guards snap into a crisp, respectful salute. Instructor Zhang, you are cleared to proceed through the gates. Wearing her stolen face, Xiaomeng simply nods. Thank you. As she walks past, the captain holds up a glowing holographic bounty poster. It displays Xiaomeng's true face. Listen up, soldiers. The captain roars. Inspect every single soul leaving this city. Keep your eyes peeled for a silver-haired female in a hooded cloak. The scene shifts as the sun fully sets. A heavy veil of darkness descends upon the city of hope, but the true rulers of the night are already gathering. An ocean of glowing, feral eyes pierces the gloom. A massive swarm of stray cats has assembled by the thousands. They sit in total silence before a towering steel fence, branded with a blood-red warning. Danger, unauthorized entry strictly prohibited. Standing before the feline army, Xiaomeng projects her dominating aura. My loyal subjects. Tonight is the night. Her voice echoes with hypnotic, regal power. Your queen shall lead you out of this wretched city of hope. We shall leave the oppressive shadow of humanity behind forever. Together, we will forge a glorious new empire, a kingdom that belongs solely to our kind. At her decree, a deafening wave of yowls erupts. The feline horde practically vibrates with feral anticipation. Xiaomeng raises a hand, demanding ultimate silence. The choice is yours, she declares coldly. Follow me into the unknown, or rot in this human cage. In an instant, a terrifying mass evolution triggers. Fur recedes, bones crack and elongate. The entire horde shifts into towering predatory humanoid forms. They drop to their knees in absolute submission. We pledge our souls to the king, they chant in eerie unison. A triumphant smirk graces her lips. Excellent. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of emerald energy erupts from her core. She channels the absolute peak of her power toward the desolate wasteland. Beyond these walls lies our new destiny, she promises, her eyes blazing with ambition. We shall seize absolute, unquestionable freedom. The earth violently quakes. The tiny sapling Xiaomeng had planted earlier reacts to her terrifying aura. It mutates wildly, shooting into the sky to become an impossibly colossal, towering world tree. This is the very source of our evolution, she proclaims, gesturing to the monolithic titan of wood and leaf. We will take our sacred origin with us, and march upon the path of our grand design. A blinding, gargantuan sphere of emerald light engulfs the massive tree. The spatial pressure is suffocating, and then, in a blinding flash, the colossal tree completely vanishes into thin air. Xiaomeng turns to her mutant army, raising her arm high. The time is now. Move out. Meanwhile, miles away at the southern zone base of the Allied forces, the towering, steel-plated fortress stands as humanity's final, desperate line of defense. The air is thick with the smell of exhaust and impending doom. Perched on a distant cliff, Xiaomeng's piercing gaze locks onto the impregnable human fortress. Her mind races with tactical calculations. Even a unified army of alien mutants could not shatter those walls with brute force alone. But to truly escape the City of Hope and forge her new empire, a blood-curdling smile creeps across her face. The real nightmare was just beginning. Only by breaking out of this fortress can I build a true sanctuary for our cat tribe. Xiaomeng's eyes flash with unwavering resolve. At her command, an ocean of feral felines surges forward, charging toward the city gates like a furry tidal wave. Inside the command center, absolute chaos erupts. The staff frantically slams the panic button, triggering a level 3 lockdown. We have a massive swarm of biological entities rushing the main gates, requesting immediate backup. From his vantage point, Vice Commander Zhang Qin lowers his binoculars. The stronghold's commanding officer stares in pure disbelief. What on earth am I looking at? He mutters to himself, completely dumbfounded by the sight. The subordinates stammer out their rapid reports. Sir, we have no idea. They do not even register as monstrous beasts. Zhang Qin remains frozen, his mind struggling to process the bizarre spectacle unfolding below. The terrifying invaders are nothing more than stray cats. The felines swarm the heavily armed guards, leaping onto their helmets and clinging to their armor. The soldiers panic, screaming about where this endless sea of fur came from. Get these furballs off me. They just will not let go. A guard shrieks. But an officer quickly spots the danger. realizing this is no ordinary stampede. These cats are highly coordinated. Weapons free if necessary, the automated system blares across the courtyard. Warning, Level 2 alert. The main gates are under direct assault. Repeat, Level 2 alert. The security team gasps in horror. What do you mean, the gates? Above them, ceiling vents crash open as a tactical squad of cats drops directly into the control room, instantly ambushing the staff. Utter pandemonium takes over. The stray cats have breached the main control room, a technician screams. Before anyone can react, a perfectly timed paw slams down onto the master override switch. With a deafening mechanical groan, the massive steel gates begin to part. The guards freeze in sheer terror. Who the hell opened the fortress gates? Up in the tower, Zhang Qin's eyes widen as the terrifying truth hits him. These are not just wild animals, he realizes. Look at their formation, their strict military discipline. Someone is commanding this entire feline army. A furry avalanche floods into the base, overwhelming every defensive checkpoint. The heavily armed guards stumble backward, completely at a loss against this bizarre invasion. They are rushing the exit, but they are not even trying to bite us, a soldier yells. With the impregnable fortress breached, everyone knows a catastrophic disaster is about to unfold. Vice Commander Zhang Qin's earpiece crackles to life. Command Center, this is engineering. The control panel is completely trashed. We need at least 30 minutes to get the doors shut. Sir, thousands of felines are migrating toward the outer zone. They show zero signs of aggression, requesting permission to engage. Do we open fire? Zhang Qin barks out his orders with cold efficiency. Deploy the high-voltage energy grid at the main gate, and get an engineering team to reboot the master servers right now. Right now. If the grid forces them back, hold your fire. But the second they bare their fangs, exterminate them all. With a crackling surge of energy, the deadly electric barrier flares to life. The feline army marches forward without a hint of fear. At the forefront stands a massive, battle-scarred black cat, radiating pure authority. That has to be the vanguard leader. A guard gasps. What is that beast planning? The black cat steps up, its eyes glowing with supernatural power. With a dramatic swipe of its mighty paw, raw magical aura erupts from its claws. A blinding crescent of energy slashes violently through the air. The unbreakable high-voltage grid is instantly torn wide open. Seeing the furry legion pour through the massive gap, the soldiers lose their minds. Captain, they ripped right through the barrier. What do we do? The officer grinds his teeth, drawing his weapon. Command gave the order. They made their move, so light them up. Fire at will. The deafening roar of assault rifles and heavy artillery echoes through the courtyard. A merciless storm of lead and fire rains down upon the defenseless feline army. Even the hardened guards flinch at the brutal slaughter. The vanguard line of cats is instantly shredded by the overwhelming firepower. Seeing her precious kin falling in pools of blood, Xiaomeng's eyes well up with furious tears. No, stop, she screams. Driven by pure heartbreak, she launches herself at the armed squad. Her speed transcends the limits of physics, moving like a phantom desperate to save her bleeding family. Boom! A massive shockwave violently rocks the fortress wall, sending smoke billowing into the sky. The command center erupts in panic. What just hit us? What is the status of the front-line squad? When the dust settles, an entire platoon of elite guards lies groaning in a heap. A battered soldier keys his radio with trembling hands. Sir, our entire front line has been wiped out. We are dealing with an Alpha-class threat. It has to be the legendary Cat King. Refusing to back down, a hulking officer swings his massive battle axe. Stand aside. I will crush this beast myself, he roars, charging straight at her. Xiaomeng's eyes narrow into icy golden slits. With a single, explosive leap, she becomes a blur of lethal grace. Before the axe can even drop, the massive officer is instantly smashed into the concrete. The surviving guards feel their blood run cold. Impossible. Captain Li was a late-stage Tier 5 awakener, and he just got one-shotted? They tremble in sheer terror. This Cat King has to be above Tier 6. No, that devastating aura feels way stronger than just Tier 6. Are you saying we are fighting a high-tier monster? A soldier gasps. Standing victorious amidst the fallen, Xiaomeng glares at the trembling men. We only wish to leave this city. Step aside, and no one else has to get hurt. Hearing a feline speak perfect human words shatters their reality. It can talk. It is not just a beast. It is a mutated demonic entity. A guard screams in absolute horror. Wipe that monster out, right now. The entire squad unloads their clips, sending a deadly barrage of tracer rounds straight at Xiaomeng. Dancing through the hail of bullets, she realizes her perfect escape plan is rapidly falling apart. If I retreat now, Over 1,000 of my kin will be dragged straight to their cruel laboratories, she thinks frantically. Forcing her way out of this fortress is proving to be a nightmare of epic proportions. Her mind flashes back to a crucial promise. I swore to you, I will escape this place. But I will keep my word. I will not take a single human life to secure our freedom. With only 30 minutes left before the humans regain control of the massive gates, the clock is ticking. No matter what they throw at me, I have to hold the line, she vows, her aura flaring. The humans completely lose their minds as Xiao Meng transforms into her stunning half-human shape. She can shapeshift? The Alliance database has 0 records of a high-tier mutant like this. An officer shouts, "Do not let that high-value target escape. Capture her alive." Fearlessly, Xiao Meng plunges straight into the heavily armed battalion. "Why?" she screams, her voice echoing with sovereign fury. "Why must you blindly slaughter my innocent subjects? They never even raised a single claw against your people," she pleads. A ruthless soldier scoffs at her agonizing cry. "Are you seriously asking that? You are monstrous anomalies. That is reason enough to exterminate you." A fresh, merciless storm of bullets rips through the defenseless feline ranks. The sight of her fallen kin lying lifeless on the cold concrete finally snaps the last shred of Xiao Meng's sanity. Her rational mind completely shatters. "Do not push me over the edge," she shrieks, her voice vibrating with godlike power. Unleashing her devastating Thunder God domain, explosive arcs of blue lightning ravage the entire sector. The paralyzing voltage drops the entire squad to their knees, stripping away their ability to fight. A terrified commander crawls through the sparking debris, screaming into his comms. Her aura. She is a late-stage Tier 7, maybe even a Tier 8 catastrophe. Elevate defense protocols to Level 1. Bring online the heavy artillery cannons immediately. The automated fortress system responds with chilling efficiency. Order confirmed. Deploying heavy-grade artillery. Massive, armor-piercing cannons pivot from the towers, locking their deadly sights directly onto the huddled swarm of cats. Seeing the towering cannons charge up, Xiao Meng screams in pure horror. "No! Leave them alone!" Out of nowhere, a commanding voice booms across the battlefield, ordering everyone to fall back. Driven by desperation, Xiao Meng channels everything into her ultimate 3/convergence technique, unleashing a blinding wave of sword aura. But before her strike can connect, Vice Commander Zhang Qin descends from the sky like a wrathful god. Unleashing a devastating divine palm strike, he crushes her desperate attack in an instant. Caught entirely off guard by this overwhelmingly powerful enemy, Xiao Meng freezes and takes the catastrophic blow head-on. Will the Cat Queen survive, or is this the brutal end of her rebellion? A devastating palm strike crashes from the heavens. The overwhelming force slams Xiao Meng brutally into the dirt. Zhang Qin descends with terrifying authority. "The Cat King truly lives up to her name," he sneers. "Not even at the 8th tier, yet you survived my strike." Without missing a beat, he unleashes another blast of aura, sending her frail body flying backward like a broken doll. "Stay down where you belong," he roars. Xiao Meng crashes violently against the stone floor, her body screaming in agonizing pain. Artillery fire rains down relentlessly. The entire feline race is instantly swallowed by a blazing sea of fire. Tears stream down Xiao Meng's battered face as she sobs. "No, please stop. Mother, why is this happening?" Zhang Qin's cold voice cuts through the chaos. "Do not move. Surrender to your fate." Broken and desperate, she wails into the inferno. "Mother, I am so sorry." Xiao Meng failed. "Brother, I failed you." But right at her darkest moment, the heavens split open. A blinding pillar of light erupts across the blood-stained sky. Everyone freezes in absolute terror as a colossal giant dragon manifests, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. "What in the world is that beast?" The soldiers gasp. The giant dragon's massive eyes lock onto the battlefield, filled with frantic worry. "Mother?" Xiao Meng whispers through her tears. The majestic beast unleashes another furious roar, sending out devastating shockwaves of raw energy. Zhang Qin's jaw drops in pure, unadulterated horror. "A supreme realm expert!" Shui Fei's ethereal voice echoes through the chaos. "We must leave, my child. Go, right now." Drawing upon her last ounce of strength, Xiao Meng slowly rises to her feet. She wipes the blood and tears from her cheeks, raising her hand to issue a final retreat order to the surviving cat clan. Just as they move, 2 more blinding streaks of light tear through the clouds. Panic ripples through the ranks. Who is it this time? That aura is absolutely suffocating. Hope ignites among the human forces as the figures descend. It is Qin Lei and Elder Wang. The Supreme Realm, experts of the Alliance, are here. The giant dragon hovers, staring down the 2 legendary masters. Qinlei's eyes widen in disbelief. You are actually still alive? 18 years ago. Were you not supposed to be dead? He stammers. The magnificent beast merely narrows its piercing eyes. Get out of my way, it growls, a sound that shakes their very souls. From the center of the dragon's forehead, a chilling blade of pure energy materializes. The divine sword locks onto their absolute weak points. Elder Wang throws his hands up in panic. Fairy dragon, wait! Please spare us. Qinlei quickly grabs his comrade's arm. Do not move a muscle. She will not strike unless we provoke her. Suddenly, he turns his head, his sharp senses catching a subtle, terrifying shift in the atmosphere. His eyes stretch wide in sheer astonishment. The giant dragon has already turned away, its massive wings catching the wind to depart. Wait! Hold on just a second, he desperately calls out into the sky. Her telepathic voice booms in their minds one last time. Let the felines go. Disobey, and I shall become your absolute worst nightmare. Elder Wang turns, his face pale. Qinlei, if the fairy dragon survived, does that mean he is also? I do not know, Qinlei snaps, cutting him off completely. Focus on what is right in front of us. With a heavy sigh, he turns to the troops. Stand down. Let the Cat clan leave in peace. Zhang Qin clenches his fists, teeth grinding in frustration. But Commander Qinlei, these are hostile demi-humans. Qinlei's gaze turns lethal. I said, let them go. Sweating under the intense pressure, Zhang Qin finally caves. Yes, sir. Withdraw the barricade. The heart-stopping footage of the giant dragon loops endlessly on the screen. Inside the grand underground council chamber, a stern voice breaks the heavy silence. Captain Gao Neng, you have seen the tactical feed. We demand a full explanation. Gao Neng sits in the shadows, his knuckles turning white as he clenches his fists. A storm of guilt rages in his mind. Was I completely wrong to trust her? He asks himself. If I had just left Xiaomeng's dark secret alone, would this bloodbath have ever happened? The weight of his choices threatens to crush his spirit. Another council member slams the table. Captain Gao Neng, stop ignoring the chairman's question. What exactly is your relationship with that catastrophic Cat King? Why did you deliberately let an enemy slip through our fingers? And most importantly, what terrifying background does this so-called Cat King actually possess? Meanwhile, hidden in the observation deck, Tian Nan and Mu Bai watch the majestic dragon on the main monitor with bated breath. Tian Nan's eyes narrow sharply. He knows exactly who that legendary entity is. It is the mythical fairy dragon, Fei Shui. Mu Bai crosses his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Even the stubborn Commander Qinlei recognizes her aura. There is no mistaking it now. He leans in closer. But to risk everything just to save a mere cat? Tian Nan nods gravely. Exactly. Just for a single cat. But is Gao Neng not doing the exact same thing? What kind of insane secret are they all hiding? Back in the hot seat, Gao Neng forces his breathing to steady. At least Xiaomeng made it out alive, he thinks, a wave of relief washing over him. That is the only victory today. Now, I just have to survive this interrogation. He meets the council's piercing gaze and drops a bombshell. She is the living conduit between myself and the magnetic cave. Two senior leaders instantly leap from their chairs, eyes bulging. Wait a damn minute. Are you claiming you can sync with a magnetic cave? During the last siege, did you draw power directly from the magnetic mountain? Zhang Qing steps forward, his voice trembling with a mix of suspicion and awe. Captain Gao Neng, do you realize how utterly impossible that sounds? Are you just blowing smoke? Or do you have hard evidence to back this up? A confident smirk finally graces Gao Neng's face. Evidence? Of course I do. He leans casually over the podium, commanding the room. Piece of evidence number 1. As your meticulous background checks have surely revealed, I was never a natural-born genius. Furious whispers erupt across the gallery. He is right. Council records show that before the National Awakening exams, his theoretical scores were flawless, but his actual combat power was completely garbage. The council members exchange bewildered glances. Could his insane power leap actually be true? The timeline matches perfectly. Zhang Qing slams his fist on the desk to regain control. Then tell us, Captain, when exactly did this miraculous transformation occur? How did you suddenly acquire such heaven-defying talent? Knowing he holds all the cards, Gao Neng begins his confession. It all started the exact moment I crossed paths with Xiaomeng, the very Cat King you are so desperate to execute. I found her just days before the grand trials began. The fateful encounter happened at the abandoned dream toy factory, and you do not have to just take my word for it. Captain Shen was standing right there with me. We fought a bloody death match against the demonic beasts lurking in the shadows that night. The council elders quickly shuffle through their encrypted files, nodding as the verified combat logs validate every single word. An aide reads aloud from the glowing tablet. According to Captain Shen's official debrief, they engaged in a brutal clash against a battle angel of the celestial race at that exact location. The room grows dead silent as the aide continues. The report prominently features Captain Gao Neng. In fact, immediately following that massacre, he was awarded an unprecedented 1,000 military merits. Whispers turn to gasps of shock. So the legend is real. But wait, he had not even awakened his core as an energy warrior back then. Gao Neng chuckles softly, stepping right into their trap. I know exactly what you are all thinking. His eyes gleam with absolute confidence. And that brings us to piece of evidence number 2. As your classified reports state, buried deep beneath the Dream Toy Factory lies a dormant, small-scale magnetic cave. Because of Xiao Meng's unique bloodline acting as a living catalyst, I was able to siphon that pure energy, shattering the limits of my mortal vessel. In the corner of the room, Qingjing covers her mouth, absolutely paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of this revelation. But Zhangqing's eyes suddenly sharpen, like a hawk, zeroing in on its prey. Hold on, just 1 second. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Captain Gao Neng, our records show you later butchered a deadly dark elf, but the magnetic cave collapsed entirely after the toy factory incident. So tell us, without your precious energy source, how in the world did you survive that nightmare? A confident smirk tugs at his lips. Zhang Jiaoguang was meticulous, just as expected. Suddenly, a blinding sphere of raw power materializes right in the palm of Gao Neng's hand. This is the true secret behind my strength, he declares. With Xiaomeng acting as the medium, I do not just link with my companion. I absorb its core energy to trigger my own evolution. Qingjing furrows his brows in deep confusion. Captain Gao, he demands. What exactly do you mean by evolutionary energy? Gao Neng shifts his piercing gaze toward Wan Lai. Aren't the results of my evolution already crystal clear to you? You, out of everyone here, should perfectly understand the sheer scale of the talent I have been hiding. Gasps echo throughout the massive council room. The realization hits them like a truck. Does this mean Captain Gao's innate talent was literally forged through this very linking process? The burning question lingers in the air. Can this legendary evolution method be mass-produced? If they could research this, human progress would skyrocket. Zhang Qing steps forward, her eyes narrowing. Then, Captain Gao, care to explain the anomaly of the 10,000-strong feline tribe? While you were using the feline king to trigger your own evolution, was the feline king simultaneously using you? Did it leech off your energy to evolve its entire species? The horrific truth dawns on the council. Exactly. Gao Neng might have traded the safety of humanity for his personal gain. Even if he became an unstoppable force, he essentially handed the feline king a fully evolved, world-ending army. Gao Neng lets out a bone-chilling, mocking laugh. His eyes gleam with dangerous intent. Whoever told you that my evolutionary energy only works on myself? Pandemonium erupts among the council members. What is the meaning of this, Captain Gao? Are you saying your evolutionary energy can be transferred to others? His arrogant smile never wavers. Bring me my personal belongings, he commands smoothly. I will show you a miracle right here and now. Zhang Qing immediately snaps her fingers. Guards, bring Captain Gao his confiscated items at once. Moments later, Gao Neng presents a seemingly ordinary potted plant to the stunned room. I assume you all recognize this humble medicinal herb? He asks. The council members exchange baffled glances. It was just blue thundergrass. A painfully common, low-tier material. What is the meaning of this garbage, Captain Gao? He casually crushes another material in his hand. For evolution, of course. I am going to evolve this very plant. Someone scoffs. Stop spouting nonsense. Qingjing's brow furrows so deeply it could crush rock. His voice trembles slightly. Wait a second. Gao Neng, are you seriously claiming you can evolve objects? Gao Neng crushes the secondary catalyst material into fine dust. Of course I can, he states with absolute certainty. But the laws of the universe demand equivalence. Different items require specific evolutionary triggers. For example, this blue thundergrass hungers for the dust of a thunder crystal ore. He begins channeling his immense aura into the soil. Modulating the temperature perfectly, the evolutionary energy surges forth. Gao Neng's eyes ignite with a blinding, divine golden light. The core of his evolutionary power roars to life. But in his mind, he sneers. Only an absolute fool would reveal his true limits to the Alliance. In reality, he needs 0 conditions to evolve anything. But by faking these complex requirements, he ensures he alone holds the monopoly over this god-tier power. The entire council sits paralyzed in sheer awe. Qingjing violently grips his armrests. He can feel the terrifyingly dense aura of life energy exploding from the pot. Their jaws drop as the humble weed mutates before their very eyes. It transforms into the ultra-rare, high-tier lightning radiance grass. The impossible was happening right in front of them. The terrifying strategic value hits the Council like a tidal wave. If they can mass-produce these legendary materials, the Alliance could infinitely churn out top-tier, invincible warriors. Suddenly, the Feline King's massive beast army seems like a joke in comparison. Qing Jing slams his hands on the table, jumping to his feet in pure ecstasy. Gao Neng! What else can you evolve besides the blue thunder grass? He roars. This is it. The human alliance is saved at last. Gao Neng casually drops another bombshell. In theory, absolutely everything can be evolved. As long as we discover their specific evolutionary formulas, the room instantly explodes into chaotic, feverish murmurs. That is barely an obstacle, a counselor shouts. If it is just finding formulas, we have infinite test subjects. The Alliance will fund every single material you could ever need. Agreed. This changes the very fate of our world. We must establish a top-secret, specialized laboratory immediately. I fully authorize this project. We will pour all our resources into this for the glory of the Alliance. Just as they begin celebrating their guaranteed victory, Gao Neng abruptly shatters their fantasies. Hold on. There is one massive, unsolvable, fatal flaw in your grand plan. The frantic council members freeze in their tracks. What flaw? They demand in unison. Gao Neng lets out a long, meticulously acted sigh of utter despair. Xiao Meng, the being you all call the Feline King. Since my medium is gone, once my current reserves drain, I can never produce evolutionary energy again. Complete chaos instantly swallows the council room. Then we hunt it down immediately, one official snarls. Before that medium grows any stronger, we must capture it. Are you insane? That is practically suicide. Have you already forgotten the apocalyptic white dragon from Sector 5? Another argues. The Feline King has shown zero hostility toward humanity. If we attack, we force a war. We should be trying to form an alliance instead. A furious roar echoes from the back. An alliance with the monster races? Have you completely lost your mind? Gao Neng slowly raises his hand, instantly silencing the screaming elites. I think I forgot to mention the most crucial detail. The medium itself dictates whether the link even works. If Xiao Meng harbors even a shred of resistance in its heart, then creating this evolutionary energy becomes utterly impossible. Qing Jing rubs his pulsing temples, a massive migraine forming. Defeated, he forces out the words. So, to secure this infinite evolution energy, our only path forward is absolute cooperation with the Feline King? Gao Neng masks his victory behind a perfectly crafted look of reluctance. As of right now? Unfortunately, yes. The helpless council leader turns to the defeated room. Does anyone else have any brilliant objections? The once arrogant officials frantically wave their hands in surrender. No objections here. None at all. We leave the final judgment in your capable hands, Chairman. Qing Jing slams his gavel down with resounding finality. Then it is settled. Within 2 days, I will present our unanimous recommendation to the Supreme Council. We will push for the immediate launch of the special project, pending the Supreme Council's final seal. But Zhang Qing suddenly raises her hand, a frown on her face. But Chairman, sir, what about Captain Gao's interrogation? The rest of the council explodes in sheer disbelief. Interrogation? Are you out of your mind? The man is humanity's absolute savior. What on earth is left to interrogate? Captain Cao possesses absolute evidence. Though he bypassed standard protocols, with power like his, who can blame him? Exactly. His loyalty to the human alliance remains unquestionable. Let his past merits erase this minor transgression. Hearing this, Zhang Qing smiles in agreement. Then, the matter is officially settled. Thank you all for your hard work. The council turns their attention to Cao Neng. Captain Cao, you have endured enough. Once your new laboratory is fully constructed, the Alliance will reach out to you. Understood. Back in his quarters, Cao Neng violently slams the door shut. Boom! His fist shatters the solid concrete wall. Damn it all. Xiao Meng's tearful face flashes across his mind. Her tragic words echo relentlessly in his ears. The bitter truth is undeniable. The fragile future between the Feline clan and the human alliance. It is far beyond his power to dictate. I am completely powerless. He had been nothing but a pawn. If he had not faked the energy core revelation to manipulate the trial's outcome, imprisonment, demotion, the Alliance's absolute wrath would have crushed him. And Xiao Meng? She would be hunted down like prey. But the burning question remains. What is the true origin of that terrifying dragon? To effortlessly crush 2 supreme rankers, it has to be at least at the supreme stage itself. Why did such a legendary beast protect Xiaomeng? And what was that desperate cry she let out? Mother? Wait. Could that majestic beast actually be his own mother? He violently shakes his head, dismissing the thought. What ridiculous nonsense am I sprouting? If his mother is the legendary white dragon, wouldn't that make him the Dragon Crown Prince? Then why the hell did I suffer in absolute poverty for 18 years? Suddenly, violent pounding echoes from his door. Cao Neng! Cao Neng, open up! You had the nerve to knock me out. Now have the guts to open this door. The banging grows louder. If you do not open up right now, I swear, I am going to lose my mind. Cao Neng hastily unlocks the heavy door. Ning'er and Tong Tong storm inside. Why are you two here? Tong Tong barges in, hands locked on her hips. Sister Ning'er said, your trial was finally over, so we rushed straight here. Tong Tong leans in, her eyes wide with panic. Tell us the truth. Did the Alliance sentence you to prison? Did they confiscate all of your underground city points? If you lost all your points, you are completely doomed. Say goodbye to your premium energy breakfasts. But Ning'er's sharp gaze pierces right through him. You are standing right here. The Alliance dropped all charges, did they not? Cao Neng's expression darkens. His voice drops to a heavy whisper. Xiaomeng, she is gone. Tang Tang lowers her head, deep sorrow flashing in her eyes. I know. The rumors have already spread. Ning'er steps closer, her tone urgent. But what was the final verdict? Cao Neng frustratingly scratches his head. The High Council called it a wash. My past merits canceled out my crimes. He lets out a dry chuckle. They are even preparing to expand my research laboratory, all to fund my research on elemental attribute materials. Ning'er raises a highly suspicious eyebrow. Elemental materials? Since when? Without a single word, Cao Neng reveals a mysterious stone, exactly like this one. Boom! A blinding aura of pure evolutionary energy instantly floods the entire room. Both girls gasp in absolute shock. An evolutionary attribute core? Ning'er's eyes go wide. Since when did you master such god-tier alchemy? Tang Tang immediately lunges forward, grabbing his arm. Cao Neng, that massive business proposal you mentioned before, I am all in. Her corporate instincts roar to life. The Heavenly King Group will back you 100%. Do you want endless funds or ancient formulas? Name your absolute price. Let us make a deal right now. Cao Neng's eyes gleam with dark ambition. Done. Have Old Master Fang come to the underground city immediately. Tong Tong blinks, utterly bewildered. This swift agreement completely breaks his usual greedy character. Wait, are you not going to extort me with some sinister, blood-sucking conditions? In a blinding flash of movement, Cao Neng's hand blurs right before her eyes. Flick! He snaps his finger incredibly hard against her forehead. Ouch! He glares at her. Do you really think I have time to squabble over petty cash right now? I am summoning Old Master Fang for a massive power play. Tang Tang rubs her red forehead, completely baffled. A massive power play? What on earth is more important than pure profit? Cao Neng, are you looking down on the Heavenly King Group? We are the undisputed #1 military contractor in the entire alliance. I could casually drop trillions of credits without blinking an eye. Do you doubt my unbelievable wealth? Cao Neng smoothly raises a hand to calm her raging temper. I believe you. I really do. He locks dead serious eyes with her. But my next move goes far beyond a few